Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Konoha, evolving from the Sharingan. 1S. Chapter 1 Sharingan wants to evolve independently. 3 Body technique, 60 points. Physical skills, 65 points. Basic ninja knowledge, 100 points. Comprehensive evaluation, qualified. In the classroom of Konoha Shinobi School, after the teacher and Hisata announced the results with a blank face, they handed a ninja forehead protector to Uchiha Xiu. Barely graduated. Looking at the brand new ninja forehead protector, Uchiha Xiu has mixed feelings in his heart. It has been 9 years since I traveled to the world of Hokage. During these 9 years, Uchiha Xiu had many visions. But without exception, they were all ruthlessly shattered by reality. As an orphan of the Uchiha family, he has not reflected any other advantages except for inheriting the super high appearance of the Uchiha family. Sharingan doesn't have eyes open, and he doesn't have much talent in ninjutsu. The amount of chakra in the body is very small, and there is no talent in physical training. Compared with Konoha's civilian ninjas, they are not too shy. Already 9 years old, barely passed the ninja school graduation exam. You must know that Kakashi has been promoted to Chunin 2 years ago. Fortunately, he had imagined the scene of kicking Kakashi away in the ninja school before. Haha, Xiu, you were able to successfully pass the graduation exam, which is beyond my expectation. As soon as Uchiha Xiu walked to the school gate, Uchiha Obito shouted loudly. Quote. Looking at Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Xiu was speechless for a while. Although I know that Obito in the future will be a real big boss with strong strength, but when he was in the ninja school, he was definitely like the tail of a crane. Now that he heard such words from his mouth, Rao Yi almost ran away on the spot in Uchiha Xiu's state of mind. Obito, it should be more surprising that you passed the exam. Yes, Xiu's written test scores are perfect, unlike you, who failed all of them. After listening to Obito's words, Uchiha Xiu hasn't said anything yet. Yuhihong and Nohara Lin are not happy. After all, after several years of getting along, Uchiha Xiu is not as popular with girls in class as Obito can be. The written test is obviously the least important aspect for a ninja. Uchiha Obito was obviously a little bit unconvinced by the two girls, but when he saw Nohara Lin's complexion turned a little unhappy, Uchiha Obito decisively chose to close his mouth. Xiu, congratulations, from today onwards, you are a real ninja. Seeing that Obito stopped, Yuhihong ran to Uchiha Xiu, her face was still a little blush. Hong, congratulations too, let's work hard together in the future. Seeing Kurenai Yuhi's appearance, Uchiha Xiu smiled, and then habitually stretched out her hands to pinch Kurenu Yuhiba's still baby fat face. Ah, Xiu, what are you doing? Yuhihong was startled by Uchiha Xiu's intimate gesture, and her face turned red with embarrassment. Although it was not the first time that Uchiha Xiu had her face pinched, Yuhihong was still very embarrassed in front of so many people. Haha, forgive me, Hong. Seeing Yuhihong's appearance, Uchiha Xiu was in a good mood, lightly scraped Yuhihong's face, and then put his hand into his trouser pocket. Build. Uchiha Xiu's actions made Yuhihong even more shy, and quickly turned her head away to pretend to be angry. Uchiha Xiu, you are too much. Sarutobi Asuma, who has been following Kurenai since the exam, couldn't bear it anymore, and stood in front of Uchiha Xiu angrily, as if he would strike at any disagreement. Oh, it's none of your business. Uchiha Xiu had seen Sarutobi Asuma a long time ago, but he ignored it. Although Sarutobi Asuma is Hokage's son, no matter what Sarutobi Hiruzen is, he won't have any opinion on himself because of such things between children. Didn't you see that you made Hong angry? Apologize to Hong quickly, or I will punish you. Sarutobi Asuma is very precocious, and knows a little bit about things between men and women. He is very angry now. The girl he loves has been molested in front of so many people, he must make Uchiha Xiu look good today. And looking at the arrogant Sarutobi Asuma, Uchiha Xiu clenched his fist unconsciously. In this world, strength is the foundation of everything. However, he is so weak. Asuma, why are you talking to Xiu like that? If you are so fierce again, I will ignore you. It's just that after Sarutobi Asuma broke out, Uchiha Xiu hasn't done much, and Yuhihong is not happy. Apologize to Xiu quickly, or don't come to me in the future. I apologize to him. After listening to Kurenai Yuhi's words, Sarutobi Asuma looked in disbelief. Right, Yuhihong doesn't care what Sarutobi Asuma is thinking now, she only knows that if Uchiha Xiu hates her because of this, then she has nothing to do with Sarutobi Asuma. Me, although he is the son of Hokage, when Sarutobi Asuma faced Kurenai Yuhi, it was just like Uchiha Obito faced Nohara Rin. It's just that his self-esteem is obviously stronger than Obito's, and he didn't know what to do for a while after hearing what Kurenai Yuhi said. Ding, your Sharingan started to evolve autonomously due to feeling the host's anger. Estimated evolution time, 12 hours. Evolution countdown, 11 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Evolution countdown, 11 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. Evolution countdown, 11 hours 59 minutes and 57 seconds. Just when Sarutobi Asuma was struggling, an indifferent mechanical voice sounded in Uchiha Xiu's mind, and then a translucent sky blue panel appeared in front of his eyes. Looking at the countdown on it, Uchiha Xiu was overwhelmed with excitement. Cheat, it's finally here. Xiu. Hearing Kurenai Yuhi's voice, Uchiha Xiu finally came to his senses. Cheat came so suddenly just now that he is still a little absent-minded. Do you think you were satisfied with Asuma's apology just now? Seeing Uchiha Xiu looking at her, Kurani Yuhi was shy again. Ah, what apology? I didn't hear that. Sarutobi Asuma just apologized to him. Asuma, Xiu didn't hear it, please say it again. After listening to Uchiha Xiu's words, Yuhi turned to Sarutobi Asuma and asked him to repeat what he had just apologized for. Quote. He did it on purpose, so I won't say it. Woo, it seems that Sarutobi Asuma also wants face. He was very wronged after listening to Kurenai Yuhi's request, and his eyes were filled with tears. He yelled at Uchiha Xiu and ran away quickly. Yeah, Asuma seems to be crying, what should I do? Seeing Sarutobi Asuma like this, Kuroyuki didn't know what to do. After all, she wanted Asuma to apologize to Uchiha Xiu. I didn't expect things to develop like this. It's okay, kid, just cry for a while. Seeing Kurenai Yuhi blame herself a bit, Uchiha Xiu comforted her. This Asuma is also true. It's not appropriate to play a good movie on second generation. I really don't know what to think about Obito's licking dog. After making Yuhi laugh again, Uchiha Xiu suppressed the excitement in his heart and returned to the residence. After 9 years, he finally saw hope again. Chapter 2 Yuhi is really red with a headache. Junhong, are you sure you want to assign Uchiha Xiu to your team? In the office of the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking a pipe, looking at Yuhi Mako and asked. Yes, can you tell me your reason? Sarutobi Hiruzen is very strange. Judging from the results, except for the perfect score in the competition, Uchiha Xiu barely passed the other items. How could such a person attract the attention of Yuhi Makoto, one of the 7 colors of Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen has always been cautious when it comes to Uchiha-related issues. Although Uchiha Xiu is not outstanding at present, as the Uchiha family, he may have a unique talent in illusion. I just took a fancy to him and made such a decision. It seemed that she had thought about it a long time ago. Yuhi Junhong did not hesitate, and directly stated the reason. Well, if that's the case, then do as you wish. After thinking for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't think of anything unusual, so he nodded and agreed to Yuhi Makino's request. Thank you Hokage-sama. After getting Sarutobi Hiruzen's permission, Makoro Yuhi quietly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Kurenai Yuhi gave him a death order last night. If he didn't get in the same team with Uchiha Xiu, he would never end with him. It's a pity that before Yuhi Makoro breathed a sigh of relief, Sarutobi Hiruzen's words gave him another headache. By the way, really Red, Asuma is arguing every day to be on the first team with Red. I agree, and you have to discipline him for me in the future. Yuhi is really Red. For the first time since his daughter was born, he felt such a strong sense of crisis. Looks like I won't be able to sleep tonight. Looking at the sky outside, it was almost dawn, but Uchiha Xiu still didn't feel sleepy at all. After all, it has been 9 years since I traveled to this world. In the past 9 years, he has been worrying about his future survival all the time. The Uchiha clan will be wiped out in the near future. Originally, Uchiha Xiu had planned that it would be impossible, so he would find an opportunity to go out on a mission in the future and simply be a traitor. Although the situation of Uchiha Xiu wandering outside alone will definitely not be good, but at least it is better than waiting to die in Konoha village. But if your own cheat is strong, then that's another story. In this way, under the anxious waiting of Uchiha Xiu, the countdown on the system panel finally came to an end. Evolution countdown. 03. Evolution countdown. 0 hours 0 minutes and 2 seconds. Evolution countdown. 01. Sharingan evolution completed. Current status 3 Tomoe Sharingan. Next stage. Mangekyo Sharingan. Evolution time. 6 months. Looking at the countdown timer being updated again on the system panel, Uchiha Xiu finally showed a smile on his face. Mangekyo Sharingan is a very powerful existence. Basically, after owning Mangekyo Sharingan, the strength will basically reach Kage level. With such strength, coupled with his own understanding of the plot, as long as he doesn't die, Uchiha Xiu basically doesn't have to worry about his own safety. Moreover, judging from the current situation, after evolving into Mangekyo Sharingan, it should be able to continue evolving into Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Until the end, maybe it can evolve into Goyo Rinnegan. After silently thinking for a while, Uchiha Xiu calmed down and started his 3 Tomoe Sharingan. Is this the power of the Sharingan? After turning on Sharingan, the scene in front of me becomes very clear, and even the tiny bugs in the yard can be seen clearly. Even the trajectory of their flapping wings cannot escape Uchiha Xiu's eyes at all. Feeling the power of Sharingan, Uchiha Xiu was very satisfied. But after a while, Uchiha Xiu felt that the chakra in his body was not enough. Although the pupil power in the eyes is still sufficient, the chakra in Uchiha's body is too little. This made Uchiha Xiu frown again. That's not okay. After all, chakra is the most fundamental force in the entire Hokage. Without chakra, the power of the eyes is of little use. Feeling the thoughts of the host, the chakra in your body feels very ashamed and starts to evolve independently. Evolution goal. Increase chakra by 10 times. Estimated evolution time, 12 hours. Seeing another countdown line appear on the system panel, Uchiha Xiu was overjoyed. I didn't expect my cheat to be so powerful, I just felt that I had less chakra. As a result, chakra begins to evolve in the body. Although after increasing chakra 10 times, the total amount of chakra in Uchiha Xiu's body has just reached the level of Chunin. But it is enough for Uchiha Xiu for now. After all, he has just graduated from ninja school, and he won't receive any tasks that are too pervert. Moreover, after this evolution is completed, can't it continue to evolve? After looking at the sky outside, Uchiha Xiu began to prepare breakfast for himself. After all, he is still in the stage of growing his body, so he must not be sloppy in terms of diet. Xiu, come here. After breakfast, Uchiha Xiu came to the classroom early. Although the graduation exam was completed yesterday, today is the day to group these new genin, which is still very important. Seeing Kurenai Yuhi waving at her, Uchiha Xiu walked over directly. Hong, you came so early, you are such a diligent girl. Compliments come as you please, as a man in 2 lives, Uchiha Xiu naturally knows how to make girls happy. Hee, I just arrived not long ago. Hearing Uchiha Xiu praised herself, Kuroyuki stuck out her tongue happily, a little embarrassed. If it weren't for Uchiha Xiu, she wouldn't even know that she has so many advantages in her body. Snort. Hearing the conversation between the two, Sarutobi Asuma, who was sitting in front, gave a cold snort. He hated Uchiha Xiu very much. Asuma, how long did you cry until yesterday? Hearing Sarutobi Asuma's cold snort, Uchiha Xiu deliberately raised his voice. He didn't pay much attention to Sarutobi Asuma because of the system yesterday, but it doesn't mean that Uchiha Xiu will give him a good face. What, Asuma, did you cry yesterday? Sure enough, after hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Uchiha Obito came up first. His voice is notoriously loud. This voice was heard by everyone in the class. The noisy classroom suddenly became quiet. All eyes were on Sarutobi Asuma. Damn Uchiha, Sarutobi Asuma was PD off again. He thought Uchiha Xiu and Uchiha Obito were his natural nemesis. Feeling that if you continue to quarrel, you must be the one who suffers in the end, Sarutobi Asuma decisively chose to shut up. He lowered his head and stopped talking. Asuma, tell me, why did you cry yesterday? Uchiha Obito obviously didn't have the ability to read words, put his head next to Sarutobi Asuma and continued to question. In the end, Nohara Rin couldn't stand it anymore, so she grabbed Obito's ear and dragged him away. Obito, please be quiet. Ah, I see, Lin, take it easy, your ears hurt. After a while, Hekuda entered the classroom. Let's start the graduation group. Chapter 3. The 3-person team is formally formed. Let's start the graduation grouping. After briefly talking about the grouping rules with Hisudaichi, he bowed to the Jonins who had already been waiting aside and left the classroom. And Uchiha Xiu also saw the legendary yellow flash, Namikaze Minato, for the first time. The grouping went on very quickly, and soon the people in the classroom left in disorder. After all, there are not many ninjas who can successfully pass the graduation exam and get the ninja led by Jonin. Uchiha Obito, Rin Nohara. Great, Lin, we are a small team. As soon as Namikaze Minato finished speaking, Uchiha Obito jumped up from his seat excitedly, apparently overjoyed. But didn't you say that there are 3 people in a team? Why did you only say my name and Obito's name? Looking at Namikaze Minato with a warm smile on his face, Rin Nohara asked the question in her heart. Come with me first, another teammate is already waiting at the gathering place. Regarding Nohara Rin's doubts, Namikaze Minato kept it a secret and didn't tell them directly. TCH, it would be great if there were only me and Lin. But it's okay, as long as it's not that BD Kakashi, it doesn't matter if there is one more person. Uchiha Obito eventually left the classroom with Namikaze Minato also muttering, Xiu, who do you think Obito's teammates will be? Yuhi Hong was also very curious, she had never heard of such a thing. It's probably the white hair. After all, he's the only one who graduated early this year. Kakashi, really? For Uchiha Xiu's words, Yuhi Hong believed unconditionally, so she was very shocked. After all, Kakashi has become a Chunin, and he even formed a team with them, a group of genin who just graduated. By the way, Hong, do you want to join my team? Think. Listening to the conversation between the two behind him, Sarutobi Asuma only felt that his whole body was going to collapse. I began to pray silently in my heart, don't let Hong and Uchiha Xiu be on the same team, otherwise I will have no hope. It's a pity that things backfired, and Sarutobi Asuma's fantasy was ruthlessly broken by Yuhi Junhong in the next second. Sarutobi Asuma, Yuhi Hong, Uchiha Xiu, you all come with me. After finishing speaking, Yuhi Makoto left the classroom directly. I didn't expect my guide Jonin to be Hong's father. Uchiha Xiu was a little surprised by her grouping. As the Uchiha clan, he didn't expect Konoha to assign him to any good team. But Kuroyuki obviously knew about this result a long time ago, and happily went out with Uchiha Xiu. And Sarutobi Asuma followed behind the two, dejected. It never occurred to him that the last thing he wanted to see happened. Soon, the 3 of Uchiha Xiu followed Yuhi Junhong to the center of an idle practice field. Okay, from now on we will carry out missions as a team, and I will be your captain. I won't say too many extra words. Since you can graduate from the ninja school, you should know the principles of being a ninja. Moreover, intelligence among ninjas is crucial, and a well-coordinated team can often defeat the strong with the weak. So, now let's introduce ourselves briefly. I'll come first. My name is Makoto Yuhi. I'm a Jonin. My best ninjutsu is genjutsu. What I like is eating with my daughter. What I hate is people who approach my daughter with bad intentions. Yuhi Makoto stared at the faces of Uchiha Xiu and Sarutobi Asuma after finishing speaking, with a look of displeasure. He had a hunch that his daughter would be abducted by one of these two guys in the future. My name is Yuhi Hong, and I am also good at illusion. What I like is to stay with my family, and I don't have anything I hate for the time being. Seeing that her father's expression was not right, Shihahong hurriedly jumped out to smooth things over. My name is Sarutobi Asuma, and I am good at ninjutsu. What I like is, yes, anyway, I hate people who are not strong but have abnormal farts. Under the gaze of Makoto Yuhi, Sarutobi Asuma did not have the courage to say that his favorite is Kuroko Yuhi. Uchiha Xiu, there's nothing particularly good at. There are many things I like and many things I hate. Xiu, you said it as if you didn't say it. After Uchiha Xiu finished speaking, Yuhi Hong was the first to be unhappy. She also wanted to know what Uchiha Xiu's favorite thing was through this introduction. Okay, since that's the case, let's show off your respective strengths. I already know the level of Yuhi Hong, so I don't need to take the test. Asuma, you and Xiu are coming to a duel. I need to know what your respective levels are. After Yuhi Junhong finished speaking, she pulled Yuhi Hong back to the side. Hey, the brat now really makes people worry. Regarding the atmosphere in his team, Yuhi Junhong had a headache. This relationship is simply messed up, and I don't know if it will improve in the future. HMPH, I've wanted to teach you a lesson for a long time, and now I finally have this opportunity. After Yuhi Junhong and Yuhi Hong retreated, Sarutobi Asuma squeezed his fist arrogantly. He wanted to teach Uchiha Xiu a lesson, he waited too long for this day. As for Uchiha Xiu's strength, he is not worried at all. After all, besides the theory class, Uchiha Xiu has to be at the end of the crane behind Uchiha Obito. In this case, don't cry later. Seeing the appearance of Sarutobi Asuma, Uchiha Xiu was also eager to try. After all, he just awakened 3 Tomoe Sharingan this morning, so he hasn't actually fought yet. Just take advantage of this opportunity to take a good look at the level of your own strength. Patriarch, are Uchiha Xiu and Uchiha Obito really all going to the village? Doesn't our guard want any? On the land of the Uchiha tribe, 2 figures were sitting in the room with dignified expressions. The relationship between the various villages is now tense, and we, the Uchiha clan, can no longer remain alone. But I don't think the top management will change our Uchiha family's opinion because of this. Hey, let's take a step and see. The older man's tone was very helpless. Since the death of first Hokage, Uchiha's situation in Konoha has become more and more difficult. Especially now that Konoha's senior management is very hostile to Uchiha. If the Uchiha clan is not allowed to integrate into the village, then the Uchiha clan may not even have a place in Konoha. Therefore, even as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he can only compromise with the high-level Konoha on many things. Chapter 4 3 Tomoe Sharingan. Is this the Uchiha Xiu who was favored by Junhong? It doesn't look like anything special. Hokage building. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen is observing Yuhi Makoto's team with a telescope technique. On the one hand, it is to learn about Uchiha Xiu's information in more detail, and on the other hand, it is to see his son's performance. Judging from the results of the ninja school, Asuma should not lose to Uchiha Xiu. Thinking of Sarutobi Asuma arguing with himself at home, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a headache. This son is good everywhere, but he is a bit too rebellious. I hope he can change after becoming a ninja. Hong, based on your knowledge of them, who do you think will win? Looking at Uchiha Xiu and Sarutobi Asuma who were ready to fight, Makoto Yuhi asked casually. I don't know. But I'd rather have Xiu beat Asuma. Although Asuma seems to be stronger. Shihahong was still a little worried. After all, Uchiha Xiu really has nothing outstanding in fighting as a ninja. And Sarutobi Asuma is one of the best in the school. Yeah, after hearing Yuhi Hong's words, Yuhi Junhong didn't say much. Although he has also seen the results of Sarutobi Asuma and Uchiha Xiu in the ninja school, but now his heart is a little shaken. Because of the brief contact, Uchiha Xiu is obviously more like a ninja than Asuma. In the battle between ninjas, strength is not the only factor that determines the outcome. Uchiha Xiu, are you ready for a beating? Sarutobi Asuma gave a strange laugh, and then threw a few shurikens at Uchiha Xiu. Then he took out kunai and quickly rushed towards Uchiha Xiu. Sarutobi Asuma is very confident in his physical skills, and he wants to use the shortest time to end this battle. Snort. Seeing the flying shuriken, Uchiha Xiu snorted coldly. If it was yesterday, it's hard to say who will win between him and Sarutobi Asuma. But now he has opened 3 Tomoe Sharingan. If he can still be defeated by a genin who just graduated from ninja school, then he doesn't need others to do it, he can kill himself directly. After all, genin has very few chakra, and can't exert much power in ninjutsu. Most of the fighting methods are based on physical skills. As for Sharingan, there is no need to say more about its advantages in physical combat. Seeing through the flying trajectory of the shuriken easily, Uchiha Xiu sideways dodged. But the body was still a step slower, and it seemed as if he had escaped in the end. Xiu won't get hurt, right? Seeing this thrilling scene, Shihahong unconsciously covered her mouth. Red, after becoming a ninja, you must have the consciousness of a ninja. Seeing Yuhi Hong's worried look, Yuhi Junhong can probably be sure of the little girl's mind. So the tone is also very unhappy. I have never seen my daughter care about me so much. Snort. Regarding Yuhi Junhong's words, Yuhi Hong pouted and ignored her. In her cognition, her father belongs to that kind of old-fashioned person. Didn't understand her mind at all. Xiu, come on. Looking at the battlefield again, Yuhi Hong couldn't help shouting for Uchiha Xiu. Hateful. Hearing Kurenai Yuhi's cheering voice, Sarutobi Asuma's heart was about to break. Why does my goddess only see this BD? He obviously performed so well. Sarutobi Asuma was very angry, and then the attack became more violent. It's really good, but the victory of this battle belongs to me. After competing for a period of time, Uchiha Xiu also had a new understanding of his own strength. Uchiha Xiu no longer kept it, and directly opened 3 Tomoe Sharingan. Then disappeared in an instant. When it reappeared, it was already standing behind Sarutobi Asuma, holding a handful of kunai, which was right on Sarutobi Asuma's neck impartially. Oh, you're the weaker of the two of us, Asuma. Uchiha Xiu said something casually, and then kicked out, kicking Sarutobi Asuma to eat the shit. What? This is 3 Tomoe Sharingan. Seeing Uchiha Xiu's eyes, Yuhi Makoto opened her mouth wide in surprise. Uchiha Xiu, who has mediocre grades, started 3 Tomoe Sharingan at this age. Sharingan, is it because of Xiu's eyes that they look like this? But it seems to be more handsome, hehe. After hearing Yuhi Junhong's words, Yuhi Hong didn't understand. After all, she was still young and didn't know much about some blood successor boundaries. But this doesn't prevent her from thinking that Uchiha Xiu is a little more handsome. 3 Tomoe Sharingan, as Uchiha Xiu a genius of the Uchiha clan. Then why did you act so mediocre in the ninja school? I don't rule out the possibility of deliberately hiding my strength. Uchiha Xiu, in the office of the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen is smoking a pipe, frowning. The 3 Tomoe Sharingan that Uchiha Xiu opened suddenly made his attitude towards Uchiha Xiu change again. Now Konoha no longer has the dominance it once had. Even the Uchiha clan can serve the village as long as they are well guided. Since the First Ninja World War and the Second Ninja World War, Konoha no longer has the dominance of the first generation. All ninja villages are coveting Konoha's territory, especially recently, the border has become unsettled again. Damn. Being defeated so easily by Uchiha Xiu, Sarutobi Asuma was very angry. He couldn't figure out why Uchiha Xiu, who performed so poorly in the ninja school, could beat him so easily. Xiu, you are really amazing. Seeing that Uchiha Xiu easily defeated Sarutobi Asuma, Kurenai Yuhi ran up excitedly. Thanks to Hong for your encouragement. Seeing Yuhi Hong's lovely face, Uchiha Xiu couldn't help reaching out and pinching her cheek. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Asuma looked at Yuhi Junhong in shock. Isn't this Uchiha Xiu too crazy? If you take advantage of someone else's daughter in front of someone else's father, aren't you afraid of being beaten? HMPH, it would be better for Yuhi Makoto to go berserk on the spot and kick Uchiha Xiu out of the ninja team directly. In that way, he will be able to spend the two-person world with Hong every day. It's a pity that Sarutobi Asuma is disappointed that Yuhi Junhong is not in the mood to pay attention to these small things now. Xiu, have you activated 3 Tomoe Sharingan? Even though I have seen it with my own eyes, Yuhi Junhong still wants to hear Uchiha Xiu confirm it personally. After all, opening 3 Tomoe Sharingan at the age of 9 is too appalling. Chapter 5 Shimura Danzō's mind. Xiu, have you activated 3 Tomoe Sharingan? Seeing Yuhi's red face in shock, Uchiha Xiu nodded. Regarding the Sharingan matter, Uchiha Xiu did not intend to hide it. After all, this ability is too obvious in battle, even if you want to hide it, you can't hide it. And, the villages are not peaceful recently, Konoha needs strength just now. Uchiha Xiu didn't believe that anyone would dare to do something to him. After all, the later Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui were much more talented than they showed themselves. I didn't see Konoha's high-level executives attacking him. Of course, if the strength is so strong that Konoha's senior management is afraid, then it's a different matter. Shisui was assassinated after reporting the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan to Danzō. But if it's just a 3 Tomoe Sharingan, it shouldn't be enough for Konoha's executives to kill him. And this has another advantage. That is to be able to get the attention of many people, so that they will not be treated as cannon fodder on the future battlefield and discarded at will. Xiu, I knew you were the best. Although I don't know what the meaning of 3 Tomoe Sharingan actually represents, but this does not prevent Yuhi Hong from boasting to Uchiha Xiu. This caused Sarutobi Asuma, who had just lost next to him, another burst of heartache. Xiu, did you deliberately hide your strength in the ninja school? Yuhi Mako looked at Uchiha Xiu and asked. Is this important? Uchiha Xiu didn't answer directly. After all, every ninja will hide his whole cards tightly, so it doesn't matter whether he has hidden strength or not. I will report the truth to Lord Third Generation. Regarding Uchiha Xiu's words, Yuhi Junhong was non-committal. He also watched the entire match between Uchiha Xiu and Sarutobi Asuma just now. Although Uchiha Xiu has the upper hand because of the power of Sharingan, it can still be seen that his body can't keep up with the eyes. In terms of physical skills, it can barely reach the level of Genin. Does Uchiha Xiu really have a special talent in illusion? At this moment, Makoto Yuhi is considering whether to develop Uchiha Xiu as a phantom ninja. According to the test, when I'm not around, Uchiha Xiu will be the captain of the team, and you two must follow his command. This is the end of today's test, come here tomorrow morning to assemble. Disband. After Yuhi Junhong gave the order, she disappeared directly in place. Uchiha Xiu, I was careless this time, and I will definitely not lose to you next time. Kicked away by Uchiha Xiu, Sarutobi Asuma's self-esteem was hit hard. Therefore, after Yuhi Junhong left, he ran away directly. Asuma decided that he must let his father teach him a few powerful ninjutsu, and then teach Uchiha Xiu a lesson. Feeling that you have been dragged down, your physical skills are working hard and starting to evolve independently. The next stage, Shunin Taijutsu. Evolution time, 11 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. That's right, only with competition can there be progress. Uchiha Xiu was very satisfied with the changes in her body. It seems that the more intense the competition between them, the stronger they will be able to gain. Hong, are you hungry? I'll treat you to 7 color balls. Looking at Yuhi Hong who was standing obediently next to her, Uchiha Xiu naturally wouldn't go back directly. Okay, thank you, Xiu. You were so kind to me. Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Yuhi's red ruby eyes were full of spirit. 7 color meatballs are a sweet food that no little girl can refuse. Seeing Kurenai Yuhi's appearance, Uchiha Xiu smiled dotingly, then took Kurenai Yuhi's little hand and walked towards the village. In Uchiha Xiu's cognition, feelings should be started from dolls. After all, there is no such thing as a 3-year start in the Hokage world. Hiruzen, I apply to have Uchiha Xiu join the route. Danzō broke into Hokage's office shortly after Yuhi Makino reported the situation to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Give me a reason. Looking at Danzō, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked calm. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not at all surprised by the arrival of Danzō. He knew this former friend too well. The fact that Uchiha Xiu opened 3 Tomoe Sharingan at the age of 9 is really shocking. He would be surprised if Danzō didn't come to ask for someone. The Uchiha are an evil race, and the best way to belong to them is to join the roots. Become Konoha's darkness. After Danzō became Konoha's advisor and ruled the root, he had a clearer understanding of the history of the Uchiha clan. It is precisely because of this that Danzō is more and more eager for the powerful Sharingan of the Uchiha family. No, the new generation of Konoha should live in the sun. I will not let Uchiha Xiu join the root. Sarutobi Hiruzen directly denied Danzō's request. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally knows very well what kind of treatment Uchiha Xiu will have after joining the root. Although he also doesn't like the Uchiha clan, he doesn't hate Uchiha like Danzō. Sarutobi Hiruzen would not have easily left the village's potential ninjas in the dark if they hadn't threatened the village. Hiruzen, you are too weak. If you want me to say that you can simply eliminate the Uchiha clan, everything will be fine. Don't wait until another Uchiha Madara comes out, you will regret it later. Shimura Danzō dismissed Sarutobi Hiruzen's insistence. In his opinion, the Uchiha family will not stop, and sooner or later there will be another Uchiha Madara. Okay, there's no need to talk about this matter, you can go down. And I warn you, don't attack the ninjas in the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little annoyed, he tapped it, and told Shimura Danzō to go away. And Shimura Danzō just snorted coldly, and then went out without saying a word. After all, in this period, Konoha Sannin, Ino Shikacho and other families, as well as the genius ninja Namikaze Minato and Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina, Konoha 7 Colors, etc., are all firmly Hokage. In terms of strength, he is still far behind. The current Shimura Danzō does not dare to fight against Sarutobi Hiruzen for his own rights like in the future. It seems that we have to find a way to weaken the power of Sarutobi Hiruzen. After leaving the Hokage building, Shimura Danzō began to make his own plans. After all, he has an almost obsessive desire for Hokage's seat. Judging from the current situation, even after Sarutobi Hiruzen abdicates, the next Hokage will definitely not be able to take over. Who should I start with? Forget it, let's go straight to Orochimaru. Shimura Danzō thought about it carefully, and finally decided to start with Orochimaru, who is the most promising to become the next Hokage. As long as Orochimaru is turned into a traitor, he can fight for Hokage's seat. Chapter 6 Obito, you can't grasp this task. 10 times Chakra evolution completed. Next stage. 100 times Chakra. Time required for evolution, 6 months. With a sigh of relief, Uchiha Xiu slowly opened his eyes. He feels really good now. The chakra in the body is 10 times more abundant than before. Now the total amount of chakra in Uchiha Xiu has reached the level of ordinary Chunin. Is the next stage a 100-fold chakra? Looking at the system panel, Uchiha Xiu smiled. If his current chakra volume increases 100-fold, then he can reach the level of elite Jonin in terms of chakra. At that time, his strength will become even stronger. After a few hours, the physical skill can be evolved and completed. After carefully feeling the changes in his body, Uchiha Xiu did not choose to go out to familiarize himself with the new power. Instead, he was sitting in the room, looking at the ninjutsu scroll, while quietly waiting for the evolution of taijutsu to be completed. Physical evolution complete. Next stage. Jonin Taijutsu. Time required for evolution, 6 months. Finally, after a few hours, the physical evolution was finally completed. Evolution takes more and more time. I really don't know how long it will take to evolve once in the future. Fortunately, each evolution does not interfere with each other and can proceed simultaneously. Looking at the sky blue panel in front of him, Uchiha Xiu was very satisfied. If this progress continues, after half a year, his strength will be at least at the level of Jonin. Coupled with Mangekyo Sharingan, as long as you don't die, there should be no problem with self-protection. Go out and test it. Feeling the strength of his body, Uchiha Xiu picked up his knife and walked to the middle of the yard. Yes, compared to suffering, Uchiha Xiu prefers knife skills. There is no other reason, only handsome. Although strength can be continuously improved through evolution, I still can't relax in my training. After coming to this world, Uchiha Xiu practiced very hard because of his talent. Now that his strength is even stronger, he will naturally not slack off. After all, no matter how powerful it is, it still needs to be mastered proficiently before it can exert greater power. Early the next morning, Uchiha Xiu went to the meeting point and found that everyone else had already arrived. Starting today, I will lead you to the mission hall to pick up the mission. I hope you can let go of your grievances during the mission and grow quickly. After all, on the battlefield, your backs must be guarded by your teammates. After saying a few words, Shihi Junhong led Uchiha Xiu and the others to the mission hall. Sure enough, no matter which world you are in, you can live a more nourishing life with a background. Successfully received AC level mission to exterminate bandits, Uchiha Xiu couldn't help but sigh. People with background can continuously improve the tacit understanding and cooperation of the team by accepting some suitable tasks, and then improve their strength step by step. And more civilian ninjas can only obey the arrangements above. Some people were even sent to the frontier battlefield as soon as they left the ninja school. But the emotion is the emotion. Uchiha Xiu did not intend to change anything. Absolute fairness is impossible anywhere, not to mention in this war-torn world. Yo, Xiu, Hong, Asuma, are you there too? Just after receiving the mission, they ran into the Minato team who also came to accept the mission. It sure is Kakashi. Seeing Uchiha Obito, Nohara Lin, and Kakashi walking together, Yuhi admired Uchiha Xiu even more. As expected of Xiu, you are really smart. Hi, I heard that you, Asuma, lost to Xiu in the competition yesterday. Are you so weak? As soon as he got closer, Uchiha Obito brought up the sad story of Sarutobi Asuma again, which also made Uchiha Xiu feel speechless for a while. Almost kicked Obito on the spot. What does it mean to be weak if you lose to me? Am I weak? Asuma, you won't falsify your previous grades in school, will you? Obviously, Uchiha Obito's ability to kill in the early stage is quite sufficient. Pulling a loud voice is crazy to attract hatred. What are you talking about? BD. Facing Uchiha Obito's act of putting salt on his wound, Sarutobi Asuma was so angry that his teeth were about to be gritted. Every time he meets someone from the Uchiha clan, nothing good happens. I said, after becoming a ninja, you have to work harder. You can't be complacent just because you are Hokage's son. Uchiha Obito. Sarutobi Asuma is about to go berserk. He hates being called Hokage's son the most. He doesn't want to be Hokage's son. Don't get angry so easily, I just remind you. But having said that, no matter how hard you try, it is impossible to surpass me. After all, I will definitely be Hokage's man in the future. It was rare to see that Sarutobi Asuma had a bad face. Uchiha Obito stuck out his tongue, and ran to the side to find Lin. I'm really sorry. Namikaze Minato apologized behind him. He was not used to this nervous apprentice now. Xiu, I'm so touched to hear that you defeated Hokage's son as the tail of the crane. At this moment, another group of people walked into the mission hall. The leader had a watermelon head and was wearing a green tights. It is the legendary Might Guy. Xiu, you proved that no matter how stupid a person is, he can defeat a genius through hard work. This is youth. I can't be weak. Asuma, accept my challenge. Good boy, another loud voice. Seeing everyone's gazes, Uchiha Xiu resisted the urge to act. After all, he is familiar with the plot and naturally knows Might Guy's character. At the same time, I couldn't help but mourn for Asuma in my heart. Now everyone in the village probably knows what he has solved as a filmmaker. And Sarutobi Asuma himself is already numb. He just wanted to find a crack in the ground to get in. As for Might Guy's challenge, he didn't even bother to answer it. If there is still a storm, let it come more violently. Hey, it's so hard to get a suitable mission now. We waited for a long time before receiving a mission to protect the widow of the village head king. The reason turned out to be that she was afraid of thunder when she slept at night. My uncle is a dignified Konoha shinobi. Seeing many familiar companions, Uchiha Obito couldn't help complaining. However, after hearing what he said, Might Guy, who was also wearing a green tights behind Guy, came up frowning. Son, you are still young. Listen to my uncle's advice. You can't grasp this task. I have a mission to eradicate bandits here, so I'll exchange it with you. Really? Great. Hearing Might Day's words, Uchiha Obito jumped up excitedly, completely unaware that anything was wrong. It's just that Uchiha Xiu looked at Might Guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes thoughtfully. He faintly had some different ideas about Might Guy's life experience. Chapter 7 The Method of Shortening the Evolution Time. This group of bandits has been entrenched here for a long time, intercepting and killing many businessmen who came and went. According to intelligence, the number of bandits should be around 100, and no ninjas were found among them. This is your first actual battle. You must keep your spirits up, otherwise it will be a shame for a Konoha shinobi to die at the hands of bandits. At the foot of a deep mountain, a total of 8 ninjas are gathering together. It was the team headed by Makoro Yuhi and the team headed by Namikaze Minato. Although clearing bandits is only a C-level task, considering the large number of bandits, 2 teams of ninjas were recruited for this task. HMPH, it's just a group of bandits, I can kill them all by myself. Looking at Namikaze Minato and Yuhi Mako with dignified faces, Uchiha Obito wanted to take this opportunity to perform well in front of Nohara Rin. Kakashi, Obito is in your care. It's just that Uchiha Obito's words were obviously ignored. Namikaze Minato looked at Hitaki Kakashi instead. After all, this task is a bit overkill for Kakashi. Damn, I don't need Kakashi to take care of me. HMPH, the end of the crane. What did you say? BD. Oh, stop arguing. Now Hitaki Kakashi has not experienced severe beatings in his life, and he is at the brightest moment of his life. So although he didn't talk much, he was very vicious when facing Uchiha Obito. This gave Namikaze Minato a headache. Fortunately, there is Nohara Rin in the team, otherwise, as the first time to guide Jonin, he really doesn't know what to do. It seems that the current brats are all virtuous. After seeing the performance of Minato's team, Yuhi Mako looked at the three members of her team. Instantly, he felt less uncomfortable in his heart. After all, he thought that his team didn't get along well before. Seeing Namikaze Minato's team look like this, Yuhi Makoto's heart instantly became more balanced. I won't say much, you must be more careful. This operation is led by Uchiha Xiu, you have to listen to his command carefully, understand? After speaking, he took a meaningful look at Sarutobi Asuma. After getting along for a short time, he knew that Sarutobi Asuma and Uchiha Xiu were not so harmonious. Seeing Mikoru Yuhi staring at him, Sarutobi Asuma finally nodded in agreement. Xiu, I will absolutely obey you. Get rid of the thorny head of Sarutobi Asuma, let alone Yuhihong. It's just that what Yuhihong said made Yuhi Junhong feel a little awkward no matter how he heard it. Okay, this time I will protect you. Just follow my orders later. Uchiha Xiu, as the captain, naturally has to assume corresponding responsibilities. Okay, then please, Xiu, if there is any danger, you must send a signal as soon as possible, and I will rush over to support you. Yuhi Junhong is still a little worried. After all, the people in this team are performing missions for the first time. If something unexpected happens, it will be troublesome. And one of the team members is his daughter, the other is third Hokage's son, and the other is Uchiha's kid who obsesses over his daughter. This made Yuhi Junhong feel uneasy. Don't worry, I will treat this mission with caution, nothing will happen. Uchiha Xiu made a promise, then nodded to Yuhi Junhong, and led the team to set off towards the mountain. Haha, they are gone, we can't fall behind. Seeing that the three of Uchiha Xiu had set off, Uchiha Obito also chose a direction and rushed up. Idiot, are you so loud because you are afraid that others will not find us? Kakashi looked at Obito, very speechless. He really didn't know how such a person could successfully become a ninja. What are you talking about? BD Kakashi. Okay, let's go now. Kakashi chose to ignore Uchiha Obito's anger, handed over Namikaze Minato to his special quality kunai, and then began to make a plan for later actions. As for Namikaze Minato, compared to Yuhi Junhong, he is not worried at all. After all, not to mention that their team has a Kakashi whose strength is completely beyond the standard. And he also gave Kakashi a Flying Thunder God kunai. If there is any accident, he can also arrive at the first time. Namikaze Minato is still very confident about his support speed. Let's find a place to take a closer look. After speaking, Namikaze Minato disappeared in a flash. Hong, you lie in ambush here, and come out when it's almost time. Looking at the bandits patrolling in front of him, Uchiha Xiu chose to let Shihahong wait outside the stockade, and wait until he was almost killed before joining the battle. After all, Yuhihong is still so young, and it's her first actual battle, so just stay behind and kill a few to get used to it. Uchiha Xiu didn't want her to be like the later Uchiha Itachi. If there is any psychological shadow left, it is not good. Okay, I see. Yuhihong naturally has no objection to Uchiha Xiu's arrangement. What about me? Sarutobi Asuma is also a little nervous now. After all, many of these living people in front of him will die in his hands later. You and I will touch it quietly, kill the patrolling ones first, and then kill them slowly, don't startle the snakes. We are advancing slowly, and everything is on the safe side. Clear. Although he can't deal with Uchiha Xiu, Sarutobi Asuma is still very good as a ninja. So at the moment, I am obedient to Uchiha Xiu's arrangement. After the plan was made, Uchiha Xiu and Sarutobi Asuma slowly moved towards the bandit. Thump, thump. With the sound of two corpses falling to the ground, Uchiha Xiu and Sarutobi Asuma perfectly solved the patrolling bandits. But obviously Sarutobi Asuma is not having a good time. After all, this is his first time killing people. Seeing the blood splattered on his body and smelling the smell of blood in the air, Sarutobi Asuma felt that all the strength in his body was drained. My stomach also became overwhelmed, and I felt very nauseous. Even Yuhihong in the distance couldn't help covering her mouth, trying to adapt to all this. And Uchiha Xiu stood still in place. Killing an ordinary bandit can shorten the evolution time by 10 minutes. Consumption of shortening time can shorten the corresponding time of any evolution time. Current total accumulated shortening time, 10 minutes. Uchiha Xiu didn't stay where he was because he killed someone, but because of a prompt sounding in his mind, he stayed there. The evolution time can be shortened. Chapter 8 Konoha Shura. The evolution time can be shortened. After reacting, Uchiha Xiu became excited. You must know that with the continuous improvement of evolution, more and more time is required for evolution. In the later stage, evolution is likely to be measured in units of years. This is not a good sign for Uchiha Xiu who desperately needs time. But now by killing bandits, the evolution time can be shortened. This really excited Uchiha Xiu. He knew that the Third Ninja World War would break out soon. In this war, even elite Jonin cannot guarantee that he can survive safely. Unless the strength has reached Kage level, or mastered pervert ninjutsu like Flying Thunder God. It will undoubtedly be a very happy thing for Uchiha Xiu if he can improve his strength before this. Since the evolution time can be shortened by killing bandits, killing ninjas should also shorten the corresponding time. For a moment, Uchiha Xiu thought a lot in his mind. If his estimate is correct, the shortened time for killing Genin, Chunin, Jonin, etc. should also be different. I just don't know how long it can be shortened. As for killing civilians, Uchiha Xiu directly ignored. First of all, he is not a pervert killer, nor does he take pleasure in killing. Secondly, it is estimated that the shortened time obtained by killing civilians will be shorter, and it will attract the hostility of all ninja villages, which is not worth the loss. Hey, this is what you have to survive as a ninja. If you are afraid, just go back to the village. Seeing Uchiha Xiu standing there dumbfounded, Sarutobi Asuma thought Uchiha Xiu was scared, so he resolutely taunted him. After all, when facing Uchiha Xiu before, he was always the only one who suffered. Now that the opportunity is caught, Sarutobi Asuma will not let it go easily. Plan change. Uchiha Xiu suddenly said something without beginning or end. Huh, what did you say? Sarutobi Asuma was puzzled. Didn't he just formulate a set of tactics when he specified the tactics? Execute Plan B. What Plan B? What are you talking about? Hey, seeing Sarutobi Asuma's puzzled expression, Uchiha Xiu ignored it, but showed an excited smile. Then he pulled out the long knife in his hand and rushed straight towards the bandits' camp. Now he doesn't want to proceed slowly and carefully according to the previous plan. He just wanted to rush into the middle of the bandits and kill all directions. After all, in the eyes of Uchiha Xiu, these bandits are all good things that can help him improve his strength. It's no different from a hungry ghost in lust meeting a group of naked dancers. After all, every time he kills a bandit, he can strengthen his own strength in advance. This kind of opportunity cannot be snatched away by others. Hello. Seeing Uchiha Xiu who suddenly became excited, Sarutobi Asuma panicked. After this guy killed someone, he seemed to have awakened some abnormal attributes. But it's too late to say anything now, the mission still has to continue, and who made Uchiha Xiu the captain? It's a big deal and I'll settle the score with him later. But now, Sarutobi Asuma could only bite the bullet and rushed in the direction where Uchiha Xiu disappeared. Who? No, it's Konoha's ninja, run. What are you running for? They're just two brats, kill me. Damn it, Konoha's brat, I cut you alive. Quote. Uchiha Xiu didn't try to hide his figure, so the bandits quickly spotted him. After the initial panic, the bandits all surrounded Uchiha Xiu. This is exactly what Uchiha Xiu wanted, the reason why he is so high profile. It is to attract the bandits to his side and kill the enemy quickly. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome to find them one by one. As for security, Uchiha Xiu who has both taijutsu and chakra at Chunin level and has 3 Tomoe Sharingan. Killing these bandits is no different from killing chickens. Uchiha Xiu's physical skills are very gorgeous, and every movement is not sloppy at all. All the bandits who rushed to him were killed in one move. This is also a unique taijutsu of the Uchiha clan. Not long after, a group of bandits who killed without batting an eye were scared to death by a 9-year-old boy like Uchiha Xiu. All screamed and ran back. I was afraid that if I ran too slowly, my head would be chopped off by the god of death behind me. Successfully kill an ordinary bandit, shorten the evolution time by 10 minutes. Consumption of shortening time can shorten the corresponding time of any evolution time. Current total accumulated shortened time, 5h 30 minutes. In just a few minutes, 33 bandits died under the sword of Uchiha Xiu. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who just barely arrived, was stunned when he saw this scene. Countless bandits fled around like headless chickens, while Uchiha Xiu was soaked in blood like Shira who had just escaped from hell. And the corpses that fell beside him were all killed by one move, blood flowed all over the ground. This hellish scene directly made Sarutobi Hiruzen stupid. After all, he experienced this kind of scene for the first time when he killed someone, and he didn't just kneel on the ground and vomit, which is considered pretty good. Snort. Clone technique. Looking at the bandits fleeing in all directions, Uchiha Xiu didn't have any sympathy in his heart. These bandits have killed countless innocent people, and death is not a pity. What happened? A few minutes later, the 3 of Hitaki Kakashi rushed up. They were still planning the tactics to be used in a corner, but they found that the bandits suddenly became chaotic. And at the first sight, I saw Uchiha Xiu, who looked like a Shira, and Sarutobi Asuma, who was standing still. Asuma, what's going on here? Quote. Seeing Obito and the others, Asuma was silent for a while, but still did not speak. Say what? Could it be that Uchiha Xiu made a detailed plan for them before, and after killing a person, he suddenly changed his temperament and became a murderous maniac? Seeing Uchiha Xiu killing so many bandits but still looking expressionless, Sarutobi Asuma was suddenly very grateful. If it wasn't because of his classmates, he would have been dead for provoking Uchiha Xiu like that before. Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin were also stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. The body also became uncontrollable, and began to tremble unconsciously. Only the battle-hardened Hitaki Kakashi, who has been promoted to Chunin, remains calm. However, he was also very puzzled. After all, As a ninja, he generally would not choose this method to kill. Of course he didn't know, it was all because Uchiha Xiu was afraid that they would steal the head, so he did it on purpose. After all, such bandits are rare. But to Uchiha Xiu's surprise, it was precisely because of today's incident that Uchiha Obito gave him the nickname, Sura. And as Uchiha Xiu became active on the battlefield in the future, Konoha Shira's name gradually became famous in the ninja world. Chapter 9 Mission Completion. Finally, after a short observation, Hatake Kakashi also joined the battle. Although the scene in front of him was very bloody, Kakashi was not affected too much. After all, Kakashi's mission experience is very rich, and his strength has already reached the level of Chunin. It's just that Sarutobi Asuma and Uchiha Obito are not so happy. They all stood where they were, looking dumbfounded. Even Uchiha Obito couldn't help throwing up at the end. Then with Sarutobi Asuma and Nohara Rin, they also vomited together. Then a strange scene appeared. Uchiha Xiu and Hatake Kakashi fought the enemy on the battlefield. The three of Sarutobi Asuma squatted and vomited on the edge of the battlefield. The battle ended quickly after Hatake Kakashi joined the fray. Under the joint attack of Uchiha Xiu and Kakashi, the bandit couldn't even resist a move. But in just a few minutes, the bandits were almost wiped out. Successfully kill an ordinary bandit, shorten the evolution time by 10 minutes. Consumption of shortening time can shorten the corresponding time of any evolution time. Current total accumulated shortened time, 14 hours and 10 minutes. Looking at the system panel, Uchiha Xiu was quite happy. Out of 100 bandits, he solved 84 of them by himself, directly accumulating 14 hours of shortened time. Kakashi, keep these two remaining. Seeing that Hatake Kakashi was about to finish off the last two bandits, Uchiha Xiu stopped him. Uchiha Xiu, what are you going to do? Seeing Uchiha Xiu's actions, Hatake Kakashi was very puzzled. Judging from the performance just now, Uchiha Xiu doesn't seem like a soft-hearted person. Moreover, there is no need for these bandits to keep their mouths alive for interrogation. Therefore, Hatake Kakashi didn't know why Uchiha Xiu did this for a while. Of course I have my own ideas. Uchiha Xiu didn't explain too much. After stopping Hatake Kakashi, he deliberately exposed a flaw and let the two bandits escape towards the place where Yuhihong was. Snort. Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Kakashi didn't insist either. But I still feel a little uncomfortable. Once upon a time, Uchiha Xiu was just the tail of a ninja school. But I didn't expect to be able to have such strength now. Hatake Kakashi has a deep understanding of the power of 3 Tomoe Sharingan. Hong, there are two bandits running towards you, stop them. Without Uchiha Xiu's reminder, Yuhihong herself also found the two bandits running desperately. Seeing the panicked two bandits, Yuhihong took out her kunai, took a deep breath. He quickly rushed towards the two of them. Damn it, I'm going to be a backstop if I die. Seeing Yuhihong rushing up, the two bandits knew that they were doomed today. So they all started ruthlessly. Not dodging or evading, he rushed towards Yuhihong with a weapon. Looking at the two people rushing over, a trace of panic flashed in Yuhihong's eyes, but thinking of her father and the knowledge she had learned at the ninja school, Yuhihong immediately forcibly calmed down. Ninjas must not be affected by emotions. Although compared to the robust physique of the two thieves, Yuhihong's body is extremely thin and small, as if it is not vulnerable at all. But, as a ninja, Kuroyuki's strength is definitely a genuine genin. So, after finding a flaw, Yuhihong took kunai, from bottom to top, slashed the throat of a bandit. One blow kills. However, Yuhihong is a ninja who has just graduated from ninja school after all, and has not participated in any actual combat. After killing the first bandit, when he felt the bandit's blood splashing on himself, the strong smell of blood, coupled with the tension of killing for the first time, made Kurenai Yuhi's mind go blank. For a while, he stayed in place. Damn, I didn't expect Lousy to kill a ninja one day, no loss. Seeing Kuroyuki's stunned look, the last remaining bandit grinned, then raised the big knife in his hand. Facing the sunset red, he chopped it down. He won't behave softly just because Shihahong is a little girl. Damn it, the last words of the bandit brought Yuhihong back to his senses suddenly. But it's too late. Yuhihong now only felt that her whole body was trembling slightly, and she couldn't exert any strength at all. Are you going to die? Build. Looking at the big sword that was close at hand in the blink of an eye, Kuroyuki closed her eyes in despair. Boom. There was a loud noise, and the expected pain did not come, but was hugged by a warm body in his arms. Red, are you not injured? All of this was arranged by Uchiha Xiu, and Uchiha Xiu was naturally sure that Yuhihong would not suffer any harm. Build. Wow. Scares me to death. Looking up and seeing Uchiha Xiu's warm face, Yuhihong couldn't bear it anymore, and cried in Uchiha Xiu's arms. It's okay, you've performed very well today. Uchiha Xiu gently patted Yuhihong's little head, and comforted him for a long time before finally making Yuhiku smile through tears again. This scene happened to be seen by Hatake Kakashi and others who rushed over. A few people tacitly did not choose to speak out. Instead, they all cast a sympathetic look at Sarutobi Asuma who stayed in place. Sarutobi Asuma's thoughts on Kurenai Yuhi are no longer a secret among them. Okay, the remaining bandit is still alive, Hong, you go and get rid of him. Seeing that Yuhihong's mood improved a lot, Uchiha Xiu threw the bandit who had just been kicked away in front of Yuhihong. Xiu, he can't move anymore, can we not kill him? Seeing the bandit spitting blood, lying on the ground unable to move, and begging for mercy. Yuhihong was a little bit hesitant to let go. She just realized. The feeling of killing is different from what she imagined. It is not so easy to take away a fresh life. Moreover, killing an enemy who is desperately fighting with you, and killing an enemy who has no resistance at all. It's two completely different feelings. Red, you are a ninja and they are enemies. If you don't kill the enemy, you will be killed by the enemy. Uchiha Xiu didn't pay attention to Yuhihong's coquetry. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. As a ninja, if you want to survive, you cannot have unnecessary compassion. I see. For Uchiha Xiu, Yuhihong still knows it very well. Seeing his face, Yuhihong knew that there was no room for discussion on this matter. Puff. With a dull sound, the last bandit was killed by Shihahong. So far, the task of exterminating bandits has been perfectly completed. Chapter 10. Even if you praise me so much, I won't be happy. Xiu, I feel a little uncomfortable. Apparently, although she took the last step, Yuhihong was still in a very depressed mood. It will be fine, I will always be by your side to protect you. Seeing Kuroko's downcast expression, Uchiha Xiu could only try her best to comfort her. As long as you continue to be a ninja, you will have to adapt to this kind of thing sooner or later. But if you adapt earlier, you may be able to save your life at a critical time. Master Junhong, I didn't expect Xiu to have such a strong strength. You were really good at teaching. Not far away, Namikaze Minato was standing with Yuhi Meiko, silently watching the direction of Uchiha Xiu and the others. Minato, Xiu, is it too cruel? Yuhi Junhong ignored Namikaze Minato's compliment, but felt a little worried. Judging from Uchiha Xiu's performance just now, it is a bit too cruel. Master Junhong, isn't Xiu's performance the qualifications a mature ninja should possess? Namikaze Minato didn't think there was anything wrong with Uchiha Xiu's traits displayed in this mission. Although he himself is a very sunny and warm person. However, when facing the enemy, he is also very decisive and merciless. Otherwise, it won't be known as Konoha Yellow Flash in the future. Let other ninja villages order that no matter what the task is, as long as you encounter Namikaze Minato, you can give up the order unconditionally. Not relying on his own personality charm, it was actually killed with the enemy's life. Therefore, for Uchiha Xiu, Namikaze Minato appreciates it very much. The guy who pays more attention to the people around him will be more ruthless when attacking the enemy. In this way, it's true, that guy Xiu is always so unexpected. Yuhi Makoto is not a pedantic person. After listening to Namikaze Minato's words, he no longer struggles. But my heart is still very shocked. Obviously, when he competed with Sarutobi Asuma yesterday, Uchiha Xiu's strength was only at genin level. But judging from today's battle situation, Uchiha Xiu is already much stronger than the average Chunin. Have you really hidden your strength? Also, how can a guy who can open 3 Tomoe Sharingan at this age be an ordinary person? And judging from today's performance, Xiu seems to be a very careful and reliable person. Aside from Uchiha Xiu's dazzling strength, Uchiha Xiu's care for Yuhihong made Yuhi Junhong's evaluation of Uchiha Xiu rise to another level in his heart. Deliberately let go of the 2 bandits, so that Kuroyuki can adapt to the role of ninja as soon as possible. A very good idea indeed. However, there are still 2 Chunin ambushing on the mountainside. Are you sure you don't need to take action? Looking at Namikaze Minato, Yuhi Meiko asked. Tasks involving ninjas can already be classified as B-level tasks. No, just take this opportunity to test their strength. If there is any danger, I will stop it as soon as possible. Namikaze Minato, who has mastered Flying Thunder God, is so confident. Xiu, your strength is very good. I'd like to have a chance to compete with you. At this moment, Hitaki Kakashi also understood Uchiha Xiu's intention to block his shot just now. At the same time, Kakashi was also shocked by Uchiha Xiu's strength. As a genius of Konoha, Kakashi did not find anyone worthy of his shot among his peers. Although my father said before, that watermelon head with thick eyebrows will become a very powerful ninja sooner or later. Although I am very convinced of my father. But from the current point of view, that guy is not worthy of being his opponent. The strength shown by Uchiha Xiu today made Hitaki Kakashi suddenly feel eager to try. Really, even if I get a compliment like Konoha's first genius, Hitaki Kakashi, I won't feel any joy. Ha ha ha, you're obviously very happy, okay. Seeing Uchiha Xiu looking up and laughing wildly, Uchiha Obito complained silently. Although he and Hitaki Kakashi are very at odds, but he is still very eager to get Kakashi's approval. At this moment, Uchiha Xiu, who is also the tail of the crane in the ninja school, got such a high evaluation from Kakashi. Uchiha Obito was sour with envy. Okay, if I have time some other day, I will compete with you. Uchiha Xiu was not surprised by Hitaki Kakashi's proposal. Now Kakashi has not experienced ups and downs in life, and is now in the happiest time of life. The whole person is like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, showing its sharpness. But Uchiha Xiu did not directly agree, although he can compete with Kakashi in superficial strength now. But helplessly, he has never learned any serious ninjutsu at all. And Hitaki Kakashi has a cage-level father who teaches him every day. Okay, it's a deal. After getting Uchiha Xiu's reply, Hitaki Kakashi showed a smile, nodded to Uchiha Xiu, and then led the team down the mountain. Let's go too. Although the bandit has been solved, the mission process still needs to be reported to Yuhi Junhong in detail. Therefore, Uchiha Xiu did not stay where he was, and directly led his team down the mountain. However, when they walked to the mountainside, Uchiha Xiu and Hatake Kakashi suddenly looked at each other with a heart, and they seemed to have discovered something. Kakashi, let's go separately, you left and right, after all I get annoyed when I see Obito. What, fix you BD, okay, let's go to the right. Regarding Uchiha Xiu's words, Kakashi didn't mean to refute at all, and just changed the direction and walked down the mountain from the right. Kakashi, you are also a BD. My uncle has been despised by others. Don't you refute it. Inexplicably being told, Uchiha Obito was very upset. If it wasn't for Nohara Lin's obstruction, I'm afraid he would have made a duel against Uchiha Xiu on the spot. Xiu, what's wrong? Regarding Uchiha Xiu's performance, Yuhihong immediately noticed the abnormality. Although Uchiha Xiu has a bit of a venomous tongue occasionally, she would never mock others for no reason. It's okay, Hong, let's go. Naturally, Uchiha Xiu would not explain it like Kurenai Yuhi, the enemy is by his side, and their conversation can be heard clearly. Good. Although Uchiha Xiu didn't explain, his abnormal behavior still made Yuhihong pay attention, and the whole person became vigilant. HMPH, Uchiha Xiu is such a guy, he made a plan by himself, but he didn't follow it. Obviously, Sarutobi Asuma was very dissatisfied with Uchiha Xiu's performance just now. Jung. As soon as Sarutobi Asuma finished speaking, Uchiha Xiu drew his sword out of its sheath. Chapter 11 Rewards for Killing Chunin. Uchiha Xiu drew his sword out of its sheath suddenly, which surprised Kurenai Yuhi and Sarutobi Asuma. Especially Sarutobi Asuma, who almost sat down on the ground. Uchiha Xiu, what are you doing? Don't I just tell the truth? Are you as good as that? Thinking of Uchiha Xiu's performance when he killed the bandit, Sarutobi Asuma panicked. It is said that the people of the Uchiha clan are lunatics, and it is true. He was just complaining, he was about to draw his sword and kill someone. However, what Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhihong didn't expect was that after Uchiha Xiu drew his sword, he directly chopped off at a tree beside him. Not far away, Hatake Kakashi also drew out his short blade, and did the same to a tree beside him. Have you been discovered? Konoha's kid is very sharp. Just when Jonfeng was about to cut down the trees, the two trees turned into ninjas. All had surprised expressions in their eyes. Here, there is an ambush. Xiu, be careful. Kurenai Yuhi opened her mouth in shock. Just now Uchiha Xiu shot suddenly. Even she thought it was Uchiha Xiu who was going to teach Sarutobi Asuma a lesson, but Uchiha Xiu knew that there were other enemies here. Damn it, there is an ambush. How did this BD, Uchiha Xiu, find out? I didn't notice it at all. Looking at the two sides that have already fought, Sarutobi Asuma widened his eyes. It turned out that Uchiha Xiu didn't intend to attack him at all, but discovered the enemy's ambush, so he suddenly had some strange words and deeds. And according to the situation, Hatake Kakashi should have discovered it too. At this moment, Sarutobi Asuma felt very uncomfortable, let alone Hatake Kakashi, he is a genius recognized by Konoha. But Uchiha Xiu, obviously when he was in the ninja school, Uchiha Xiu's performance has always been very ordinary, and he has never paid attention to it. But why? Since becoming a ninja, Sarutobi Asuma feels the gap between himself and Uchiha Xiu. It's getting bigger and bigger. If it is said that he has just wiped out bandits, Sarutobi Asuma can still comfort himself, as long as he adjusts his mentality, he will not do worse than Uchiha Xiu. But now, Sarutobi Asuma has to admit that compared with Uchiha Xiu, there is indeed a big gap. Seeing Kurenai Yuhi looking at Uchiha Xiu's eyes full of concern and admiration, Sarutobi Asuma suddenly felt that he seemed to have no hope at all. Konoha's little ghosts are so difficult. The two ambush ninjas became more and more frightened as they fought. I thought that the ninjas of the two teams of Konoha were so young, and they were tasked with exterminating bandits, so they shouldn't be very strong. But I didn't expect that the strength of both of them was so strong. Even they gradually fell into a disadvantage. TN1, Plan 2. Clear. Unable to attack for a long time, the two ninjas decided to attack the other rookie-looking ninjas first. Since the most powerful ninja in the team cannot be dealt with, first deal with the other party's vital strength is an unchanging principle in ninja battles. Wind style, grade breakthrough. The two ninjas unleashed the powerful wind style at the same time. Uchiha Xiu and Hatake Kakashi had to retreat and distance themselves. It's now. Seeing Uchiha Xiu and Hatake Kakashi forced away by themselves, the two ninjas rushed directly at Sarutobi Asuma and Uchiha Obito. Hateful. Facing the hostile ninjas full of murderous intent, Sarutobi Asuma and Uchiha Obito were under great pressure, and even wanted to give up resistance for a while. No, I want to be Hokage's man, I can't just die like that. Don't underestimate me, BD. Uchiha Obito and Sarutobi Asuma both overcame the obstacles in their hearts at the last moment, and then started to fight back. It's just that the level of two people is limited after all. As soon as they fought, the weapons of the two were directly knocked away by the opponent. Hey, kid, die. The two local ninjas showed cruel smiles, held kunai at Sarutobi Asuma and Uchiha Obito and stabbed them. Not good. Looking at Uchiha Obito who only blocked the next blow, Hatake Kakashi couldn't help but screamed. He thought that the opponent would attack Obito and the others, so after avoiding the enemy's ninjutsu, he immediately rushed in the direction of Obito. But unexpectedly, Uchiha Obito didn't even delay the other party. At this moment, with such a long distance, Kakashi was too late to rescue. Hateful. Seeing kunai stabbing towards him, Uchiha Obito wanted to dodge, but his body couldn't react at all. Just at the very moment, a flash of yellow flashed. In the next second, Duren, who was originally ferocious, was lying on the ground clutching his neck. A stream of blood flowed from between his fingers. Namikaze Minato, fortunately, I caught up with you. What a blessing. Looking at Obito who was already stunned, Namikaze Minato smiled softly, and then gently pressed his hand on Obito's head. On the other side, the Rinnegan who killed Sarutobi Asuma looked down at his chest in disbelief. A long knife pierced his heart from behind, killing him with one blow. How can it be? That ninja couldn't believe it until he died. In such a short time, the other party was able to rush over and kill him successfully. It looks like you made a mistake in your calculation. This was the last sound he heard. Looking at Kunai who was only 2 fingers away from Sarutobi Asuma, he couldn't use any more effort. Then, the whole world fell into darkness. With 3 Tomoe Sharingan, he has already noticed every move of the other party. So, at the last moment, Uchiha Xiu saved Sarutobi Asuma directly from the enemy. Successfully kill a Chunin, shorten the evolution time by 12 hours. Consumption of shortening time can shorten the corresponding time of any evolution time. Current total accumulated shortened time, 1 day, 2 hours and 10 minutes. Killing a Chunin can actually shorten the evolution time by 12 hours, one is equivalent to 72 bandits. It seems that in the future, we will have to accept some missions to kill ninjas. Looking at the system panel, Uchiha Xiu thought silently. Really, if you want to improve your strength quickly, killing ninjas is the fastest way. Killing a Chunin adds 12 hours. What about killing a Jonin? Even after growing up, it is not impossible to kill cage-level powerhouses. How much time would that shorten? The Third Ninja World War is about to break out in full force. It seems that I have to find a way to go to the battlefield. Uchiha Xiu changed her previous idea of wretched development. Since killing a ninja can provide such a big bonus, he will naturally not miss the Third Ninja World War. Chapter 12 Love, Love. Withdrawing the long knife from the ninja's chest, Uchiha Xiu wiped the bloodline on the long knife. Then it was discovered that there were already several cracks on the body of the knife, and there were also many gaps on the blade. Oh, it's really useless. Uchiha Xiu complained. After all, the price of a long knife is still very expensive. For him, if he needs to change a long knife for several missions, the mission fee is not enough to change the knife. However, he couldn't afford such a good knife now. Feeling the sigh of the host, your ordinary Tadao is very inferior, and has started to evolve independently. Estimated evolution time, 12 hours. The next stage of evolution, Grass Pheasant Sword. Evolution countdown, 11 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Evolution countdown, 11 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. Evolution countdown, 11 hours 59 minutes and 57 seconds. ... Grass Pheasant Sword. The system prompt made Uchiha Xiu almost shout out. After all, the Grass Pheasant Sword is one of the best weapons in Hokage. Not only extremely sharp, but also very tough. The key is that he is still handsome, and Uchiha Xiu has been coveted for a long time. Now that I can get it immediately, Uchiha Xiu is really surprised. Is this the legendary cheat? Love, love, love. After calming down, Uchiha Xiu did not choose to use the accumulated shortening time to let his knife evolve instantly. Instead, he retracted it back into the scabbard calmly. There are still so many people here now, it would be bad if someone who is careful finds out. Moreover, the evolution of the knife only takes 12 hours, there is no need to waste shortening the time. Uchiha Xiu hasn't figured out which ability to evolve first. Thank you. Having recovered a life from the Shinigami, Sarutobi Asuma bowed to Uchiha Xiu. Although the relationship between the two was not harmonious before, Uchiha Xiu saved his life after all. Sarutobi Asuma thinks it is better to get along with Uchiha Xiu in the future. You don't need to thank me, just get me some ninjutsu scrolls when you go back. Uchiha Xiu casually said. Anyway, with Namikaze Minato and Makoro Yuhi beside him, Sarutobi Asuma will not be in real danger of life. The reason why I shot was just to test how much reward I could get after killing Chunin. After listening to Uchiha Xiu's words, Sarutobi Asuma didn't say much. I have experienced too many things today. He also didn't have the heart to quarrel with Uchiha Xiu again. Xiu, thanks to you. After Makoto Yuhi checked everyone's body, she patted Uchiha Xiu's body heavily. He's still in a good mood now. After all, Uchiha Xiu is also his disciple. Even Hitaki Kakashi was overwhelmed by Uchiha Xiu's performance today. It's really amazing. HMPH, that's right, it's thanks to Xiu this time, otherwise you wouldn't be able to see your precious daughter. Hearing Yuhi Junhong praised Uchiha Xiu, Yuhi Hong was also very happy. However, after hearing Yuhi Hong's words, Yuhi Junhong seemed to think of the scene where her daughter was abducted by Uchiha Xiu, and her mood suddenly became unpleasant again. Xiu, your performance is outstanding, and I hope to fight with you in the future. Namikaze Minato also came over and looked at Uchiha Xiu with a friendly smile. In his opinion, no matter what the grades in ninja school are, judging from Uchiha Xiu's performance now, Uchiha Xiu will definitely become a powerful ninja in the future. Yeah, ha ha ha, is there anything else you want to praise me for? Just say it all, I won't be proud. After listening to Namikaze Minato's words, Uchiha Xiu laughed with his arms akimbo. After knowing that his sword will soon evolve into a grass pheasant sword, he is in a very good mood. Forehead. Namikaze Minato didn't expect Uchiha Xiu to have such a character. He scratched his head in embarrassment, and didn't know what to say for a while. Damn, why am I so weak? Compared to Uchiha Xiu, who was in a good mood, Uchiha Obito is in a very down mood now. After all, he was the first one who couldn't help but vomit it out when the bandits were wiped out this time. But when he met a local ninja, he didn't even follow the enemy's move. This made Obito, who had always aspired to become Hokage, feel unspeakably uncomfortable. Okay, Obito, don't feel bad anymore, I believe you will become an excellent ninja in the future. Seeing Uchiha Obito's lost look, Rin Nohara comforted him. Lin. After hearing Nohara Rin's words, Uchiha Obito was so moved that he almost cried on the spot. As expected of his goddess, she is so gentle. Don't worry, Lin, I will definitely surpass Kakashi and Xiu in the future and succeed in becoming Konoha Hokage. Uchiha Obito's character is like this, and in a blink of an eye, he becomes high-spirited again. The end of the crane. What are you talking about? BD Kakashi, I'm not wrong. Damn it, I will definitely punish you today. It's up to you, but let's say it first, I won't be responsible for hurting you. A-hole, do you think you're sure to win? Okay, Obito, Kakashi, you two stop arguing. Under Nohara Rin's persuasion, Obito and Kakashi did not fight in the end. But to be honest, Xiu's performance today is too good. I feel that his strength is not at the same level as ours. Looking at Uchiha Xiu at the side, Rin Nohara cast an admiring look. Indeed, that guy Xiu suddenly became different after becoming a ninja. Although Uchiha Obito was a little unhappy that Nohara Rin looked at Uchiha Xiu like this, but Uchiha Xiu's performance today is indeed much better than them. I have a feeling that Uchiha Xiu's strength is more than that. Maybe even I can't say that I will be able to defeat Uchiha Xiu now. After hearing what Nohara Rin and Obito said, Kakashi also agreed. Judging from the match just now, Uchiha Xiu performed with ease, and even did things that he did not do. Saved the companions in the hands of the enemy. Although the battlefield is changing rapidly, we can't just look at the results in many cases. But in a way, Uchiha Xiu did better than him today. What, that guy Xiu didn't even have the confidence to defeat you. So Xiu is so strong. Then I have to work hard. Hatake Kakashi's words shocked Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin. Although they also knew that Uchiha Xiu was very strong, they did not compare Uchiha Xiu with Kakashi at all. After all, Uchiha Xiu just graduated from ninja school this year. Kakashi, on the other hand, became Chunin 2 years ago. But after thinking about the experience of today, the two also discovered a lot. Uchiha Xiu's performance is indeed much brighter than Kakashi's. Yes, Uchiha Xiu is just that strong, and that's why I wanted to compete with him before. Looking at Uchiha Xiu next to him, Hatake Kakashi's eyes also became eager. Chapter 13 each has his own thoughts. Due to the appearance of two Chunins, the task level this time has been raised from C level to B level. The task rewards have also increased a lot accordingly. But money is not too important to ninjas. Mission experience is what every ninja looks for. I completed the B level task for the first time, should I say that I am worthy of this uncle? Coming out of the mission hall, Uchiha Obito was very happy. It's as if this task was completed perfectly because of his outstanding performance. Okay, Xiu, I'm leaving, remember our agreement. After receiving the task rewards, Hatake Kakashi was about to leave, but before leaving, he still reminded Uchiha Xiu. Uchiha Xiu, as a peer, aroused his strong competitive spirit for the first time. After hearing Kakashi's words, Uchiha Xiu didn't turn his head back, but just raised his hand and waved it casually, indicating that he knew. I really didn't expect that Hatake Kakashi was so energetic before, and he didn't look lazy at all. HMPH, UBD. Seeing Uchiha Xiu, Uchiha Obito was still very upset. Obito, you are not allowed to say that about Xiu. However, as soon as Obito complained, he attracted the glaring glances of Yuhihong and Nohara Rin. It seemed that he had done something heinous. Well, seeing this scene, Sarutobi Asuma and Hatake Kakashi glanced at each other, and then directly chose to turn a blind eye. Turn around and go back to find each mother. Up to now, Sarutobi Asuma has finally recognized the reality, although he is very painful in his heart. With the existence of Uchiha Xiu, he probably has no chance with Yuhihong. Huh, Lin, why are you angry? Looking at the two girls, Uchiha Obito was a little puzzled. He can understand that Yuhihong is angry. After all, he and Uchiha Xiu are teammates, and it is normal to have a good relationship. But why is Nohara Rin also angry? It's fine if he doesn't say anything. The moment he opened his mouth, the atmosphere between the few people suddenly became delicate. Yeah, Lin, why are you angry? Yuhihong looked at Nohara Rin and asked, and there was some hostility in her tone. I just don't want Obito to speak ill of others behind their backs. Why are you so nervous? After listening to Yuhihong's words, Nohara Rin smiled, not at all false. Am I nervous? No, I just hope that some people will pay more attention to their teammates. After all, some people are destined not to get it. Really? Then I'll see who will have the last laugh. Although Nohara Rin and Yuhihong usually have very gentle personalities, when it comes to the issue of Uchiha Xiu, the two seem to be different people. Tit for tat, not giving in to each other. Well, I said, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Shut up, snort, snort. Before Uchiha Obito finished speaking, the two girls snorted coldly, and then left in opposite directions without looking back. Leaving Uchiha Obito standing alone, stupidly confused about the situation. So, the reason why this mission was able to be completed so smoothly is entirely because of Uchiha Xiu. Hokage Building, Hokage Office. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window, watching the village smoking his pipe in silence. Yes, Xiu's performance is very impressive. I think that if he trains more, he will definitely become a powerful ninja in the future. After listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Namikaze Minato replied. Standing next to him was Makoto Yuhi. The two had just reported the details of the mission to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Cultivate more. I see, Junhong, Minato, this task was completed very well, thank you for your hard work. Go back and have a good rest. Yes. After reporting everything, Namikaze Minato and Yuhi Mako left, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen alone in Hokage's office to think quietly. Uchiha Xiu, what is your attitude towards the village? Thinking of Shimura Danzō, who has been leading the advisory team to put pressure on himself recently, Sarutobi Hiruzen is even more upset. Master Junhong, you don't seem very happy. Walking on the road, Namikaze Minato was a little curious, his disciple was obviously so good, why did Yuhi have a serious expression on his face when he was really red? It's nothing, I just remembered that there are still some things to deal with, so I'll go first. After hearing Namikaze Minato's words, Yuhi Makoro didn't say much, but left directly. Compared with Namikaze Minato, who was born as a commoner, was still young, and was brainwashed by the will of fire since childhood, Yuhi Junhong obviously needs to know more. Knowing something of the darkness beneath the harmonious surface of Konoha. Judging from the performance of Uchiha Xiu that Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to just now, third Hokage obviously has his own thoughts. This made Makoro Yuhi, who knew that the Uchiha clan had a rift with Konoha's high-ranking officials, keenly noticed. The attitude of third Hokage is like this, not to mention Shimura Danzō who hides behind and claims to be the darkness of Konoha shinobi. It was precisely because of this that Yuhi Junhong became unhappy. Sigh, I really don't know if Xiu's talent is so high, whether it's good or bad. Although Konoha's senior management deliberately concealed it, judging from the information currently available, it can be confirmed that Uchiha Xiu has activated 3 Tomoe Sharingan. In the Uchiha tribe's land, Uchiha Fugaku was listening to his subordinate's report, nodding constantly. As the next appointed patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku is very concerned about all Uchiha who have the ability to become ninjas. Although the patriarch had already confirmed that Uchiha Xiu and Uchiha Obito had completely integrated into Konoha, Uchiha Fugaku still sent people to silently investigate the relevant information of Uchiha Xiu and Uchiha Obito. Letting a genius like Xiu give up joining the guard and form a team with other ninjas in Konoha, it can better show the determination of our Uchiha clan to formally integrate into Konoha. However, now that we know Xiu's talent, we can't ignore it like before, at least we can't let Xiu join the route, we have to let Xiu stand in front of others. In this way, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the people in the village can be shortened more quickly. Uchiha Fugaku knows Shimura Danzō too well, the better Uchiha Xiu is, the harder it is for Uchiha Xiu. Therefore, he must represent the Uchiha clan and put some pressure on Konoha's senior management. Only then would it be more in the interests of the Uchiha clan. After thinking about it, Uchiha Fugaku asked his subordinates to retreat, got up and tidied up. He has to go to the patriarch and have a good talk with him about the benefits and disadvantages. Chapter 14 The Storm is Coming. Uchiha Xiu naturally doesn't care about the thoughts of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzō, and Uchiha Fugaku. Even if the worst outcome happens, Uchiha Xiu can choose to be a rebel. He doesn't have the strong sense of belonging that ninjas in this world have for their own village. Mitadao is about to evolve. Now Uchiha Xiu's mind is completely on the system panel that is about to end the countdown. Evolution countdown. 0 hours 3 minutes and 5 seconds. Evolution countdown. 0 hours 1 minute and 4 seconds. Evolution countdown. 0 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds. Tachi sword evolution complete. Grass pheasant sword. As the system sound fell, the knife in Uchiha Xiu's hand, which had been damaged a lot, was instantly surrounded by a burst of light. In just a few breaths, a cold long knife appeared in front of Uchiha Xiu's eyes. Is this the grass pheasant sword? Sure enough, it didn't disappoint me. Looking at the extremely sharp grass pheasant sword, Uchiha Xiu waved it casually and found it very useful. It is more than 100 times stronger than before. Unfortunately, my current ninjutsu is too weak, otherwise, Rasengan, Chidori, and all kinds of cool skills derived from them can be used. Kakashi is going to compete with me, but I haven't even learned a few ninjutsu. In addition to the 3-body technique learned at the ninja school, Uchiha Xiu has not even learned the great fireball technique, the signature ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan. After listening to the words of the host, the talent of the host felt insulted and began to evolve. Next stage. Intermediate ninja talent. Evolution time. 7 days. Just when Uchiha Xiu was frowning, the system prompt sounded from his mind again. You still feel insulted. 9 years, big brother, 9 years. Do you know how I got here in the past 9 years? Hearing the system prompt, Uchiha Xiu almost ran away on the spot. Since crossing over, he has worked hard every day, and he has put in how many times more effort than others. As a result, he almost failed the graduation exam of ninja school. Now that you say a few words, you still feel insulted. And it takes 7 days for you to evolve to an intermediate talent. Do you mind? Uchiha Xiu is very disdainful in his heart, but he knows very well about his talent. I definitely didn't insult it on purpose. Host's talent feels underestimated, so he strives to be stronger, and the evolution time is shortened. Next stage evolution time, 1 day. That's about the same. Seeing that the evolution time had changed to 1 day, Uchiha Xiu nodded in satisfaction, and then directly used the shortened time accumulated before. Consuming a day to shorten the time, the host talent evolution is complete. The next stage of evolution, advanced ninja talent. Evolution time, 1 month. After a warm current flowed through his body, Uchiha Xiu only felt that his mind became very clear. Some ninja-related knowledge that I had never understood before became clear in an instant. It feels like the middle-level ninja talent seems to be very strong. I really don't know what the high-level ninja talent will be like. It takes a month to evolve to an advanced ninja talent. Can you do it? Watching the 1-month countdown, Uchiha Xiu resolutely turned on the 2-cow mode again. After all, a few more words can shorten the evolution time so much, why not do it? It's a pity that Uchiha Xiu's mouth was dry when he said it, but the system didn't even respond at all. It seems that it is not that simple to shorten the evolution time. Seeing that there was no effect, Uchiha Xiu stopped wasting words and picked up a few ninjutsu scrolls instead. A few C-level ninjutsu are just the inheritance he inherited after time travel. Naraku C technique, Great Fireball technique, Impatience Fire technique. Well, not bad, let's try the talent of an intermediate ninja first. Uchiha Xiu thought for a while, and decided to learn the Narakumi technique first, and learn the remaining 2 in order. He has 3 Tomoe Sharingan, so it is better to give priority to learning illusion. Under Uchiha Xiu's concentrated practice, he has completely mastered the 3 ninjutsu in just 1 week. These 3 are just ordinary C-level ninjutsu. With Uchiha Xiu's current intermediate level ninja talent, it is still very easy to master. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I went out. Teacher Junhong seems to have returned from his mission today. Go and ask him about his recent arrangements. By the way, find Hong to get in touch. Uchiha Xiu stretched himself, and then took the grass pheasant sword and went out. But as soon as he walked into the village, the weird atmosphere on the street made Uchiha Xiu feel something was wrong instantly. Did something happen in the village? Uchiha Xiu pretended to pick something, walked to the edge of the loudest crowd, and listened with his ears. Have you heard? Hokage Tsukumo failed the mission because of an injured ninja. That seems to be the case, but there's nothing wrong with it, right? There's nothing wrong. Do you know how much the failure of the mission will affect the reputation of the village? If this continues, will someone hire our Konoha ninjas? However, even if you say so, can you let the injured companion leave alone? I'm just saying that it's definitely more important to prioritize tasks in comparison. Yes, after all, ninjas are just tools to complete tasks. There is no need for ninjas who cannot complete their missions. Master Shuo Mao is also the hero of our village, it's a bit too much for you to say that. That's not what I said. The ninja who was rescued yesterday publicly questioned Master Tsukumo. He said that he was ready to die, and it was Hokage Tsukumo who ruined the mission. From this point of view, it should be Mr. Shuo Mao's fault. After all, even the person concerned has publicly accused him. Quote. Hearing this, Uchiha Xiu understood. It seems that it should be the time for Hokage Tsukumo to commit suicide recently. It's really stupid. Looking at the group of villagers who were brought into rhythm, Uchiha Xiu pouted. He was 100% sure that Shimura Danzō was behind the scenes. Hokage Tsukumo is now allowed to wear Hokage half-sleeves, and it is Konoha's White Fang in the Megatron ninja world. If Sarutobi Hiruzen is to step down, he will definitely be an important obstacle for Shimura Danzō to compete for the position of Hokage. As for Orochimaru, since Senju Naoki's death, Orochimaru has hated the fragility of life, and should have started human experiments with Shimura Danzō by now. As long as Danzō thinks, then Orochimaru is destined not to be Hokage. Chapter 15 Garbage worse than trash. That old man, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is really an old fool. Uchiha Xiu thinks that Sarutobi Hiruzen's character is fully reflected in his treatment of Hokage Tsukumo. As for what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking, Uchiha Xiu also somewhat guessed in his heart. First of all, Sarutobi Hiruzen must have listened to Shimura Danzō's instigation, and became somewhat defensive towards Hokage Shuomo. He probably still doesn't know what Orochimaru did, and the Hokage heir in his mind is still Orochimaru. In addition, Hokage Tsukumo killed Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law on the battlefield, which caused the relationship between Konoha and San Shinobi village to be very tense, and the friction and conflict at the border between the two villages never stopped. This also makes Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is gradually losing his vitality, want to ease the relationship between the two villages by suppressing Hokage Tsukumo. In general, the current Sarutobi Hiruzen has gradually become more like a standard politician. Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely be the second Shimura Danzō if he survived to the end. Of course, the current Sarutobi Hiruzen is not completely corrupted yet. Through 9 years of living experience in the village, Uchiha Xiu can be sure that if Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that Hokage Tsukumo would die in the end, he would never stand by like he is now. Konoha is not as good as the first generation now. Losing the cage-level combat power is likely to make other ninja villages who are eyeing tigers attack Konoha again. Speaking of which, if I can become Hokage, it will be much easier to do many things. Since time travel, Uchiha Xiu had this idea more than once, but because of his own strength, he had to give up this idea. However, now Uchiha Xiu has gradually gained confidence. With the system and his understanding of the Hokage world, his strength in the future will never stop at Kage level. Moreover, for the power of the Ōtsutsuki clan, Uchiha Xiu is also very coveted. Since they can plunder the resources of their own planet, they can also plunder their power. But these things have to be done after the unification of the ninja world. That way, Uchiha Xiu will have enough strength to deal with the future Ōtsutsuki clan. If that's the case, then Hotake Tsukumo can't just let him die like this. Although Uchiha Xiu is still far away from becoming Hokage, saving Hotake Tsukumo will also add strength to his plan to unify the ninja world in the future. During this period, the strength of Kage level is already the ceiling of the ninja world. But how can we save Hotake Tsukumo? Thinking about it, Uchiha Xiu frowned again. First of all, his identity as the Uchiha clan is not flattering in front of Konoha's high-level officials. And his current strength is just an ordinary genin in Konoha. Who would care what he said? Xiu, I finally saw you. What have you been doing lately? I haven't seen you for several days. Just as Uchiha Xiu was meditating, Yuhi Hong's voice came from behind. Ah, it's Red. Hello teacher. Uchiha Xiu first greeted Yuhi Hong, and then bowed to Yuhi Junhong. Not to mention that Yuhi Junhong is his teacher now, even in the future, Yuhi Junhong will not be able to escape and become his old man. Therefore, Uchiha Xiu still has the respect that is due. Seeing Uchiha Xiu's appearance, Yuhi Mako felt relieved, but the expression on her face was still not very good. Uchiha Xiu naturally knew what Yuhi Junhong was worried about, and a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, and he asked. It seems that something terrible has happened in the village recently. Is it because of this incident that the teacher is frowning? Yes, Xiu, you are really smart, you guessed it right away. Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Kuroyuki clapped her hands happily. Xiu, you are really smart. Yuhi Junhong said with emotion. Since graduating from ninja school, Uchiha Xiu's performance has made him more and more impressive. Xiu, do you understand this matter? Suddenly, Yuhi Mako thought of the scene when she reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen before. Is it because Mr. Tsukumo gave up the mission because of his companion? Yes, Xiu, what do you think? Although Makoto Yuhi has no prejudice against the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen's words and the performance of Uchiha Xiu in the mission last time. It still made Yuhi Junhong unconsciously think of something. So, taking this opportunity, Yuhi Mako wanted to see what kind of person Uchiha Xiu really is. I think Lord Tsukumo did the right thing. Uchiha Xiu replied without thinking. He wants to stand on Hotake Tsukumo's side, so naturally he won't speak ill of Hotake Tsukumo. Oh, why did you have this idea, Xiu? It's clearly written in the ninja manual that the ninja must complete the task as the first priority. For Uchiha Xiu's quick answer, Makoro Yuhi was very surprised. You must know that when Uchiha Xiu took the ninja school graduation exam, the written test is full marks. It is impossible not to know the rules that ninjas are to follow. If you can disregard the lives of your companions for the sake of the mission, then what is the meaning of the bonds between the ninjas in the village? Ninjas are not tools. Ninjas are also members of the village. Like other ordinary villagers, they are existences that need protection. But people in the village now say that ninjas who can't complete the task are trash. If a ninja who can't complete the task is called a waste, then a ninja who doesn't cherish the lives of his companions is even a waste that is worse than a waste. Uchiha Xiu directly interrupted Yuhi Junhong's words, leaving aside his own purpose. Uchiha Xiu does not agree with some strange values in the Hokage world from the bottom of his heart. This is one of the reasons why he wants to become Hokage and unify the ninja world. A ninja who doesn't cherish the lives of his companions is a garbage worse than trash. After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Yuhi Junhong stayed in place for a while, and what Uchiha Xiu said had a great impact on him. That's right, if a ninja who can't complete the task is called a waste, then a ninja who doesn't cherish the lives of his companions is even worse than a waste. Xiu is really different from ordinary Uchiha. I was too pedantic before. Taking a deep look at Uchiha Xiu, Yuhi Junhong really recognized Uchiha Xiu from the bottom of her heart at this moment. Xiu, come with me to the Hokage building. In fact, Makoto Yuhi respects Hotake Tsukumo very much in her heart, but she just doesn't know how to help at the moment. Now hearing Uchiha Xiu's thoughts, Yuhi Junhong feels a little more confident. Good. Yuhi Junhong's words hit Uchiha Xiu's heart, so Uchiha Xiu naturally would not refuse. Directly followed Yuhi Makoto towards the Hokage building. Chapter 16 Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. If a ninja who can't complete the task is called a waste, then a ninja who doesn't cherish the lives of his companions is even more trash than a waste. In the Hokage building, in the Hokage office, several people muttered in low voices. Just now, Yuhi Junhong led Uchiha Xiu to the Hokage office. Then Uchiha Xiu told Sarutobi Hiruzen exactly what Uchiha Xiu thought about the people in the village talking about Hotake Tsukumo. I didn't expect a kid to say such a thing. Hey, are you really a kid from the Uchiha clan? Ms. Jiraiya, don't talk like that. Oh, just kidding, Minato, you're just too rigid. I'll take you to see something different another day. What did you say, Master Jiraiya? Oops, Kushina, I forgot you were still around. You don't have to say it yourself, you idiot. In the office, Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, and Uzumaki Kushina are also reporting to Sarutobi Hiruzen. After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words at this time, he stayed with great interest. Xiu, are companions so important to you? Yes, I cherish every ninja who has a bond with me. Therefore, I am very angry at what happened to Mr. Shuo Mao. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's question, Uchiha Xiu did not hesitate. Naturally, he would not speak out the true thoughts in his heart, but it was very simple to make up an idea that conformed to the mental journey of the will of fire. He is still young, and Sarutobi Hiruzen should not be so defensive about him. Bond. After listening to Uchiha Xiu's answer, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a relieved smile on his face. After taking a puff of the cigarette, he patted Uchiha Xiu's head, and his eyes softened. Xiu, you will definitely become an excellent ninja in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen is very satisfied with Uchiha Xiu's performance. With so much emphasis on bondage, to be able to say, a guy who doesn't cherish the lives of his companions is worse than trash. Uchiha Xiu will never do anything detrimental to the village in the future. Oh, what an interesting kid. If he can be born earlier, he will be my apprentice. After listening to Uchiha Xiu's words, Jiraiya was very happy, because he himself is a ninja who attaches great importance to bonds. This time, it's rare for me to have the same idea with you, Mr. Jiraiya. For the first time, I think that apart from being handsome, the kid in Uchiha's family is not so annoying. The Whirlpool Kushina looked at Uchiha Xiu was also a little surprised. Besides Uchiha Makoto, Uchiha Xiu was the first Uchiha she looked pleasing to the eye. Master Hokage, how do you deal with Master Tsukumo? Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen is in a good mood now, Makoto Yuhi hurriedly asked. This. After listening to Makoto Yuhi's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered again. From the bottom of his heart, he doesn't want to care about Hitaki Tsukumo. Not to mention that Hitaki Tsukumo really violated his ninja rules. In terms of benefits alone, Hitaki Tsukumo's continuing to serve as the captain of Anbu is not what Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to see. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, Hitaki's prestige is too high, and his ability is also very outstanding. If he stepped back from Hokage's position, it would be basically impossible to get involved in Anbu again. This is also the reason why Sarutobi Hiruzen has not made any moves until now. He wants to take off the captain Hitaki Tsukumo Anbu's head justifiably through this matter. Master Hokage, seeing the appearance of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yuhi Junhong was a little anxious. I thought that after telling third generation what Uchiha Xiu said, things would turn around, but Sarutobi Hiruzen was still unwilling to make a move. True Red, don't worry. Xiu, tell me what you think. Sarutobi Hiruzen can't just say no. Hitaki Tsukumo is a ninja who has made great contributions to the village after all. Snort, old fox, since let me say, Hitaki Tsukumo is in Baoding today. Jesus can't even take it away. I said. After sorting out his thoughts, Uchiha Xiu spoke. Master Hokage, if this matter is not stopped in time, there may be very serious consequences in the end. Oh, tell me, I wonder if Lord Third Generation has ever rowed a boat. The old man passed by, but what does this have to do with Shuo Mao's matter? Jiraiya scratched her head, questioning. Of course it matters. Civilians are like water, and villages are like boats in the water. As for us ninjas, we are people who glide on the water. Tell me in detail. After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, not understanding what Uchiha Xiu meant yet. If all the water wants one of the ninjas on the boat to leave, what are we going to do in the end? Will things develop to this point? Except for Jiraiya, everyone else heard the meaning behind Uchiha Xiu's words. What should the villagers do if they all want Hitaki Tsukumo to die? Of course we won't get to this point if we let nature take its course, but what if there are people behind the scenes to fuel the flames? Watching Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Xiu dropped another bombshell. He couldn't believe that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know Shimura Danzō's role in this matter. Then let's just ignore it. Uzumaki Kushina is a bit strange. Just because the people in the village want a ninja to die, do they have to kill that person? No, you know, water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. After listening to Uchiha Xiu's words, everyone fell into deep thought. Only Jiraiya looked at Uchiha Xiu for a while, and Sarutobi Hiruzen for a while. I said, what the hell are you talking about? What about water and boats? Shut up, Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen scolded, then fell into thought again. Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. This is the first time they have heard this concept, but after thinking about it carefully, they feel that it makes sense. Do you think, Xiu, if things develop to this point, even Hokage-sama can't stop it? The Whirlpool Kushina took a deep look at Uchiha Xiu and then asked. With Master Hokage's ability, I believe there is of course a way to stop it. After hearing what Kushina said, Uchiha Xiu smiled. He would not directly say that Sarutobi Hiruzen is not good. Isn't that to find small shoes for myself in the future? That's it, then why are you talking so much? Whirlpool Kushina felt a little angry. She was short-tempered, and Uchiha Xiu couldn't get to the point, which made her feel itchy and uncomfortable. The little ghost of the Uchiha clan is really annoying. The Whirlpool Kushina silently retracted her previous evaluation of Uchiha Xiu. I want to say, even if Lord Third Generation has the ability to quell the incident at the last moment, what if the ninja voluntarily left the boat for the sake of the village? Chapter 17 Hitaki Tsukumo's Decision. What if that ninja voluntarily left the boat for the sake of the village? Seeing that the timing was almost up, Uchiha Xiu finally spoke his mind. Hiss. Leave voluntarily. This. Does show you mean that Mr. Shuo Mao will? After Uchiha Xiu finished speaking, everyone present, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, took a breath of cold air except Jiraiya. Yes, according to Hitaki Tsukumo's character, it is very possible to take the initiative to take his own life for the sake of the village. They all ignored it. If it wasn't for Uchiha Xiu's reminder, it would probably have unbearable consequences for them. What? Can no one explain it to me? Jiraiya complained. This feeling of clearly participating in it but being out of tune with the rest of the people made Jiraiya very awkward. Teacher Jiraiya, what Xiu just meant is this. After all, it was Namikaze Minato who was kind-hearted. Seeing Jiraiya's appearance, he explained the connotation of Uchiha Xiu's previous words to Jiraiya in detail. What, Xiu, you mean Master Shuomo might commit suicide? After listening to Namikaze Minato's explanation, Jiraiya finally understood, and looked at Uchiha Xiu in shock. Although this kind of thing sounds too unbelievable, it feels very likely to happen. That's right, that's why I came to express my thoughts to Master Hokage at the first time. Because if this incident really happened, the consequences would be disastrous. Seeing everyone's shocked gazes, Uchiha Xiu's expression remained calm. He knew that his goal had been achieved. Xiu, are these all your own ideas? Looking at Uchiha Xiu, Sarutobi Hiruzen is a little unbelievable. A 9-year-old child can actually see things so thoroughly. If it weren't for Uchiha Xiu's remarks about cherishing companions and valuing bonds, Sarutobi Hiruzen would be a little jealous of this kid who just graduated from ninja school. I have been thinking about the meaning of ninjas and villages, so I may have seen something by luck. In my heart, the life of my companions and the bond between ninjas are the most important. It is impossible for a ninja who only serves as a tool to truly understand the meaning of protection. After listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Uchiha Xiu naturally seized the opportunity to say a bunch of remarks in line with the will of fire. Only those who have lived in Konoha can feel how much Konoha attaches importance to the will of fire. It is impossible for a ninja who only serves as a tool to truly understand the meaning of protection. Uchiha Xiu's words naturally improved Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya's impression of him a lot. At this moment, everyone present, in their hearts, had fully approved of this 9-year-old Uchiha kid. Xiu, if that's the case, I'll leave Shuomo to you, and I'll take care of the rest. After figuring out the stakes, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to make a move. As long as he is not stupid, or as long as he has not reached the point where Shimura Danzō is crazy about power, it is impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen to let a cage-level combat power like Hitaki Tsukumo die in vain. Okay, I'll go now. After Uchiha Xiu finished speaking, he turned and left. The matter is not over yet, he wants to make Hitaki Tsukumo give up the idea of suicide. Minato, let's follow along to have a look. This is the first time I've seen such a brat. Okay Teacher Jiraiya, Xiu may need our help. Since that's the case, I'll go take a look too. I'm really looking forward to the performance of this kid later. In that case, let's go together. Makoto Yuhi, Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, and Uzumaki Kushina all followed behind Uchiha Xiu and walked towards the Hitaki family's clan. They all know that this matter is not easy, so follow Uchiha Xiu at this moment. On the one hand, I look forward to Uchiha Xiu's performance, and on the other hand, I express my support for Uchiha Xiu. Because, Uchiha Xiu is the guy they just recognized from the bottom of their hearts. Come out, Konoha's traitor. It's all because of you, Konoha suffered a heavy loss this time. Do you know how many more ninjas Konoha has to die because of your selfish desire? It is because of you who are indecisive that our Konoha's prestige has become what it is now. Coward, come out and confront us face to face. Father, why don't you let me go out and argue with them? It's clear that you did nothing wrong, how can they say that about you? Father, say something. Hitaki's house, Hitaki Kakashi stood in the yard, listening to the harsh sound outside, feeling angry and helpless. A few days ago, my father failed the mission because he rescued his companions. Then some remarks attacking his father began to appear in the village, and now it is getting worse. They have already blocked the door and shouted, Kakashi, you don't have to worry about this matter, just stay at home and don't go out without my permission. After a long while, just when Hitaki Kakashi couldn't help but run out to confront the people on the street, Hitaki Tsukumo's slightly deep voice came out. But, go back to your room. Although Hitaki Tsukumo's voice was not high, it was majestic. Naturally, Hitaki Kakashi didn't dare to go against Hitaki Tsukumo's intention. Although he was very unwilling, he could only obediently go back to his room. In the room, Hitaki Tsukumo was kneeling on the ground, staring blankly at the chakra short sword on the table. If this continues, something unexpected may happen. Since the people in the village don't agree, then I will apologize with death. Kakashi, you have to take care of yourself. Sighing, Hitaki picked up the short sword that had been with him for many years, and began to wipe the dust that did not exist on it. For what he did before, Hitaki Tsukumo has no regrets. After all, as the captain of Anbu, he is very clear about the ninja rules. But even so, Hitaki Tsukumo still chose to give up the mission, which shows his determination. But what he didn't expect was that the matter would develop to such a point. Now everyone in the village is condemning him, and the matter has developed to the point where it cannot be ended. That being the case, if it started because of him, let it end because of him. Hitaki Tsukumo has already decided that when the night is quiet, he will end the dispute by ending his own life. Chapter 18 The Truth. Xiu, it looks like the situation is not optimistic. The ninja who took the lead in making trouble is the ninja rescued by Hitaki Tsukumo, named Taku Nakakimura. Seeing the crowd gathered in front of Hitaki's house, Jiraiya became very serious. After a few days of fermentation, the matter of Hitaki Tsukumo has been pushed to the forefront by some people. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen has agreed to take action, it is not so easy for ordinary villagers to change their minds. This group of people dare to treat Master Shuomao like this, we must give them some color. Okay, Kushina, let Shu take care of this. Seeing the whirlpool Kushina showing signs of going berserk, Namikaze Minato quickly grabbed her. The matter was already very troublesome. If she let the matter get out of hand, then they would become sinners. Uchiha Xiu was not surprised at all, he had expected this kind of situation a long time ago. Therefore, Uchiha Xiu didn't say much, but went directly to the door of Hataki's house, facing everyone. Boy, are you also here to denounce Hataki Tsukumo? Seeing the clothes worn by Uchiha Xiu, Nakamura Taku's eyes lit up. If someone from the Uchiha family, the most powerful family in Konoha, can stand by his side, then the task entrusted to him by Mr. Danzō can be completed with more confidence. Snapped. A crisp slap sounded in everyone's ears. Little devil, you actually. Uchiha Xiu snorted coldly and shot again. Snapped. Another crisp slap. 2 slaps down. Not only Taku Nakakimura was stunned, but also the crowd watching in Jiraiya and others who were traveling with him were also stunned. Hey, this guy Xiu is so unexpected every time. In this regard, Yuhi Junhong said that she has seen too much and has become numb. This guy Uchiha Xiu can refresh his cognition every time. Little devil, do you know what you're doing? After being slapped twice, Nakamura Taku finally came back to his senses, but the Uchiha clan's crest on Uchiha Xiu's clothes made him dare not act rashly. Of course I know what I'm doing, and I also know that you are a piece of trash that is worse than trash. What did you say? That's right, Nakamura Taku-sama is a ninja who has the consciousness to give up his life for the mission. Why do you dare to say such a thing? Little devil, you'd better explain, otherwise even if you were from the Uchiha clan, I must report this matter to Hokage-sama. Uchiha Xiu didn't care about everyone's reaction. What he did before was just to let everyone concentrate on listening to him. I heard you say that Mr. Tsukumo is a trash who can't complete the task, so you who dragged Mr. Tsukumo down during the task, aren't you a trash who is not even a trash? What are you talking about? I made up my mind to sacrifice my life for the mission. The reason why the mission cannot be completed is entirely because Hataki Tsukumo gave up the mission privately. For some reason, looking at the confident young man in front of him, Nakamura Taku suddenly had a bad feeling. Sacrifice your life for the mission. Then why are you still standing here alive? If you were really like what you said, wouldn't it be good to just commit suicide at that time? Anyway, you were not at the point where you couldn't even commit suicide, right? Uchiha Xiu saw Nakamura Taku and smiled slightly. I'm not afraid of his rebuttal, but I'm afraid that he will ignore me. In that case, it will be more difficult to deal with. It seems that there is nothing wrong with saying that. That's right, if you really made up your mind to sacrifice, you can just commit suicide at that time, then Mr. Shuomao will not give up the mission, right? Why didn't you kill yourself then? After listening to Uchiha Xiu's words, some people who were just watching the fun thought it made sense, and questioned Nakamura Taku one after another. Me, facing such a sharp question, Nakamura Taku broke out in a cold sweat. What does this make him say? By the way, it's because Hataki Tsukumo told me not to commit suicide. That is to say, you acquiesced to Master Shuomao to give up the mission. Otherwise, if you can commit suicide decisively, then Master Shuomao will definitely complete the mission well. In the final analysis, you are the one who dragged Mr. Tsukumo down and caused the mission to not be completed. Uchiha Xiu's tone was full of confidence, as if everything was under his control. Is this the truth of the matter? If that's the case, wouldn't it be terrible? I said that he was saved by Lord Shuomao, how could he have the biggest opinion on Lord Shuomao? It turned out that he wanted to shirk the charge of failing to complete the task on Lord Shuomao. It's disgusting. Thanks to me, I have always worshipped him like this before. It turns out that the truth is like this. Under Uchiha Xiu's few words, most of the villagers and onlookers changed their positions and turned to attack Taku Nakakimura. I didn't. He is the captain, I have to obey his orders. Seeing the cold eyes cast by everyone, Nakamura Taku panicked. Just now, he was still surrounded by everyone. He was a hero who was not afraid of sacrifice for the village in everyone's hearts. As a result, in the blink of an eye, he became the target of everyone shouting and beating. And what caused all of this was this kid who suddenly appeared in front of him. Little devil, you are courting death. Nakamura Taku felt that it was impossible to let Uchiha Xiu continue to speak, otherwise let alone the task assigned by Master Danzō, it would be a problem whether he could continue to stay in the village. Therefore, Nakamura Taku chose to make a decisive move. Snort. Naraku C technique. Facing Nakamura Taku, Uchiha Xiu didn't panic. This guy's strength is not very strong, he can reach the level of Jonin, and now he has already panicked, and he has no defense against his own strength. Therefore, Uchiha Xiu directly opened 3 Tomoe Sharingan. In this case, using illusion is really better. Facts have proved that Uchiha Xiu was not wrong, the illusion of 3 Tomoe Sharingan, even Jonin, can only fall into it under such circumstances. Help. Don't kill me, Lord Shuomao save me, don't abandon me for the mission. Help. Naraku saw that technique can make people see the most feared things in their hearts, so under the effect of illusion, Nakamura Taku saw the scene where he was closest to death at that time, and therefore, he expressed all the true thoughts in his heart. I really didn't expect that we, Konoha, have such a scum. That's right, I almost wronged Mr. Shuo, and I will never forgive you. It's really thanks to this boy from the Uchiha clan. If it weren't for him, I would have been kept in the dark. Yeah, this boy shouldn't be too old, but he was able to make even Jonin fall into the illusion. After Uchiha Xiu spoke out about the role of ninjutsu, no one at the scene continued to support Taku Nakakimura. Chapter 19. Is it serious? Uchiha Xiu, you are suspected of attacking a ninja from the same village, come with us. Just as the crowd was talking, 4 masked ninjas came over. 2 of them shot directly to control Taku Nakamura, and the other 2 walked towards Uchiha Xiu. Everyone saw it just now. He did it first. I was just defending myself. Uchiha Xiu shrugged. These few look like ninjas at the root. Now that I have ruined Shimura Danzō's plan, if I go with them, I will have to peel off my skin if I don't die. Yes, Master Ninja, this little Master Ninja is just self-defense, I can testify. Yes, he also exposed Nakamura Taku's conspiracy and returned Tsukumo-sama's innocence. You need to find out the situation first. Even if Hokage-sama came, he wouldn't blame the little ninja-sama for what happened today. Quote. Uchiha Xiu felt a little relieved by the villagers' response. Although they are not smart and are very easy to be used by others, this also just shows their simplicity. Uchiha Xiu, do you want to disobey? The ninjas at the root have been brainwashed by Shimura Danzō, but Uchiha Xiu will not be easily let go just because of a few words from the villagers. Disobedience. Whose order? Among the crowd, Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina, and Yuhi Mako came out and stood behind Uchiha Xiu, obviously supporting Uchiha Xiu. Seeing the appearance of the 4, the ninjas at Genbu looked at each other in blank dismay. They never imagined that a kid from the Uchiha family would lure these 4 people out. Excuse me, Master Jiraiya, this is an order from Master Danzō, and even you cannot interfere. The leading root ninja stood up bravely and didn't want to give up so easily. Really? Then I'll follow along and take a look. Anyway, I just don't have much inspiration recently, so it's good to visit your place. Jiraiya didn't forcefully stop him, but just indicated that if the root still wanted to arrest someone, he would go along with him. Humph, Shimura Danzō is full of bad intentions. I haven't settled with him for my house arrest before. I just went to talk to him about life and ideals today. The Whirlpool Kushina also stood up, her red hair was windless and automatic. Mention Shimura Danzō and she gets angry. She is now restricted in freedom, and even going out is a problem, all because of Shimura Danzō. Watching the 4 ninjas at the root of Jiraiya and Uzumaki Kushina have a hard time. These 2 people are more difficult to mess with than the other. Jiraiya is a direct disciple of 3rd Hokage. He is powerful and has the title of Konoha Sanin. He has a high prestige in the village. Not to mention the Whirlpool Kushina, who is notoriously hot-tempered, or Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. As long as she doesn't betray the village, even if the village is turned over, no one can do anything to her. These 2 people are more troublesome than the other, and he can't afford to mess with anyone. Walk. In the end, the ninjas at the root retreated. After all, in this situation, even if Shimura Danzō came over in person, it would be difficult to handle, let alone him. Thank you all. Seeing the root ninja withdraw, Uchiha Xiu thanked Jiraiya and others. Haha, kid, you don't need to thank me, just buy a few copies of my book and support it when it's published. Jiraiya laughed a few times, then turned and left. After a busy day today, he still has to go to the Hot Spring Hotel to collect materials. HMPH, kid, don't say too much about thanking me, let me give you something affordable. Okay, next time I'll treat guests to a barbecue. That's about it, Minato, let's go. After listening to Uchiha Xiu's words, Uzumaki Kushina nodded in satisfaction, then pulled Namikaze Minato away. She finally has no tasks today, and she still has a date with Namikaze Minato. Xiu, you did a good job. Looking at Uchiha Xiu, Yuhi Junhong patted him on the shoulder. He was very satisfied with Uchiha Xiu's performance today, and even the trace of hostility towards Uchiha Xiu because of Yuhi Hong disappeared. Thanks to the teacher for what happened today, otherwise I wouldn't be able to meet Hokage-sama. Haha, Xiu, don't be modest, Hong is still waiting for me, I'll go back first. Thousands of wares and thousands of wares, flattery does not wear. Uchiha Xiu's words put Yuhi Junhong in a good mood, and without further words, she left with a body flicker technique. Host prevented Hitaki Tsukumo from committing suicide and successfully changed the trajectory of the world. Reward host shortens the time by 6 months. Current accumulated shortened time. June 0 day 2 hours and 10 minutes. Uchiha Xiu was startled by the sudden notification sound of the system. That's okay too, changing the trajectory of the world can also reward shortening time, and give so much at once. It has only been 6 months since he evolved Mangekyo Sharingan. Now the goal has been achieved directly. Life is full of surprises. Uchiha Xiu couldn't help saying with emotion. Prevented Hitaki Tsukumo from committing suicide, and got a 6-month shortened time. This is probably unintentionally planting willows and willows into shades. Xiu, father invites you in. Just when Uchiha Xiu was about to leave, Hitaki Kakashi opened the door and came out. Find me. Uchiha Xiu was a little surprised, but then relieved. With Hitaki Tsukumo's strength, it is impossible to hide what happened at the door of his house from him. Then let's go. Xiu, thank you for today's matter. Apparently, Hitaki Kakashi also knew what just happened. You don't need to thank me, treat me to barbecue another day. Guy, Did you see that? This is youth. I saw my father. I will work harder, and I will definitely become an excellent ninja like Xiu in the future. Just when Uchiha Xiu and Hatake Kakashi were about to enter the door, father and son Might Guy appeared out of nowhere. Seeing the two father and son crying in each other's arms, Uchiha Xiu was speechless for a while. Although this kind of scene feels funny when watching anime, but when it happens in front of your eyes, the impact is still too great. Xiu, I've decided, I want to treat you as my opponent for life. I must rely on my efforts to defeat you. Yaoshi, you have already realized the true meaning of youth. Guy, father, I have nothing to do, I will go first. Uchiha Xiu really couldn't bear to watch this scene, not to mention that Hatake Tsukumo was still waiting for him in the room. Xiu, please grant me a request. Seeing that Uchiha Xiu was about to leave, Might Guy hurriedly called to stop Uchiha Xiu. What request? After hearing Might Dai's words, Uchiha Xiu was a little puzzled. What can a ninja like Might Dai ask of himself? Do you want to let yourself agree to Guy and become his lifelong opponent? Thinking of the affectionate appearance of the future Emperor Guy, Uchiha Xiu shivered. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Xiu, I want to become friends with you, please agree to my request. Something is wrong with you. For some reason, Uchiha Xiu suddenly remembered the happy expression after Might Dai and Obito exchanged missions in the mission hall. Couldn't help asking. That, the SX you said. Is it serious? Chapter 20 Evolution Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakashi, you go out first. After seeing Uchiha Xiu, Hatake let Kakashi out. Some things, for the current Kakashi, should not be known too early. Yes, Xiu, thank you for today's matter. Looking at Uchiha Xiu, Hatake sized him up carefully, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Master Shuo Mao, you didn't ask me to come just to thank you, did you? Uchiha Xiu smiled lightly. Hatake must have other intentions for calling him over. Xiu, you're really smart. Hatake Tsukumo took a deep look at Uchiha Xiu. Before seeing Uchiha Xiu, although Hatake Tsukumo didn't say anything, he was very proud of his son Hatake Kakashi in his heart. And Uchiha Xiu is obviously much better than Kakashi. I want to know why you chose to help me. Hatake Tsukumo straight to the point. Although he was forced to commit suicide before, it doesn't mean he is an idiot. An idiot can't be Minister Anbu. Hatake Tsukumo knew many things in his heart, but it was just that the will of fire he received from a young age made him helpless in many things. Since Lord Shuo Mao asked this question, I will tell you the truth. After Uchiha Xiu finished speaking, he opened 3 Tomoe Sharingan. Master Shuo Mao, please don't resist, this is the future I see. After speaking, the 3 Tomoe Sharingan in Uchiha Xiu's eyes spun rapidly, pulling Hatake into the illusion space. As the future you see actually like this. Xiu, after a long time, Hatake Tsukumo woke up from the illusion, and his heart was still shocked. In the illusion created by Uchiha Xiu, he saw the scene of his own suicide and saw the transformation of Hatake Kakashi in the future. Seeing that the Hokage faction is becoming more and more afraid of Uchiha and other giants because of the weakening of power. I saw the scene where the Uchiha clan was finally wiped out. Of course, what Hatake saw was the world modified by Uchiha Xiu through his own consciousness. It has nothing to do with the original plot. Xiu, as long as you don't betray the village, I will firmly stand by your side. Don't worry, Tsukumo-sama, at most I'll just turn against Konoha's senior management. I will definitely protect you. Then I take my leave. Uchiha Xiu got up and left. He already had a promise from Hatake Tsukumo, so that was enough. Open the system panel. After returning from Hatake's house, Uchiha Xiu couldn't wait to open the system panel. Because of Hatake Tsukumo, he got 6 months of shortened time. Enough to make his strength qualitatively improved. 100-fold chakra, Mangekyo Sharingan, and Jonin Taijutsu all take about 5 months. As for the advanced ninja talent, it only takes more than 20 days. I still have 6 months to shorten the time, so the advanced ninja talent must be evolved. Let's give priority to the evolution of Mangekyo Sharingan for the remaining 3. After thinking for a while, Uchiha Xiu determined his evolution direction. Compared with Mangekyo Sharingan, whether it is 100 times evolved chakra, or Jonin Taijutsu, it only makes his strength reach the level of Jonin. And Mangekyo Sharingan is likely to promote him directly to Kage level. In comparison, it is more cost-effective to evolve Sharingan. Evolve advanced ninja talents. Advanced ninja talent evolved successfully. Next stage. Top ninja talent. Time required for evolution, 1 year. Continue to evolve, Mangekyo Sharingan. Mangekyo Sharingan has evolved. Next stage. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Time required for evolution, 1 year. As the sound of the system fell, a stream of heat enveloped Uchiha Xiu's whole body, and his eyes felt a very warm and comfortable feeling. After just 10 seconds, the strange feeling on Uchiha Xiu disappeared. Opening his eyes again, a pair of pentagram-patterned Mangekyo Sharingan has replaced the previous 3 Tomoe Sharingan. Looks like I'm going to be a long-distance ninja. I don't know if it's because of the evolution of the system, but after Uchiha Xiu possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, he clearly knew the pupil technique contained in the 2 Mangekyo Sharingan in his mind. The Guardian of the Sky. Build a pentagram array, lock the enemy in the center, and you can freely shuttle around the 5 corners of the pentagram. As the range coverage 500 meters, the pupil art of the first Mangekyo Sharingan surprised Uchiha Xiu. After locking the enemy with the Celestial Guard, the opponent will never be able to approach you. Uchiha Xiu can also shuttle around the 5 corners of the edge at will. With this ability alone, there are too many tactics that can be developed. Round Tomb Side Prison. It turned out to be a wheel tomb. Uchiha Xiu is very familiar with the move of wheel tomb. It kills 9-tailed beasts in one move, which is really powerful. Of course, the power of the wheel tomb is closely related to the user. But in any case, this is also a very pervert skill. Unfortunately, my eyes can only summon a shadow. But it's enough. After closing the Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Xiu's eyes return to normal. Because Uchiha Xiu's Mangekyo Sharingan is not normally open, there will be no situation in the anime where the 3 Tomoe Sharingan cannot be closed in the days just opened. I am very satisfied with Mangekyo's abilities. The next step is to look at advanced ninja talents. Uchiha Xiu asked for a lot of ninjutsu scrolls from Yuhi Mako. During this period of time, he has to make up for his previous shortcomings. Taijutsu, ninjutsu, etc. must be improved a bit. Chapter 21. Then I'll go. Xiu, you're finally here. Outside Konoha village, in a hidden dense forest, Yuhi saw Uchiha Xiu appearing, and instantly became happy. Red, miss me, what are you talking about, so many people, so shy. Ha ha, seeing Yuhi face turned red, Uchiha Xiu laughed a few times, and then stopped flirting. If Yuhi Junhong next to him gets angry, then he will have no good fruit to eat. Xiu, you always get stuck every time, can't you come a few minutes earlier? Sarutobi Asuma complained, although seeing the relationship between Kurenai Yuhi and Uchiha Xiu getting closer made his heart ache, but Uchiha Xiu's recent strong performance also made Sarutobi Asuma change his bad attitude before. After all, Sarutobi Asuma doesn't want to be slapped down by Uchiha Xiu every day. Okay, Xiu, show us the results of your practice. Yuhi Mako glanced at Uchiha Xiu, then nodded at Uchiha Xiu. Good, Reikiri. After hearing the words of Yuhi Junhong, Uchiha Xiu did not hesitate, and opened the 3 Tomoe Sharingan, and his hand was instantly surrounded by a blue lightning arc. In the next second, Uchiha Xiu rushed out like an arrow from the string. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, a thick tree was easily chopped off by Uchiha Xiu. So powerful, wow, Xiu, that's amazing. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi couldn't close their mouths in surprise. This speed, this lethality. Is it really a power that a genin can have? Even Yuhi Junhong was stunned for a while before recovering. Xiu, is this trick the result of your hard work this month? Yes, I named this move Reikiri. Reikiri, very fitting name. Yuhi Junhong nodded. The speed of Uchiha Xiu's shot just now was indeed as fast as lightning, and the power was so powerful. Maybe it can really cut the thunder and lightning. It's called Reikiri, which is apt. Xiu, you really amaze me more and more. A month ago, Uchiha Xiu suddenly approached him to learn about ninjutsu, nature transformation and shape change. At that time, I vowed to develop a new ninjutsu. Yuhi Junhong still doesn't quite believe it, but it turned out that only a month has passed. Uchiha Xiu actually developed such a powerful ninjutsu. The level of this ninjutsu can already reach the level of A-level ninjutsu. What? A-level ninjutsu? Real or fake? After hearing Makoto Yuhi's words, Sarutobi Asuma and Kuroyuki were all stunned. A-level ninjutsu is still so out of reach for them who rely on physical skills most of the time in combat. As a result, Uchiha Xiu actually developed A-level ninjutsu by himself. The gap between people is sometimes even bigger than the gap between humans and pigs. That's right, Evening Sun's red eyes are still good. The Reikiri just shown by Uchiha Xiu is not only powerful, but also can obviously generate more ninjutsu. Great potential. It is not an exaggeration for him to rate A-level ninjutsu. Xiu, you are awesome, can you teach me? Yuhi face was flushed. She took Uchiha Xiu's hand and began to act coquettishly. Okay, if you want to learn, I will teach you. For Yuhi Uchiha Xiu naturally has no reservations. He was hoping that Yuhi would have more ways to save his life. Red, your chakra attributes are wind and fire. Without thunder attributes, Reikiri is not suitable for you. Yuhi Junhong saw Yuhi appearance, and felt extremely helpless. As Yuhi grows older, she seldom acts like a baby like him. Now he actually acted like a baby with another guy in front of him, which really made him feel uncomfortable. Although he is very optimistic about Uchiha Xiu. That's it. After hearing Yuhi Junhong's words, Yuhi became obviously depressed. When Uchiha Xiu demonstrated Reikiri just now, she was so handsome that even she couldn't help but be moved. It's okay Hong, I have a new idea recently, and I will definitely teach you a ninjutsu no worse than Reikiri. Really, Xiu, you are not allowed to lie to me. Don't worry, I won't lie to you. Uchiha Xiu touched Kuroko's head. Sunset Red has the wind attribute chakra, which is just right for Rasengan. Anyway, in this world, these two ninjutsu have not yet come out, and if he shows them out ahead of time, it is not considered plagiarizing other people's ninjutsu. Xiu, you are so kind. Hearing Uchiha Xiu's assurance, Kuroyuki jumped up excitedly, happy like a kid who gets candy. Even Yuhi Junhong unconsciously showed a gratified smile when she saw this scene. Only Sarutobi Asuma couldn't stay any longer watching the two of them. He could tolerate his goddess having a boyfriend, but he absolutely couldn't bear the goddess flirting with her boyfriend in front of him. Well, Sarutobi Asuma sighed. Then I'll go. Chapter 22 Naming a Ghost. Are you taking the Chunin exam? That's right. Looking at Uchiha Xiu with a serious face, Yuhi Mako fell into deep thought. Xiu, after becoming a Chunin, the tasks you perform will not be as easy as they are now, and your life may be in danger. Although Uchiha Xiu's current strength is much stronger than the average Chunin, Yuhi Junhong still hopes that Uchiha Xiu can grow step by step. After all, on the battlefield, the enemy is not Chunin against Chunin, Jonin against Jonin. In case Uchiha Xiu encounters any danger, it will definitely be a huge loss to the village. Again, a genius without growth is nothing. Teacher, I have already thought about it. Uchiha Xiu knew about Yuhi Junhong's concern, but Yuhi Junhong didn't know his true strength. Uchiha Xiu, who owns Mangekyo Sharingan, even if he encounters cage level strong, can deal with it for a while. If you still do some C level or even D level tasks all day long, it would be a waste of time. He needs to kill ninjas to get shortened time. Then quickly improve your strength. I can try to apply for you, but I don't know if I can succeed. Okay, thank you teacher. You're welcome, Xiu. Seeing that Uchiha Xiu persisted, Yuhi Junhong did not continue to persuade. After getting along with each other for a period of time, Makoro Yuhi already knew the character of Uchiha Xiu. Just say the same thing. You must have thought clearly before doing something. So Yuhi Mako agreed to Uchiha Xiu's request and went directly to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Idle is idle, let's develop Rasengan first. After Shihi Junhong left, Uchiha Xiu turned around and went to a dense forest outside Konoha village. In Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen used the telescope technique to spy on the whole Konoha from time to time. He doesn't like this feeling. However, the advanced ninja talent is really powerful. Uchiha Xiu sighed silently. Since his talent has evolved into an advanced ninja talent, Uchiha Xiu seems to have opened the door to the new world. Learning any ninjutsu becomes effortless. Even in his hands, many ninjutsu can exert more powerful power than ordinary people. In just a few months, Uchiha Xiu has mastered a lot of fire style, lightning style, illusion, etc. You no longer have to worry about not having enough means to fight against others. Otherwise, moves like Rasengan and Reikiri that require chakra changes are really hard to master. Taking out a rubber ball, Uchiha Xiu began to practice Rasengan according to the method Jiraiya taught Naruto in the previous anime. I don't know if it is because I have mastered Reikiri. When practicing Rasengan, Uchiha Xiu always has the feeling of getting twice the result with half the effort. It is only a week now, and Uchiha Xiu has reached the final stage of cultivation. Boom! Successful. Looking at the shattered rubber ball, Uchiha Xiu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking about the feeling just now. Then reach out the hand and the Rasengan is formed in the hand. Try the power. Uchiha Xiu focused his eyes, raised his hand and printed Rasengan on a huge book. Boom! With a muffled sound, powder dust flew, and a huge hole appeared on the tree trunk. Good. Uchiha Xiu is very satisfied with the power of Rasengan. If the wind attribute is added, the lethality is simply not too great. Xiu, it's me. After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Namikaze Minato slowly came out from behind a tree. Because I heard movement here, so I came to take a look. Unknowingly, I was attracted by Xiu's ninjutsu. Xiu, I haven't heard of the ninjutsu you used just now, did you develop it yourself? Spotted by Uchiha Xiu, Namikaze Minato is not at all embarrassed. That's right, Uchiha Xiu didn't say much, after all, he still has a good impression of Namikaze Minato. He believes that Namikaze Minato has no bad intentions. Xiu, can you teach me this ninjutsu? Please. Namikaze Minato suddenly turned serious. When he just passed by, he heard movement here, so he came over curiously to take a look. It turned out that Uchiha Xiu was practicing Rasengan, which immediately attracted Namikaze Minato. It's powerful and doesn't need seals. It was almost as if it was tailor-made for him. Since Namikaze Minato mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, because there is no suitable attack method, it is impossible to exert the maximum power of this technique. The appearance of Rasengan allowed him to find a solution. I can teach you, but in exchange, I want to learn the sealing technique of the Uzumaki family. The importance of Rasengan to Namikaze Minato is self-evident. With Rasengan, Namikaze Minato's strength will be upgraded to a new level in an instant. Therefore, Uchiha Xiu took the opportunity to put forward his own conditions. If we say that the weirdest thing in the world of Hokage is the sealing technique, everything can be sealed, even Ōtsutsuki Kagaya cannot escape the sanction of sealing. Therefore, Uchiha Xiu has long been envious of the sealing technique. I'll have to talk it over with Kushina. Hearing Uchiha Xiu's request, Namikaze Minato was a little embarrassed. It's not that Uchiha Xiu's request is too much, but the sealing technique of the Uzumaki family is after all the ninjutsu of the Kushina family. Although he and Kushina are boyfriend and girlfriend, but they agreed without asking Kushina's opinion, Namikaze Minato felt a little inappropriate. It's okay, Kushina promised you to come to me anytime. Uchiha Xiu can be sure that Kushina will definitely agree. After all, the relationship between these two people has reached the point where they are willing to leave Naruto alone and die with each other. Thank you so much, Xiu. Looking at Namikaze Minato in the green vest of Konoha Jonin, Uchiha Xiu also had to admit that the future 4th Hokage's personality is really not covered. By the way, Xiu, what's the name of your technique? Rasengan. Uchiha Xiu answered casually. Rasengan. After Namikaze Minato heard Uchiha Xiu's words, he showed a disappointed expression. It always feels a little too casual. Xiu, don't you think such a ninjutsu called Rasengan is too monotonous? What do you want to do? After hearing Namikaze Minato's words, Uchiha Xiu suddenly became alert. This product, it seems to have some special attributes. Although it's rude, I think the name of this ninjutsu is too hasty. Xiu, why not call it Super Rondo Invincible Compression Rasengan's Killing Style? Xiu, how is it? Do you think this name is more suitable? Really, this guy has a special obsession with the name of ninjutsu. I prefer simpler names. Call me anytime after you have discussed with Kushina, I'll be leaving first. Seeing Namikaze Minato, who was still eager to try, with an unwilling face, Uchiha Xiu decisively slipped away. Super Rondo Invincible Compression Rasengan's must-kill style. Uchiha Xiu couldn't help shivering when he thought of calling out his name when he made a move. Chapter 23 Provocation from Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Xiu applied to take the Chunin exam. Sarutobi Hiruzen has agreed. After all, Uchiha Xiu's current strength is completely enough to be promoted to Chunin. Let him do some low-level tasks all the time, it is indeed a bit overkill. What, even Xiu can apply for the Chunin exam? In the Yakiniku restaurant, Uchiha Obito is very upset. When he was in the ninja school, only Uchiha Xiu was able to compete with him. As a result, now Uchiha Xiu actually applied to take the Chunin exam. It really made Obito a little bit unacceptable. Obito, Xiu's strength is very strong, even Kakashi recognized it. Rin Nohara pouted when she heard what Uchiha Obito said. Lin, if you say that I also applied to be promoted to Chunin, can I also become a Chunin? PFF, Obito, you better work hard. Hearing Uchiha Obito's words, Nohara Rin couldn't help laughing. She couldn't be more clear about Obito's strength. If he took the Chunin exam, he would probably be eliminated in the first round. Lin, I'm usually low-key. That guy Xiu is just a bit of a stinky fart. If he meets me, he's definitely not his opponent. Seeing that Rin Nohara didn't believe her appearance, Uchiha Obito was furious. Although he has seen Uchiha Xiu's strength last time, Uchiha Obito feels that he has made great progress during this period. He can do what Uchiha Xiu was able to do last time. It's a bad habit to speak ill of people behind their backs, Obito. As soon as Uchiha Xiu entered the barbecue restaurant, he heard Uchiha Obito shouting loudly. You came just in time, I want to challenge you. After seeing Uchiha Xiu, Uchiha Obito became even more excited. After the last separation, he thought for a long time before he understood. Isn't Rin Nohara also interested in Uchiha Xiu? This is unbearable, so he worked hard and made great progress during this time. Many people who were stronger than him in the ninja school before are no longer his opponents. Therefore, Uchiha Obito is still very confident of defeating Uchiha Xiu. Fool, Uchiha Xiu ignored Uchiha Obito's provocation. Obito's strength is too weak, he has no interest. I don't know where this confidence comes from. What did you say? BD, come out, I want to fight you. After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Uchiha Obito ran away on the spot. Standing on the barbecue table, he challenged Uchiha Xiu. Obito, come down, don't look like this. Nohara Lin was a little angry. How rude Uchiha Obito was to treat her god like this. Uchiha Xiu, do you dare to accept my challenge? Then come out. Uchiha Xiu sighed. It seems that if Uchiha Obito is not cleaned up tonight, he will never stop eating. HMPH, my uncle will let you know how powerful I am today. Uchiha Obito ignored Nohara Rin's eyes for the first time. He felt that as long as he defeated Uchiha Xiu later, he would definitely be able to make Lin look up to him again. Oh, this unlucky boy. Not far away, Sarutobi Asuma, who was also eating barbecue, sighed. He is very clear about Uchiha Xiu's strength. In normal sparring, Uchiha Xiu can fight back and forth with Yuhi Makoto, let alone Uchiha Obito. Wow, are two ninjas going to duel? It's just two little kids, what's so interesting about it? Look at the outfits, these two people belong to the Uchiha family, I'm going out to observe and observe. Isn't this Uchiha Xiu? I heard he has applied for promotion to Chunin. What, applying for promotion as a Chunin at such a young age? You brat who doesn't know the heights of the sky and the earth. Go out and have a look. Lousy has been a genin for 7 or 8 years. I want to see how he has the confidence to apply for promotion to Chunin. Because of Uchiha Obito's loud voice, everyone in the kebab shop knew that he and Uchiha Xiu were about to have a duel. The news that Uchiha Xiu recently applied for promotion to Chunin also attracted a lot of attention. Therefore, most people chose to follow, ready to see the excitement. HMPH, Uchiha Xiu, just wait for me to defeat you cleanly. Seeing the crowd watching, Uchiha Obito is not timid at all, but full of confidence. If he can defeat Uchiha Xiu in front of so many people, then Uchiha Obito will be recognized by the people in the village. Most importantly, Lin would definitely be fascinated by herself too. Hey, thinking about it, Uchiha Obito smiled unconsciously. Idiot. Seeing Uchiha Obito's appearance, Uchiha Xiu's face was still calm, he just wanted to quickly end this farce, and then eat his barbecue with peace of mind. Damn it, I'll make you pay the price. Uchiha Obito was very annoyed when he saw Uchiha Xiu's appearance, so he stopped talking, took out a handful of kunai, and rushed towards Uchiha Xiu. Obito. However, before rushing over, Uchiha Xiu let out a loud shout. What's wrong? Haha, if you're scared, it's still too late to beg for mercy. Seeing Uchiha Xiu stop himself, Uchiha Obito thought he was scared by himself. So he smiled proudly. Chapter 24 Envious Sarutobi Asuma. No, I just want to ask why you took your left leg first when you rushed over. Uchiha Xiu crossed his arms, 3 Tomoe Sharingan, slowly spinning. Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Uchiha Obito was a little confused. Is there any rule about which leg to move first when a ninja fights? Look at this brat, he was actually thinking about why he took his left leg first. Haha, brat, are you really a ninja because someone gave up attacking just because of a word? The strength of this year's genin is really bad. They are probably like cannon fodder on the battlefield. Seeing Uchiha Obito's appearance, all the onlookers burst into laughter. This guy is really naive. Uchiha Xiu, UBD. Hearing everyone's words and looking at Uchiha Xiu's expression, Uchiha Obito knew he was being tricked. Then without any hesitation, he continued to kill Uchiha Xiu. Unfortunately, what Uchiha Obito didn't know was that, in the eyes of outsiders, he just stood there and muttered to himself, and then ran and jumped up and down. What's going on with him? This brat has fallen into illusion. Am I reading that right? Was that 3 Tomoe Sharingan just now? How is it possible? How old is this little devil? I saw it too, it's definitely 3 Tomoe Sharingan. My god, when did such a genius appear in the village again? Even the onlookers didn't realize when Uchiha Obito fell into the illusion. Shouldn't the confrontation between genin be a contest between physical arts? In an instant, the other party fell into the illusion without knowing it. This strength is too strong. Is this really something a 9-year-old child can do? Now I know why people dare to apply for the promotion of Chunin. There is really nothing to say about this strength. It's really strong. The last genius like this seems to be Lord Tsukumo's son, Kakashi, right? The onlookers were amazed. In the eyes of Uchiha Xiu just now, it is clearly the appearance of 3 Tomoe Sharingan. Terrible. Sharingan is famous among ordinary ninjas. When fighting against ninjas with Sharingan, ordinary ninjas are inherently at a disadvantage, because they dare not look at the ninjas with Sharingan at all. In that case, if you don't pay attention, you will fall into the illusion. Even Might Guy has developed a lower body only style of play against Sharingan. Defeat Uchiha Obito, genin stage, get 7 days shorter time. Current shortened time, 5 hours and 10 minutes on 010 days. After Uchiha Obito fell into the illusion, the system's unique prompt sounded in Uchiha Xiu's mind. It's a surprise, maybe defeating a special character can also shorten the time. I just don't know if this reward can be obtained repeatedly. However, the possibility of obtaining it repeatedly is too small. In that case, he would not dare to do anything every day. He would fight Obito after eating. Wouldn't he be invincible soon? However, when the strength becomes stronger in the future, there should be a lot of rewards for reading all the characters with names and surnames in the comics. After hearing the voice in his mind, Uchiha Xiu smiled and analyzed a bunch of information in an instant. The way he looks at Uchiha Obito is different. It turned out that Uchiha Xiu was still thinking about whether to change Uchiha Obito's fate later. After all, changing the original trajectory of the world can shorten the time. But now Uchiha Xiu felt it was unnecessary. Let Uchiha Obito grow up, and then defeat him once in each stage, that will also get the shortened time. Moreover, in this world, Uchiha Xiu's greatest advantage is intelligence. If the fate of Uchiha Obito is changed, it is likely to cause great changes. That way, Uchiha Xiu would have much less advantage. Without Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara will make another puppet to do things for him. In that case, for Uchiha Xiu, it is better to blacken Uchiha Obito. At least, he knows all about Uchiha Obito. Okay, let's go in and eat meat. Seeing Uchiha Obito, who was already trapped in the illusion, talking to himself and jumping around, Uchiha Xiu ignored the shocked crowd, and directly entered the barbecue restaurant with Nohara Lin's shoulder. Build. Under the public, Nohara Lin lowered her head shyly. I like to eat barbecue, but it's too troublesome to bake. Come and help me barbecue. Now that they have met, Uchiha Xiu will naturally not let Nohara Lin go. Having such an eye-catching girl grill meat for me, isn't it more delicious than eating by myself? As for Uchiha Obito, let him stay in illusion for now. If he wakes up, he doesn't know what he will do. Damn it, Uchiha Xiu, you are not popular enough, you are still on 2 boats. In the corner of the barbecue restaurant, Sarutobi Asuma's eyes were full of envy. How much he thought that the high-spirited young man was himself. Chapter 25 The Arrogant Shimura Clan. HMPH, is this the kid who applied for promotion to Chunin early this year? Guys from the Uchiha clan are still so arrogant. We must teach him a lesson later. HMPH, I like to take these so-called Konoha giants the most. In a classroom of the ninja school, several ninjas were sitting in a corner, observing the direction of Uchiha Xiu while discussing the next tactics in a low voice. Xiu, due to the increasingly tense situation among the villages recently, ninjas from other villages were not invited to participate in the Chunin exam. This time the Chunin exam is divided into 3 parts. The first test is a written test, the second test is a team battle, and the third test is an individual battle. Yuhi Junhong explained the rules of the Chunin exam to Uchiha Xiu in detail. I see. After hearing Makoto Yuhi's words, Uchiha Xiu nodded. Xiu, don't be careless. Yuhi Junhong made a reminder. After all, the other teams taking the Chunin exam are all 3 people, and Uchiha Xiu has only 1 person. Teacher, you should worry more about other people. After listening to Yuhi Makoto's words, Uchiha Xiu smiled lightly. Although others have numerical advantages, but with Uchiha Xiu's current strength, even if these ninjas go together, it won't cause him any trouble. It's good that you have confidence. Seeing Uchiha Xiu's confident appearance, Yuhi Junhong also laughed. Yes, the strength of his disciple has grown by leaps and bounds recently. Even if it is him. In the fight, there is no advantage anymore. Not to mention this group of genin. In that case, I'll go first. Yuhi Junhong finished speaking and left. As a jonin, he still has a lot of things to do every day. After watching Kurenai Yuhi leave, Uchiha Xiu randomly found a seat and sat down, quietly waiting for the upcoming first exam. Didn't you see my uncle coming? Get out of here. As soon as Uchiha Xiu sat down, there was a shout behind him. Turning around, I saw 3 arrogant ninjas confronting a boy with long hair. It turned out to be from the Hyuga clan. Seeing the characteristic white eyes of the long-haired boy, Uchiha Xiu immediately became interested. As a rich family with Konoha and Uchiha clan side by side, I didn't expect that someone would dare to trouble the Hyuga clan. I know them. These 3 guys belong to the Shimura clan. They are usually arrogant and domineering. They often bully other ninjas. I didn't expect to dare to provoke the Hyuga clan now. What's the matter? The ninjas of the Shimura clan are very arrogant now, few people dare to provoke them. This is a good show. The Hyuga family is our top giant in Konoha. It is estimated that they have hit the iron plate this time. Listening to the discussions of the people around, Shimura Naoya and the 3 of them all showed proud expressions on their faces. Since the adult in the clan became an advisor, the status of their Shimura clan in Konoha has risen rapidly. No matter who the opponent is, as long as they dare to violate the interests of their clan, even if it is the Hyuga clan or the Uchiha clan, there will be absolutely no good fruit to eat. Moreover, suppressing the prestige of Konoha's other families is also an order given to them by the elders of the family. It is for this reason that they decided to actively provoke the Hyuga and Uchiha clans in this Chunin exam. Hey, let me tell you, are you deaf? I'm interested in this position, so if you're sensible, get out. Seeing the people around started whispering, Shimura and the others laughed even more wildly. In front of so many people, if you can make the Hyuga clan submit, you will definitely be rewarded when you go back. Don't you understand the principle of first come first served? I came here first. If you want to choose a seat as you like, come early next time, and no one will compete with you. Hyuga Kato looked at Shimura Naoya and the 3 of them, not to be outdone. Let me just say, the guys from the Hyuga clan are not easy to mess with. I hope he can teach Shimura Naoya and these 3 guys a lesson. This ninja of the Hyuga family seems to be Hyuga Kato. A new generation of geniuses from the Hyuga family. Yes, if it wasn't for waiting for the other 2 in the team, he would have been able to be promoted to Chunin 2 years ago. This is the best. Shimura and the others are only Genin's strength. If they fight, they will definitely be beaten up. Come on, I think Hyuga Kato is just trying to hold on, and he doesn't dare to fight back when he is scolded, let alone fight. Obviously, some of these ninjas have been bullied by Shimura ninjas before. Seeing the confrontation between Hyuga Kato and Shimura Naoya at this moment, they all hope that Hyuga Kato can give Shimura Naoya a hard lesson. I said, is your brain not working well? Is your uncle trying to reason with you? Don't say you are a small branch house of the Hyuga clan, even if your master is here, you have to obediently give up your seat to me today. I can tell you, don't make trouble for you Hyuga clan. Shimura has always been very arrogant, suppressing the prestige of other families, especially the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, is an order given to them by the elders in the family, so Shimura has always been very confident and speaks unscrupulously. Chapter 26 How dare you hit me? You. After hearing Shimura Naoya's words, Hyuga Kato clenched his fist unconsciously. The word branch house is the pain in the heart of every Hyuga branch house tribe. Becoming a branch house means losing your freedom. Everything, including your own life. From the moment the caged bird was engraved on the forehead, it was all handed over to others. From then on, life and death are only in the mind of the clan. It is precisely because of this that Shimura Naoya's words made Hyuga Kato almost run away on the spot. You still want to do it? I tell you, you have to think about the consequences. Seeing that Hyuga Kato was on the verge of eruption, Shimura was a little flustered. He knows the strength of Hyuga Kato, it is not a problem for one person to beat the 3 of them. If Hyuga Kato really fights, then it will be their Shimura clan who will be ashamed this time. Let's go. Shimura Naoya's last words brought Hyuga Kato back to his senses. He finally chose to give in. As a member of Hyuga branch house, what can and cannot be done? Hyuga Kato couldn't be more clear. The elders in the family have warned him more than once. Don't mess with the members of the Shimura clan outside, or the family will deal with it. Thinking of a random thought of the Zong family, the feeling that life would be worse than death. Hyuga Kato is scared, so no matter how resentful he was, Hyuga Kato still didn't dare to attack Shimura Naoya and the 3 of them. Haha, it would have been better if I had done this earlier, it's a waste of my uncle's time. Seeing Hyuga Kato flinch, Shimura felt relieved, and at the same time became even more defiant. It seems that Konoha should really change its appearance. In the future, they Shimura clan. It is the real Konoha giants. That's it, this is the Hyuga clan. Why is Hyuga Kato coaxing? This is all output by writing on the face. Hey, it seems that the strength of the Shimura clan can't be underestimated now. I didn't expect that even the Hyuga clan can't afford it. Seeing that Hyuga Kato chose to calm down, the crowd couldn't help being disappointed. After all, I thought there was a good show to watch, but I didn't expect it to be like this. As for those who have been bullied by Shimura ninjas before, they are secretly vigilant in their hearts. In the future, we must never fight against the Shimura clan. Seeing everyone's faces, Shimura and the others smiled proudly. I believe that after today, the prestige of the Shimura clan in the village can be greatly improved. However, Shimura was obviously not satisfied with this, but set his sights on Uchiha Xiu in front. If I can teach the guys from the Uchiha clan a lesson today. That caused quite a stir. Hey, I said, why is there a kid here? Isn't this the examination room for the Chunin exam, but a ninja school? Just finding an excuse, Shimura started his own performance. It's coming at me. Seeing Shimura Naoya and the others' malicious eyes, Uchiha Xiu was a little speechless. Uchiha Xiu can roughly guess the purpose of their doing so. It is nothing more than to increase the prestige of the Shimura family in Konoha, and then let other families attach to them. In the end, I just helped Shimura Danzō to compete for the position of Hokage. But Uchiha Xiu didn't expect that after suppressing the Hyuga clan, Shimura was still dissatisfied with several people, and even wanted to shoot himself. Unfortunately, they chose the wrong target. Not to mention him, even ordinary Uchiha people, when faced with such a provocation, would not obediently admit cowardly like Hyuga Kato. Little devil, what about you? Why are you here if you don't go home to nurse? Seeing Uchiha Xiu staring blankly, Shimura became impatient. In his opinion, since the ninjas of the Hyuga clan have obediently admitted their defeat, the Uchiha clan, who are comparable in strength, naturally dare not do anything to him. What's more, Uchiha Xiu is so young, and his strength is definitely not very good. If you didn't dare to beat up Hyuga Kato before, then beat up the guys from the Uchiha clan now. Maybe the effect will be better. Hey, this Uchiha brat is in trouble now. No way, don't even the Uchiha clan dare to provoke the Shimura clan. What's the matter? I didn't see Hyuga Kato didn't even dare to fart just now. I don't think it's that simple. The Uchiha clan is a group of rebellious guys. I guess we will do something later. So what if you do it? Can this Uchiha kid hit 3 by himself? Everyone is not optimistic about Uchiha Xiu. After all, age is here, so how good can it be? You know, the Uchiha family has not heard of any genius in recent years. Little devil, if you obediently beg for forgiveness from my uncle, and then voluntarily give up this exam, my uncle will forgive you. How about it? Shimura also looked at the fearful expressions on other people's faces and smiled proudly. He even wanted to reach out and pinch Uchiha Xiu's face. Snapped. However, as soon as he raised his hand, Uchiha Xiu slapped him across the face. Hiss. Let alone Shimura, even the others were shocked. No one thought that such a young guy would be so decisive in making a move. Without a word of nonsense, he just slapped Shimura Naoya. How dare you hit me? Chapter 27. One move at a time. How dare you hit me? Feeling the burning pain on his face, Shimura stared incredulously. Idiot. Seeing the surprised look on Shimura Naoya's face, Uchiha Xiu smiled contemptuously. Let alone a genin of the Shimura clan, even Shimura Danzō is here. If he wants to take a shot against Uchiha Xiu, he won't show any mercy to the opponent. The big deal is to defect to Konoha, and discuss world nuclear peace with Nagato. Anyway, as long as he can realize his goal of unifying the ninja world, it will be fine. How the process is not important. Unexpectedly, the guys from the Uchiha clan are all lunatics. Beautiful, this time I'm on the side of the Uchiha clan, this is what a rich family should look like. I think this brat is still too young. Next, Shimura and Naoya are probably going to attack him together. Do they still dare to attack the ninjas in their own village in public? Are they not afraid of being dealt with by the village? HMPH, that's for our group of civilian ninjas. For big families like them, how can they care about these things? Seeing the playful expressions on everyone's faces, Shimura was also angry. I originally wanted to use this Uchiha kid to stand out, but I didn't expect such a big shame to happen now. Little devil, do you know who I am? Shimura Naoya asked viciously. He felt that Uchiha Xiu must have not figured out the situation, otherwise he would never dare to shoot himself. I advise you to go to the hospital to see, there is something wrong with your designation here. Uchiha Xiu pointed to his own head and remembered the picture of Shimura Danzō Kanai Suzuo. He felt that the ninjas of the Shimura clan had something wrong with their brains. Haha, I laughed so hard, this Uchiha kid is very interesting. It's the first time I heard such swearing, and it was an eye-opener. I think he's right, people who have no problems here can't ask such stupid questions. Unfortunately, our Konoha hospital has never heard of anyone who can cure people's brains. Uchiha Xiu's way of swearing is still very novel in this world, coupled with Uchiha Xiu's serious expression, everyone couldn't help laughing. Damn it, I think you are courting death. Hearing the harsh laughter around him, Shimura couldn't bear it anymore. He clenched his fist and shot directly at Uchiha Xiu. Snort. Uchiha Xiu was waiting for this moment, in front of so many people, Shimura always shot first. No matter where this incident ends up, he will never be wronged. Click, boom, a few bone-cracking sounds sounded, and then everyone felt a blur in front of their eyes. Shimura had already been thrown heavily by Uchiha Xiu to the wall in front of the classroom, and his life and death were unknown. Straight, the other two were stunned when they saw this scene. They never expected that Shimura would be beaten like this in just an instant. Don't kill us, please. We were wrong, please forgive us, we will not trouble you again. Feeling the murderous aura unintentionally exuded by Uchiha Xiu, the other two guys from the Shimura clan were all scared to pee. In the face of life and death, they were finally afraid. Share the blessings and share the troubles. You two should also go and accompany him. Uchiha Xiu smiled lightly, without hesitation at all, using the same method. With one move, the remaining two were thrown onto the podium. Now that he has chosen to make a move, he will not show mercy. As this Uchiha's madman, it's horrible. This murderous intent is not aimed at me, but I still break out in a cold sweat unconsciously. Destroy 3 genins in an instant, is this really something a kid can do? Damn, I heard right just now. Shimura also said that the bones of these 3 guys should be broken a lot, right? I heard it too, the crisp sound of bone cracking. Ruthless man. Sure enough, the guys from the Uchiha clan can't be easily provoked, even a child is so fierce. But you won't be disqualified from the exam if you hit such a heavy hand on a ninja from the same village. Obviously Shimura Naoya and the others made the first move. They are acting in self-defense, okay. Uchiha Xiu's strength surprised everyone else. No one thought that such a young boy could defeat 3 genuine genins in an instant. You must know that for ninjas of the same level, ninjas from general big families are a line higher than ordinary ninjas. This guy, isn't he afraid of causing trouble for his family? Damn it, why was I born in the Hyuga branch house? Compared to others, Hyuga Kato was not surprised by Uchiha Xiu's strength. With the strength of Shimura Naoya and others, he thinks he can do what Uchiha Xiu just did. What makes him angry is why an ordinary Uchiha can shoot whatever he wants. However, as a genius of the Hyuga family, he was only able to be engraved with the caged bird at a young age, restraining all his sharpness. Uchiha Xiu. Looking at Uchiha Xiu, for some reason, Hyuga Kato felt a strong jealousy in his heart. Chapter 28 exams are going on normally. Damn it, Hiruzen, Uchiha Xiu actually attacked the ninja in the village. I think you should hand him over to me, and I will make him reform at the root. For what happened in the classroom, Shimura Danzō knew immediately. Then he approached Sarutobi Hiruzen aggressively. Shimura Danzō already hated the Uchiha clan very much, and now Uchiha Xiu disrupted his plan to gain prestige for the family in the Chunin exam. So, Shimura Danzō now has the idea to kill Uchiha Xiu. That guy Naoya made the first move. Sarutobi Hiruzen has been observing the scene in the classroom with the telescope technique, and knows the cause of the conflict clearly, so naturally he will not hand over Uchiha Xiu to Shimura Danzō. Then Naoya and they were beaten in vain. Asked Shimura Danzō. In fact, he didn't care about Shimura and Naoya at all. He made such a gesture just to fight for more benefits. This is a tacit understanding between him and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Well then, among this year's graduates, you can give priority to selecting a few to join the route. Sure enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen made some concessions to Shimura Danzō after taking a few puffs. HMPH, Hiruzen, you'll regret it sooner or later. Shimura Danzō left a word, then got up and left. Anyway, the purpose this time has been achieved. Suo Mao, what do you think about Xiu's matter? After Shimura Danzō left, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned tightly. He's a little undecided now. It was because of Uchiha Xiu that he did not cause a catastrophe. But Uchiha Xiu's performance today is somewhat excessive in his opinion. The ninjas of the Shimura clan have done a lot of outrageous things recently, and they really need to be rectified. Hitaki Tsukumo did not answer directly, but instead reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen all the shameful things that the Shimura clan had done recently. Hey, since there is no major impact, then don't worry about it. These guys really don't let me worry more and more. After listening to Hitaki Tsukumo's report, Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his head. Recently, he feels that his energy is not as good as before. Feeling helpless about many things. Seeing the appearance of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hitaki Tsukumo quietly disappeared into the darkness. Perhaps Xiu is right. At this moment, thinking of the future of Konoha that Uchiha Xiu showed him before, Hitaki Tsukumo sighed slightly in his heart. He is very clear about what Shimura Danzō has done, and it can even be said that he has become a victim of the village. And Sarutobi Hiruzen has lost the high spirits he had when he first took office as Hokage. Even in the face of pressure from all sides, he would only choose to compromise and sacrifice. This made Hitaki more and more biased toward Uchiha Xiu. This village has to be reinvented. Thinking of Uchiha Xiu's firm gaze when he said this, Hitaki Tsukumo finally made up his mind. No matter what happens in the future, he will stand by Uchiha Xiu's side. Take them to the hospital. Makoto Yuhi looked at the 3 Shimura Naoya who had passed out on the podium, frowned, and then waved someone to carry the 3 out. Just now he has received a reply from Sarutobi Hiruzen. The exam is going on as normal. Okay, everyone, be quiet, the first exam will start soon. Let me introduce the rules of the first exam. First, the exam time is. Just when Yuhi Junhong announced the exam rules, there were already discussions below. See, Uchiha Xiu was not punished. The Uchiha clan is indeed the #1 wealthy family in Konoha, and it's okay to beat people like this. Are you all blind? Can't you tell who is right and who is wrong in this matter? The Shimura family is still inferior to the old-fashioned family after all, and they will wither when they meet Uchiha. Look at the Hyuga clan. They dare not fart when they are ridiculed like this. They are ashamed to say that they are evenly matched with the Uchiha clan. I am so laughable. ... Obviously, everyone was very surprised that Uchiha Xiu was not punished. After all, there were many cases before, and the final result was to favor the Shimura family. Okay, quiet, anyone who finds out whispering will be immediately disqualified. After Yuhi Junhong finished speaking, the classroom immediately became extremely quiet. After the papers were handed out, there was another gasp in the classroom. There is no other reason, the paper questions are too difficult. Uchiha Xiu looked at the exam questions and found that it was really difficult. Even he didn't know how to do a few questions. But Uchiha Xiu didn't panic. The significance of this exam is more to test the ninja's ability to collect intelligence. It means that there are definitely pre-arranged testimonials in the examination room, and they know all the correct answers. As long as you copy their answers, you will have no problem passing the exam. Looking around, Uchiha Xiu found that in front of him on the right, a ninja with a knife mark on his face is writing with his head down, without even a pause. Obviously, he has memorized the correct answer proficiently. Sharingan. After opening 3 Tomoe Sharingan, Uchiha Xiu can clearly see every move of that ninja. The hand also began to imitate the ninja, but for a moment, he copied all the answers from the entire test paper. Carry out an assignment. Just when everyone was scratching their heads, Uchiha Xiu ended his answering question ahead of time. Anyway, he didn't have teammates to help, so he handed in the papers ahead of time, so he could have more time to practice ninjutsu when he returned. Isn't it? I handed in the paper so early. I haven't even solved a single question yet. Isn't it because I saw the difficulty of the test paper and decided to give up? After all, the kid is so young, he must not be able to do such a difficult question. That's good too. In the next 2 rounds, there will be one less powerful enemy. The kid is still young after all, and his mentality exploded so quickly. Seeing that Uchiha Xiu handed in the paper so quickly, everyone believed that he gave up the Chunin exam this time. After all, in such a short time, you can't finish reading the questions. Good. Seeing the test paper submitted by Uchiha Xiu, Makoto Yuhi nodded. These questions are obviously beyond the standard. It is impossible for Uchiha Xiu to answer them completely in such a short time. Then there is only one possibility. That is, Uchiha Xiu has keenly discovered the meaning of this exam and successfully collected the correct information. Excellent. Although Uchiha Xiu has been praised more than once, Uchiha Xiu can still refresh his perception of excellence every time. Uchiha Xiu, pass with full marks. After Yuhi Junhong checked it once, she announced loudly. Uchiha Xiu was his disciple, and now that Uchiha Xiu is performing so well, his face is also very radiant. What? Did I hear correctly? Really? I seriously suspect this guy is cheating. That's too bullying. It's fine to be handsome and strong. Is he still so smart? Hearing Yuhi Junhong's announcement, the classroom instantly boiled. Chapter 29 First Encounter with Orochimaru. With the acquiescence of Konoha's senior management, Uchiha Xiu's lesson to Shimura Naoya did not cause much repercussions. On the contrary, it was Hyuga Kato who was too weak that day, coupled with Uchiha Xiu's strength. The elders of the Hyuga clan generally believed that the reputation of the Hyuga clan was affected. And of course they would not blame themselves for all the crimes. Therefore, Hyuga Kato, who was involved, was severely punished by the Hyuga clan. Soon, the second session of the Chunin exam kicked off amidst all the attention. I'm going to enter the Death Forest today, I'm really nervous. Yeah, I heard that you have to sign a life and death certificate. After entering the Death Forest, it will be a battle of life and death. This is just right, I don't have to worry about it, and I don't have to be afraid of taking too hard shots, so I can show my true strength. On the outskirts of the Death Forest, a group of ninjas who passed the first test gathered together in 2s and 3s, each excitedly discussing the tactics to come. And Uchiha Xiu stood alone under a tree, quietly waiting for the exam to start. Look, that's Uchiha Xiu. I heard that this Chunin exam, he's on his own team. Really, if that's the case, he will definitely become the priority target of others. Fart, have you forgotten what he did before the exam? Anyway, I won't provoke him. I always feel that his strength is more than twice as strong as ours. I feel the same way. Looking at Uchiha Xiu's back, there are nearly 30 teams of ninjas, but most of them have no intention of attacking Uchiha Xiu. Okay, each team will send a representative to collect the scroll, and the rest will sign their names on the life and death contract first. When the time came, Orochimaru appeared in front of the crowd. It's Lord Orochimaru. I finally met my idol. Lord Orochimaru saved my life on the battlefield before. I really hope to become a good ninja like Orochimaru-sama in the future. I just hope that I can contribute my own strength to Lord Orochimaru in the future. Seeing Orochimaru, all the ninjas got excited. In this period, Orochimaru's prestige in Konoha is still very high. Especially this group of genin, all blindly worship Orochimaru, just like the fanatical fans of later generations. Quiet. Orochimaru waved his hand and went on to announce the rules of the exam. Each team will receive a scroll later, and the scrolls are divided into scrolls of heaven and scrolls of earth. The scrolls of the sky and the scrolls of the earth have the same number, and they are distributed randomly. And the condition for you to pass the exam is to collect the scroll of equaling heaven and the scroll of earth within the specified time and reach the tower in the middle of the Death Forest. That's the test site for the third test. Wish y'all good luck. After reading the rules, Orochimaru habitually stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. In this way, this exam will eliminate half of the people. You think it's too simple. The current situation is that everyone doesn't know whether it is the scroll of the sky or the scroll of the earth in their hands. If they fight for a long time and finally find that the two teams have the same scroll, it will be troublesome. Ah, is there still such a situation? Then it seems that you have to think about it. That's right, and if you get injured during the process of snatching the scroll, wouldn't it be troublesome if you meet another team? Yes, and the rules do not say that a team can only have a pair of scrolls, which means that the stronger team will definitely try to eliminate other teams for the third individual battle. Hiss. Listening to the eloquent analysis of the people around him, Uchiha Xiu casually put away the scroll he received. As for how to clear the customs, he has already made up his mind. Seeing Orochimaru walking towards him, Uchiha Xiu secretly became alert. Although Orochimaru has not been defeated by Uchiha Itachi in a second, the obsession with the bodies of the Uchiha family is far from being as high as later generations. But since the death of Senju Naoki, Orochimaru lacked a proper reverence for life. So Uchiha Xiu felt that it was necessary to be on guard, lest Orochimaru make a sudden move and catch him off guard. "Xiu, you seem nervous." Orochimaru's husky voice had a hint of playfulness in it. "Master Orochimaru, do you have anything to do?" It has to be said that with Orochimaru's cold temperament, coupled with his strong strength, Uchiha Xiu really felt a sense of oppression. "The teacher asked me to remind you, don't shoot so hard in this exam. If it's just this matter, then I know." Uchiha Xiu nodded. It seems that he seriously injured the three of Shimura Naoya last time, which still caused Sarutobi Hiruzen's dissatisfaction. But Uchiha Xiu doesn't care either. In less than a year, his strength can fully reach cage level. At that time, no one can do anything to him. No. I came to find Mr. Xiu, of course not because of such a boring thing. I came to tell Mr. Xiu a news. A morbid smile appeared on Orochimaru's face, and he unconsciously stuck out his tongue and licked his own face. It's a little more disgusting than I thought. After all, reality is not two-dimensional, and Orochimaru's actions made Uchiha Xiu feel a little sick. "What did you say?" "It's nothing. I don't know what news Master Orochimaru wants to tell me." Uchiha Xiu is really curious about what news Orochimaru wants to tell him. After all, there is no intersection between him and a character of Orochimaru's level now. "Shimura Danzō, please let me find a chance to get rid of you and bring your body back to him." After Orochimaru finished speaking, he unleashed his murderous aura and momentum on Uchiha Xiu. Then what is Orochimaru-sama going to do? Uchiha Xiu was not affected too much. After all, he was not at the level of Naruto and Sasuke during the Chunin exam. If you count Mangekyo Sharingan, even Orochimaru has nothing to do with him in a short time. Shu-jun is really an interesting person. Seeing that Uchiha Xiu was not affected at all, and that his fighting spirit was still increasing, Orochimaru's eyes flashed with surprise. "I will not attack the ninjas in my village. I just want to see Mr. Xiu's reaction after he knows about this. Since my curiosity has been satisfied, then I won't bother Mr. Xiu." After Orochimaru finished speaking, he left directly. The noisy sounds around him also entered Uchiha Xiu's ears again. Uchiha Xiu scoffed at Orochimaru saying that he would not attack the ninjas in his village. He is sure that if he behaved badly just now, then Orochimaru would definitely not mind finding a chance to kill himself and then sell Shimura Danzō a favor. "We still have to improve our strength as soon as possible." Seeing the back of Orochimaru leaving, Uchiha Xiu thought to himself. Chapter 30. Uchiha Xiu's Thoughts. The second test begins. With Orochimaru's order, all the entrances of the Death Forest opened simultaneously. 30 ninja squads also swarmed in. Uchiha Xiu silently glanced at Orochimaru who was staring thoughtfully, and then also entered the Death Forest. "Let's go to the central tower first." After entering the forest, Uchiha Xiu ran towards the central tower without any hesitation. Although Orochimaru said that he would not attack him, he would not believe it naively. And if Orochimaru chooses to attack him, then he will most likely expose all his whole cards. This is what Uchiha Xiu does not want to see. Konoha monitors the room. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina, Yuhi Mako and others were staring at the screen, watching the scene in the Death Forest. Haha, I didn't expect this kid Xiu to be really clever. Why didn't I think of this trick when I took the Chunin exam? But with Xiu's strength, no matter what method he uses, he can pass the exam smoothly. Seeing Uchiha Xiu immediately ran towards the central tower without looking back, Jiraiya thought he had seen through Uchiha Xiu's intention. He wanted to set up an ambush near the high tower in advance, and then waited for work, and finally chose a weaker and less healthy team to attack and snatch their scrolls. Xiu is indeed a smart kid. In order to collect the scrolls, the rest of the team will definitely go through some battles, and their strength will decline. At that time, it will be much easier for Xiu to snatch the scrolls. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the performance of Uchiha Xiu and had the same idea as Jiraiya. As a ninja, as long as you can complete the task, you can use any means. Uchiha Xiu is taking the exam alone now. Compared to other teams consisting of 3 people, he is inherently at a disadvantage. So this approach is the safest. After hearing the analysis of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya, only Makoto Yuhi felt a little more confused. He knows the strength of Uchiha Xiu best. Any squad participating in this Chunin exam will not be an opponent in front of Uchiha Xiu. According to Uchiha Xiu's consistent style, he will definitely choose to rush all the way. Then pass the test in the shortest possible time. However, this time Uchiha Xiu chose to ambush next to the central tower. It really made Yuhi Junhong a little confused. However, why do I feel that Xiu doesn't seem to have any plans to ambush? As time passed, Uchiha Xiu finally arrived at the central tower of the Death Forest. But to everyone's surprise, Uchiha Xiu didn't immediately set up a trap. Instead, he got a rocking chair, sat in front of the central tower door, and began to rest his eyes. It should be such a long time on the road, so you plan to recover your strength first. Sarutobi Hiruzen said something uncertain. That's right, I didn't choose to hide myself in the first place. It should be because I believe that Xiu has considered that no one will come here in such a short time. Namikaze Minato also stroked his chin and analyzed. This kid really knows how to enjoy it. If I thought of this method at the time, I would definitely be able to fascinate the other female ninjas. Jiraiya patted his thigh with a very regretful expression. Only the bad feeling in Yuhi Junhong's heart became stronger and stronger. Naturally, Uchiha Xiu doesn't know the brain supplements of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. His idea is very simple. That is to block the entrance of the central tower. Come one team, he will grab another team. Except for him, no one can advance. As long as he eliminated all the others, the third test could end early. For Uchiha Xiu, the Chunin exam was too boring. If he had this time, he would go to Yuhihong and Nohara Lin to give her a hug. Isn't it fragrant? As for the consequences, feel sorry. That's a headache for Konoha's senior management. Nothing to do with him. Anyway, he didn't violate the rules. After thinking for a while, Uchiha Xiu was hungry. So Uchiha Xiu took out the sealing scroll that he had prepared earlier. After making a seal, a delicious food appeared in Uchiha Xiu's hand. HMPH, I didn't expect to be so lucky. The first team we met was the scroll we needed. Hyuga Kato finally smiled as he looked at the earth coiling axis in his hands. That's great, Captain, the exam has just started, so let's go to the central tower. The other two team members were also very excited. After all, they were very lucky to have collected all the scrolls needed to pass the exam in such a short period of time without too much effort. That's right, let's move forward at full speed and strive to be the first team to pass the second test. Shinta, you will keep the scroll. Hyuga Kato is obviously in a very good mood. Because he was too weak when Shimura Naoya was provocative, he was severely punished by the clan. And in the family, I also suffered all kinds of supercilious looks. Everyone thinks that he has dishonored the reputation of the Hyuga clan, making the Hyuga clan shorter than the Uchiha clan for no reason. This also made Hyuga Kato very uncomfortable. But now, if he can lead the team to become the first person to pass the second assessment, the strength of the Hyuga clan will definitely impress everyone again. And he will become a respected genius of the Hyuga clan again from a sinner of the Hyuga clan. Humph, the Uchiha clan. I'll prove that Rolling Eyes is much better than Sharingan. Now Hyuga Kato even hopes that Uchiha Xiu can pass the second test. This gave him a chance to defeat Uchiha Xiu in front of everyone. For his own strength, Hyuga Kato is still very confident. If it weren't for waiting for two teammates, he would have been able to be promoted to Chunin 2 years ago. Just wait, I will save the reputation of the Hyuga clan. Looking at the tall tower standing in the distance, Hyuga Kato was full of energy. Chapter 31 The First Prey. Look, Hyuga Kato's team is already approaching the central tower. Why is this guy still sleeping? Junhong, how do you usually teach Xiu? Seeing the three of Hyuga Kato approaching constantly, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others frowned. Because at this time Uchiha Xiu was still sleeping leisurely in front of the central tower gate. No precautionary measures were taken. Xiu should be very confident in his own strength. Evening Sun is really red, but also very helpless. He didn't know what Uchiha Xiu was thinking in his heart. But since Uchiha Xiu did this, he must have his own reasons. On this point, Yuhi Junhong is still very sure. I think this kid is too proud. Uchiha's guys are all virtuous. Jiraiya pouted. He has dealt with the Uchiha clan a lot, without exception. The more powerful the Uchiha, the more proud he is. It is clear, Uchiha Xiu started 3 Tomoe Sharingan at a young age, and her mentality has changed. Hyuga Kato will soon reach the central tower, let's continue to look. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a breath. If Uchiha Xiu is really what Jiraiya said, he should think about it. Will Uchiha Xiu be promoted to Chunin this time? Uchiha Xiu is too young now, and his mind may not be mature yet. If you make a mistake on the battlefield in the future, it will put the entire team in danger. Great, I didn't expect it to be so smooth all the way. Looking at the central tower in front of him, Hyuga Kato was very happy. After grabbing the scrolls their team needed, Hyuga Kato and the 2 team members rushed over without stopping. I also encountered other teams in the middle. However, under the deterrence of Hyuga Kato, no one chose to attack them after all. Everyone knows that this time the Chunin exam, Hyuga Kato's team is the hardest bone to crack, so no one wants to mess with them. Check to see if there is an ambush around. Hyuga Kato rolled his eyes and looked around vigilantly. Not to be taken lightly at any time is the most important quality for a ninja to survive on the battlefield. As a seasoned ninja, Hyuga Kato naturally wouldn't make such a mistake. If everything goes well, then I will be the first person to pass this test. Hyuga Kato is still very happy in his heart. This is a practical test, to be able to get the first place in this test. If he can get the first place, then he will be able to change the people's opinion of him. After all, no matter for any ninja, the significance of actual combat is always higher than theory. In other words, the result of this test is far more important than the results of the previous written test. However, when Hyuga Kato observed the central tower, he found a person sitting leisurely on a deck chair. Close your eyes and rest. What the hell? For the first time, Hyuga Kato thought it was a trap. He quickly looked around again. But under the observation of white eyes, Hyuga Kato didn't find anything. Is there anyone who is faster than us? Thinking of this, Hyuga Kato was startled. Maybe someone has already passed this competition before them. Captain, that kid seems to be Uchiha Xiu. As the distance drew closer, the other two members of the team also saw Uchiha Xiu, who was resting with his eyes closed. It's him again. Hyuga Kato snorted coldly. If Uchiha Xiu hadn't been so strong before, he wouldn't have been punished so severely when he returned to the clan. Therefore, Hyuga Kato still has a grudge against Uchiha Xiu. Captain, what should we do? Several people stopped a dozen meters away from Uchiha Xiu and began to discuss tactics. Since he didn't enter the central tower, it means he hasn't collected the Kishin Earth Coiling Axis yet. Now that the door is blocked, it is probably intended to rob a weak team, because each team must enter the central tower to successfully pass the level. He probably didn't expect us to arrive here so soon, so we'll go out and kill him later to catch him by surprise. Hyuga Kato calmly analyzed the information, and then made a decision to attack. Now that Uchiha Xiu was met by them, he could just eliminate him directly. Hey, how long are these people going to mutter? Uchiha Xiu had discovered Hyuga Kato and the others in the first place, but he just pretended not to know. His purpose is to prevent all the teams who come here from entering the central tower. Uchiha Xiu didn't want a team to sneak into the central tower while he was fighting with others. In that case, his plan would be in vain. Therefore, in Uchiha Xiu's view, the wide open space around the central tower is the best place for him to play. Coming. Chapter 32 Easy Win. Coming. Uchiha Xiu, who was resting on the recliner with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes, and then pulled out the grass pheasant sword from his waist. The three of them attacked Hyuga Kato, who was rushing towards him. When? A knife. The kunai of the opposite ninja was cut into two pieces by Uchiha Xiu. What? The ninja was taken aback. He didn't expect his weapon to be cut off by Uchiha Xiu's long knife. This is a kunai made of fine steel. Snort. Seeing the surprised look on the face of the opposite ninja, the corners of Uchiha Xiu's mouth curled up slightly. Remembering what Orochimaru said to himself before, he changed his move in time, and hit the opponent's neck with a heavy elbow. Fix 1. Looking at the opponent who fainted in an instant, Uchiha Xiu turned and rushed towards another opponent who looked weaker. Damn it! Watch out for his weapon. Hyuga Kato didn't expect Uchiha Xiu to make a move so decisively. It's just the moment of contact, and my own convenience has already reduced the number of staff. Hyuga Kato didn't dare to continue dragging, seeing that his teammates were already fighting with Uchiha Xiu, he quickly rushed over. As long as two people encircle and suppress, Uchiha Xiu will be defeated. In physical combat, he, Hyuga Kato, has never been afraid of anyone. However, when he rushed forward, Uchiha Xiu directly opened the distance. Stepped aside. Uchiha Xiu, it's unlucky for you to meet me. Taking the initiative to stand in front of his teammates, Hyuga Kato smiled confidently. Yeah, looking at Hyuga Kato, Uchiha Xiu showed a playful smile on his face, and also looked like he was sure of winning. HMPH, I have the strongest defense revolving heaven, you have no hope of winning. The strongest defense. Uchiha Xiu smiled upon hearing Hyuga Kato's words. Even if Gaara comes to take the Chunin exam today, he can still have a Reikiri in his left hand and a Rasengan in his right hand to teach him how to behave. Not to mention a mere revolving heaven. I'll let you see today, our Hyuga is the strongest in Konoha. Before Hyuga Kato finished speaking, a kunai stab suddenly pierced his waist. Kota, you. Feeling the pain in his own body, Hyuga Kato turned his head in disbelief. But he found that the teammates who had fought side by side had dull eyes and disordered breath at the moment, and they had obviously fallen into the illusion. Damn it, Hyuga Kato regretted it very much. Facing the Uchiha clan, why did they forget to beware of illusions? If he had been more careful just now, he would definitely be able to spot the abnormality of his teammates immediately with his white eyes. Unfortunately, it's too late to say anything now. No, there is still a chance. It is still early before the end of the game. I can't give up. Slapping the teammates who wanted to continue attacking with a palm, Hyuga Kato pulled out the kunai from his waist. It looked like the central tower, and then quickly ran in another direction. He wants to collect 2 scrolls again. Being alive and kicking with this kind of injury, it seems that my attack is still a little lighter. Uchiha Xiu shook his head, and instead of chasing the fleeing Hyuga Kato, he searched for the 2 fainted ninjas. Good luck. From that ninja named Kota, Uchiha Xiu managed to get the earth coiling axis. Then he tied the 2 of them up and threw them behind him. That's right, I didn't expect that the strongest team this year would lose so easily in Xiu's hands. Junhong, you taught me well. Sarutobi Hiruzen is clearly in a good mood with a pipe in his mouth. Just now Uchiha Xiu's performance was really eye-catching. He hadn't seen such an outstanding young ninja for a long time. I can't tell, this kid is quite capable, almost comparable to what I did in the Chunin exam back then. I knew that this kid must have his own ideas if he dared to sleep so blatantly. You didn't say that before. Namikaze Minato complained in his heart. For Uchiha Xiu's performance, he had expected. And he also knew that Uchiha Xiu still had a trump card that he didn't use. He has been envious of this killer weapon for a long time. Yesterday Kushina promised him to teach the Uchiha Xiu sealing technique after the Chunin exam. This means he can finally practice Rasengan. Thinking of this, Namikaze Minato also showed a smile on his face. Why did Xiu lie down again? Seeing Uchiha Xiu put away the earth coiling shaft and lay down on the rocking chair again, Jiraiya felt a little strange. Obviously, if you submit the scroll, you will be able to pass the assessment. What is this guy thinking? This brat doesn't know the rules of the game, does he? Seeing Uchiha Xiu's appearance, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others couldn't figure it out. Well, I suddenly remembered that I still have something to do, so I'm leaving first. Yuhi Junhong seemed to suddenly think of something, and then slipped away. He seems to have vaguely guessed Uchiha Xiu's plan. Although theoretically half of the teams in the second exam can get the earth coiling axis and successfully advance. However, the reality is often crueler than expected. After a period of fighting, most of the teams lost the qualification to continue to advance. Only less than 10 teams successfully collected the earth coiling axis. But, they don't know. Everyone in this exam is prey. The hunter, on the other hand, has been quietly waiting for the prey to come to his door in the central tower. Chapter 33 Hey, we meet again. Although the process was thrilling, we finally reached our destination. Now we should be able to pass the customs smoothly. 3 dirty ninjas came out of the dense forest, with uncontrollable smiles on their faces. After 2 days of hard fighting, after eliminating 3 teams, they finally gathered the earth coiling axis. And successfully arrived at the final location of the exam. Central Tower. Aren't these 2 tied guys from the Hyuga Kato team? Yeah, why are they like this? Where's Hyuga Kato? When the 3 saw Shinta and the 2, they all secretly became alert. Again, the team that can successfully gather the earth coiling axis to get here is definitely not a rookie. Hi, who? The 3 of them looked up when they heard the voice, and what they saw was a pair of scarlet 3 Tomoe Sharingan. Not good. Seeing these eyes, the 3 of them were startled, and subconsciously wanted to lower their heads to avoid eye contact with Sharingan. But unfortunately, it was too late. Done. Seeing the 3 people who had fallen into the illusion, Uchiha Xiu clapped his hands. Then, as before, searched out the earth coiling shaft, tied the 3 people firmly and threw them aside. Then sat on the rocking chair, quietly waiting for the arrival of the next team. At this time, the 3 people who had woken up from the illusion cast doubtful eyes on Shinta and the 2 before. It seems to ask again, did you also get arrested like this? Shinta and the 2 nodded, and there was a little more smile in their eyes. I don't know why, after seeing another team tied up like this, the 2 of them felt more balanced in an instant. Master Orochimaru, how should we handle this situation? The examiner in charge of the Chunin exam couldn't bear it anymore. Judging from the current situation, Uchiha Xiu is obviously going to make trouble. As long as the rules of the game are not violated, we don't need to intervene. Orochimaru has a hoarse voice and is not worried about the exam at all. In contrast, his interest in Uchiha Xiu is getting stronger and stronger. Understood. Hearing Orochimaru's answer, the examiner could only choose to remain silent. Great, it's finally over. After a while, another team appeared in front of the central tower. Then they saw 5 people tied with ropes and thrown aside. Why are you tied up here? After the 3 of them saw Shinta and the other 5, they asked suspiciously. Then, I saw the malicious smiles in the eyes of the 5 of Kota. What are you laughing at? The 3 were still puzzled, but soon, they understood everything. So, you were tied up like this too? Looking at Shinta and the others, the captain of the new team asked. The 5 nodded excitedly. Now they don't think about the Chunin exam anymore. They just want to see how far this kid from the Uchiha family is going to go. Looking at the appearance of Shinta and the others, the 3 who had just been tied up by Uchiha Xiu suddenly became expectant. 4th team, the 5th team, the 8th team, it's almost over. Looking at the 23 ninjas tied up behind him, Uchiha Xiu heaved a sigh of relief. Today is the last day, there are still 2 hours left, and the exam time is up. In that case, his goal can be regarded as accomplished. In the Forest of Death, Hyuga Kato was very excited. After 2 days of fighting, he finally collected the earth coiling shaft again, although it is not easy to defeat a 3-person team with his own strength. However, after several arduous battles, Hyuga Kato finally managed to get the earth coiling shaft. This time, we will be able to successfully advance. Quickly driving through the forest, Hyuga Kato finally showed a smile on his face again. Now he is already dirty. Dust and blood stains make the original neat clothes no longer see the original color. Hyuga Kato's face is also disheveled. Since he was born, he hasn't been in such a mess like today. But Hyuga Kato was still very happy. After all, no matter what, he still obtained the qualification to pass the exam through his own strength. And this kind of matter of defeating a 3-person team by 1 person. Let Hyuga Kato burst with confidence. HMPH, damn Uchiha Xiu, I will give you a good lesson when the 3rd exam is held. Uchiha Xiu was very angry when Hyuga Kato sounded. Although the 3 of them attacked Uchiha Xiu together before, they were easily defeated. However, Hyuga Kato felt that it was all because his teammates dragged him down. If Shinta hadn't been hit by an illusion and stabbed him in the back. So who wins and who loses is not certain. You know, Bayan is very resistant to illusions. Hyuga Kato doesn't think Uchiha Xiu can defeat himself with illusion. And ninjutsu. In the duels below Jonin, ninjutsu is mostly just a means to confuse the enemy and feint. As for gymnastics, the gentle fist of the Hyuga family is not in vain. So, even after seeing Uchiha Xiu's 3 Tomoe Sharingan, Hyuga Kato is still very confident. Able to defeat Uchiha Xiu's. Wait, looking at the central tower in front of his eyes, Hyuga Kato rushed over directly. Then I saw more than 20 guys who were tied with ropes and thrown on the ground. As well as, ahead of them, Uchiha Xiu was sitting in a rocking chair, eating a bento box. Hi, see you again. Seeing Hyuga Kato, Uchiha Xiu took the initiative to say hello. Chapter 34 Promotion to Chunin. Meet again. It seems that you have collected the scrolls again. Seeing Hyuga Kato rushing out, Uchiha Xiu was a little surprised. With no teammates and he was injured again, he was able to collect the Kishin Earth Coiling Axis. The strength is really good. Seeing this scene in front of him, Hyuga Kato was stunned. Did I fall into an illusion? Hyuga Kato quickly rolled his eyes, but no matter how he checked. It's just a conclusion. Everything is normal. You tied all this group of people here. Hyuga Kato opened his mouth wide. Although the facts were right in front of his eyes, he still couldn't believe it. It is clear. Uchiha Xiu shrugged and looked at Hyuga Kato. Hand over the scroll, or, do you also want to try the feeling of being tied up? Quote. Looking at Uchiha Xiu, Hyuga Kato decisively threw out the scrolls he had collected so hard. Joke. Hyuga Kato counted, including myself, a total of 24 people. It is clear, Uchiha Xiu relied on her own strength. Defeated all 8 teams. These are the 8 teams that could have qualified for the promotion. No matter how conceited Hyuga Kato is, he also knows that he and Uchiha Xiu are not on the same level at all. The idea of wanting to compete with Uchiha Xiu before was thrown out of the sky. That's right, you go and stay aside first. After receiving the scroll thrown by Hyuga Kato, Uchiha Xiu continued to eat his bento. Next, just wait for the game time to end. I declare that the person who passed the examination in this competition is Uchiha Xiu. All the rest are eliminated. At the last moment, Uchiha Xiu entered the central tower with a bunch of earth coiling shafts. Became the only winner of this game. After the examiner announced the test results, there was a burst of wailing from below. Isn't it? In the end, he was really promoted alone. This kid's strength has obviously surpassed Chunin's level. It's really unlucky to take the same exam with such a monster. I don't agree. I already have the strength of Chunin, it's just that Uchiha Xiu is too pervert. Looking at the ninjas who were arguing endlessly below, the examiner in charge of announcing the results didn't know what to do. After all, since the establishment of Konoha, this is the first time this situation has been encountered. Master Orochimaru, what should we do? Orochimaru frowned slightly looking at the scene below, and took a step forward. Just as he was about to teach this group of troublemakers some lessons, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared behind him. Teacher. Orochimaru bowed and stepped back. Now that Sarutobi Hiruzen is here, he can leave it alone. Okay. In view of the special circumstances this time, I announce that as long as the team collects the earth coiling axis and successfully reaches the central tower, it will be considered as passing the second assessment. Sarutobi Hiruzen announced with a smile. Recently, the situation between the various villages has become more and more tense, and the village is in need of mid-range combat power. Can he eliminate all the people who are already qualified to be promoted to Chunin? I protest, it's not fair. After hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Uchiha Xiu was the first to be unhappy. Why did he work so hard to block the door and eliminate all this group of people? Isn't it just to end it sooner? Now you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, want to make his efforts in vain. Uchiha Xiu was naturally unhappy. Snort. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Uchiha Xiu jumping out again and glared at him. It's not all your fault. Coughing, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. Uchiha Xiu's strength is believed to be obvious to all, so I made an exception. Uchiha Xiu does not need to participate in the third assessment, and is directly promoted to Chunin. That's about the same. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Uchiha Xiu nodded. Finally satisfied. Great. I have no objection. This guy is simply not human. It would be nice to let him be promoted early. Yes, I don't want to face Uchiha Xiu in the third test, then I guess I can only automatically abstain. Haha, that's great, now I can say something out loud. Everyone here is scum. No one disagreed with Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision to advance Uchiha Xiu early. Even a little happy. After all, no one wants to work hard for so long, finally reach the finals, and then meet a guy like Uchiha Xiu. You guys know each other. Seeing everyone's reaction, Uchiha Xiu smiled with satisfaction. Although the result was not what he imagined, his goal was still achieved. Congratulations to host for being promoted to Chunin, and the time has been shortened by 6 months. Current accumulated shortened time, 5 hours and 10 minutes on 10 days in June. After Sarutobi Hiruzen announced Uchiha Xiu's promotion to Chunin, the voice of the system also sounded in Uchiha Xiu's mind. Promoting to Chunin can also shorten the time, and it's 6 months at a time. Looking at the shortened time that has suddenly increased by another 6 months, Uchiha Xiu clenched his fist. This is what he didn't expect. I didn't expect to be promoted to Chunin, and I could also get shortened time. It's a pity that I don't have enough tasks to do now. After calming down, Uchiha Xiu resisted the idea of promoting Jonin on the spot. According to this progress, promoting Jonin will shorten my time by at least 1 year. Then wouldn't I be able to obtain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan directly? After receiving the reward this time, Uchiha Xiu decided to perform as many tasks as possible in the future. When he reaches the qualifications to apply for Jonin, he will apply directly. I believe that with his strength, this will not be a problem. Chapter 35 Persistence is the most important thing. What's good about being promoted? Looking at the system panel, Uchiha Xiu fell into deep thought. It takes a little more than 3 months to evolve a 100-fold chakra. Jonin Taijutsu does not need to evolve, and I estimate that I will be able to reach this level in the near future. It will take more than 11 months to evolve the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Evolving a top ninja talent takes the same amount of time as evolving an Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. In this case, let's evolve 100 times chakra first. Uchiha Xiu finally decided to give priority to the evolution of a 100-fold chakra. Although he now has a lot more chakra than before, overall, it is still not enough. System, evolved 100 times chakra. Uchiha Xiu said a word silently in his heart. 100 times chakra evolved. Next stage. Increase chakra recovery rate by 100%. Time required for evolution, 3 months. As before, after a warm current flowed through the whole body, the chakra in Uchiha Xiu's body changed drastically. In a blink of an eye, it has become a real Chatanla. So strong. My current chakra, it is estimated that the average cage level is not as much as my chakra. Originally after the amplification of Mangekyo Sharingan, the chakra in his body was already at the level of Jonin, and now after evolving to 100 times chakra. Uchiha Xiu felt that the amount of chakra in his body was much more than that of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Can the recovery rate be increased? Seeing the new evolution direction of chakra, Uchiha Xiu thought about it, and directly chose evolution again. Increase 100% chakra recovery rate. Evolution completed. Next stage. Increase chakra recovery rate by 1000%. Time required for evolution, 1 year. Current accumulated shortened time, 1 day, 3 hours and 4 minutes. Uchiha Xiu didn't feel distressed seeing the shortened time that was exhausted. On the contrary, he laughed happily. With his current amount of chakra, coupled with Mangekyo Sharingan, during this period of time, you already have the power to protect yourself. Coupled with the addition of high-level ninja talent, Uchiha Xiu believes it won't be long before there are few ninjas who can threaten his existence. Feeling the rapid improvement of host strength, your ninjutsu is very excited and starts to evolve independently. Next stage. All ninjutsu will increase the corresponding power and range according to the consumption of host chakra. Time required for evolution, 6 months. Quote. The prompt sound of the system made Uchiha Xiu immediately think of a person. Uchiha Madara. In the hands of Uchiha Madara, it seems that the lowest level fire style can exert a lethality far exceeding that of A-level ninjutsu. During the Fourth Ninja World War, Uchiha Madara extinguished a huge fire but allowed a class of water-style ninjas to resist at the same time, which was barely blocked. Impressed Uchiha Xiu, haha, it's really too strong. You know, it doesn't mean that if you have a large amount of chakra, the power of the ninjutsu you release will be great. The power of each ninjutsu has an upper limit. In the entire Hokage, only Uchiha Madara has this special ability. As soon as this evolutionary direction came out, Uchiha Xiu couldn't help applauding. This ability, combined with his Sharingan pentagram ability, he can almost become a humanoid self-propelled cannon. Lock the enemy, and then crazily release various powerful ninjutsu outside. Anyway, the enemy can't touch him. Can only be beaten passively. After the recovery rate of chakra is increased by 1000%, it should be able to do it. With Uchiha Xiu's current chakra recovery speed, it only takes less than a day to fully restore chakra from 0 to its peak state. If the recovery speed is increased by 10 times, then his chakra recovery speed can completely offset the chakra consumption speed. At that time, even the tailed beast Jinchuriki may not be able to last as long as him. As a man, persistence is the most important thing. Next, let's take some tasks that can go to the border, so that we can quickly accumulate and shorten the time. After Uchiha Xiu thought about it quietly, he picked up the knife and went out. He needs to get used to his current strength. Uchiha Xiu firmly believes that only by continuous training can one be able to exert one's full strength. Report, the entire village has been searched, but there is still no trace of Kazekage-sama. Keep looking, especially Konoha, only they have the ability to steal third Kazekage quietly. Also, don't let your subordinates know about this matter, just tell them to collect information. Yes, well, after the masked ninja left, Chio sighed silently. Recently, the village has become more and more uneven. The daimyo has reduced the funds for the village, which led them to reduce the number of ninjas in the village. Therefore, Sunagakure is already the weakest village among the 5 great ninja villages, and there is a faint tendency to fall out of the 5 great ninja villages. Even Rain Shinobi village has a Hanzo known as the demigod of the ninja world sitting in town. And there's Sunagakure, now even Kazekage has disappeared inexplicably. If this news gets out, it will definitely cause panic in the whole village, and those elders and families with ulterior motives will definitely take the opportunity to fight for rights and interests. At that time, if other villages take the opportunity to attack Sunagakure, they will be in trouble. No, this kind of thing must not be allowed to happen. Chio stared at the location of Konoha on the map. She intends to move the conflict outward and launch a war against Konoha. Only in this way can the village be prevented from falling into chaos due to the disappearance of Kazekage. Hatake Tsukumo, thinking of the tragic situation of his son and daughter-in-law and the changes in his grandson Shie, Chio gritted his teeth with hatred. She wants to take this opportunity to avenge his son and daughter-in-law. Come here, call me all the other elders, I have something important to announce. P.S. Thank you Yanzu for the flowers and evaluation votes, and thanks to the boss for the monthly ticket. Although the results of this book are not good so far, I can see that the data changes every day. Every day, the bosses vote for the younger brother. Flowers, comments. I voted to support my younger brother, and my younger brother was very moved and full of motivation. It is you who gave me the courage to persevere every day. A new day has begun. Please ask for flowers, evaluation votes. Your support is my biggest motivation. Thank you again. Not much to say. The younger brother went to code. Chapter 36. You will know when you grow up. Xiu, congratulations on your successful promotion to Chunin. In Konoha's most luxurious barbecue restaurant, Uchiha, Sarutobi Asuma, Hatake Kakashi and several ninjas who were in the same period as Uchiha Xiu held a special dinner party to celebrate Uchiha Xiu's promotion to Chunin. Xiu, this is a gift from me. Uchiha took out a very delicate gift box from behind. Thank you, Red. Uchiha Xiu pinched Yuhi's red face, obviously in a good mood. This made Sarutobi Asuma on the side feel heartbroken, but there was nothing he could do. Who makes himself less likable than Uchiha Xiu? Xiu, I also prepared a gift for you. Nohara Lin also took out an exquisite gift box and handed it to Uchiha Xiu. Thank you, Lin. Uchiha Xiu also pinched Nohara Lin's face and put away the gift. Ah, I envy the BD Uchiha Xiu. If I can also be promoted to Chunin, then I can also receive the gift from Lin. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Obito went crazy. But now he doesn't dare to trouble Uchiha Xiu anymore. After all, last time, he fought with the air all night in the illusion and almost exhausted himself to death. Okay, let's eat meat. After collecting all the presents, Uchiha Xiu sat directly between Uchiha and Nohara Lin. Started to say hello. Xiu, this beef is their signature. I roasted it for you. How about you try it? Kurenai Yuhi picked up a piece of grilled meat and fed it to Uchiha Xiu's mouth herself. Well, delicious, delicious. Uchiha Xiu looked at Uchiha, and she was in full bloom. Although the current Uchiha has not developed into the hot figure of later generations. But it is more like a porcelain doll, with a pair of red eyes, which are extremely attractive. Xiu, don't do it, I'll do the barbecue. Last time, you said that you like my barbecue the most. Seeing Kurenai Yuhi's appearance, Rin Nohara was not to be outdone, and also picked up a piece of freshly roasted meat and stuffed it into Uchiha Xiu's mouth. Well, it's delicious too, Lin, your craftsmanship is really getting better and better. Uchiha Xiu never refused to come, and ate a large piece of meat into his mouth. Nohara Lin has no camouflage on her face now, her skin is fair and translucent, and her temperament is very gentle, which also makes Uchiha Xiu like it very much. Xiu, so my barbecue is delicious, or hers? Hearing Uchiha Xiu's compliment, Rin Nohara's mouth twitched, and then looked at Kurenai Yuhi with a smug smile. All delicious, all delicious. No, I don't agree, you must choose one today. Seeing Nohara Rin's appearance, Uchiha bit her lip, she didn't care about being shy anymore, and directly shook Uchiha Xiu's arm, and began to act coquettishly. Xiu, if you find it difficult, then you can say that the red roast is delicious. I won't insist on a winner like a child. Seeing Uchiha's appearance, Nohara Lin decided to retreat. Who do you say looks like a child? Did I say you? Why are you in such a hurry to check in? You, what's wrong with me? Feeling the smell of gunpowder filling the air, Hatake Kakashi couldn't sit still. Cough, Xiu, I suddenly remembered that I still have something to do, so I left first. After speaking, he turned around and ran away. During this period, Hatake Kakashi hadn't started to read Jiraiya's Intimate Paradise, so he wasn't as boring as later generations. Yes, I also remembered that I have something at home. Seeing Kakashi running away, Sarutobi Asuma quickly followed as if grasping at straws. Looking at the woman he likes, because other men are jealous, he really can't bear it anymore. Why are they leaving one by one, really? Uchiha Obito grumbled, then picked up a piece of meat and took a bite. Lin, I'm leaving first too. After finishing speaking, he put on the goggles and showed a big smile. Turned around and walked into the darkness. Well, there are only 3 of us left now. After seeing everyone leave, Uchiha Xiu laughed, and then stretched out his hand to embrace Uchiha and Nohara Lin into his arms. Xiu, don't do this. I don't want to eat with that guy. Obviously, Uchiha and Nohara Lin don't know the importance of harmonious coexistence. Huh, are you trying to make me angry? Seeing the 2 girls struggling, Uchiha Xiu made a serious face on purpose. Xiu, don't be angry, it's alright if I don't act like this. Kurenai Yuhi was a little scared when she saw that Uchiha Xiu became serious. I didn't continue to make trouble anymore, and leaned into Uchiha Xiu's arms obediently. As for Nohara Lin, she naturally returned to her usual good-natured appearance. That's right, sooner or later, you will become good sisters, and you must get along well in the future. Seeing the 2 girls like this, Uchiha Xiu smiled in relief, and then kissed each of their faces. If they are not now too young, Uchiha Xiu will definitely not let them go easily tonight. By the way, I can tell fortunes, do you want to try? After Uchiha Xiu ate for a while, he planned to tease the 2 girls. Ah, really? Xiu, hurry up and show me. Me too, Xiu, I didn't know you could tell fortunes. Fortune telling is a rare profession in the Hokage world. The 2 girls didn't suspect him when they heard what Uchiha Xiu said, and they all stretched out their little hands immediately. Well, I have to touch it well. Uchiha Xiu bowed his head and smiled, and then touched Uchiha's hand with both hands, and touched Nohara Rin's hand for a while. After touching enough, he touched his chin and opened his mouth. It's terrible, the old man took a look and found that both of you are very pregnant. Really, Xiu, how did you find out? After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Kuroyuki and Rin Nohara were overjoyed. At the same time, I am very curious how Uchiha Xiu can see that they are lucky. Haha, well, the girl that Uchiha Xiu, has a crush on is definitely not bad for pregnancy. Uchiha Xiu said confidently. He is very confident in himself. Why is your luck going to be very good if you like it? Kurenai Yuhi and Rin Nohara unanimously agreed, and both stared at Uchiha Xiu with wide eyes. Cough. This, of course, the pregnancy gas is good because I am strong. Looking at the two innocent girls in front of him, Uchiha Xiu smiled in his heart, but on the surface he was upright. Because the time has not come, I can't tell you the specific reason yet. But, Uchiha Xiu changed the topic. When you grow up, I will have an in-depth exchange with you, and then you will know why the girls I like are not bad for pregnancy. Chapter 37 Xiu, I want to challenge you. Coming. After the Chunin exam, Uchiha Xiu received an invitation from Namikaze Minato. Uzumaki Kushina has agreed to teach him the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. Kakashi, why are you here? Seeing Hitaki Kakashi who came to open the door, Uchiha Xiu said hello. This is my teacher's home. Kakashi rolled his eyes at Uchiha Xiu. This guy, in normal times, is always a little natural. Xiu, you're here. The meal will be ready soon. Hearing the voice, Namikaze Minato came out from the kitchen, still wearing an apron. The look of a good family man. It seems that I came just in time. Smelling the aroma of food in the air, Uchiha Xiu rubbed his belly. He deliberately picked the time to come here at noon, just to be able to catch a lunch. Little ghost, don't you know that you need to bring a gift when you are a guest at someone's house? Bringing the finished meal to the table, Uzumaki Kushina smiled. Sorry, Kushina, next time. Call me sister, you idiot. Understood, Kushina, a-hole. Without saying a few words, Kushina's anger was stirred up by Uchiha Xiu. A head of red hair is windless and automatic, like a living octopus. It's really rude. Seeing Uchiha Xiu's nonchalant look, Kakashi complained. Hey, I said by Mao, you are Minato's apprentice, I am Minato's brother, you have to call me uncle in terms of seniority. Is that how you talk to your uncle? Hearing Kakashi's words, Uchiha Xiu began to divert the conflict and took advantage of Kakashi. Okay, let's eat first. Seeing Kakashi's embarrassment, Namikaze Minato stepped forward to smooth things over. He knows his disciple very well. In terms of mouth, Kakashi is absolutely inferior to Uchiha Xiu's. Since this is the case, I won't pursue it this time. Be careful next time. Remember to say hello to me when you see me. Uchiha Xiu smiled. It is still a very interesting thing to embarrass Kakashi like this. Take care of yourself first, kid. Understood, Kushina. Call me sister, BD. Understood, Kushina. It seems that I don't teach you a lesson. Okay, Kushina, don't be impulsive. What a violent woman. Quote. Exclamation mark. Quote. In the end, under the strong dissuasion of Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina did not demolish the house. Uchiha Xiu patted his stomach contentedly and sat on the sofa. Here, these are the ninjutsu that Kushina has sorted out in the past few days. Although not all of them, these are all the sealing techniques that Kushina has learned. Namikaze Minato held a thick book and handed it to Uchiha Xiu. Wow, so many. Feeling the thickness of the book, Uchiha Xiu was a little surprised. He originally planned to exchange Rinnegan for a few slightly better sealing techniques, but he didn't expect Kushina to directly take out all the knowledge she had learned all her life. Flipping it open for a casual look, Uchiha Xiu knew that Namikaze Minato hadn't deceived himself. Even the sealing technique of sealing up the ghouls is clearly recorded above. The key is that there are many notes next to each ninjutsu, which are obviously written by Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina when they were learning. Why do I feel like I've taken advantage of it? Holding the book in his hand, Uchiha Xiu didn't know what to say for a while. After all, for ninjas, every ninjutsu will not be easily spread. What's more, this kind of ninjutsu passed down from generation to generation in the family. Xiu, don't say that, the ninjutsu you taught me is completely worth these things. And this is a decision made by Kushina and I. It's what you want and what you want. You must not have any psychological burden. In addition, if you encounter any problems that you don't understand during cultivation, you can contact me or Kushina, and we will be happy to help you. Namikaze Minato smiled, and didn't feel that he was at a disadvantage. Rinnegan himself is very clear about the potential of this ninjutsu. I don't want to teach this annoying brat, he will probably PS me off. Whirlpool Kushina put her hands on her chest and complained about Uchiha Xiu, but the corners of her mouth curled up in a nice arc. It's hard for me to deal with your family like this. Uchiha Xiu muttered. As the relationship with Namikaze Minato drew closer, Uchiha Xiu's original plan to sit back and watch the Nine Tails night also wavered a bit. Is this the so-called charisma? Forget it, let's take a step and see. Seeing the sunny smile on Namikaze Minato's face, Uchiha Xiu no longer struggled, and silently put away the book. Okay, let me demonstrate first. After Uchiha Xiu finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand, and Rinnegan appeared in front of everyone. This ninjutsu is to use Chakra's nature transformation, first. Uchiha Xiu first explained the principle of Rinnegan in detail, and then told Namikaze Minato the specific cultivation method. Xiu, you are truly a genius. Namikaze Minato's eyes lit up after listening. This kind of cultivation method is simply unheard of. Don't praise me, I'll be embarrassed. Ha ha ha, Xiu, is this the ninjutsu you invented? Looking at the Rinnegan in Uchiha Xiu's hand, Kakashi asked. Well, not bad, right? Seeing the shocked look in Hatake Kakashi's eyes, Uchiha Xiu nodded. Quote. Looking at Uchiha Xiu, Hatake Kakashi felt an indescribable mood for the first time. Known as a genius since he was a child, he can become the focus of the crowd wherever he goes. Whether it's admiration or jealousy, these different eyes make Kakashi feel different. It is precisely because of this that he chose to graduate from ninja school early. Because he felt that among his peers, none of them could make him look straight at him. However, the appearance of Uchiha Xiu completely broke Hatake Kakashi's cognition. For the first time, he felt that in front of Uchiha Xiu, he was so ordinary. Maybe that's the real genius, Hatake Kakashi said with emotion, and his heart was suddenly full of fighting spirit. He wants to regard Uchiha Xiu as his opponent for life. What are you mumbling about? Seeing Hatake Kakashi's appearance, Uchiha Xiu took a sip of tea. This white hair has been talking to himself since he knew that Rinnegan was the ninja he developed. Uchiha Xiu, I want to challenge you. Seeing Uchiha Xiu's cynical look, Hatake Kakashi raised his head and solemnly issued a challenge. Chapter 38. The duel is about to begin. Uchiha Xiu, I want to challenge you. Looking at the serious Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Xiu nodded. Okay, let's go to the training ground then. Uchiha Xiu gladly accepted Hatake Kakashi's challenge. After all, defeating Hatake Kakashi is also a small wish of Uchiha Xiu since he crossed. What's more, defeating Uchiha Obito last time gained a month's shortened time. Defeating Hatake Kakashi this time will definitely shorten the time. Uchiha Xiu is not worried about her strength at all. He is now Kage level in Chakra and Mangekyo Sharingan. In addition, I have learned hundreds of ninjutsu during this time. It's not a problem to beat Kakashi in this period. It's really rare that Kakashi has such fighting spirit. Kakashi challenged Uchiha Xiu, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina were very surprised. In their impression, although Hatake Kakashi showed his sharpness, he was very proud inside. There are not many ninjas that he can recognize. Probably Xiu's performance was too eye-catching, so Kakashi felt the pressure. That's fine, only with competition can there be progress. Maybe Kakashi's strength will go further because of this matter. Besides, I also want to see what level Xiu's strength has reached. Namikaze Minato knows the strength of Hatake Kakashi. Although he has not reached the level of Jonin, it is more than enough to reach the level of Special Jonin. I want to see it too. Kushina, who is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, usually does not have much entertainment except wandering around the village. Naturally, she will not miss this kind of thing. So, the four of them talked and laughed and came to a training ground in Konoha. Kakashi, I won't show mercy. Uchiha Xiu walked to an open space and held his long knife in his hand. I advise you to use all your strength, otherwise you will be defeated by me in a few strokes, and it will be boring. Hatake Kakashi also drew his short blade and took a fighting stance. And the movement of the two of them successfully attracted everyone in the training ground. Ninja Showdown. It's always been everyone's favorite thing to watch. Come and see, another ninja is about to duel. Huh, it's just two little ghosts. What's there to see, little ghost? Do you know who that white-haired one is? I know, that's Hatake Kakashi, the son of Master Tsukumo. In the crowd, someone recognized Hatake Kakashi. Master Shuo Mao's son, that should be very strong, right? Come on. That's Kakashi, a genius who graduated from ninja school at the age of 5 and was promoted to Chunin at the age of 6. Who is that kid on the other side? He has the strength to fight Kakashi. I don't know, it should be from the Uchiha family, but I've never seen it. Uchiha, could it be another guy who doesn't know the heights of the sky and the earth? Needless to say, among ninjas of the same age, who can be Kakashi's opponent? This Uchiha kid will definitely be easily defeated by Kakashi. After recognizing Hatake Kakashi, everyone felt that this competition would end in a short time. The title of Konoha's first genius is not for nothing. Hatake Kakashi's strength is beyond doubt. That's Uchiha Xiu, just got promoted to Chunin in the exam 2 days ago. Yes, I heard that during the second exam, he eliminated all the teams that participated in the exam by himself, so in the end Master Hokage had to announce that he was directly promoted to Chunin. Eliminate the entire team by one person. Is he so strong? He obviously looks like a brat. I testify that I was the one who personally experienced the test, and he only used one trick to beat me. Yes, and he also awakened the 3 Tomoe Sharingan. 3 Tomoe Sharingan. As the number of onlookers gradually increased, Uchiha Xiu's identity was also recognized. His performance in the Chunin exam gradually spread among the crowd. In this way, this game is a good one to watch. I still think Kakashi has a better chance of winning. After all, I have never heard of the one called Uchiha Xiu before. I think Uchiha Xiu can win. You know, the ninjas of the Uchiha clan will change drastically after opening the Sharingan, let alone the 3 Tomoe Sharingan. Kakashi has been taught by Tsukumo-sama since he was a child. This Uchiha kid is definitely not an opponent. Agree. Quote. Although Uchiha Xiu's strength also shocked everyone, but obviously, most people still think that Hatake Kakashi can win the final victory. After all, Kakashi has been famous for a long time and is the son of Hatake Tsukumo. Ordinary ninjas will naturally choose to support Hatake Kakashi. Minato, who do you think will win? Whirlpool Kushina listened to everyone's discussion, and also came to nature. I think Xiu can win. Although Namikaze Minato doesn't know Uchiha Xiu's strength, he can vaguely feel a kind of pressure from Uchiha Xiu. This is the feeling he will have when facing opponents of the same level. Then I support Kakashi, the loser washes the dishes for a month. Kushina saw that Namikaze Minato chose to support Uchiha Xiu, so she chose to support Kakashi. Master Fugaku, who do you think can win? In the distance, two men wearing Uchiha costumes are standing on a tree, looking at the center of the training ground from a distance. I hope Xiu can win. Our Uchiha clan has not had a genius for too long. If this continues, our clan's status in Konoha will become lower and lower. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Xiu's figure and frowned. If Uchiha Xiu can beat Hitaki Kakashi, then he needs to find time to talk to Uchiha Xiu. Uchiha, it takes a genius to stabilize the family's position. Orochimaru, why haven't you shot Uchiha Xiu until now? Shimura Danzō is angry now. Many days ago, he asked Orochimaru to bring Uchiha Xiu to him. But until now, Orochimaru still has no intention of making a move. Uchiha Xiu's current performance is too impressive, and Shimura Danzō does not allow any genius in the Uchiha clan to grow. Danzō, I'm not your subordinate. After hearing Shimura Danzō's questioning, Orochimaru's face also turned cold. It's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to him like that. Bold, how dare you speak to Lord Danzō like that? The roots around Shimura Danzō were dissatisfied with Orochimaru's attitude, and stood up and scolded Orochimaru. But in the next second, a long knife pierced his chest. Take care of your dog. After Orochimaru finished speaking, he ignored Shimura Danzō and walked towards the training ground. Damn it, I will definitely make you pay the price in the future. Shimura Danzō was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Chapter 39 Pervert's Great Fireball Technique. HMPH, I'm going to make a move, be careful. In the eyes of everyone expecting, Hitaki Kakashi took the lead in attacking. With a sprint, he came in front of Uchiha Xiu in an instant. Good, Uchiha Xiu didn't expect too much, and directly opened 3 Tomoe Sharingan. Blocked Hitaki Kakashi's sharp blow. Seeing Uchiha Xiu's action, Hitaki Kakashi smiled, and suddenly changed his move. A knife stabbed towards Uchiha Xiu's chest. Innocent. For Kakashi's action, Uchiha Xiu seemed to have expected it long ago, so he calmly put the long knife in front of him. Just blocked Kakashi's attack. In front of 3 Tomoe Sharingan, it is difficult to take advantage of pure physical skills. It's still early. The attack was easily resolved by Uchiha Xiu, and Kakashi was not discouraged. One move after another, he launched a powerful offensive against Uchiha Xiu. Kakashi has already mastered Hitaki's sword skills with ease. It's so fast, the eyes can't keep up with their movements at all. Are these really 2 9-year-old brats? Why are they all so powerful? Watching their duel, I suddenly felt that my Chunin seems to be a fake. Are all the current Chunins with this strength? The duel between Kakashi and Uchiha Xiu dazzled everyone, and most people couldn't keep up with the speed of the two of them. Only ninjas at the Jonin level can clearly see the situation on the field. It seems that Kakashi's taijutsu is about the same as mine. After playing for a while, Uchiha Xiu has a rough judgment on Hitaki Kakashi's current strength. In terms of physical skills, Kakashi is slightly stronger than him, but due to the bonus of 3 Tomoe Sharingan. When Uchiha Xiu faces Kakashi, he will not be at a disadvantage. Boom. With a muffled sound, the two separated again. Uchiha Xiu's 3 Tomoe Sharingan also began to spin rapidly. Illusion. Hitaki Kakashi saw Uchiha Xiu's eyes and didn't dare to keep looking at them, so he could only move his eyes down and put his eyes below Uchiha Xiu's neck. However, the stronger Uchiha Xiu is, the more excited Kakashi is. For the first time in so many years, except when facing his father, he showed all his strength to fight against others without any scruples. Sword technique. Cut. Hitaki Kakashi rushed up again quickly. Offense is the best defense, and he has maintained this attack frequency. He doesn't believe that Uchiha Xiu doesn't make any mistakes. Well done. Seeing Kakashi rushing up again, Uchiha Xiu was not to be outdone, and once again chose to head with a knife. This time, since Kakashi didn't dare to meet his eyes, he had the upper hand. Oh my god, Kakashi is at a disadvantage. This brat is too scary. Kakashi's sword skills must be taught by Mr. Tsukumo every day. He was able to suppress Kakashi in the sword fight. Is this the horror of the Uchiha clan? This kind of power is really desperate. Seeing that Hitaki Kakashi was at a disadvantage, everyone became uneasy for a moment. No one thought that a kid from Uchiha who appeared out of nowhere would have such powerful strength. No, you will lose if you go on like this. Facing Uchiha Xiu's stormy attack, Hitaki Kakashi was also crying in his heart. After all the long battle, he is already feeling a little tired now. But Uchiha Xiu became more and more excited as he got bigger, and his offense was much fiercer than before. What a pervert. Hitaki Kakashi found a neutral position and took the initiative to open the distance. In this case, if he chooses to continue to fight recklessly, it is purely out of his mind. Congratulations to host for reaching Jonin level. Jonin physical skill level has automatically evolved. The next stage. Cage level physical skills. Time required for evolution. 1 year. This feeling is really good. Uchiha Xiu did not expect that in the process of fighting against Kakashi, his taijutsu could reach the level of Jonin. But Uchiha Xiu wasn't too surprised, his body skills had already reached the peak of Chunin. After such a long time of his training, coupled with the advanced ninja talent. It is not surprising that taijutsu reaches Jonin level. This is also the reason why he didn't evolve Jonin body technique with shortened time before. In that case, let's try ninjutsu. Seeing that Kakashi could keep a distance from himself, Uchiha Xiu did not continue to chase, but chose to use ninjutsu to fight. If you continue to fight with taijutsu, then Kakashi is definitely not his opponent now. It is not easy to have such a partner with just enough strength. Uchiha Xiu does not want to end the battle so quickly. Fire style, great fireball technique. Quickly forming seals with both hands, Uchiha Xiu casually released AC level ninjutsu. A giant great fireball with a diameter of nearly 5 meters appeared out of thin air. What the hell is this? Is the great fireball technique so powerful? I suspect he used the wrong ninjutsu, but I have no proof. This power, I'm afraid it has reached the lethality of A-level ninjutsu. Mom, I must have been under an illusion. Feeling the heat of the air, the crowd unconsciously retreated more than 10 meters. They have never seen such a big great fireball technique. Uchiha Xiu's performance once again refreshed their perception. This guy really is a pervert. Seeing such a huge fireball, Kushina complained silently. Even she, with her huge chakra, couldn't unleash such a powerful great fireball. After all, AC level ninjutsu is AC level ninjutsu, and the damage it can cause is limited. No matter how much chakra is invested, the power of ninjutsu will not continue to increase after reaching a certain scale. Damn it, Earth style, Earth flow wall. Feeling the energy contained in the giant great fireball, Hitaki Kakashi unconsciously broke out in cold sweat. If you can't catch this trick, you will die. Uchiha Xiu, this pervert. Why can any C-level ninjutsu be so powerful in his hands? 3 earth walls were released in a row, and the huge fireball also hit them head-on. Then Kakashi felt as if he was in a sea of fire, and even his hair was about to be burned. But in the end, it was finally accepted. Well, it's not bad that you can do so much damage with so little chakra. Seeing the power of the great fireball technique, Uchiha Xiu nodded in satisfaction. Although the amount of chakra consumed is twice that of the normal great fireball technique, compared to Uchiha Xiu's own chakra, this is just a drop in the bucket. Chapter 40 Unexpectedly, I know how to nest dolls. No, it seems that you will lose faster in ninjutsu competition. At this moment, Hitaki Kakashi's heart is desperate. Just one ninjutsu consumed nearly 1/3 of the chakra in his body. If this continues, then he himself was exhausted. Still have to attack melee. Hitaki Kakashi is also experienced after all. After briefly analyzing the situation, he charged at Uchiha Xiu again. Can't take it all at once. Seeing Kakashi rushing over again, Uchiha Xiu was a little upset. He hasn't finished testing yet. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. Fire style, Balsam Claw technique. Uchiha Xiu didn't give Hitaki Kakashi a chance to approach at all. While retreating, he continued to release ninjutsu. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. Fire style, Lightning style. Under Uchiha Xiu's continuous ninjutsu attacks, Hitaki Kakashi's figure was quickly submerged in ninjutsu. Of course, in order to prevent Hitaki Kakashi from being injured, the ninjutsu released by Uchiha Xiu is all normal power. Is this guy a monster? Is this really the amount of chakra that Chunin can have? It's also Chunin. Why did I lose mana when I released 5 ninjutsu, and he can still be so lively after releasing so many jutsu? Kakashi will not have an accident, right? After all, even Jonin can't handle being bombarded by such ninjutsu. Now everyone is no longer discussing who will win, but they are concerned about Hitaki Kakashi's life safety. After all, the visual impact caused by so many ninjutsu bombings in a row is really too great. Should be alright. Feeling almost done, Uchiha Xiu also stopped what he was doing. He was also afraid of accidentally killing Kakashi. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and the figure of Hitaki Kakashi also appeared in front of everyone. The current Kakashi is no longer as calm as it was at the beginning, and is dirty all over. Even the hair was scorched. At this moment, he was panting heavily, half kneeling on the ground. I won't admit defeat. Hitaki Kakashi let out a roar, then picked up the short blade and rushed towards Uchiha Xiu. Thousand Bird Blade. Inject chakra into the grass pheasant sword, and the whole body of the grass pheasant sword has thin arcs of thunder and lightning, and the cold air is oppressive. Uchiha Xiu raised his hand and slashed at Kakashi. Click. Under Uchiha Xiu's attack, the short blade in Kakashi's hand snapped. You lose. Uchiha Xiu put the blade on Kakashi's neck. As long as he exerts force, Hitaki Kakashi will become a corpse. Kakashi lost. My god, Uchiha Xiu actually won. Sharingan is so strong. Kakashi deserved to lose. Uchiha Xiu's strength is too strong, there is almost no flaw. However, when the crowd was discussing, Hitaki Kakashi suddenly smiled strangely. Then, it directly turned into a mass of electric arcs. Boom. Before everyone could react, Kakashi broke out from the ground behind Uchiha Xiu. Picking up kunai against Uchiha Xiu's back. It seems that you lost. Hitaki Kakashi panted heavily. He almost consumed all the chakra in his body during the battle just now. Fortunately, he was victorious in the end. Kakashi won. Oh my god, it's unbelievable. I thought Kakashi was going to lose. Yeah, just now I thought Kakashi lost, but I didn't expect it to be just a clone. It's amazing to use the thunder clone to explode and paralyze the opponent's body, and then take the opportunity to launch an attack. Seeing the reversal of the situation, everyone was excited. No one expected that Kakashi would be able to win in such a disadvantaged situation. Kakashi, when you think you win, that's when you lose. Uchiha Xiu looked at Kakashi and smiled as well. Boom. The same purple arc paralyzed Kakashi's body in an instant. No, this is actually a clone of Lei. Hatake Kakashi noticed something was wrong when he saw the playful expression on Uchiha Xiu's face. But it's too late. The moment his body was paralyzed, Uchiha Xiu had already appeared behind him. I lost. Feeling the cold blade on his neck, Hatake Kakashi sighed, knowing that there was no hope of winning anymore. So decisively admit defeat. In this competition, even if he used all his strength, he still lost in the end. Am I not mistaken? The ending is reversed again. Just like Kakashi, this Uchiha Xiu is actually using his thunder clone to lure the enemy. It's too scary to have such a high mind at such a young age. I feel like if I meet either of them, I will be played to nothing. It's wonderful. Today's battle is really exciting. There were twists and turns, but in the blink of an eye, the situation changed 3 times. All the ninjas onlookers were dumbfounded. Even some people are still silently watching the battlefield. Because maybe there will be a reversal in this battle. How did you find out that the one just now was my clone of Lei? Hatake Kakashi looked at Uchiha Xiu, very puzzled in his heart. He didn't reveal any flaws himself, so why didn't he deceive Uchiha Xiu? Kakashi, if the enemy disappears from my sight for a second, when it reappears, I will always attack him as a shadow clone. Uchiha Xiu knows how powerful shadow clone can be in battle. Therefore, no matter who he faces, he will not take it lightly. Oh, by the way Kakashi, let me tell you another secret, I'm actually not the main body. Quote. Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Hatake Kakashi was speechless. This guy is really careful, afraid that he is still a shadow clone this time, so he chose to send another shadow clone out. Really pervert. In this battle, Hatake Kakashi was convinced that he lost. Chapter 41 Guy, I want to learn Teishu from you. Defeat Hatake Kakashi, Special Jonin Stage, get shortened time 1 month. Currently shortened time. January 1st, 3 hours and 4 minutes. With Kakashi's defeat, the system's notification sounded. It's not bad to get a month's shortened time. Uchiha Xiu was very satisfied with the reward for defeating Hatake Kakashi. This is already a lot. The last time I defeated Uchiha Obito, but only gave him 7 days to shorten the time. This time defeating Kakashi can get a month's shortened time, and Uchiha Xiu is already very satisfied. Today's competition is really exciting. I just watched one game, and I feel that my strength has improved a little bit. Indeed, this is a battle between genius ninjas. The various tactics and details are really amazing. No, I have to work harder, otherwise I will never catch up with the strong. I didn't expect a 9-year-old kid to be so powerful. Whether it's Kakashi or Uchiha Xiu, as a Jonin, I also feel the pressure. The battle between Uchiha Xiu and Hatake Kakashi was really exciting. I thought it was just a play between children, but I didn't expect the strength shown by the two of them, even Jonin looked sideways at it. Even many people, after the competition between Uchiha Xiu and Kakashi, each found their own companions and started the duel. For a while, the entire training ground boiled up. I didn't expect Xiu to defeat Kakashi so easily. This result was indeed beyond the expectations of many people. It's really interesting. Is this the power of the blood ninja? Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Xiu from a distance with an excited smile on his face. Then turned around and sank into the darkness. Snort. Damn Uchiha. Seeing the strength displayed by Uchiha Xiu, Shimura Danzō snorted coldly. The more outstanding Uchiha Xiu performed, the stronger the killing intent in his heart. However, judging from the current situation, he didn't dare to attack Uchiha Xiu at all. One day, I will uproot Uchiha from the leaves. Sharingan's evil power, only I can control it. After Shimura Danzō stared at Uchiha Xiu for a while, he finally turned and left. Master Fugaku, Xiu actually defeated Kakashi. I know, Wei clan immediately. I want to meet the patriarch. Xiu such a genius, we Uchiha clan must do a good job to win over. I have a hunch that Xiu is the hope of our Uchiha clan's revival again. After seeing Uchiha Xiu's victory, Uchiha Fugaku also led his men and left quickly. Well, Kushina, Xiu won this competition, so our previous bet. Seeing that Uchiha Xiu had won, Namikaze Minato considered it and spoke. I knew that Guy Xiu could win, after all, his strength is really good. It seems that you have to wash the dishes for a month, thank you for your hard work, husband. Shall I wash? That's right, didn't you agree just now? I can win by pressing Xiu, and you can win by pressing Kakashi. Whoever loses will wash the dishes for a month. Now that Xiu has won, of course you have washed the dishes for a month. Okay, Namikaze Minato can only choose to swallow the bitter fruit for the Whirlpool Kushina's trickery. He didn't want to make Kushina angry because of this kind of thing. Never bet against Kushina next time. Namikaze Minato secretly alerted himself, and made a bet with Kushina, it was all for himself. Xiu, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Looking at Uchiha Xiu, Hatake Kakashi said sincerely. In today's competition, he has already displayed his full strength, and he is almost unable to stand up because of lack of strength. But Uchiha Xiu is still alive and well, and there is no feeling of fatigue at all. Say a few more words if you can speak. Uchiha Xiu is also very satisfied with her performance today. He was able to defeat the special Jonin level Hatake Kakashi so easily without using his Mangekyo Sharingan. It shows that his strength is at least at the elite Jonin level. Unfortunately, Physical skills are a shortcoming after all. Although Uchiha Xiu's taijutsu has been promoted to the level of Jonin, but compared to other aspects of Uchiha Xiu, taijutsu is the aspect that lags behind after all. Moreover, in the later stage of the battle between gods and immortals, the only ones who can show left and right are physical skills and immortal skills. But Uchiha Xiu didn't want to shorten the time to improve physical skills, because compared to physical skills, improvements to the eyes and chakra are significantly more valuable. Xiu, Kakashi, your duel today was really exciting. While Uchiha Xiu was thinking quietly, Might Guy rushed to the two of them at some point. Watching your duel, I feel that the blood in my body is ignited. I want to be like you and become an excellent ninja. This is youth. Thinking about it is very beautiful. Xiu, I have decided. From now on, I will regard you as my opponent for life. I will continue to challenge you until I defeat you. After speaking, Might Guy gave Uchiha Xiu a thumbs up, with a signature smile on his face. A big mouth. The white fang is bright and dazzling. By the way, I can learn 8 inner gates. The appearance of Might Guy made Uchiha Xiu's eyes shine. He can take advantage of the time when Might Guy is not dead, and follow Guy to learn physical skills from him. Although Might Guy is called 10,000 years genin, Uchiha Xiu knows how talented Might Guy is in physical arts. In the later period, Emperor Guy was able to almost kick Uchiha Madara to death with one kick, which was inseparable from the careful teaching of Might Guy. Guy, I want to learn gymnastics with you, is that okay? Chapter 42 Guy, you better find Kakashi. Guy, I want to practice physical skills with you, can I? Both Might Guy and his father are very simple ninjas, so Uchiha Xiu didn't beat around the bush, but directly made his request. Of course, you can compete with each other and keep improving. This is youth. Sure enough, after hearing Uchiha Xiu's request, Might Guy didn't think about it at all and agreed directly. Thank you, Guy. Seeing Might Guy's performance, Uchiha Xiu also heaved a sigh of relief. Since Guy agreed so readily, I believe that Might Guy will not refuse his request. But Hitaki Kakashi was very surprised when he heard what Uchiha Xiu said. He knows about Might Guy and Might Guy, father and son. One is 10,000 years genin who is well known throughout Konoha, and the other is the tale of the crane who only knows physical skills. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Xiu would want to practice taijutsu with them. After hearing what Uchiha Xiu said, Kakashi immediately wanted to let Uchiha Xiu practice with his father. His father's strength is a genuine cage-level strongman, and his best skills are physical and saber techniques. In terms of physical skills, isn't it much stronger than a genin? Uchiha Xiu saved his father's life. As long as he made a request, Kakashi believed that his father would not refuse. But Guy was next to him, and Kakashi felt very rude when he said what was in his heart face to face. After much thought, in the end, Kakashi resisted his inner impulse. Xiu, let's have a competition now. If we lose, I will run around Konoha handstand 10 times. Watching Uchiha Xiu, Might Guy is eager to try. He knew he was no match for Uchiha Xiu, but he still wants to challenge the strong. Guy, this is your fault. Thinking of the character of Emperor Guy in later generations, Uchiha Xiu doesn't want to be his opponent for life. For this matter, Kakashi is the most suitable. Did I do something wrong? Looking at Uchiha Xiu who became serious, Might Guy was stunned. Did he inadvertently do something wrong again? Not only did you do something wrong, but you were also very wrong. Let me ask you, who is stronger, Kakashi or I? Uchiha Xiu asked. In the end, you won, and you must be stronger. Then let me ask you again, who is stronger, you or Kakashi? I am not as strong as Kakashi yet. That's it, Uchiha Xiu continued with a look of resentment. You haven't even defeated my defeated generals, what qualifications do you have to challenge me? The strong are qualified to choose their opponents. So, you should regard Kakashi as your opponent for life. Only after defeating him can you challenge like me. Uchiha Xiu taught the ignorant Guy a lot. So that's how it is. After hearing what Uchiha Xiu said, Might Guy felt it made sense, so he turned his head and gave Kakashi a thumbs up. Kakashi, then you will be my opponent for life, I will definitely defeat you. Quote, Kakashi originally wanted to refuse directly, but suddenly he remembered what his father said to him before. Kakashi, don't underestimate Guy, he will definitely become a very good ninja in the future. Coupled with Uchiha Xiu's previous proposal to practice with Might Guy, Hitaki Kakashi agreed in a strange way. Okay, I promise you. Hitaki Kakashi looked at the energetic Might Guy and nodded solemnly. Great, this is youth. Might Guy was very happy to see that Kakashi agreed. For so many years, no one has ever wanted to be his friend. No one is willing to accept his challenge. He could only follow his father and repeat the same moves over and over against the stake. Although Guy has a carefree personality, this situation still makes him very depressed. As for a genius ninja like Kakashi, it is an existence that he can only look up to. But now, Hitaki Kakashi actually accepted his challenge. Might Guy jumped up from the ground in excitement. You just went through a big battle today, I can't take advantage of others tomorrow. I will challenge you tomorrow. Whatever you want, you can't win anyway. Listening to Might Guy's proclamation, Hitaki Kakashi curled his lips indifferently. Although he lost to Uchiha Xiu, Kakashi is still very proud of his own strength. Then it's settled. Seeing Guy who has gradually forgotten himself, Uchiha Xiu smiled gratifiedly. I'm sorry Kakashi, this is a test you were destined to go through, and I didn't deliberately trick you. By the way, Guy, when do you usually start practicing? Tomorrow I will visit your father. Uchiha Xiu is still very concerned about practicing 8 inner gates. Although the side effects of 8 inner gates are great, it cannot be denied that this is definitely a heaven-defying forbidden technique. The big deal is to open 8 gate. Even if he only opens the 7th gate, Uchiha Xiu believes that his strength can be greatly improved. Like my father, I got up to practice before dawn. My father said that idiots like us can only work harder than geniuses. Xiu, if you're a genius, just wake up tomorrow and find us in the woods behind Hokage Rock. Thinking of being able to practice with a genius like Uchiha Xiu, Might Guy felt a little nervous in his heart. Okay, then I'll go find you then. After agreeing on a time, Uchiha Xiu will not say any more. He has to go back and study the sealing technique he got from Kushina today. Chapter 43. Can you restore your physical condition? Guy, are you telling the truth? Really? Xiu told me personally yesterday. They are not teasing you, are they? In the woods, Might Guy looked puzzled. Today, Guy suddenly told him that Uchiha Xiu, the latest rising talent in Uchiha, wanted to learn gymnastics from him. How can this be? Although I am very confident in my physical skills, it is not the case in the eyes of others. In the eyes of most people, he is just an inferior 10,000 years genin. Would a genius like Uchiha Xiu want to learn taiju from him? Might Guy is seriously skeptical of Guy's statement. He felt that someone must be joking, but Guy took it seriously. HMPH, if you don't believe me, just wait, Xiu will definitely come today. Seeing that his father didn't believe him at all, Guy even wondered if Uchiha Xiu was teasing him yesterday. However, thinking of Uchiha Xiu's sincere eyes yesterday, Guy still chose to believe. Hi, good morning. Hearing the conversation between the two father and son, Uchiha Xiu came out from behind the tree with a smile. Because he was afraid of being late, he came here early today. Xiu, you're really here. Father, I didn't lie to you, did I? The moment he saw Uchiha Xiu, Might Guy ran up to Uchiha Xiu with a very excited look on his face. Uncle Dai, good morning. Uchiha Xiu bowed respectfully, although his current strength has far surpassed Might Guy, since he is going to learn from Might Guy and improve his physical skills. Then Uchiha Xiu naturally won't put on any airs. Seeing Uchiha Xiu's appearance, Might Guy didn't know what to say for a while. Uncle Dai, I want to learn gymnastics with you from Guy, please agree. After speaking, Uchiha Xiu bowed again. But there was no response for a long time. Did I think wrong? Might Guy not intend to teach himself? Uchiha Xiu had some doubts in his heart, then raised his head. Immediately afterwards, I saw Might Day's eyes filled with tears, and he couldn't cry anymore. As this youth, Guy, father, but in an instant, the two green watermelon heads hugged each other, and then burst into tears. Might Guy also extended his hand to Uchiha Xiu. Uncle Dai, are you willing to teach me? It was enough for Uchiha Xiu to see this scene, and naturally he would not run over to participate in it. Xiu, you are already a chunin, I'm just a genin. And you're a genius of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Xiu is willing to learn gymnastics from him. Might Guy is very happy in his heart. After all, Uchiha Xiu is Konoha's new genius ninja, and Might Guy also admires him as a human being. Before, he wanted to form a friendship with Uchiha Xiu, but it was a pity that Uchiha Xiu rejected it. I think you have enough strength to teach me in terms of physical skills. Uchiha Xiu stood up straight. Although Might Guy is not strong, but his 8 inner gates and derived moves, they are all things that Uchiha Xiu is very coveted. Xiu, have you thought about it? It's very hard to learn gymnastics with me. Might Guy saw that Uchiha Xiu looked serious, and he became serious himself. He uses the steel fist fluid technique, and the whole Konoha is now only practicing this genre with him and Guy. Don't worry, I will try my best. Okay, from now on, you and Guy will train with me. Seeing Uchiha Xiu's insistence, Might Guy didn't hesitate anymore. Finally nodded in agreement. Very good. Hearing that Might Guy agreed, Guy was obviously the happiest one. Now, he finally has his first partner in his life. Guy, Xiu, you two kicked 200 times first, and squatted 500 times if you didn't complete it within the stipulated time. Might Guy didn't talk nonsense, and started the day's training directly. Good. Guy yelped and started side kicking a tree. Uchiha Xiu also followed Guy's example and began to practice. 197, 198.199. The time is up. Your speed is too slow. Squat down 500 times immediately, and if you don't finish, you can run 10 laps around Konoha. When he saw Uchiha Xiu and Guy were about to complete the side kick, Might Guy spoke again. Good. Guy was as energetic as ever and immediately started squatting. If it weren't for Uchiha Xiu's own strength, he really couldn't keep up with Might Guy's speed. 371, 372, 373. Too slow, too slow. Give me another 2 sets from scratch. Quote. No, the next move is 1000 push-ups. Quote. Now, let me run 10 laps around Konoha. Quote. As the sun went down, in one day, Uchiha Xiu experienced for the first time what it means to be truly exhausted. Since crossing, he felt that he had worked very hard. But after practicing with Might Guy for a day today, I realized how comfortable my previous life was. And Uchiha Xiu also discovered Might Day's excellence. That is, he seems to be able to see through everyone's limit, every time when Uchiha Xiu can't hold on any longer. It is always possible to let the two of them carry out the next action in advance, so as not to let Uchiha Xiu and Might Guy collapse on the ground. At the same time tomorrow, continue to gather. Seeing that Uchiha Xiu persisted, Might Guy was very pleased. He originally thought that this kind of genius would be very repulsed by their stupid training methods. Unexpectedly, at the end of the day, Uchiha Xiu didn't complain. Xiu, come on, you have to work harder tomorrow. Might the two father and son left, Uchiha Xiu dragged his exhausted body back home. Guy's body is really pervert, just take a break and he'll be alive again. Uchiha Xiu said with emotion. He is sore all over now, and he doesn't know if he can continue to hold on tomorrow. It is detected that the host's physical condition is extremely poor. Do you want to spend a shorter time to repair it? Uchiha Xiu was lying on the bed, worried that when he practiced tomorrow, the voice of the system would come back to his mind. Is it possible to shorten the time? Uchiha Xiu came alive instantly. System, how long will it take to restore my physical condition? It takes 5 days to shorten the time for host to recover to perfect physical condition. 5 days. It seems that today is indeed a bit beyond the limit. Recover. Uchiha Xiu still decided to restore his physical condition. His body is not as perverted as Guy's. If he wants to persist, he still needs to recover. Chapter 44. A flash of inspiration. Recover. Seeing that there is still a month to shorten the time, Uchiha Xiu decisively chose to resume. Recovery completed. With a warm current, Uchiha Xiu only felt that his whole body was instantly full of vitality. Uchiha Xiu couldn't help but ran from the room to the yard for some activities. The speed and strength have increased a bit, and the endurance should also have increased. Uchiha Xiu was very satisfied in her heart. Although it took 5 days to shorten the time, his physical fitness has improved significantly. I was worried that such high-intensity cultivation would cause some hidden injuries to the body, but now I don't have to worry about it. Uchiha Xiu's current body is still in the stage of growth, so doing this kind of high-intensity exercise every day may leave some hidden injuries. But now with the system, there is no need to worry about these problems. Continue tomorrow. Feeling the obviously growing strength, Uchiha Xiu made up his mind. Continue to practice with Might Guy tomorrow. Xiu, you're here. Early the next morning, Uchiha Xiu arrived at the agreed place yesterday on time. Looking at the lively guy, Uchiha Xiu secretly clicked his tongue. The physicality of this guy is really pervert. Xiu, I asked my father to make you a dress too, take a look. Might Guy suddenly took out his own green tights from behind, and handed it to Uchiha Xiu. How is it? Do you like it very much? Might Guy saw Uchiha Xiu staying where he was, with a very smug tone. Guy, our Uchiha clan has a rule that we must wear clothes with the clan emblem at ordinary times. Thinking about how he looked in the green tights, Uchiha Xiu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. That is really the scene of social death. Maybe they will directly lose the right to choose a spouse for the next 10 years. Really, what a strange rule. Then I'll ask my father to add your family emblem on it tonight. No, I appreciate your kindness, but I refuse. Uchiha Xiu quickly snatched the clothes back from Might Guy and quickly put them away. Guy, this is too much trouble, I can wear anything. Uchiha Xiu was sure that if he puts Uchiha's crest on this green bodysuit and runs around the village wearing it, then his Uchiha tribe must have thought about killing him. That's a pity. Might Guy had a regretful expression on his face, as if he felt that Uchiha Xiu missed $1 billion. Okay, today's training begins. First, kick both legs sideways, 500 times each. Might Guy felt that the time was almost up, and he still didn't talk nonsense, so he started the day's training directly. Looking at the energetic Uchiha Xiu, Might Guy's heart is not as calm as the surface. The reason why Guy is still so energetic today is because Guy's physical fitness is much stronger than Uchiha Xiu. Yesterday's training, he formulated according to Uchiha Xiu's physical limit. The purpose is to see whether Uchiha Xiu is willing to continue after high-intensity training. In Might Guy's heart, as long as Uchiha Xiu can come to the meeting place on time today, only in his heart will he truly recognize Uchiha Xiu's determination. And it will also let Uchiha Xiu go back to recuperate for a few days. After all, after the average person's body is tossed to the limit, continuing to exercise will only leave hidden injuries. When Guy was training for the first time, he lay in bed for a whole week. But what Might Guy didn't expect was that not only did Uchiha Xiu come today. Moreover, he is more energetic than yesterday, and his physical fitness has also improved significantly. Is this the real genius? The performance of Uchiha Xiu pervert made Might Guy feel a little lost. For the first time, he really felt from the bottom of his heart that some people are destined to be existences that they cannot surpass no matter how hard they try in this life. Guy, keep working hard. If this continues, you will soon be left far behind by Xiu. Understood, father. I will redouble my efforts. Guy, father. Seeing the two father and son who started to cry in each other again, Uchiha Xiu quickly closed his eyes. This scene, it's really hot. Start now, do 1,000 push-ups. Squat 1,000 times. Run around Konoha handstand 5 times. Quote. Under the strict guidance of Might Guy, Uchiha Xiu finished a hard day's exercise. Then he was surprised to find that Guy also showed a tired look. Xiu, you are truly a rare genius. Seeing Uchiha Xiu's special physical quality, Might Guy was so happy. He saw in Uchiha Xiu a talent stronger than Might Guy. Just hold on. Sooner or later, Uchiha Xiu will definitely be able to carry forward Konoha's steel fist. Guy, See, this is the gap between geniuses and us ordinary people. If you don't work hard, you won't even have the chance to look up to Xiu in this lifetime. Now, give me a handstand and run home. I see, father, my dear son, I will accompany you. Ooh, father, guy. Under the setting sun, two watermelon heads in green tights walked upside down and walked into the distance. Well, it feels easier today than yesterday. Uchiha Xiu felt the condition of her body. Although today's exercise is higher than yesterday's, compared to yesterday's, the physical condition is actually better. System, recover your body. After the body recovers, it takes 4 days to shorten the time. As a warm current swam through his body, Uchiha Xiu's body returned to its perfect state. The shortening time spent has actually decreased. The system prompt made Uchiha Xiu happy. It seems that with the improvement of my physical fitness, coupled with the adaptability to high-intensity exercise methods, the time it takes for the body to recover will also be less and less. It's like a person who doesn't exercise suddenly exercises for a day, may have sore legs and stomach pain, and feel uncomfortable for a week. But with continuous exercise, these symptoms may become less and less severe, or even disappear. By the way, if that's the case, then why don't I use Shadow Clone to practice like Naruto? A flash of inspiration flashed in Uchiha Xiu's mind. I didn't use Shadow Clone to speed up my practice before, because not everyone can have pervert recovery and endurance like Naruto. If you use Shadow Clone to practice, the double or even multiple fatigue feeling is unbearable for most people. Therefore, the entire Hokage, only Naruto himself has used this method. But now, since shortening the time can instantly restore one's physical condition, it is not impossible to use this method to cultivate. But I can't be pervert like Naruto, I don't have the pervert tolerance. Tomorrow, the main body will continue to practice physical skills, and then separate out a Shadow Clone to practice ninjutsu and sealing skills at home. Uchiha Xiu thought for a while, then made a decision. In this way, the growth rate of his strength can be accelerated again. Chapter 45 8 Inner Gates. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, Uchiha Xiu has been practicing with midair for nearly a month. Although his current shortening time has all been used up, but Uchiha Xiu also passed the most difficult period in the early stage. Now, although after practicing every day, the body will still be very tired. But Uchiha Xiu was able to continue on the second day. Moreover, during this period of time, his ninjutsu learning progress is also very fast. Powerful but uncomplicated sealing techniques such as 4-elephant seal and 8-sign seal. I have also mastered a lot. Xiu, guy, today I'm going to teach you a new taijutsu. Early in the morning, Might Guy did not directly let Uchiha Xiu and Might Guy start a day of practice as usual. Instead, he brought the two of them to a remote dense forest outside Konoha. Father, what physical skill is it? Might Guy was very excited when he heard that he could learn new martial arts. He has already mastered the moves that Might Guy taught him before. Coming, seeing Might Guy's expression, Uchiha Xiu guessed it all at once. Might Guy is going to teach them the 8 inner gates. Your physical fitness has barely reached the standard, so I am going to pass on a forbidden technique to you. Forbidden technique. After hearing this, Might Guy trembled with excitement. Yes, the name of this technique is 8 inner gates. Might Guy spoke slowly, and introduced the power of the 8 inner gates in detail. Could it be possible to gain power beyond the cage-level powerhouse by opening the 8th gate? Might Guy's eyes brighten the more he listens, and this 8 inner gates seems to be tailor-made for him. That's right, Guy, but the side effects of 8 inner gates are also huge. I won't talk about the 7th gate earlier. Although it will burden the body, it can still be recovered after cultivation. However, the 8th gate, the gate of death, as long as it is opened, it will cost you your life. Might wear a serious face. Although the 8 inner gates are powerful, they also have great side effects. If they are not used properly, they may cause irreparable damage to the body. Xiu, Guy, you all need to be mentally prepared. Don't worry, father, I will definitely work hard. Me too. Uchiha Xiu followed Might Guy to learn gymnastics. One of the big reasons is to learn 8 inner gates. At this time, naturally he would not refuse. Okay, then I will tell you the cultivation method of 8 inner gates. Quote. In the next day, Might Guy taught Uchiha Xiu and Might Guy the 8 inner gates cultivation method in detail. To be precise, Might Guy alone. Because when Might Guy finished speaking for the first time, Uchiha Xiu, who has advanced ninja talent, had already fully comprehended it. Guy, see, this is the gap between you and a genius, you have to work harder. I see, father. Might Guy never forgets to encourage Might Guy. Later generations of Emperor Guy can have such great achievements in physical arts, and it is absolutely inseparable from the education Might Guy gave him when he was a child. Finally, towards the end of the night, Guy figured out the principle of 8 inner gates. Okay, let me say one last thing, your current body can only open the former 3rd gate. If you continue to open it, it may cause irreparable damage to your body. Although, you will not be able to reach the point of opening the 4th gate for a while. However, before Might Guy could finish speaking, a tyrannical chakra erupted from the side. The first door, open the door, open. Wow, father, isn't this the 8 inner gates you just demonstrated to us? Xiu has already learned it. Might Guy shouted excitedly when he saw Uchiha Xiu's appearance. Even Might Guy was stunned. You know, although the principle of 8 inner gates is simple, it is not easy to open if you want to. He was able to open the 8 inner gates after a lot of hard work before. This is the feeling after opening the first door. Uchiha Xiu closed his eyes and carefully felt his current physical condition. Although there is an improvement, it is not as big as imagined. So, second gate, Hu gate, open. With a shout, Uchiha Xiu entered the state where the second gate of the 8 inner gates was opened. Wow, father, the second gate has been repaired. Guy yelled excitedly. Might Dai was completely stunned. It feels really good, like the feeling of using the system to bring the body back to peak performance. The second gate can eliminate the fatigue of the body, and Uchiha Xiu only feels that the body is full of energy now. Third gate, life gate, open. After feeling it carefully again, Uchiha Xiu directly opened the third gate. In 8 inner gates, the third gate is the last safe zone. Opening the former third gate will not cause any damage to the body. With the opening of the third gate, Uchiha Xiu's body began to emit green energy, and a huge chakra erupted from his whole body. Boom, punch. A huge tree fell in response. Uchiha Xiu's figure was as fast as a ghost. Disappeared in the blink of an eye. The speed was so fast that even Might Dai couldn't keep up. Strength and speed have been greatly improved. Uchiha Xiu was very satisfied. The improvement brought by the 8 inner gates did not disappoint him. If it is his current state against Hitaki Kakashi, with his full strength, Kakashi may not be able to catch even one move. You know, Kakashi is now at the level of a special Jonin. Xiu, stop, don't open the fourth gate. At this time, Might Dai finally came back to his senses and shouted at Uchiha Xiu. Obviously, Uchiha Xiu's performance once again refreshed his cognition. Uchiha Xiu will naturally not attack the fourth gate, although his physical fitness has improved a lot compared to before, but it still hasn't reached the level of opening the fourth gate without injury. Xiu, you are a genius, I have nothing more to teach you. Seeing Uchiha Xiu stop, Might Dai patted Uchiha Xiu's shoulder in relief. As long as Uchiha Xiu can continue to practice gymnastics every day in the future. As his body grows, Uchiha Xiu's strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. When the time comes, turn on the 8 inner gates, and it will be more than enough. Uncle Dai, thank you for the time. If you need my help in the future, please let me know. After getting along with each other for this period of time, Uchiha Xiu for Might Dai and Might Guy still have some feelings. Xiu, are you leaving? Might Guy looks a bit depressed. After all, the days of practicing with Uchiha Xiu were the happiest time of his childhood. Guy, you have to work harder when I'm gone. Today, let's have a competition. I hope you can catch up with me. Uchiha Xiu decided to brush another wave to shorten the time at the end. No matter how small the mosquito legs are, they are still meat. Xiu, I will definitely work hard. Guy, keep working hard with the encouragement of your peers, this is youth. Come on, Guy, show Xiu your true strength. Father, Uchiha Xiu's words moved Might Dai and Might Guy very much. Might Guy even put on a fighting stance. He must make Uchiha Xiu look at him with admiration. Xiu, come on, I'm also an excellent ninja. Guy looked at Uchiha Xiu and said confidently. Then, he was kicked away by Uchiha Xiu. Guy, keep going. Uchiha Xiu put his hands in his pockets and then left without looking back. Just now, he got the 7-day shortening time rewarded by the system. Guy, did you see that? This is the gap between you and the strong. Hurry up and continue practicing. Yes, father. Hearing the voice behind him, the corners of Uchiha Xiu's mouth curled up. Perhaps, if there is a chance, it would be a good choice to slaughter the 7 ninja swordsmen in advance. Chapter 46 I'll eat here. Xiu, you're here. Hokage building, Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking his pipe and watched Uchiha Xiu enter with a smile on his face. Master Hokage. Uchiha Xiu said hello and found that Namikaze Minato and Hitaki Kakashi were also there. Since everyone is here, I'll just say it straight. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat on the desk, and his tone became serious. Recently, the ninjas of Sunagaku have been very active in the border area between San Shinobi Village and our Konoha village, and from time to time they will cross the border and go deep into Konoha. According to the information from the front line, the other party seems to be looking for something. So, I decided to send the 3 of you to form a team to support the border. And your task is to find out the real purpose of Sunagaku. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, he handed an information scroll to Namikaze Minato. Minato, you will be the captain of the team this time. Yes, Namikaze Minato put the scroll away, his eyes determined. Okay, let's go down and leave tomorrow morning. Obey. Seeing the backs of the 3 leaving, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. Oh, it's getting more and more uneven recently. Sarutobi Hiruzen feels a little melancholy. Recently he feels more and more that he is getting old. Not just strength, even energy. It's not as good as it used to be. Looking at the pile of documents on the desk, Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking, perhaps, we should also think about the next Hokage. Xiu, I have fully mastered Rasengan. Coming out of the Hokage building, Namikaze Minato was clearly in a good mood. Running in front of Uchiha Xiu, he stretched out his hand and rubbed out a Rasengan. I have experimented, and the Rasengan skill is more suitable for me than I thought. Xiu, thank you very much. Namikaze Minato bowed to Uchiha Xiu with a sincere expression. You don't need to thank me, I have also benefited. Uchiha Xiu waved his hand. In exchange, he also learned the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. Get no less than Namikaze Minato. By the way, Kakashi, why is one of your eyes swollen? Could it be that she was found peeping at a girl taking a shower? Yes, must be so. After all, this is a man who will never let go of heaven in future generations. Looking at Hitaki Kakashi, Uchiha Xiu nodded thoughtfully. I'm not like you, BD. Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Hitaki Kakashi broke the defense instantly. Why are you so excited? I'm just talking casually. Kakashi was injured by a boy named Guy during a duel. Namikaze Minato smiled and explained. What? Slapped by Guy? Uchiha Xiu opened his mouth exaggeratedly, deliberately teasing Kakashi. I was just not careful. Also, don't make such an exaggerated expression on purpose, BD. Hitaki Kakashi was very angry when he saw Uchiha Xiu's appearance. If it wasn't for him, that watermelon head wouldn't be pestering him to compete all day long. It annoyed him. Okay, we will gather at the entrance of the village tomorrow on time, and you all should prepare well tonight. After joking for a while, Namikaze Minato made an appointment with Uchiha Xiu and Kakashi on the time and place of tomorrow's gathering. Good. Hitaki Kakashi didn't want to stay with Uchiha Xiu for even a second, so he ran away immediately after Namikaze Minato finished speaking. Then I'll go too, Xiu. After Namikaze Minato finished speaking, he also turned and left. Today he promised to go shopping with Kushina, but he couldn't be late. After waiting for so long, I finally have the opportunity to go to the front line. Uchiha Xiu is very happy now. He doesn't care about the mission Sarutobi Hiruzen assigned him. In Uchiha's eyes, the most important thing is to be able to kill ninjas and shorten the time. Build. Just as Uchiha Xiu was on his way home, two exclamations came from behind him. Uchiha Xiu turned around and saw Kuroyuki and Ren Nohara running towards him. Hong, Lin, why are you together? Seeing the two together, Uchiha Xiu was a little puzzled. Didn't the two of them still deal with each other before? Why haven't you seen each other for a while? It's like becoming a best friend. Xiu, didn't you tell us to get along well? Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Yuhi Hong pinched the corner of her clothes coyly. Her little face was flushed, very cute. That's right, they are all from my own family, so that's how it should be. Seeing the appearance of the two women, Uchiha Xiu nodded in satisfaction. Then holding one in each hand, they pulled the two of them and started shopping. Hong, I haven't seen the teacher recently, what is he busy with? Father has been away on a mission recently, and he is not in the village recently. Yeah, after hearing Yuhi Hong's words, Uchiha Xiu's eyes lit up. The old man is not at home. That's great. Hong, I have learned a lot of food recently, come to my house tonight, and I will cook for you. Uchiha Xiu smiled. Really, Xiu, is your cooking delicious? Yuhi Hong innocently raised his head and asked with his big eyes blinking. Let me tell you, not only do I cook delicious food, but it's even better below me. Then I must have a good taste today. Hearing Yuhi Hong's words, Uchiha Xiu burst into a smile, and looked at Nohara Lin next to her. Lin, are you coming? No, today I promised to have dinner with my parents. Nohara Lin pursed her mouth, her face a little disappointed. Well, then it seems that you have no luck tonight. Uchiha Xiu expressed regret that Nohara Lin could not come. Lin, don't feel bad, you will definitely have a chance in the future. Yuhi Hong comforted Nohara Lin. Uchiha Xiu smiled gratifiedly. As expected of the woman I like, her awareness is high. Yes, Lin, there must be a chance in the future. At that time, you two will eat together. Hey, Uchiha Xiu sent Nohara Lin back with a smile, and couldn't wait to run home with Yuhi Hong. 2S. Chapter 47. There is an ambush. Okay, let's go. Early the next morning, Namikaze Minato gathered at the entrance of Konoha village. After a simple greeting, Namikaze Minato handed over the documents for leaving the village to the gatekeeper ninja. After getting permission, the three of them left without ink marks. Why are you so happy? Seeing the uncontrollable smile on Uchiha Xiu's face, Hitaki Kakashi was a little strange. This guy usually has a paralyzed face, and he only smiles more when he sees girls. Why do you have a smile on your face today? Have it, haha, you read it wrong. The corners of Uchiha Xiu's mouth twitched. Remembering what happened last night, he couldn't help but lick his lips. What I had for dinner yesterday was really ecstasy. Obviously, seeing Uchiha Xiu's denial, Hitaki Kakashi curled his lips and stopped asking. Okay, since time is tight, we may have to go a little faster. Be careful, don't fall behind. Namikaze Minato put a stop to the chattering duo of Uchiha Xiu and Hitaki Kakashi. Then he speeded up and rushed towards the Konoha border. Among the three-person team, Hitaki Kakashi should be the weakest. Under the high-speed rush, on the third day, Kakashi's body was a little bit overwhelmed. Kakashi, do you want to take a break? Seeing Kakashi's appearance, Namikaze Minato stopped and asked. He is still very clear about Kakashi's strength. It is not easy to persist until now. Need not. Taking a peek at Uchiha Xiu, who was calm and composed, Hitaki Kakashi gritted his teeth and rejected Namikaze Minato's proposal. He regards Uchiha Xiu as his goal to surpass. Therefore, no matter in any aspect, Kakashi does not want to be easily compared by Uchiha Xiu. I said Kakashi, don't push yourself too hard. Excellent ninjas, when on the road, will also preserve their physical strength and use it to deal with unexpected situations. If you hold on like this, you will be in trouble if you run into an ambush along the way. Uchiha Xiu was able to get used to this high-intensity way of traveling because he had undergone devil training with midair for more than a month, and his physical fitness had greatly improved. But Kakashi will not work. He doesn't have such stamina. HMPH. I didn't hold back. However, after hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Hatake Kakashi snorted softly, and started on his way first instead. What a stubborn A. Seeing Kakashi's appearance, Uchiha Xiu shrugged and said no more. The current Kakashi has not experienced those things in the past, and the whole person is sharp, without the lazy feeling of the later generations. Looking at Kakashi, Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Xiu tacitly chose to follow behind Kakashi, not wanting to put too much pressure on Kakashi. If Kakashi couldn't keep up and slow down, the two of them would slow down too. Xiu, your strength really makes me more and more curious. Looking at Uchiha Xiu's still steady breath, Namikaze Minato was surprised. Kakashi's growth is already pervert, but Uchiha Xiu is obviously much stronger than Kakashi. Namikaze Minato would find it hard to believe that a child less than 10 years old, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. It has such a powerful strength. By the way, Xiu, have you found that the power of Rinnegan can continue to increase with the injection of chakra? Namikaze Minato suddenly thought of it. When he was practicing Rinnegan, he discovered by accident. Rinnegan can increase its power infinitely with the enhancement of chakra. In other words, the more chakra is injected, the more powerful the Rinnegan will be. It is not like ordinary ninjutsu, which has an upper limit. Xiu, the great fireball technique you used in the battle against Kakashi was also improved by you, right? Namikaze Minato looked at Uchiha Xiu and smiled confidently, as if everything was under control. Right. After listening to Namikaze Minato's analysis, Uchiha Xiu silently gave him a thumbs up in his heart. It's a good reason. In the future, if someone asks why his ninjutsu power is stronger than others, he can use this reason as a prevarication. Well, but I think Rinnegan, which is heavily infused with chakra, should have a new name. Otherwise, I always feel like something is missing. I thought about it all night before, and then I thought of a nice one. Big Ball Rinnegan. Uchiha Xiu didn't wait for Namikaze Minato to finish speaking, and spoke first. I mean, in the situation you're talking about, Rinnegan's name is Big Ball Rinnegan. Ah, Xiu, have you already thought of a name? Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Namikaze Minato was a little surprised, his expression obviously became a little unhappy. You know, he spent a lot of thought before he came up with a super nice name that is invincible and invincible. I don't know how many times better than Big Ball Rinnegan. No, the name is the soul of the move, absolutely not such a rash decision. Just when Namikaze Minato wanted to have a theory with Uchiha Xiu, the sound of the detonating symbol detonating suddenly sounded in the ear. No, there is an ambush. Chapter 48, it's Cloud Shinobi. No, there is an ambush. Namikaze Minato yelled, then retreated quickly, avoiding the explosion range of the detonating talisman in an instant. Xiu, are you okay? Namikaze Minato looked forward solemnly, holding kunai in his hand, ready to fight. Don't worry about me. Uchiha Xiu's current real strength is stronger than the average elite jonin, so naturally he will not be hurt by this low-level trap. Oh, I didn't expect Konoha's ninja to hit twice. The smoke cleared, and 6 ninjas with Cloud Shinobi forehead protectors appeared ahead. Kakashi, are you okay? Seeing each other, Namikaze Minato's face also became serious. Unexpectedly, they would be attacked by Cloud Shinobi in Konoha territory. Teacher, I'm fine. Behind Cloud Shinobi, Hatake Kakashi held the short blade tightly with both hands, and his clothes also had some burnt marks. Obviously, the explosion just now still caused some damage to him. Why are you here? Does Cloud Shinobi want to declare war on his Konoha? Namikaze Minato was relieved to see that Kakashi was fine. Declaration of war. No, as long as all 3 of you are killed today, won't no one know about it. The leader, Cloud Shinobi, grinned grimly. They've received Sand Shinobi and Konoha have been having skirmishes lately, so 3rd Raikage sent some elite squads. Whether it is the ninja who met Konoha or the ninja of Sunagaku. As long as you are sure to kill them, then shoot directly. In this way, the conflict between Konoha and Sand Shinobi will break out sooner or later. That way, their Cloud Shinobi village can take advantage of the opportunity. Minato, you hold 2 of them later, and leave the rest to me. Seeing Cloud Shinobi on the opposite side, Uchiha Xiu drew the Kusanagi sword. He doesn't care which side is on the other side, what kind of purpose they have. As long as the kill can shorten the time. For Uchiha Xiu, that's enough. Haha, as expected of the Uchiha clan, even a kid is so arrogant. Taichi, you and I are responsible for solving the Jonin on the opposite side. There are 4 of you left, in groups of 2, and let me get rid of the other 2 brats. Remember, we must not let that kid in Uchiha run away, bring his eyes back, and we will have made great achievements. Nada Yuta is in a good mood. Unexpectedly, they were able to capture a ninja from the Uchiha clan this time. Master Raikage is very interested in the 2 blood succession boundaries of Sharingan and Bian. Kakashi, I'll help you after I finish them off. Uchiha Xiu was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with the opposite party, so he rushed up with a knife. Don't underestimate people, UBD. Seeing Uchiha Xiu's appearance, Hatake Kakashi was not to be outdone. He also rushed towards the opponent holding the short blade. I'm really in a hurry to die. Seeing the reaction of Uchiha Xiu and Hatake Kakashi, Udanada curled his mouth and took the lead in attacking Namikaze Minato. Each of their 2 elite teams is an assassination team composed of an elite Jonin, a Jonin, and a special Jonin. The opposing team only has 1 Jonin and 2 Chunin. Facing them, no matter how you resist, the only ending waiting for them is death. Now the Third Ninja World War has not completely broken out, so the name of Namikaze Minato's Yellow Flash has not been well known by various ninja villages. In the eyes of this group of cloud shinobi, the three of Namikaze Minato are already lambs waiting to be slaughtered. HMPH, brat, die. Both sides were very fast, but in an instant, they were fighting each other. The three of Uchiha Xiu were also separated by cloud shinobi. Fire style, great fireball technique. Feeling that the distance is almost the same, Uchiha Xiu smiled slightly, and quickly formed a mudra with both hands. A great fireball with a diameter of nearly 10 meters appeared in front of the two cloud shinobi. Damn, what the hell is this? Feeling the scorching heat of the air, the two cloud shinobi attacking Uchiha Xiu could only retreat quickly. But the range of Uchiha Xiu ninjutsu is really too big. At such a close distance, there was no time to escape. Boom. After a violent explosion, the place where Uchiha Xiu and cloud shinobi fought just now, a raging flame ignited. Even the ground was cracked by the fireball. Hateful, isn't this kid wearing a Chunin outfit? How could he be so powerful? With such a powerful power, even if Master Raikage comes, he can only avoid his edge, right? If Uchiha Xiu doesn't make a move, it's fine, but when he makes a move, it's earth-shattering. The huge power instantly attracted everyone's attention. No, such a brat must not be let go. In just an instant, two elite Jonin, Utanada and Tai Haruyama, quickly made a decision. Such a genius must not be allowed to grow up. The two looked at each other, decisively chose to give up and continued to attack Namikaze Minato, turned around and rushed in the direction of Uchiha Xiu. Kill a special Jonin, get 5 days shortened time. Chapter 49. The battle is over. Is this the only one dead? Uchiha Xiu was very surprised by the system prompt in his mind. He also didn't expect that a special Jonin would be instantly killed by him with a single move. Great opportunity, lightning style, thunder fang. Seeing that Uchiha Xiu showed a flaw, the cloud shinobi Jonin, who barely avoided the great fireball technique, decisively launched a surprise attack from behind Uchiha Xiu. In an instant, a large amount of thunder and lightning drowned Uchiha Xiu's figure. Damn brat, Jonin breathed a sigh of relief. No one thought that this seemingly small kid could use such a powerful ninjutsu. However, it's finally over. Jonin breathed a sigh of relief. He was very sure that the attack just now definitely hit the opponent. I just don't know if the kid's eyes can be recovered. Jonin of Cloud Shinobi put away the knife in his hand, looked at Uchiha Xiu's body on the ground, and prepared to snap his eyes off. However, in the next second, a long knife with an electric arc pierced through his chest from behind him. How can it be? The dead don't need to know that much. Uchiha Xiu's indifferent voice came from next to his ear, and then the long knife was pulled out of his body. That Cloud Shinobi could only feel the strength of his body draining rapidly. Lifting his head with difficulty, he happened to see the scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan in Uchiha Xiu's eyes. This. The moment he saw Uchiha Xiu's glasses, that Cloud Shinobi only felt that he had discovered very important information. But unfortunately, now he can't do anything. Kill a Jonin, get 7 days shortened time. Hearing the system prompt, Uchiha Xiu's eyes also returned to the appearance of 3 Tomoe Sharingan. This is the first time he used Mangekyo Sharingan against an enemy. Unexpectedly, it was surprisingly easy. In an instant, a Jonin, a special Jonin, was dead at his hands. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Nada Yuta and Haruyama Taichi, who had just rushed over, let out an angry roar. They attacked Uchiha Xiu together. Well done. Seeing the two, Uchiha Xiu advanced instead of retreating. He picked up the long knife and rushed towards the two of them. The first door, open the door, open. Second gate, Hugh gate, open. Third gate, Life gate, open. After opening the third gate, Uchiha Xiu's speed increased instantly. Namikaze Minato has also rushed over, so Uchiha Xiu has no intention of revealing his Mangekyo Sharingan for the time being. Boy, you are courting death. Seeing Uchiha Xiu rushing towards them, the two Cloud Shinobi were so excited. Their Cloud Shinobi training is mainly based on ninjutsu, and their physical fitness is very strong, not to mention that they are still 2 elite Jonin. Now Uchiha Xiu wants to fight them hand to hand. I really don't know how to live or die. But soon, Nada Yuta and Haruyama Taichi couldn't laugh anymore, because they found that Uchiha Xiu's speed was not slower than theirs. And because of Sharingan, they can also see their actions in advance. Easily dodge their attacks. Thousand Bird Blade. Finally, after fighting for a while, Uchiha Xiu seized a chance and slashed Taichi Qingshan's chest with a single knife. Although it was not possible to kill it directly, the paralysis effect brought by the lightning attribute attack. The first time Qingshan Tai lost his fighting power. Reikiri. After solving one, the remaining Nada Yuta is not a big problem. Uchiha Xiu stabbed Reikiri through his chest. Kill 2 elite Jonin, get 1 month shortened time. HMPH, it really is quick to kill people. Looking at the shortened time that has accumulated for 1 month, Uchiha Xiu turned his attention to the direction of Hitaki Kakashi's fight. Kakashi is now fighting a Cloud Shinobi, another Cloud Shinobi, who has been entangled by Namikaze Minato. Kakashi, I'm here to help you. Under the attack of that special Jonin, Kakashi unexpectedly fell into a disadvantage, and was almost fatally injured several times. Seeing this situation, Uchiha Xiu didn't hesitate, and directly rushed to Kakashi's side at full speed. Then with a knife, the opponent's head was chopped off. Feeling the blood splattered on his face, Kakashi suddenly remembered the way Uchiha Xiu slaughtered the bandits before. Exactly the same as now. This guy, every time you kill an enemy, it's like a different person. Sura. Hatake Kakashi unconsciously read out the nickname that Obito and the others gave Uchiha Xiu before. Sura, not bad, I like it. Uchiha Xiu froze for a moment, then smiled. This nickname suits him quite well. He is Shura who harvests life. Minato, here I come. Needless to say, the strength of Namikaze Minato, the last cloud shinobi, is already in his hands, and it is only a matter of time before he loses. Damn it, Master Raikage will avenge us. That cloud shinobi also knew that he was bound to lose, so he took out a signal flare from his bosom and fired it at the sky. Die. Then Uchiha Xiu also arrived, and also solved the last cloud shinobi with one knife. Kill a Jonin, get 7 days shortened time. Current cumulative shortening time, 5 hours and 3 minutes on January 24th. Chapter 50 Louder, can't hear you. It turned out that a battle has accumulated nearly 2 months of shortened time. Looking at the system panel, Uchiha Xiu was very happy. I didn't expect that the first battle would yield such a rich harvest. Xiu, are you not injured? After the battle, Namikaze Minato cleaned up the battlefield immediately. Fine. After this battle, Uchiha Xiu already had a clear understanding of his own strength. Below cage level, basically no one is his opponent. That's good. Namikaze Minato also breathed a sigh of relief. When two elite Jonin, Utanada and Taichi Haruyama, went to attack Uchiha Xiu, Namikaze Minato originally wanted to support him immediately. But Hatake Kakashi has been cornered by Cloud Shinobi, he can only save Kakashi first. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Xiu ended the battle in such a short time. Even if it is him, it is a bit difficult to solve the two of them in such a short period of time. This matter must be reported to Master Hokage as soon as possible. Just now the last Cloud Shinobi has sent out the signal. Cloud Shinobi's conspiracy has been revealed, maybe it will launch an attack on Konoha at any time. Therefore, the village must be prepared in advance. I said, Kakashi, if it weren't for me, you would have died just now. Nonsense, I was able to defeat the enemy just now. Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Hatake Kakashi retorted, but immediately shut his mouth again. His current strength is not bad against a special Jonin. But add a Jonin, there is no power to fight back. On the other hand, Uchiha Xiu was able to easily kill the opposing elite Jonin. This disparity in strength made Kakashi feel despair for the first time. Whether he wants to admit it or not, the gap between him and Uchiha Xiu has grown farther and farther. Kakashi, I hope you learn your lesson this time. After sending the information, Namikaze Minato also became serious. The reason why Kakashi's performance is so poor this time is entirely because he has to rush. If it wasn't for your lack of physical strength, I didn't have to let Xiu fall into the siege of the enemy just because I wanted to save you in the battle just now. Sorry. Hearing Namikaze Minato's words, Hatake Kakashi lowered his head in shame. He knew what Namikaze Minato said was true. Although they won the battle in the end, it was also because of Uchiha Xiu's strength. If normal, then he must be the one who hurt his teammates. Thinking of how his father was willing to bear the infamy in order to protect his teammates, but he actually put his teammates in danger because of his own willfulness. Kakashi felt very uncomfortable. Okay, just pay attention next time. Remember, ninja, never be impulsive. Namikaze Minato wasn't really angry either, he just wanted to take the opportunity to teach Kakashi. Now that Kakashi clearly knew he was wrong, he didn't say any more. Kakashi, did you discover your weaknesses through this battle? Uchiha Xiu looked at Kakashi's appearance and decided to comfort him. Short board. Yes, your offensive method is too simple. It's okay to meet ninjas of the same level, but when you encounter enemies stronger than you can only be passively beaten. Uchiha Xiu decided to give Reikiri to Kakashi. In this case, it can be regarded as an extra life-saving skill. With Kakashi's current strength, he can't exert the true power of Hatake's sword technique at all. Xiu, what do you mean? Namikaze Minato seemed to have thought of something. Kakashi, I have a ninjutsu that suits you well, do you want to learn it? Think. After seeing Uchiha Xiu's performance just now, Kakashi has no intention of continuing to compare with him. Nod directly. Okay, then you look after it. Chidori. Following Uchiha Xiu's low drink, a burst of birdsong rang out. Lightning flashed in Uchiha's hand. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha Xiu stepped hard. Kakashi felt a bolt of lightning hit him head-on. In the next second, Uchiha Xiu's hand pierced through the giant tree behind him. The name of this technique is Chidori, and it is extremely lethal. The disadvantages are also obvious. It requires a long-distance run-up and the assistance of Sharingan's super dynamic vision. However, using its principles, many powerful ninjutsu can be derived. Like this. After Uchiha Xiu finished speaking, there was another thunder in his hand, but this time he didn't make any sound. With a wave of Uchiha Xiu's hand, the giant tree next to him was cut down in the middle. So strong. Namikaze Minato and Hatake Kakashi immediately understood the power of this ninjutsu. Xiu, do you want to teach me this ninjutsu? Hatake Kakashi is excited. You must know that no matter how selfless a ninja is, he will not easily pass on his ninjutsu to others. That's right. Uchiha Xiu smiled. The reason why he helped Kakashi. Partly because he has a good relationship with Kakashi. On the other hand, because of Hatake Tsukumo. The stronger the Hatake family is, the more help it will be for him to control Konoha in the future. Xiu, Thank you. Hatake Kakashi bowed seriously to Uchiha Xiu. At this moment, he no longer regards Uchiha Xiu as a competitor. Instead, he regards Uchiha Xiu as a respectable ninja like his father and teacher. Great, Xiu, after seeing your moves, I came up with an inspiration. The move just now might as well be called Lightning Style Lightning Zero Style of Thousand Birds Singing Together. Haha, how about this name? I really admire myself. Namikaze Minato is very excited. It seems that I can't believe that I can think of such a nice and hockey name. Okay, then it's up to you. Uchiha Xiu shrugged. It's not good for him to spoil Minato's interest all the time. Anyway, the name is just a code name for him. Xiu, thank you. I'm so lucky to have you as my friend. Seeing that Uchiha Xiu agreed, Namikaze Minato showed excitement on his face. Then turned to face Kakashi. Kakashi, do you remember what I just said? Remember. Seeing his teacher's appearance, Kakashi suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. That's good, we will rest here tonight, you should learn quickly. Namikaze Minato looked at Kakashi expectantly. Kakashi didn't dare not listen to Namikaze Minato's words, so he could only follow Uchiha Xiu's teaching and began to practice silently. Then, the scene that made Uchiha Xiu's stomach hurt from laughing came out. Kakashi, when learning ninjutsu, be sure to say your name aloud. Quickly read it. What, you forgot? Let me say it again. Lightning Style. 1,000 birds singing together. Lightning Zero type. Come on, read it again and I'll listen to it. Under the persecution of Namikaze Minato, Kakashi looked hopeless. While practicing, he shouted the name of the move aloud. Lightning Style Thousands of Birds Singing. Lightning Zero type. No, the voice is not loud enough, you have to shout it out. Lightning Style. 1,000 birds singing together. Lightning Zero type. It's still not right, just a little more hockey. Quote. Hatake Kakashi suddenly felt regretful. Just now, he shouldn't have agreed to learn this ninjutsu. Chapter 51 Arriving at the post. Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Xiu continued to rush towards the border after a short rest. Probably because the conspiracy of Cloud Shinobi was exposed, so the three of them did not encounter an ambush again along the way. Finally, after marching for another 2 days, the few people arrived at a post on the Konoha border. Master Minato, well, please tell me about the current situation. Namikaze Minato spoke directly. The situation at the border is getting worse and worse. Namikaze Minato has a premonition. Perhaps, the Third Ninja War is about to break out. At present, Sunagakure is becoming more and more active, and follow-up reinforcements are also rushing over. Originally, the other party just sneaked into our territory to collect intelligence, but for some reason, they have started to attack our team in the past few days. I heard that several outposts have been reduced to varying degrees. After listening to the report, Namikaze Minato sighed. Clearly, Cloud Shinobi's plot worked. Whether it was Konoha's side or Sand Shinobi's side, they all thought it was the other side who took the initiative to attack. Give me a map of the neighborhood. Just as Namikaze Minato frowned in thought, Uchiha Xiu spoke. The huge benefits brought by killing ninjas made him very excited. Now that you are here, it is the most cost-effective to take the opportunity to kill a few more enemies. Okay. Murata Ryosuke was taken aback when he heard Uchiha Xiu's words, but after seeing the family emblem on Uchiha Xiu's clothes, he nodded and handed a map to Uchiha Xiu. Just right, let me explain to you the most active places in Sand Shinobi. After Murata Ryosuke finished speaking, he began to tell the three of Uchiha Xiu all the information collected in the past few days in detail. Okay, since that's the case, I'll go and see if I can catch some Sand Shinobi back. After Uchiha Xiu had a general understanding of the situation, he was ready to act. I will go with you. Hatake Kakashi saw Uchiha Xiu's appearance and followed immediately. Don't follow me, I like to act alone. In case the enemy I encounter is very powerful, I will take care of you. Let alone Kakashi's current strength, it can only hold him back. Even if Namikaze Minato wants to follow, Uchiha Xiu will not agree. After all, he didn't want to fully expose his strength. Snort. Rejected by Uchiha Xiu, Kakashi was reluctant, but there was nothing he could do. His current strength is indeed much worse than that of Uchiha Xiu. Murata Ryosuke on the side was stunned. What kind of strength is this kid from the Uchiha family? How dare you say that to Hatake Kakashi? To know the name of Kakashi, there are not many ninjas in Konoha who do not know. Now I've been rejected by a peer. The point is that Kakashi seemed to agree to what Uchiha Xiu said, and he didn't even refute it. Seeing this scene, Ryosuke Murata felt that his worldview was about to collapse. Xiu, you have to be careful. Namikaze Minato has to take charge of the overall situation, so he will not take the initiative to make a move under normal circumstances. And after the last battle with Cloud Shinobi, Namikaze Minato is very confident about Uchiha Xiu's strength. Uchiha Xiu waved his hand, turned and left the post. This, Minato-sama, Sand Shinobi is very active recently, even elite Jonin are not rare, just in case. Ryosuke Murata was very surprised to see that Namikaze Minato actually agreed with Uchiha Xiu to act alone. To know, ninjas operate in teams. A ninja who acts alone is likely to put himself in danger. It's okay, don't worry about Xiu's strength. Seeing the worried look on Ryosuke Murata's face, Namikaze Minato laughed uncontrollably. Facing the siege of 2 elite Jonin in Cloud Shinobi village, Uchiha Xiu was able to fight back in a short time. This strength is more than enough to go out alone to search for information. Unless Feng Ying personally leads the team on the opposite side. Otherwise, with the strength of Uchiha Xiu, even if you can't fight, run, there is still no problem. Alright, seeing that Namikaze Minato and Hitaki Kakashi are so confident in Uchiha Xiu's strength, Ryosuke Murata will not say much. Sunagaku, inside the cage office, a young man was half kneeling on the ground, listening to an old woman with gray hair lecture him. Luo Sha, this time third cage has been missing for so long, it must have been an accident. If this continues, the village will definitely cause turmoil. So, after the decision of the Board of Elders, we want you to be the fourth cage. After hearing Chio's words, Luo Sha suddenly raised her head, unable to keep calm anymore. Master Chio, is this true? Becoming cage is what Luo Sha has dreamed of since she was a child. It's just that he came from a bad background. After growing up, he finally understood that this can only be an unattainable dream. So, he has given up hope now. However, now the village has decided to make him the next cage. Luo Sha couldn't believe it. Yes, this is a unanimous decision in the village. However, you don't have any impressive record now, so it's hard to get the recognition of other ninjas in the village. This time we are launching a war against Konoha, you must behave well. Yes, I am willing to dedicate everything to the village. Okay, I recently heard that Konoha has sent troops to reinforce the border, so you should hurry there too. As you order, Chio-sama. Seeing the excited Luo Sha recede, Chio let out a long sigh of relief. Luo Sha has magnet style, and there is no complicated background. Letting him be the next cage is in the interest of most of the branch house clan in the village. Hitaki Tsukumo, I will definitely make you pay the price. There was hatred in Chio's eyes. After third cage disappeared, her grandson, Scorpion, also disappeared suddenly. Chio used all the power she could, but still no news about the Scorpion. This made Chio, who was already very old, feel very uncomfortable. In her opinion, if Hitaki Tsukumo hadn't killed all Scorpio's parents, that Scorpion will not change its temperament drastically. I won't run away from home like now. Thinking of the dangers of the ninja world, Chio couldn't help but worry about her grandson. Scorpion, where did you go? Chapter 52 I'm careless. Well, it seems that luck is not bad. After Uchiha Xiu came out of the camp, he started searching for Sand Shinobi according to the markings on the map. Not long after, he really found a Sand Shinobi team. Fire style, great fireball technique. Uchiha Xiu didn't care too much, and took advantage of the fact that the three Sand Shinobi on the opposite side didn't notice, and after getting close to a certain distance, he directly shot and attacked. Who is it? Upon hearing the movement, the three Sand Shinobi immediately entered an attacking stance. But in the next moment, a huge great fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters rushed towards him. Damn, what is this? Looking at the fireball in front of them, the three of Sand Shinobi fell into despair. It is the first time they have seen such a powerful ninjutsu when they grow up so big. Isn't Konoha's fireball technique just a means of fainting? This was the last thought of the three before they died. A ninjutsu with such power and range at such a short distance. They didn't even have the strength to resist. After all, the captain of this Sand Shinobi team is only at the level of Chunin. Kill 2 Genins, get 10 hours of shortened time. Kill a Chunin, get 12 hours shortened time. It's a bit small. After hearing the system prompt, Uchiha Xiu frowned. Killing a Genin can only get 5 hours of shortened time, and killing a Chunin can only get 12 hours of shortened time. However, no matter how small a mosquito's leg is, it's still meat, so don't let it go. After Uchiha Xiu thought about it, he didn't bother anymore. Anyway, with his current strength, it would not take much effort to kill Genin and Chunin. Hide first. Uchiha Xiu deliberately used the great fireball technique to attack in order to attract the attention of other ninjas nearby. He just needs to sit here and wait for the rabbit. After all, it is very difficult to grasp the whereabouts of ninjas, and it is very time-consuming for him to find them one by one. Sure enough, not long after, a team of ninjas rushed over. The ninjas in this team are obviously much stronger. It is estimated that it is an elite team composed of 3 Jonin. Specially responsible for supporting other teams in danger. It's all one-shot kills, and the enemy is at least Jonin's strength. After seeing the corpses of the 3 ninjas on the ground, the leader Sand Shinobi analyzed it. No, back quickly. While the 3 Sand Shinobi retreated, the bodies of the 3 dead Sand Shinobi on the ground suddenly exploded. Be careful, there may be an ambush. One of the Sand Shinobi loudly reminded the companions, since the other party chose to leave the body in place and set a trap. Obviously, the other party expected someone to come to support. Therefore, the enemy is probably hiding in a dark corner watching them silently. Once they reveal their flaws, what awaits them will be a fatal blow. You should worry about yourself first. Uchiha Xiu's voice came from behind the ninja. Immediately afterwards, a long knife pierced the ninja's chest. The long knife spun around, and Sand Shinobi, who was reminding his companions to be careful just now, was already dead. Kill a Jonin, get 7 days shortened time. That's right, suddenly increased the shortened time of 7 days, Uchiha Xiu couldn't help laughing. This harvest is far more than killing those Genin. There is only one brat. The remaining 2 Sand Shinobi leaned against each other for the first time, with unbelievable expressions on their faces. Maybe it's a good opportunity. The 2 Sand Shinobi looked at each other, and then made up their minds. They want to get rid of the kid in Konoha in front of them. Obviously, all the previous things were done by this kid who looked like he just graduated from ninja school. I thought Hitaki Kakashi was the ceiling of Konoha's new generation, but I didn't expect that there is a kid who was stronger than him. The two sand shinobi looked at Uchiha Xiu with increasing killing intent. With the strength to kill Jonin at such a young age, this kid must not let him continue to grow. Kill. Two sand shinobi rushed towards Uchiha Xiu at the same time. In their view, the reason why Uchiha Xiu was able to kill that Jonin instantly. It's just because of the sneak attack. Under the siege of one of them elite Jonin, one Jonin. There is absolutely no chance of Uchiha Xiu surviving. Could it be that a kid can still have cage-level strength? This is the truest portrayal of the hearts of these two sand shinobi at the moment. HMPH, good time. Uchiha Xiu saw two sand shinobi rushing over and opened the Mangekyo Sharingan directly. Now is the time to become acquainted with the capabilities of the eye. It's weird. The two sand shinobi first discovered the abnormality of Uchiha Xiu's eyes. An ominous premonition rose in all of my hearts. Clang. Although Uchiha Xiu was full of strange aura, the two sand shinobi could only bite the bullet and continue fighting. Damn it, little brat. With the blessing of Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Xiu's strength has more than doubled. Even with 1 against 2, two sand shinobi can be easily suppressed. And as time went by, the two sand shinobi were also covered with scars. No, this brat is too strong, we were careless. Now, the two sand shinobi finally realized that the brat in front of them was beyond their ability to deal with. This guy, it really has cage-level strength. Chapter 53. Can you run away? I'll hold him, you go away. The information about this guy must be known to the village. How much impact will it have on both sides of the war if there is an extra cage-level powerhouse without any intelligence out of thin air? The two sand shinobi knew very well. Therefore, after knowing that there was no hope of winning on his side, the elite Jonin made a decisive decision. Let him hold the kid in front of him and let his teammates bring the guy's information back to the village. Good. The other sand shinobi didn't hesitate either, and when he found an opportunity, he withdrew from the battlefield directly. He knows very well, the information he has now, far more important than his life. Oh, it's really touching. However, do you think you can escape? Uchiha Xiu's expression is full of jokes. When I saw him Mangekyo Sharingan on the opposite side, the fate of these two sand shinobi is already doomed. Damn brat, don't underestimate people. Wind style, great breakthrough. Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, the remaining elite Jonin no longer kept it, and he continuously released powerful wind style ninjutsu one by one. He knew that he definitely had no way out today. Therefore, you can only do your best to hold back the enemy in front of you, so that the companion can safely bring the information back to the village. Unfortunately, his desperate fight did not cause any trouble at all for Uchiha Xiu who owns Mangekyo. Seeing the overwhelming ninjutsu, Uchiha Xiu thought. In a blink of an eye, he appeared behind that sand shinobi. This is one of his Mangekyo Sharingan abilities, pentagram. Locking the enemy in the center, he can freely move through the space in the 5 corners. Reikiri, Ku. Using Mangekyo Sharingan's ability, Uchiha Xiu moved behind that sand shinobi, and then closed the lock, stabbing his heart with his hand instantly. So fast, how could? The elite Jonin whose heart was pierced looked back at Uchiha Xiu's scarlet Sharingan with a look of disbelief on his face. He couldn't figure out how Uchiha Xiu appeared behind him so quickly under his stormy ninjutsu unleashing. However, I managed to hold you back. Looking at the companion who had already opened a distance, the elite Jonin showed a smile. Anyway, at least, his goal has been achieved. Yeah, seeing the smile on Sand Shinobi's mouth, Uchiha Xiu also smiled. There was no rush to kill him. Damn it, I will definitely avenge you. The Sand Shinobi who had already opened a distance of several hundred meters, looked at the scene on the battlefield and heaved a sigh of relief. At this distance, it is impossible for the other side to catch up with him. Although 2 companions died, it is definitely worth it to get this information back. That Sand Shinobi smiled. That brat is probably the method hidden by Konoha Shinobi. Now that he is discovered by himself, the village can take precautions in advance. Looking at the battlefield for the last time, the escaped Sand Shinobi no longer hesitated, turned around and prepared to run towards Sand Shinobi's base camp. Ku. However, the moment he turned his head, there was a sound of a sharp weapon entering his body. Then his eyes blurred, and he felt that he was flying up suddenly, and the whole world started to rotate. Finally, it fell heavily to the ground again. Consciousness gradually dimmed, and the last scene in the eyes of that Sand Shinobi stayed on a headless corpse. It's not me. Before he could figure it out, his consciousness had already plunged into darkness. Kill a Jonin, get 7-day shortening time. Damn, what the hell is going on? Seeing his companion beheaded inexplicably, the elite Jonin was shocked. What means? Could this kid still be able to take someone else's head thousands of miles away? Sorry, I can't tell you that. After Uchiha Xiu finished speaking, he directly took the life of the Sand Shinobi in front of him. The Sand Shinobi who escaped just now was naturally killed by him using the ability of another Mangekyo Sharingan. Round Tomb. Though he could only summon a shadow. But for now, it's enough for most situations. But Uchiha Xiu will not be so stupid as to tell his secret. After all, in the world of Hokage, dead people may not necessarily be able to keep secrets. Kill an elite Jonin and get 15 days shortened time. After hearing the system prompt, the corners of Uchiha Xiu's mouth curled up, and then the scene was cleaned up. The corpses of Sand Shinobi killed by him were all burned up. In this way, even if someone finds here, they will not be able to get any useful information at all. Today's harvest is very rich, which is really good. Looking at the system panel, Uchiha Xiu is in a good mood. In one day today, 29 days of shortened time have been harvested. At this rate, after the Third Ninja World War breaks out completely, evolving eyes into Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is no problem at all. Maybe it can go a step further and evolve the eyes into Rinnegan. It is not impossible, Uchiha Xiu, who has tasted the sweetness, is simply crazy. With third Kage missing and Shio and others not participating in the war. As long as the Sand Shinobi team is discovered by Uchiha Xiu, it will be a one-sided massacre. In just a few days, Sand Shinobi, who died at the hands of Uchiha Xiu, already has more than a dozen teams. While most are genin and shunin, but these people still provided Uchiha Xiu with a lot of shortened time. Now, Uchiha Xiu's shortened time has reached 3 months and 12 days. Xiu, it seems that things are not as simple as we thought. Inside the base camp on the Konoha border, Namikaze Minato frowned. Uchiha Xiu has captured a ninja every day these days. The tallest is still a Sand Shinobi Jonin. But after torture, they still didn't gain anything. From current information, this group of Sand Shinobi just received as much information as possible from Konoha. I don't know anything about the rest. Probably only Sunagaku's top management knows the true purpose of this Sand Shinobi operation. Uchiha Xiu naturally knew the purpose of Sand Shinobi, but he wouldn't say it stupidly. If he said it, he would jump into the Yellow River and be washed away. After all, few people even Sunagaku knew about the disappearance of third Kage. Moreover, without saying it, he can still continue to be at the border. In the name of collecting intelligence, continue to slaughter the ninjas of Sand Shinobi, so as to shorten the time. Otherwise, when he returned to the village, he would not have such a good opportunity. Master Minato, the latest information, Sunagaku's magnet-style boundary ninja Rasa, has arrived with reinforcements. Rosa, after hearing the information, Namikaze Minato frowned. He has heard Luo Sha's name before, he is a very powerful ninja. This time came with reinforcements. Does Sunagaku really want to start another war? Namikaze Minato was lost in thought. He really couldn't understand why Sand Shinobi, who was getting weaker and weaker now, would put on a posture of wanting to attack Konoha proactively. Rosa, interesting. After Uchiha Xiu heard Luo Sha's name, his mind became active. Uchiha Xiu is still very curious about this future fourth Kage. If you can defeat or even kill him on the battlefield, the harvest will definitely not be less. At this time, Luo Sha didn't know that he was being targeted when he first arrived. He's in Sand Shinobi's base camp right now, PD off. Chapter 54 finally came out. What is going on? Why did we lose so many ninjas in just a few days? The most important thing is that you have lost so many ninjas, and you didn't even get any information. Luo Sha is very angry now. Originally, he thought that the village sent him to the front line to gild him. But unexpectedly, the village just threw him a mess and asked him to clean it up. Report to Master Luo Sha, we have tried our best, but each battle ends too quickly. By the time we find the abnormality and rush over, even the battlefield has been dealt with by the opponent. The ninja who was in charge of reporting information to Luo Sha is also very wrong now. It was fine before, although there will be some casualties every day, they are still within an acceptable range. Moreover, the teams that go out to collect intelligence are often able to bring back some information about Konoha. But don't know what happened. Since a few days ago, their Sand Shinobi casualties suddenly increased. No matter what kind of ninjas are sent out, only a team that knows nothing can come back in the end. In other words, all the teams that collected Konoha's information were killed without exception, not even a single person escaped. Lord Luo Sha, I suspect that Konoha has secretly sent a Kage-level expert, otherwise we wouldn't be so passive. The Sand Shinobi who was in charge of the report also had a headache. The above request was originally to let them go deep into Konoha, collect information. But in this situation, he can only make everyone shrink back. He can't even take care of his own territory, let alone invade. Okay, you go down first. After listening to the report, Luo Sha also had a headache. There are too many strong people in Konoha. Leaving Hokage aside, Hatake Tsukumo, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade, etc., none of them are easy to mess with. Not to mention Konoha and the Uchiha family, the Hyuga family and other wealthy families. From the perspective of strength on paper, his side is not Konoha's opponent at all. But Luo Sha also knew that the village had no other choice now. Can only declare war on Konoha. If the conflict is not transferred, Sunagaku will definitely fall into civil strife. As for why not 620 declared war on other relatively weak ninja villages. Joke, the shadow of a village was kidnapped without anyone noticing. If it's Konoha, it's okay to say, at least Konoha has always been the strongest ninja village. The period of first generation shocked the whole ninja world even more. So, throwing the missing pot of third Kage to Konoha is completely fine. But if the blame is cast on other ninja villages, not to mention anything else, even the ninjas in their own ninja village are probably ashamed. The shadow of a village was kidnapped silently. So what kind of 5 ninja villages are you, Sunagaku? Therefore, after all, they can only declare war on Konoha. Come on. After thinking quietly for a while, Luo Sha called the person in charge of inquiring information. Then let it send a small team to continue collecting intelligence. And he is leading a small team alone. Also pretend to go out to gather information. In this case, as long as Konoha, the ninja hiding in the dark, dares to make a move, then he must be able to pull it out. Luo Sha is still very confident in his own strength. He didn't believe that Konoha dared to send all the strong men over. In that case, other ninja villages will probably hit the gate of Konoha's village. Lord Luo Sha, is this too dangerous? You are the commander-in-chief. After hearing Luo Sha's words, the person in charge fell into a dilemma. For no other reason, when the enemy and us are both, if the general acts rashly, in case of any accident, they will fall into a huge passive state. Don't worry, even if you can't fight, running is still no problem. Luo Sha is very confident. As a cage-level powerhouse, although this area is not a desert area, his strength will be affected to a certain extent. But, it's not a problem if you can't fight and escape. Alright, since you have already made your decision, my lord, I will arrange it immediately. However, please choose 2 powerful ninjas to carry out missions with you to ensure CGDF nothing goes wrong. I see, you go down and make arrangements first. After arranging everything properly, Luo Sha seemed to have thought of something, and couldn't help but smile. Garyulo, you will carry out the mission with me tomorrow. Yes, quote. After hearing Luo Sha's words, Jiatong Luo agreed blankly. Luo, the village let us get married in order to produce more powerful ninjas, I hope you don't hold grudges. Seeing Jia Luluo's appearance, Luo Sha comforted him lightly. Since the village senior officials decided to let him take over his 4th cage, they arranged Jia Luluo by his side. The purpose, of course, is to bring the 2 of them together. Luo Sha was very satisfied with the village's decision. Jia Luluo is not only a famous beauty of Sunagaku, but also an out-and-out genius ninja. The strength is not even worse than him. And Jia Luluo also has the magnet-style blood succession boundary, which can control the sand. In a way, even stronger than his magnet style. If he can combine with Jia Luluo and give birth to a child with the limit of magnet-style blood inheritance, then his status in the village will definitely rise. Garyulo, let's have dinner together tonight. Luo Sha opened his mouth to invite. No matter from which aspect, Jia Luluo is definitely the most suitable marriage partner for him. Therefore, when facing this woman, Luo Sha rarely showed a smile on his face. No, I'm not used to eating with other people. Jia Luluo refused with a blank face. Although Luo Sha is excellent, Jia Luluo doesn't have any affection for him. She knew that Luo Sha was a calculating man. In his eyesight, there are only interests, no feelings. Luo didn't like such a person. However, the matter between her and Luo Sha was arranged by the village again. Let her have no room to resist, and can only passively accept the result. I take my leave first. Jia Luluo said something, then left directly. Facing Luo Sha's flattery, she just felt bored. HMPH, Jia Luluo, you can't escape my palm. Looking at Jia Luluo's leaving back, Luo Sha clenched his fists. Ever since he knew that he was about to become Fengying, his desire to control became stronger and stronger. Jia Luluo's current performance made Luo Sha feel a desire to conquer him. Uchiha Xiu was very depressed recently. He found that almost all sand shinobi were huddled in the camp. Don't come out at all. He searched for several days, but didn't even find a single team. Alas, Sarutobi Hiruzen is really old, because of it. Uchiha Xiu sat bored on the trunk of a big tree, silently complaining about Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even though Sand Shinobi on the opposite side jumped on Konoha's face to have fun, he even asked himself not to take the initiative to trouble Sand Shinobi. The reason was that they were afraid of provoking a war between the 2 villages. This left Uchiha Xiu speechless. When I have enough strength, the 10th will clean you up. Uchiha Xiu sneered. Now his strength has not reached the point where he can be unscrupulous, so he will obediently obey the arrangements of the village. One day when his strength reaches a certain level, then Uchiha Xiu will definitely not let Sarutobi Hiruzen and others continue to harm Konoha. But that day shouldn't be far away. Uchiha Xiu looked up to the sky and let out a long sigh of relief. After the end of the Third Ninja War, it is estimated that it is time for him to pack up Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō and others. Pulling back his thoughts, Uchiha Xiu looked at Sand Shinobi's camp in front of him and curled his lips. Wait another day, if there is no harvest, then go back to the village. Sand Shinobi huddled in his own chassis, and the village did not allow him to take the initiative. It's just a waste of time to stay any longer. It's better to go back to the village as soon as possible. After all, Kurenai Yuhi and Rin Nohara must want to kill themselves now. Speaking of which, this time, I have to call Nohara into my home for a meal. Hey. Recalling the ecstasy that night, Uchiha Xiu couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, in Sunagaku's base camp, 2 teams suddenly ran out. Is it finally unbearable? Seeing this scene, Uchiha Xiu smiled. Then quietly followed. This time, it was finally possible to kill again. You said, why did the higher-ups suddenly send us out? I don't know, don't ask if you shouldn't ask. Hey, it's said that Konoha sent a cage-level expert over there, I hope we won't run into them. Why? What are you afraid of? Master Luo Sha is also a genuine cage-level powerhouse, and the Sleepy Leaf side is definitely not our opponent. The 3 Sand Shinobi walked forward while discussing with each other. They don't know that the task of collecting intelligence has been stopped for a few days. Why start all over again? But, for their group of low-level ninjas, You don't need to think too much, just obey the orders of your superiors. What, just 3 genins? Who? Hearing the sound coming from the front, Sand Shinobi's 3-person team stopped immediately, held kunai in their hands, and assumed a fighting posture. It's a pity that he was treated as cannon fodder at such a young age. Looking at the 3 Sand Shinobi who are about the same age as him in front of him, Uchiha Xiu shook his head. He now knows that these 3 ninjas must be traps sent by Sand Shinobi on purpose. The purpose is to attract him, then kill him. But Uchiha Xiu doesn't care, because now Sand Shinobi has no one who can pose a threat to him. Even if Chio led people to surround him, he didn't care at all. The big deal is to open a Gundam. Sand Shinobi, who is good at using poison, in front of Susanoo. Whether it can be broken is the question. What's more, intelligence shows that the cage-level powerhouse is on the border of Sand Shinobi. Luo Sha was the only one. It seems that luck is very good, and I met a kid who was alone. Great, now we can go back and do business. This is the first time I fought a hostile ninja, so I'm a little excited. After seeing Uchiha Xiu's face, the 3 Sand Shinobi who were originally nervous relaxed instantly. Come, in their view, Uchiha Xiu is about the same age as them, so his strength should not be too strong. And they, a team of 3. Uchiha Xiu, only one person. This battle, they won. Hey, being treated as cannon fodder is still complacent, you guys are really in the circle. Seeing the innocent looks of the 3 people opposite, Uchiha Xiu sighed. These 3 guys are a little stupid, which makes people feel distressed. What nonsense are you talking about? I think you are frightened, don't you? That's right, if we are cannon fodder, then what are you who don't even have teammates? After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, the 3 Sand Shinobi sneered. At the same time, they spread out their formation and slowly surrounded Uchiha Xiu. Then he took out a few shurikens from the ninja bag and threw them at Uchiha Xiu. Haven't even mastered ninjutsu yet. Knocking down the flying shuriken casually, Uchiha Xiu sighed. That's fine, at least in your hearts, the village is still a place worth protecting. Seeing the 3 people who had already pushed forward, Uchiha Xiu didn't say any more, and slowly drew out the grass pheasant sword. No matter what Uchiha Xiu thinks, an enemy is an enemy. He will not be soft-hearted. Puff, puff, puff. In the blink of an eye, with 3 muffled bangs, the 3 Sand Shinobi who were still alive and kicking just now fell to the ground. There is no breath of life anymore. Kill 3 genins, get 15 hours of shortened time. The system's indifferent reminder sounded in his mind, but Uchiha Xiu ignored it. Instead, he turned and looked at the dense forest behind him. Chapter 55. The Power of Terror. Snapped, snapped, snapped. In the direction Uchiha Xiu was looking at, 3 people slowly walked out of the shadow. What a keen sense of smell. We hid it so well, but we didn't expect to be discovered by you. Luo Sha looked at Uchiha Xiu with the same expression on his face, but there was a huge wave in his heart. The speed of Uchiha Xiu's shots just now made even him feel ashamed. Looking at you, you seem quite happy. Don't you care about the lives of these 3 guys at all? Uchiha Xiu looked indifferently at the 3 people who came forward, with a playful tone. Although he didn't care about the 3 corpses lying on the ground. But Uchiha Xiu would be very happy if he could discuss the opponent before the battle and affect the mentality of the opponent. Although it may not be able to play a role, but as an excellent ninja. Even if there is a slight possibility, you have to try it. After all, the only way to know the effect is to try it. HMPH. It is their honor to sacrifice for the village, I believe they will be proud of themselves. Luo Sha snorted coldly, with an indifferent expression. Yeah, then why didn't you dare tell them the truth in advance? Uchiha Xiu casually leaned against a tree, silently observing the 3 of them. Since Sand Shinobi lured him out on purpose, the strength of these 3 people must not be underestimated. I'm just afraid that they may reveal their flaws inadvertently. Luo Sha naturally knew Uchiha Xiu's intentions. It's nothing more than to make him feel guilty, and affect his state of mind. For this, Luo Sha snorted, he's a seasoned ninja, my mind has long been honed to be as hard as steel. In hereafter, treating your own children so cruelly, not to mention the others. Therefore, naturally, Luo Sha would not be affected by Uchiha Xiu's understatement. The way Sand Shinobi treats his companions, I can't believe it. Uchiha Xiu looked at the faces of the 3 people opposite and smiled. His purpose has been achieved, although Luo Sha was not affected at all, but the expressions of his other 2 companions obviously changed, especially that female ninja. Mood was visibly affected. Galileo, he said that on purpose, don't be influenced by him. Luo Sha also noticed the abnormality of his companion, so he quickly reminded him. I know. Ja Luluo took a deep breath and finally calmed down. But she is not like Luo Sha. Looking at the dead body of Uchiha Xiu's companion, she still feels a little sad. Uchiha Xiu is right, it was Luo Sha who used his fellow villagers as bait. Such an approach made Ja Luluo's dissatisfaction with Luo Sha a lot more. I didn't expect that the guy who gave us such a headache turned out to be such a brat. Looking at Uchiha Xiu's handsome face and calm demeanor, Cariolo was shocked. They originally thought that it was at least Konoha Sanin who had such a big influence on them. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the young boy in front of him. HMPH, stop talking nonsense with him, let's go. Keenly aware of Ja Luluo's gaze, Luo Sha snorted coldly, and then took the lead in attacking Uchiha Xiu. Wind style, due to breakthrough. Facing the opponent who took the lead in attacking, Uchiha Xiu took no time to rush, and instantly activated the 3 Tomoe Sharingan. Then he quickly rushed towards the weakest party on the opposite side. HMPH, brat, court death. Seeing Uchiha Xiu rushing towards him, Mitsui Takuya showed a sneer on his face. He is Sunegaku's long-famed ninja. Although the strength is not as strong as Luo Sha, it is at the top among elite jonin. Therefore, seeing Uchiha Xiu rushing straight towards him, Mitsui Taku didn't have any hesitation. He quickly formed seals with his hands, wanting to get rid of Uchiha Xiu directly. Wind style, wind cut, wind style, wind blade. Unleashing 2 extremely lethal wind style ninjutsu in succession, Mitsui Takuya seemed to have seen the body of the kid in front of him being cut into pieces. Fire style, dragon fire technique. Facing the oncoming wind style ninjutsu, Uchiha Xiu did not dodge or dodge, and directly shot AB level fire style ninjutsu at Mitsui Takuya. Haha, brat, are you afraid that you were scared silly? Seeing Uchiha Xiu's actions, Mitsui Taku couldn't help but burst out laughing. Use fire style to deal with wind style, this kid may have a problem with his head. Wind style, great breakthrough. After Mitsui Takuya finished laughing, his hands quickly formed seals, and then a gust of wind came out of his mouth. Don't you like playing with fire? Then I'll blow your ninjutsu back. Let you have a good time. However, soon, Mitsui Taku couldn't laugh anymore. Under the offensive of Uchiha Xiu fire style, the 3 wind style ninjutsu he sent out before were disintegrated the moment they came into contact. There was no disturbance. How can it be? Mitsui Takuya was shocked and angry, and couldn't figure out why his ninjutsu didn't work at all. Unfortunately, Uchiha Xiu's offensive will no longer give him time to think. The huge fire dragon, roaring, came to Mitsui Takuya in an instant. His tall body, in front of the fire faucet, is as small as an ant. Mitsui Takuya was filled with despair. It seems that in the face of the wrath of nature, it is difficult for human beings to even have the will to resist. Magnet style, Jinsha waves. At the critical moment, Luo Sha cast magnet style. A large amount of alluvial gold appeared from the ground out of thin air, forming a sand wall, blocking Mitsui Takuya's face. Boom. The next moment, a wave of heat exploded with shocking power. The alluvial gold in front was directly melted by the fire dragon. The air also became distorted under the high temperature. Is it blocked? Take the smoke and dust to disperse, and a huge sand wall is exposed. Although a big crater was blown out by Haolong fire technique, it was not penetrated after all. As expected of a man who can become the 4th Kazekage, Uchiha Xiu couldn't help admiring. Although Haolong technique is only AB level ninjutsu, he just increased the amount of chakra tenfold. Under such a powerful offensive, Luo Sha was able to block this move in such a short time. I have to say, there are still 2 brushes. This power. Seeing this scene, Ja Luluo opened his mouth in shock. She's been through a lot of battles. Since becoming a ninja, she has fought countless ninjas who are good at fire style. But the fire style ninjutsu used by those ninjas, compared with the boy in front of him. It's like the light of fireflies erupting on a volcano. It's not a class at all. Gulu. Mitsui Takuya lowered his hands from his head, looked at the scene in front of him, couldn't help swallowing. If it is not Luo Sha, just now he was given a second move by Uchiha Xiu. Is this really a kid who looks like he's only 10 years old? Mitsui Takuya murmured. The power of the fire style ninjutsu just now has definitely reached the lethality of level 5 ninjutsu. Even if he is hiding behind Shajin, he can still feel the scorching temperature and huge energy. Damn it, where did this brat come from? Luo Sha, who received Uchiha Xiu's blow, did not have a good time either. Just now, if he hadn't tried his best, he would have almost missed it. Seeing Uchiha Xiu whose expression remained unchanged in front of her, Luo Sha no longer felt contemptuous. Looking forward solemnly, this guy must not let him continue to grow. Luo Sha made no secret of her killing intent. Such strength at such a young age. If it really grows up, it's hard to guarantee that it won't be the next first Hokage. Although I don't know why, a boy with such great potential will appear here alone. But Luo Sha knew, if it cannot be killed this time, after that, there may never be such an opportunity. Pay attention, this brat may be much stronger than we imagined. Luo Sha exhorted. After all, just now, Mitsui Takuya was almost killed by one move. Don't worry, I understand. Mitsui Takuya patted his chest. A ninja who can possess the strength of an elite jonin is definitely not a fool. Seeking flowers, 0. The same mistake, he will not make a second time. Jeriuluo, you are in the rear, ready to support at any time. After seeing Uchiha Xiu's strength, Luo Sha didn't want Ja Luluo to join the battle. If Ja Luluo accidentally died in battle, it would be a great loss to him. What's more, Ja Luluo is better at defense. If arranged in this way, her role can be better played. Luo Sha is indeed a very good ninja, and within a short period of time, the entire battle plan was formulated. I see. Although he hated Luo Sha very much in his heart, Ja Luluo had no objection to Luo Sha. On the battlefield, all members of the squad must obey the captain unconditionally. Okay, everyone don't need to worry too much. An attack like the one just now is definitely not something he can easily unleash. Luo Sha finally comforted his teammates. He felt that such powerful ninjutsu as just now would definitely place a heavy burden on Uchiha Xiu. HMPH, let's see how many moves you can take. Uchiha Xiu saw the formation of the three of them, and snorted coldly. Although with his current chakra, he can't unleash such a large ninjutsu just now. But it's easy to come a dozen times. At this moment, seeing Luo Sha and Mitsui Takuya rushing forward again, Uchiha Xiu's hands began to form seals quickly. Fire style, dragon fire technique. Not good. Seeing the overwhelming flames, Luo Sha cursed secretly. Why is this kid's ninjutsu so powerful? You know, his tricks are already considered a huge range of ninjutsu in Sunagaku. But the range of ninjutsu released by this brat at will is not much worse than his ninjutsu. Luo Sha, save me. Compared to Luo Sha, Mitsui Takuya was even worse. Uchiha Xiu's dragon fire technique released just now has frightened him out of courage. Seeing the overwhelming flames rushing towards him at this moment, he subconsciously shouted out the thoughts in his heart. Waste. Luo Sha cursed in a low voice. Mitsui Takuya is completely a burden now. Let him fight with his arms tied. However, Mitsui Takuya is very powerful, and he is one of Sunagaku's valuable combat powers. Luo Sha can't abandon him like he abandoned the three genin before. So, no matter how much hatred he felt, Luo Sha could only use the sand gold to block Uchiha Xiu's attack again. Boom. The huge roar sounded again. The surrounding land has no moisture at all. There are cracks everywhere. Within a radius of 500 meters, not even a single plant could be found. Something's wrong. It's just that although the power of ninjutsu confrontation is still very strong this time, Luo Sha felt something was wrong immediately. This time Uchiha Xiu's attack is much less powerful than last time. It's just that it looks very large and bluffing. This kid is just pretending, his ninjutsu power has dropped too much. Luo Sha, who discovered this, was very excited. In his opinion, the reason why Uchiha Xiu released such a powerful ninjutsu before is because it's all about reducing the number of staff on my side first. After all, a 3-on-1 battle is very unfavorable to him. But I didn't expect that the full blow was blocked by myself. Instead, it fell into a passive state. Luo Sha can be sure that the kid on the opposite side is just putting on airs. However, when Luo Sha looked up, there was no one at the place where Uchiha Xiu was standing. Run away. Rose frowned. Uchiha Xiu seemed to disappear in an instant, making him unaware. No, absolutely not, let him run away. Luo Sha felt a little anxious. The talent shown by Uchiha Xiu now is really too enchanting. If let him run away this time, then this kid will definitely be a ticking time bomb for Sunagaku in the future. Takuya, we can't let him escape, While talking, Luo Sha dispersed the alluvial gold that was just in front of Mitsui Takuya. Then I saw Mitsui Takuya's unbelievable expression. From his chest, a long knife protrudes. And the one holding the long knife is Uchiha Shuji, who just disappeared. Chapter 56. Aggrieved Luo Sha. How can this be? Seeing the scene in front of him, Luo Sha questioned in disbelief. He couldn't figure out how Uchiha Xiu killed Mitsui Takuya silently. Unfortunately, Uchiha Xiu will not answer his doubts. Garyulo. After regaining consciousness, Luo Sha looked at Jaluluo. Jaluluo didn't participate in the battle just now, so he might be able to know how Mitsui Taku was also killed by Uchiha Xiu. I didn't see clearly. Due to the huge smoke and dust generated by the collision of ninjutsu from both sides just now, Jaluluo's vision was blocked. She also didn't know how Uchiha Xiu suddenly appeared behind Mitsui Takuya and killed him. Damn it. Luo Sha was obviously very upset when he didn't get the answer he wanted. But now is not the time to complain, so Luo Sha didn't say much. None of you can escape today. Looking at Luo Sha and the two with dignified faces, Uchiha Xiu smiled. Just now he naturally used the ability of Mangekyo Sharingan. However, this secret is impossible for these two people to know forever. Do you think you've won? Looking at Uchiha Xiu, Luo Sha didn't say any more nonsense. This battle has been going on for too long, and the movement is too great. If reinforcements from Konoha arrive, then they will be in big trouble. Magnet style, Shajin realm. Luo Sha controlled the sand gold to create a pair of sharp sand guns, stabbing densely at the position where Uchiha Xiu was. Trouble. Seeing the overwhelming attack, Uchiha Xiu quickly backed away. When facing a ninja like Luo Sha, if you don't use Mangekyo Sharingan, then he really has no good way to defeat him. Forget it, if you expose it, you will expose it. Tried several times, see no effect. Uchiha Xiu didn't care about that much anymore, and directly opened Mangekyo Sharingan. This texture, is this a Sharingan too? Seeing Uchiha Xiu's eyes, Luo Sha and Jaluluo were all taken aback. They have never seen such a patterned Sharingan, haven't even heard of it. In fact, this is also normal. Even in Konoha, there are only a few high-level people who know Mangekyo Sharingan. In other ninja villages, the situation is probably the same. Although Luo Sha was internally designated as the next Kazekage, it is obvious that he hasn't really been exposed to Sunagaku's various secrets yet. HMPH, even if that's the case, you have to die today. Luo Sha came back to his senses, attacking harder. The longer the delay, the more variables. He had to do it quickly. You were really confident. Uchiha Xiu crossed his arms and looked at Luo Sha indifferently. In his eyes, it seemed that Luo Sha was already a dead person. Seeing Uchiha Xiu's eyes, Luo Sha felt very uncomfortable. Just as I was about to speak, a strong sense of crisis suddenly rose in my heart. Subconsciously, He turned his body sideways, and then felt that his arm was pierced. What happened? Luo Sha was shocked, if he hadn't instinctively avoided it just now. Now his heart has been pierced. Oh, what a fate. Seeing that Luo Sha escaped unharmed, Uchiha Xiu smiled and looked as usual. Next time, just cut it horizontally. Seeing Uchiha Xiu's appearance, Luo Sha burst into a cold sweat. Although I don't know how Uchiha Xiu did it, but obviously, the other party has the ability to kill him without anyone noticing. So Luo Sha no longer dared to be careless. He recalled all Sha Jin to his side, and wrapped himself up in a circle. You look like a shrinking turtle now. Seeing Luo Sha's appearance, Uchiha Xiu smiled, and then continued to attack Luo Sha. Fire style, great fireball technique. Fire style, Yuan Long Mie Huo. Fire style, big flame bomb. Fire style, Uchiha Xiu didn't stop. All kinds of blessed and powerful fire style vented on Luo Sha's body. The huge force blasted a place hundreds of meters around Luo Sha into a deep pit. Luo Sha, on the other hand, can only be beaten passively inside. He dare not give up his defense now. If the elusive attack just now comes again, he can't guarantee that he can still dodge it. The turtle shell is really hard. Looking at the disfigured ground that had been destroyed by himself, Uchiha Xiu sighed, and then prepared to step up the offensive. Do not move. To move is to die. Looking at Ja Luluo who was about to move, Uchiha Xiu's tone was indifferent. He didn't want to kill Cariolo. There are two reasons. First, Ja Luluo as Gar's mother makes Uchiha Xiu a little curious. Second, Ja Luluo is very beautiful, and he likes it very much. Therefore, Uchiha Xiu did not choose to attack Ja Luluo. But if Ja Luluo doesn't listen, then Uchiha Xiu won't show mercy either. Seeing Uchiha Xiu's cold gaze, Ja Luluo's heart trembled. She has a strong intuition. If she dares to choose to make a move, then she will definitely be killed instantly. Looking at Uchiha Xiu, Ja Luluo struggled for a while, but silently put down the kunai in his hand. Although very puzzled, facing the young man in front of him. She couldn't afford to resist at all. I'm glad you made the right choice. Seeing Ja Luluo's actions, Uchiha Xiu nodded. The shadow of the wheel tomb is now behind Ja Luluo. If Ja Luluo shows any signs of wanting to make a move, then Uchiha Xiu could cut off her head immediately. Garyulo, Luo Sha, who was hiding in the sand gold, saw this scene and almost bit his teeth into pieces. Unexpectedly, because of a word from the enemy, Ja Luluo actually. I chose to stand by myself. I am the future fourth Kage, her future husband. Next, it's your turn. Uchiha Xiu stared at Luo Sha in the deep pit, and quickly formed a seal with both hands. Continued to use fire-style ninjutsu to start a new round of his attack. However, this time, he increased the power of ninjutsu by thousands of times. Boom. After several roars, Uchiha Xiu finally stopped. Now there is not much chakra in his body. And because of using Mangekyo Sharingan for a long time, the eyes began to become sore. In addition, the current environment is not safe. So Uchiha Xiu didn't continue to shoot. But even so, Luo Sha couldn't hold on anymore. The smoke and dust dissipated, and in the huge deep pit, the golden sand wrapped in Luo Sha was scattered all over the ground. Luo Sha's body was already covered with scars. At this time, the whole person was kneeling on the ground, panting heavily. If Uchiha Xiu had just attacked one more time, he would have been dead. Seeing Luo Sha's appearance, Uchiha Xiu knew that he was at the end of his battle. But Uchiha Xiu was not ready to take the risk. To know the dying counterattack of a Kage-level strong man. But not to be underestimated. Therefore, Uchiha Xiu decided to use the safest way to get rid of Luo Sha. Mangekyo Sharingan can no longer be opened due to excessive eye use. Therefore, Uchiha Xiu formed seals with both hands, separated a shadow clone, and prepared to use the shadow clone to end Luo Sha. It's really cautious, this guy is definitely a big trouble. After seeing Uchiha Xiu's idea 0.5, Luo Sha smiled bitterly. Now he can't even stand on his knees, let alone fight back. Under Uchiha Xiu's high-intensity ninjutsu bombardment, he can persist until now, which is already very good. This is thanks to his special talent in defense. How can there be such a pervert guy in this world? Luo Sha felt very aggrieved. He never thought, a team with Kage-level strength and 2 elite Jonin strength will be defeated by a 10-year-old boy. Go to hell. Uchiha Xiu's avatar stood in front of Luo Sha, looking down at him from top to bottom. Then slowly raised his right hand, holding the grass pheasant sword, and stabbed Luo Sha in the chest. Xiu, stop. At the critical moment, Luo Sha only heard an anxious cry, and the imagined pain did not come for a long time. Saved. Although she didn't know exactly what happened, Luo Sha seemed to know that she would not die for a while. So he let out a long breath of relief, his eyes darkened, and he passed out. Chapter 57 Woman, you can't escape from my palm. Xiu, stop. Just when Uchiha Xiu was about to deliver the final blow to Luo Sha, Namikaze Minato's voice came from beside his ear. The fight between Uchiha Xiu and Luo Sha was too loud just now. Namikaze Minato was afraid that something might happen to Uchiha Xiu, so he rushed over immediately. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived, he saw the scene where Uchiha Xiu was about to kill Luo Sha with a knife. Fortunately, we caught up. Namikaze Minato breathed a sigh of relief seeing Uchiha Xiu's hands stop. Minato. Seeing Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Xiu said hello. Anyway, Luo Sha was already under his control, and Uchiha Xiu was not in a hurry to kill him. Xiu, this is what you did. Seeing the ruined battlefield, Namikaze Minato's head Jonin broke out in a cold sweat. So destructive, it is not weaker than the battle between the cage-level powerhouses. Namikaze Minato couldn't help but put himself into the fight, then suddenly found, if it was him, there might be nothing to do with Luo Sha. For a ninja with a perverted defensive power like Luo Sha, for a ninja like him who lacks means of mass destruction. It's simply Tionk. Why don't you let me kill Luo Sha? Uchiha Xiu saw that Luo Sha 26 had passed out, and went forward. Using the sealing technique learned before, directly seal the chakra in Luo Sha's body. He is the ninja who inherits the magnet-style blood succession limit, and is very important to Sunagaku. I think we should ask the village for opinions on how to deal with Luo Sha. Namikaze Minato speaks his mind. Uchiha Xiu pouted after hearing this. Namikaze Minato is a civilian ninja who knows nothing about the darkness of the village. I fantasize about being Hokage all day long, but he can't even see the real face of Hokage now. But this is also expected by Uchiha Xiu. In the world of Hokage, although there are many amazing talents, but these people generally have no formal education. I learned how to kill when I was a child. In addition, meeting such a big fool as Sarutobi Hiruzen, crying about the will of fire all day long. This group of ninjas who grew up in Konoha were easily limped by fools. This matter cannot be told to the village, otherwise, the village will definitely ask Luo Sha to be released. You should be very clear about how much casualties such a cage-level ninja will cause on the battlefield. Uchiha Xiu can be sure that if this matter is left to the village to make a decision, then Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely choose to compromise, and then let him put Luo Sha back. But, kill Luo Sha, what if San Shinobi declares war on us? Namikaze Minato hesitated after hearing what Uchiha Xiu said. He doesn't have Uchiha Xiu's vision, so he's afraid. The relationship between the two villages was already tense. If Luo Sha is killed again, it is likely to cause a real war. How about this? I'll keep Luo Sha under secret control first, interrogate first and then consider the next thing. Uchiha Xiu knew that Namikaze Minato would not be able to convince Namikaze Minato for a while, so he planned to interrogate Luo Sha secretly after returning. In this way, Namikaze Minato will be able to know Sunagaku's conspiracy clearly. At that time, I believe that with Namikaze Minato's IQ, he should make a clear choice. But only you and I know about this matter, and Commodore should not tell anyone this news. Uchiha Xiu finally reminded Namikaze Minato. Don't worry, Xiu, I'll listen to you. Namikaze Minato nodded. In fact, from the bottom of his heart, he didn't want to let this powerful ninja from the enemy country go. But as the commander sent by the village, he has a lot to consider. Then, what should she do? Namikaze Minato glanced at Karuryu who was standing beside him, and was still a little puzzled. The ninjas who can form a team with Luo Sha should not be bad in strength. This battle is so fierce, why does this woman act like she didn't participate in the battle? The clothes on his body were still clean and tidy. She is my prisoner. Uchiha Xiu didn't care, walked up to Ja Luluo. Don't resist. After seeing Ja Luluo nodding, Uchiha Xiu made seals with both hands, and also sealed the chakra in his body with the sealing technique. Then, under the watchful eye of Cariolo, Uchiha Xiu hugged it horizontally in his arms. Minato, take Luasha with you, let's go back and talk about it first. Since Namikaze Minato can find it here, then San Shinobi can also find it here. Uchiha Xiu doesn't intend to continue to add new things. Namikaze Minato took a deep look at Uchiha Xiu, then picked up Luo Sha, and the two rushed towards Konoha's camp. Xiu, the three forbidden secrets. On the way, Namikaze Minato said meaningfully. Uchiha Xiu is just at the age of youth, he is afraid that Uchiha Xiu will not be able to hold back in front of women. This is a very dangerous thing. After hearing this, Ja Luluo's face turned red instantly. What does he mean by that? This boy, do you feel any different about her? Really? Then why didn't you quit Kushina? Uchiha Xiu asked back. What kind of bullshit ninja 3 bands? A truly capable ninja would not care about these things. Now that Uchiha Xiu has come to the world of Hokage and possesses a whole body of strength. If you can't do what you want, wouldn't that be a disappointment to God's kindness? It's different. Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Namikaze Minato smiled awkwardly. Isn't this bullshit? He is Kushina alone, and you Uchiha Xiu, counting the ones in my arms, there are 3. Can this be the same? Okay, you go ahead, I'll tell Kushina that you've been flirting with women every day during this time. Uchiha Xiu saw that Namikaze Minato wanted to talk too much, so he threatened 230 decisively. Hee, Kushina won't believe you. Namikaze Minato smiled embarrassingly after hearing this, and Kushina's angry look appeared in his mind. Decisively chose to shut up. The two of them stopped discussing, but Ja Luluo, who was being hugged by Uchiha Xiu, was in a state of confusion. The words of Namikaze Minato just had a big impact on her. Ja Luluo is very confident in his appearance. It is precisely because of this that she felt that what Namikaze Minato said made sense. Could it be that this seemingly young boy? What do you really think about her? The more Ja Luluo thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Then suddenly realized that Uchiha Xiu was holding her hands, which happened to be placed in a place that shouldn't be placed. Don't move, it will fall. Feeling Ja Luluo's slight struggle, Uchiha Xiu lowered his head and smiled. Then he squeezed his hands casually. Following Uchiha Xiu's movements, Zhao Luluo's body became stiff in an instant, and his face turned red as if he was about to bleed. Now, she has fully understood the mind of the young man in front of her. HMPH, I won't let you succeed. Zhao Luluo bit his lip, turned his head, and his expression became indifferent, trying to calm down his mood. Seeing Zhao Luluo's appearance, Uchiha Xiu smiled indifferently. Woman, isn't it for conquering? You can't escape my palm. Uchiha Xiu whispered something in Zhao Luluo's ear, then laughed loudly, and hurried towards the camp. Chapter 58 almost got his head robbed. Uchiha Xiu and Namikaze Minato secretly returned to Konoha's base camp. Except for the two of them, regarding the matter of Luosha and Zhao Luluo. No one noticed. Stay here obediently, or you will only die if you are discovered. While Namikaze Minato was going to house Rasa, Uchiha Xiu put Galuro into his room. Don't kill Luosha. Zhao Luluo looked at Uchiha Xiu and spoke. Although she doesn't like, even a little bit tired of Luosha, but as Sunagaku's ninja. Zhao Luluo still hopes that Luosha can survive. Otherwise, the blow to Sunagaku would have been too great. Do you like Luosha very much? After listening to Zhao Luluo's words, Uchiha Xiu asked back, and the pattern of Mangekyo Sharingan appeared in his eyes. Then he stared straight at Cariolo. No, I hate him. Hearing what Uchiha Xiu said, Zhao Luluo quickly denied it. I just because of the village, so the regiment. Zhao Luluo lowered his head, and his voice gradually decreased. Remember, you are my prisoner, and I will be your master in the future. Uchiha Xiu looked at Zhao Luluo with a stern expression. He would not allow the people around him to have other thoughts. What master? I don't admit it. After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Zhao Luluo blushed slightly, then muttered in a low voice. After what happened just now, she is now a little embarrassed to look directly at Uchiha Xiu. Garyulo, I remember you have a younger brother, right? Seeing Zhao Luluo's appearance, Uchiha Xiu felt itchy in his heart, but his tone was still very indifferent. Don't shoot him. Me, I recognize you as my master. Seeing Uchiha Xiu's face, Zhao Luluo suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Yashimaru is her only relative in this world. Their brother-in-law relationship is very deep. Therefore, after hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Zhao Luluo immediately panicked. The sixth sense in a woman's heart made her wisely choose to give in to Uchiha Xiu. Not daring to say anything more, he lowered his head and tightly pinched the corner of his clothes. Jeriuluo, as long as you follow me obediently, I won't treat you badly. Seeing Zhao Luluo's appearance, Uchiha Xiu felt more and more itchy in his heart, so he couldn't bear it anymore. He directly pinched Zhao Luluo's chin and kissed it. This time, without any resistance. After having fun, Uchiha Xiu let go, then turned and walked out of the room. He also wanted to interrogate Luosha. Looking at the back of Uchiha Xiu leaving, Zhao Luluo blushed. It was her first kiss just now. But what Uchiha Xiu said made her dare not resist. She saw clearly the battle between Uchiha Xiu and Luosha just now. Such a person, if he wants to attack Yashimaru, that Yashimaru had no chance of surviving. How can there be such a ninja? Zhao Luluo complained in a low voice. She has never met a ninja like Uchiha Xiu. It's even worse than a hooligan. Do I really want to recognize him as my master? The appearance of Uchiha Xiu appeared in my mind, and I thought of Uchiha Xiu's domineering request just now. Zhao Luluo's face was flushed, but the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. It seems to work well. After seeing Karuria's appearance, Mangekyo Sharingan in Uchiha Xiu's eyes became normal again. He didn't expect a few words from himself to make a ninja fall for him. Therefore, when he was talking to Jollyuluo, he has been using Mangekyo Sharingan to influence Jollyuluo's thoughts. Anyway, there will be plenty of time in the future. Uchiha Xiu is confident that he will be able to completely conquer Jollyuluo. Be it body or mind. Xiu, you're here. In a secret room, Luosha has already woken up, but his eyes are dull, and he has obviously fallen into the illusion. Don't talk nonsense, just come directly. Uchiha Xiu opened the 3 Tomoe Sharingan and began to torture Luosha. Luosha's current state, even if Uchiha Xiu doesn't use Mangekyo Sharingan, there is no problem at all. Soon, under the torture of Uchiha Xiu, Luo vomited all the information. Hiss, he is actually the candidate for the next Fengyin. After knowing all the information, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but gasp. Then looking at Uchiha Xiu's eyes, it became even more unbelievable. A guy who has just graduated from ninja school for less than a year, unexpectedly fought 3 against 1 on the battlefield. Captured the future 4th Kazekage alive. Namikaze Minato wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Perhaps in the entire ninja world, no one would believe this. Minato, now you understand, in order to divert the conflict in the village, whether we kill Rasa or not, Sunagaku will declare war on Konoha. Uchiha Xiu has known these things for a long time, so compared to Namikaze Minato, he is very calm at the moment. If that's the case, then Luosha must not be put back. Namikaze Minato's eyes turned cold. He was never a soft-hearted man. Now the war between Sunagaku and Konoha is doomed. Then he would never let the tiger go back to the mountain with the threat of Luosha. It's just that 3rd Kazekage was kidnapped without anyone noticing. It's really unexpected. That's the strongest Kazekage ever, Namikaze Minato said with emotion. If Uchiha Xiu hadn't caught Luosha, it is estimated that it is impossible for everyone to think that 3rd Kazekage, who is known as the strongest Kazekage in history, will disappear quietly. What's the matter? Some people claim to be the most fishy Hokage ever. After hearing Namikaze Minato's words, Uchiha Xiu pouted in disdain. As long as you have a thick skin, you can say whatever you want. Cough, Xiu, you can't be so rude. After hearing what Uchiha Xiu said, Namikaze Minato coughed in embarrassment. Sarutobi Hiruzen is a respectable Hokage in his heart, although there is nothing wrong with what Uchiha Xiu said. But Namikaze Minato chose to stop it. You'll find out later. Uchiha Xiu did not argue. Namikaze Minato has not yet seen the darkness of Konoha, so he still has illusions about the high-level officials of the village such as Sarutobi Hiruzen. After he knows more things in the future, he probably won't be like this anymore. Xiu, what shall we do now? Namikaze Minato completely puts Uchiha Xiu on the same level as himself now, so he wants to hear Uchiha Xiu's opinion before doing anything. What to do? Of course I killed him directly. Uchiha Xiu doesn't intend to put Luo back. He was looking forward to the reward for killing a cage-level strong man. WWW. Okay, I listen to you. Seeing that Uchiha Xiu had made a decision, Namikaze Minato no longer hesitated, his face turned cold, and he took out a handful of kunai to get rid of Luo. Oh, don't, I'll do it. Fortunately, Uchiha Xiu reacted quickly and stopped Namikaze Minato at a critical moment. This guy is a real tiger. After making a decision, the shot is not sloppy at all. If it wasn't for his quick response, the head would have been snatched by Namikaze Minato. Xiu, isn't Waisha the same? Seeing Uchiha Xiu's appearance, Namikaze Minato was a little puzzled. Of course it's different, you have to act as if you haven't participated in this matter. Otherwise, if the news leaks in the future, the village won't bother you. Don't you dream of becoming Hokage. This matter may have a bad influence on you in the future. Uchiha Xiu said Nuo Wang's righteousness is awe-inspiring, and he looks like he is thinking about Namikaze Minato. Build. Sure enough, after hearing what Uchiha Xiu said, Namikaze Minato was very moved. Holding Uchiha Xiu's hand with both hands, Xiu, if you need any help in the future, I will definitely do my best to help you. Okay, I see, you go out first. Uchiha Xiu pulled out his hand calmly, but he was overjoyed in his heart. He just wanted to get the reward for killing, but he didn't expect to hit him by mistake, making Namikaze Minato feel that he owed him a big favor. This deal is really not too cost-effective. Xiu, then I'll go first. Knowing Uchiha Xiu's plan, Namikaze Minato left the tent. Uchiha Xiu is right, since he dreams of becoming Hokage, then no one can catch any life. Next, it's you. Uchiha Xiu looked at Luo who was still trapped in the illusion, his eyes turned cold. Pulling out the grass pheasant sword, the knife pierced Luo's heart. So far, the future fourth cage has completely died in the hands of Uchiha Xiu. Kill the cage-level powerhouse Luo, and the time will be shortened by 1 year. Chapter 59 Arresting you isn't just for you to watch. Kill the cage-level powerhouse Luo, and the time will be shortened by 1 year. Currently accumulated shortened time. 1 year, March 12, 18 hours and 3 minutes. The moment Luo was killed, a system prompt sounded in Uchiha Xiu's mind. Killing a cage-level expert actually directly shortened the time for 1 year. Even though he was prepared in his heart, Uchiha Xiu was shocked by the system's generous rewards. You know, killing an elite Jonin is only a shortened time of 15 days. And killing a cage-level strong person actually gave a year directly. Now he can directly evolve Mangekyo Sharingan into Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. What's good about evolution? After cleaning Luo's body, Uchiha Xiu looked at the system panel and fell into deep thought again. He doesn't consider cage-level physical skills at all now. Physical skills are not necessary for him now. He can completely make his body skills reach the cage-level state through his own efforts. Top ninja talent. After thinking about it, Uchiha Xiu still shook his head. His current high-level ninja talent is completely sufficient, and he has also learned the ninjutsu that should be learned. What's more, after the talent evolves, it can't bring intuitive improvement to Uchiha Xiu. So Uchiha Xiu still set his sights on the evolution Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. After only 2 battles, Uchiha Xiu felt obvious discomfort in his eyes. The pupil power in Mangekyo Sharingan is like a bucket of water. When it is used up, it loses its light. Moreover, what moved Uchi 723 Boshu the most was that after the eyes evolved into Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, then you can unlock the full body Susan. At that time, his attack methods will be even more diverse. System, Evolution Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. In the end, Uchiha Xiu chose to evolve the eyes into Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan evolution complete. Next stage, Rinnegan. Time required for evolution, 3 years. Current accumulated shortened time, 12 days, 18 hours and 3 minutes on May 1st. After the sound of the system, a warm current flowed through the whole body and then gathered in Uchiha Xiu's eyes. But after a while, Uchiha Xiu felt the pupil power of his eyes soared several times. It turned out that the eyes that were a little dry after the battle had completely recovered to their peak condition. Open your eyes, everything becomes clearer in Uchiha Xiu's eyes. Has the ability of the eyes changed, too? Under the perception of Uchiha Xiu, after he found that his eyes evolved into Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The skills of both eyes have also evolved at the same time. The first skill Pentagram. After locking the enemy, the range is still 500 meters, but Uchiha Xiu is no longer only able to move in the 5 corners of the pentagram. But within the range of 500 meters, space travel can be carried out at will. It's really pervert. After learning about this ability, even Uchiha Xiu couldn't help sighing. Although there is a distance limit, within the space of 500 meters, Uchiha Xiu can travel in any space. To a certain extent, this is even more pervert than Flying Thunder God. After all, Flying Thunder God still needs to mark the object in advance before it can carry out space transfer. Has the shadow of the round tomb become 2? After evolving into Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, there is no special change in the wheel tomb skill. It's just that the number of shadows has increased by 1. Now there are 2, but that's pervert enough. The shadow of the round tomb summoned by Uchiha Xiu has the same combat power as the main body. And not yet visible, not afraid of death, it can also be used to resist fatal injuries at critical moments. This is much stronger than Shadow Clone. Does it take 3 years to evolve into a Rinnegan? Uchiha Xiu saw the system panel and nodded. 3 years is not too much time. Even if you can kill 3 cage-level ninjas, then it can evolve directly. My current shortened time is 12 days, 18 hours and 3 minutes in May, and I can't evolve anything for the time being. After Uchiha Xiu watched the evolution of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he was lost in thought for the remaining shortened time. Your body feels that it is not worthy of your eyes, and decides to evolve into a Sage Body. Current evolution stage, Primary Sage Body. Junior Sage Body Introduction. It has 5 chakra attributes, and has both yin and yang escapes, and natural energy affinity. Time required for evolution, June. Next stage, Intermediate Sage Body. Finally come. Hearing the system prompt, Uchiha Xiu showed a smile on his face. Uchiha Xiu knew that as his eyes evolved, his body would one day change too. Otherwise, relying solely on the eyes, in the face of Ōtsutsuki, there is no advantage. Junior Sage Body only takes 6 months. Seeing the evolution time required for Chuji Sage Body, Uchiha Xiu has a little understanding in his heart, CGEG. It seems that the primary Sage Body corresponds to the Mangekyo Sharingan, and the intermediate Sage Body corresponds to the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. As for the future, it should be the perfect Sage Body. The perfect Sage Body corresponds to Rinnegan. In terms of evolution time, it should also take 3 years. Uchiha Xiu quickly analyzed the detailed information. However, with the progress of the ninja war, the evolution time should not be a problem. Uchiha Xiu opened his eyes, and the pattern of Mangekyo Sharingan emerged. But the pattern inside has not changed. Wheel Tomb. Uchiha Xiu gave a low drink, and then summoned 2 black and white shadows. These 2 shadows are exactly the same as Uchiha Xiu himself, and their strength is also comparable. Boom. Uchiha Xiu had a thought, and one of the shadows punched him. Uchiha Xiu didn't dodge, and also punched up. Then the 2 fists collided with each other, and Uchiha Xiu and the shadow took a few steps back at the same time. Sure enough, the strength is basically the same as mine. Uchiha Xiu was overjoyed, and then thought again. In an instant, he exchanged places with one of the shadows. This ability is not bad. After Uchiha Xiu mastered all the newly acquired abilities, she returned to her room. Seeing Ja Luluo, who was still sitting on the bed obediently, Uchiha Xiu smiled. Don't you ask me how I dealt with Luo Sha in the end. After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Karuryu shook his head. She didn't know why. When facing Uchiha Xiu, there seemed to be a voice in her mind that kept repeating. He is your master. You must obey his orders unconditionally. You shouldn't do anything to betray him. And so on. Ja Luluo naturally does not know that these are just Uchiha Xiu's constant hints to her through Mangekyo Sharingan. Luo Sha has been killed by me. Uchiha Xiu spoke slowly. After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Karuryu finally raised his head. Then came the sight of Uchiha Xiu's scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan. He has become stronger again. Feeling the cold and evil breath, Ja Luluo was secretly startled. She can clearly feel that Uchiha Xiu's strength is now stronger than when he fought Luo Sha before. It's only been half a day. Didn't he show his full strength before? The more Ja Luluo thought about it, the more frightened he became. Fortunately, she didn't choose to make a move when the 2 were fighting. Otherwise, then she must end up with Luo Sha now. Seeing Ja Luluo trembling under the oppression of his own breath, Uchiha Xiu finally closed the Sharingan. Then lay on the bed. Master Xiu, I'll go outside and watch for you. When Ja Luluo saw Uchiha Xiu's appearance, he became flustered and quickly got up from the bed, and then walked towards the door. Galuro. Uchiha Xiu stopped her. Master Xiu, what's the matter with Tien? After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Ja Luluo stopped in his tracks. Come here and I'll tell you. Uchiha Xiu waved at Ja Luluo, and then hugged her in his arms the moment Ja Luluo approached. In the future, when there is no one, call me master. Uchiha Xiu looked at Ja Luluo's closed eyes and laughed, then turned off the lights in the room. A moment of spring festival is worth 1,000 gold. Ja Luluo is not a little girl like Yuhihong and Nohara Lin, and there are still many things to do at night. Uchiha Xiu snatched her here, not for her to keep vigil for him. Chapter 60. Chio, who almost collapsed. Xiu, we must report this matter to the village as soon as possible. Namikaze Minato looks serious. Sand Shinobi will definitely find out that Luo Sha is missing soon. Maybe it will start a war in advance because of this. So, they have to ask the village for help. Otherwise, once Sunagakur attacks with the power of the whole village, then they are impossible to defend. Casual. After hearing Namikaze Minato's words, Uchiha Xiu yawned indifferently. Anyway, in the current Sunagaku, there are almost no guys who can threaten him. Xiu, then I will temporarily hand over this place to you as the commander. Seeing Uchiha Xiu's appearance, Namikaze Minato didn't say any more. This time he decided to personally report the information to Sarutobi Hiruzen. On the way here, Namikaze Minato has engraved the Flying Thunder God mark along the way. In terms of traveling, I believe no one can be faster than him. Do not worry, Uchiha Xiu nodded without refusing. And the others, having no objection to Namikaze Minato's proposal. In this world of power, although Uchiha Xiu is not very old, but the strength he has shown these days. But it has already convinced the group of Konoha shinobi on the border. For Uchiha Xiu who can capture the enemy Jonin alive, they respect from the bottom of their hearts. Say, what's going on? On the border of Sunagaku, in the base camp of Sand Shinobi, Shio had an ugly expression on his face. The commander-in-chief she sent, Rosa, it went missing. Reporting to Master Chio, Master Luo Sha led the team out 3 days ago, saying that he was going to ambush Konoha shinobi, and then there was no news. We suspect that Master Luo Sha has died. Facing Chio's questioning, Yoshimura Yuta lowered his head and told all the information in detail. Why did the commander-in-chief go out without authorization? After hearing Yoshimura Yuta's words, Chio's face became even more unhappy. She sent Luo Sha to the front line as a temporary commander, just to make Luo Sha's experience look better. Do not seek meritorious service, but seek no faults. As a result, now, such a thing happened. This, after hearing Chio's words, Yoshimura Yuta groaned secretly. He also tried to persuade Luo Sha before, but it didn't work. Now something really happened, and it was his fault again. Who did Luo Sha go out with at that time? Chio frowned. The disappearance of third case cage is enough of a headache for her. Now the predetermined fourth case cage also has such a thing. Chio felt that she couldn't take it anymore. At that time, Lord Rasa went out with 2 adults, Mitsui Takuya and Karuro. 2 elite Jonin, a team of cage-level powerhouses, just disappeared like this. After listening to Yoshimura Yuta's report, Chio opened her mouth in shock. Such a strong lineup, everywhere is an existence that can walk sideways. Now it has disappeared without a sound. Could it be that Konoha Sarutobi Hiruzen personally led his 3 apprentices here? Thinking of this, Chio shook his head. The other 4 ninja villages are all staring at Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen absolutely dare not make such a decision. Master Chio, we later discovered a battlefield 50 miles away. The surrounding ground was severely damaged, and a lot of placer gold was found in a large pit. Yoshimura Yuta said cautiously, sand gold is Luo Sha's unique ninjutsu move. Apart from Luo Sha, there is no second person in the whole ninja world who can control sand gold. It is precisely because of this discovery that Yoshimura Yuta dared to conclude that Luo Sha was killed. Otherwise, even if there is no news from Luo Sha for half a month, Yoshimura Yuta couldn't believe the strength of the 3 of them. Will be easily resolved by others. There was no chance to send even a little information back. Okay, you go down first. Although I can't figure it out, Chio can be sure at this moment. Luo Sha and the others should have died. No, if Luo Sha's death is related to Konoha, then maybe Konoha already knows what we think, and this matter can't be delayed any longer. After Chio frowned and thought for a while, he decided to launch a war against Konoha as soon as possible. Otherwise, once Konoha is prepared, then they Sunagaku can't take any advantage. Thinking of this, Chio no longer hesitated. Immediately rushed towards the direction of Sunagaku village. Danzō, what do you think? Hokage building, Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzō, Mitokado Homura, and Utatane Kaharu, 4 people who hold the highest authority in Konoha, are looking at the information brought back by Namikaze Minato with a solemn face. Humph, the Uchiha guys are only going to cause us trouble. He killed Luo Sha, Sunagaku will definitely not let it go. Why? Uchiha Xiu acted recklessly and caused a huge loss to Konoha. Hiruzen, I applied a Pai Genbu to arrest Uchiha Xiu. Shimura Danzō snorted coldly, and immediately wanted to find an excuse to attack Uchiha Xiu. Now he feels a little more afraid of Uchiha Xiu. No one expected such a short time. Uchiha Xiu can have such a powerful strength. Danzō, don't get carried away. Even if Xiu doesn't kill Luo Sha, Sunagaku will start a war. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little dissatisfied after hearing Shimura Danzō's words. This is the case now, and this guy still only thinks about internal fighting. Anyway, let's send someone to contact the senior management of Sunagaku first. The disappearance of third case cage has nothing to do with us. Even at this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen still wants to struggle one last time. Hiruzen, you are too weak. Let me first declare that no matter whether there is a war or not, the ninjas at the root will not choose to participate in the war. Shimura Danzō was also very dissatisfied that he had not achieved his goal. Instead, he made another request of his own. War or something, Shimura Danzō doesn't care. Ask for flowers. He only cares about his power. Because this is the key to his competition for the position of Hokage. Okay, I have no problem. After hearing Shimura Danzō's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. He had already rejected Danzō's request before. Then compensate him in other ways. This is the tacit understanding between the two for so many years. Then you can figure out the rest. Shimura Danzō, now that Sarutobi Hiruzen has allowed root ninjas to stay out of the war, Then he had no intention of continuing the discussion. Then we're leaving too. After watching Shimura Danzō go, Mitokado Homura and Utatane Kaharu also left. They have no real power, and they can't say anything about this kind of matter. Well, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little uncomfortable when he saw his former friends become like this. Seeing the pile of documents on the desk again, the sadness on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was even worse. Maybe, I, too, should step back into the background like Danzō did. The idea of electing the fourth Hokage became stronger and stronger in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. Patriarch, news came from the front line that Shu killed Tsunogaku's blood followed ninja Luo Sha on his own. Luo Sha's strength is said to have reached cage level. In the Uchiha tribe, Uchiha Fugaku is reporting the latest information like an old man. Fugaku, I'm old, you don't have to report everything to me. You are now the head of the Konoha security department. After a while, I will pass on the position of Uchiha Patriarch to you. After hearing Uchiha Fugaku's report, the old man waved his hand. He has now reached the age of dying, and he is already very tired from living. I no longer have the energy to deal with family affairs. The Patriarch, go, you don't need to report to me for anything in the future, just do it according to your ideas. I trust you. After speaking, the old man closed his eyes and seemed to have fallen asleep. Yes, seeing the old man's appearance, Uchiha Fugaku exited the room. Inflammation. Exist. Now I order your team to support the front line. No matter what happens, we must protect Shu's safety. Yes, I'm leaving immediately. After hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words, Uchiha Yan disappeared in place in an instant. Shu, I am really looking forward to meeting you more and more. Standing in the empty yard, Uchiha Fugaku took a deep breath. Although designated as the next patriarch of Uchiha, but Uchiha Fugaku has little confidence in himself. It is just a burden for him to shoulder the future of the Uchiha clan. But the appearance of Uchiha Xiu gave Uchiha Fugaku hope. If the Uchiha family can produce another strong man with the same strength as Uchiha Madara, then the situation of the Uchiha clan in the village will definitely undergo earth-shaking changes. Chapter 61 Sand Shinobi Raid, the war begins. Sand Shinobi Village, a vast open space filled with ninjas. On the high platform in front, Chio and several Tsunogaku senior executives are doing pre-war mobilization. Everyone, after our confirmation, Lord Third Kazekage has been captured by Konoha. Chio's first words caused a great commotion. What? Kazekage-sama was captured by Konoha's people? How is it possible? Master Third Generation is the strongest Kazekage in history, and even possesses the powerful magnet-style blood succession limit. Is there anyone in Konoha who can defeat Kazekage-sama? I don't believe it. If Kazekage-sama can be arrested, wouldn't we be the laughingstock of the ninja world? As expected by Chio and others, the capture of Third Kazekage. All Sand Shinobi are unwilling to believe. After all, this kind of thing is too appalling. Everyone be quiet, we have confirmed this matter. Chio looked at the excited crowd with a sad look on his face. Is it true? Damn, Konoha must have used some despicable means to capture Kazekage-sama. The 400 used the power of the whole village to go to Konoha to collect information before, so it was because of this incident. No, we will never agree to the Kazekage-sama who took us away. Looking at the ninja who had mobilized his emotions, Chio and the others were all relieved in their hearts. Things have come to this point. Then their plan has basically succeeded. Just a few days ago, Luo Sha, another blood successor limit ninja from our village, also disappeared in the territory of Konoha because of collecting information about Third Kazekage. Chio dropped another bombshell. What? Even Master Luo Sha? Damn it, is Konoha coveting our village's blood successor boundary? No, we have to make Konoha pay the price. Yes, let Konoha pay the price. We must let Konoha know how powerful our Tsunogaku is. Needless to say, Chio, Tsunogaku's ninja can't bear it anymore. At this moment, they can't wait to attack Konoha directly and rescue the captured Third Kazekage and Luo Sha. Everyone, don't get excited, we have the same idea as everyone. So, I declare that we, Tsunogaku, are officially declaring war on Konoha at this moment. With Chio's voice, the Third Ninja World War kicked off. Kariora, the war with Sand Shinobi is about to begin. Master, please rest assured that no matter what happens, I will stand by your side. After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Jaluluo knelt on the ground and rested his head on Uchiha Xiu's lap. After a few days, Jaluluo has been successfully brainwashed by Uchiha Xiu. Now, in her world, Uchiha Xiu is her only master and the meaning of her existence in this world. No matter what happens, she will obey the master's order without any case. So cute. Seeing Jaluluo's well-behaved appearance, Uchiha Xiu touched her head. After he and Jaluluo did some things that should be done between men and women that night, Jaluluo completely gave up resistance. Coupled with the hints Uchiha Xiu cast on her with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Galuro now, already completely like a docile kitten. Sure enough, women are meant to be conquered. Seeing Jaluluo's appearance, Uchiha Xiu also felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. Now Karuryu, even if Uchiha Xiu asks her to kill Yashimaru, it is estimated that she will also shoot without hesitation. Master Xiu, Master Minato is back. Okay, I get it. Hearing the voice outside the door, Uchiha Xiu tidied up his clothes and then came to the meeting hall. Xiu, you're here. Seeing Uchiha Xiu, Namikaze Minato greeted him warmly. Meet Master Xiu. Behind Namikaze Minato, 3 ninjas dressed in Uchiha clan costumes. After Uchiha Xiu came in, he immediately knelt down on one knee and saluted Uchiha Xiu. You are. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Xiu looked a little puzzled. He didn't remember the nearby border post, where there were people from the Uchiha clan. Master Xiu, we were sent by Master Fugaku to protect your safety. Uchiha Yan respectfully stated the purpose of the 3 of them. That's it. Then you can do whatever you want. After Uchiha Xiu heard Uchiha Yan's words, he didn't say much. Since this group of people was sent by Uchiha Fugaku to protect himself, then let them stay here. For the Uchiha clan, although Uchiha Xiu has no feelings. However, this group of people is also their own clan. In the future, if Uchiha Xiu wants to build up some power, the Uchiha family is definitely his first choice and the most core force. Yes, Master Xiu. After hearing Uchiha Xiu's answer, the 3 of Uchiha Yan stood silently in a corner. Although 2 of the 3 of them have the strength of Jonin, among them Uchiha Yan has the strength of elite Jonin. But he still respects Uchiha Xiu very much, not only because Uchiha Xiu defeated Luo Sha before, but because they felt an unprecedented pressure from Uchiha Xiu. Even against Uchiha Fugaku they didn't feel that way. Minato, what does the village say? Uchiha Xiu didn't continue to pay attention to Uchiha Yan and the others but looked at Namikaze Minato. The village seemed to have a glimmer of hope and wrote a letter to Sunagaku. Namikaze Minato looked helpless. Under such circumstances, no matter what Sunagaku says, he will definitely start a war. Even he can see clearly, but the village still has a little fantasy. It really puzzled him. It is as expected. Uchiha Xiu sneered. Sarutobi Hiruzen is still like that. Once it comes to external issues, it immediately becomes a soft-legged shrimp. If Namikaze Minato really followed Namikaze Minato's idea and left Luo Sha behind, maybe Sarutobi Hiruzen will let them release Rosa in the hope that Sunagaku will stop the war. Wait, it's not too far to clean you up. Uchiha Xiu decided. After the 3rd ninja war is over, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzō, these rat shit, he won't let go of any of them. Did the village send any support? Uchiha Xiu asked casually. Not yet. Master Hokage said that if he rashly sends troops to the border, it may arouse the suspicion of Sunagaku. So, the only ones I brought back to the village this time are Uchiha and 3 people. Namikaze Minato scratched his head in embarrassment, although he was very puzzled by the decision made in the village. But he can only follow orders. Snort. Hearing Namikaze Minato's words, Uchiha and others in the corner snorted coldly. If we wait until Sunagaku starts a war before sending support, isn't the daily cold? The current senior management of the village is a bunch of pig brains. If anyone from the Uchiha clan can become a Hokage, then give Sunagaku 10 more guts, and they dare not take the initiative to initiate a war. Report. Just then, a ninja ran in. A large number of Sunagaku ninjas have been found ahead, and some teams have already died. The ninja was out of breath and had some scars on his body, obviously from a fierce fight. How many enemies are there? Hearing this news, Namikaze Minato was shocked. What are you afraid of? Sunagaku launched a 1.6 attack on Konoha so quickly. I don't know. Anyway, there were Sunagaku ninjas in all directions at the time, but our team was attacked by the other 5 teams. Recalling the scene just now, this ninja still has lingering fears. If it wasn't for his teammates desperately blocking the enemy for him, then he might not even be able to escape. Send a signal immediately to let everyone enter the wartime state. 1000. You immediately send the news of Sunagaku's attack back to Konoha. Namikaze Minato remained calm in the face of danger, and passed on orders one by one in an orderly manner. After arranging everything, Namikaze Minato looked at Uchiha Xiu. Xiu, this time it may depend on the 2 of us. Namikaze Minato is very clear. Facing the menacing Sand Shinobi, their troops are not at the same level at all. To block Sand Shinobi's attack before reinforcements arrive, only he and Uchiha Xiu have this ability. Don't worry, I won't steal SX. Looking at Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Xiu smiled excitedly. The more people come the better. Only in this way can he improve his strength faster. Chapter 62. This is the fire style. The fire is extinguished. Kill all the ninjas of Konoha. Avenge Lord Kazekage. Don't show mercy. Let Konoha know the fate of provoking our Sunagaku. Haha, what a relief to see these Konoha shinobi people dying. 3rd Kazekage is very respected among the ninjas of Sunagaku. Now Chiyo has charged Konoha with the death of 3rd Kazekage. Sunagaku's ninjas hate Konoha, so when fighting, Sunagaku's ninja is a completely desperate style of play. Damn, why are there so many Sand Shinobi all of a sudden? Damn Sand Shinobi, I fight you. What's going on? Why are they talking about revenge for 3rd Kazekage? Seeing Sand Shinobi that can't be seen at a glance, all the ninjas on Konoha's side were stunned. It was obvious that this group of Sand Shinobi had stopped for several days, but now it suddenly seems to be crazy. Bite anyone you see. Although Konoha Shinobi faced Sand Shinobi's attack, they had already reacted immediately. However, the gap in numbers caused Konoha's side to retreat steadily, causing heavy casualties. Go and inform Master Minato. No, we can't stop it, there are too many enemies. Retreat quickly, don't fight recklessly with the opponent. Due to the huge gap in the number of people, the 26 ninjas on Konoha's side could no longer hold on. No way, each of their teams has to face more than 5 teams on average. As far as the eye can see, there are almost all enemies. But after a while, the ninjas on Konoha's side were on the verge of collapse. If it goes on like this, it is very likely that there will be a complete defeat. At that time, it is estimated that it will be a one-sided massacre. Damn it, what should I do? This is dead, why haven't we received any news? No, I can't die yet, my child still needs me as a father. Although unwilling, but in the face of absolute strength, the ninjas on Konoha's side can only watch their companions die continuously. But there is no way. Fire style, extinguish the fire. Just when everyone in Konoha was in despair, a loud shout suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Then, Sand Shinobi on the opposite side was engulfed in a sea of flames. It's Master Xiu, great, you, and Master Minato, our reinforcements are here. Is this the strength of Master Xiu? It's so strong, such a powerful ninjutsu, if it was me, it would definitely be burned to ashes in an instant, right? Although Mr. Xiu is young, standing behind him always gives people an unexpected sense of security. Seeing this scene, Konoha's ninjas were all excited. Body, also full of fighting spirit once again. Even Uchiha Yan couldn't help but feel excited. Is this the strength of Master Xiu? This is the fire style of our Uchiha clan, and this is the true power of fire style. Great, with Master Xiu, our Uchiha clan will definitely be able to rise again. Compared to the excited Konoha shinobi players, Sand Shinobi's side is not so easy. Not good, everyone be careful. Earth style, earth flow wall. Sand Shinobi, who rushed to the front, unleashed their strongest defensive ninjutsu as soon as they saw the sea of fire. However, Uchiha Xiu's hard blow, even Luo Sha had to block it with all his strength, not to mention this group of Chunin, and even the genin who just graduated from ninja school. The aura of the huge sea of flames carrier completely enveloped the Sand Shinobi in front. The next moment, there was a creepy scream in the sea of flames. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Why is it so powerful? Is this still fire style? Isn't that kind of coverage horrible? Did Konoha send Jinchuriki here? Are you kidding? Can this technique really be used by humans? With such a range, there is no chance of escaping at all, right? Sand Shinobi, who was a little further away, saw the raging sea of flames ahead, and all of them stopped unconsciously. From such a distance, they could all feel the scorching heat in the air, and their exposed skin felt a slight pain. What shocked them the most was the scope of this ninjutsu. From left to right, spanning an area of hundreds of meters. If they met head-on, they wouldn't even be able to run. A few seconds later, the sea of flames dissipated, and the scene ahead shocked everyone again. Everything has disappeared under the burning of the sea of fire, only dry and cracked land and charred corpses. There was even a smell of burnt meat in the air. Seeing such a scene, both Sand Shinobi and Konoha's ninjas all opened their mouths in shock. Damn it, who is that ninja? Why is there no information from our side? Seeing this scene, Shio looked at Yoshimura Yuta. Konoha has such a strong person, and they have not even received any relevant information. This kind of destructive power, you can't go wrong. Master Luo Sha was definitely killed by him. Seeing the scene in front of him, the doubts that had troubled Yuta Yoshimura for several days were finally answered. The traces caused by this powerful and wide-ranging fire-style ninjutsu are exactly the same as the place where they discovered Luo Sha's defeat that day. What, you mean that Luo Sha was defeated by this kid in front of him? After hearing Yoshimura Yuta's words, Shio frowned, a little unbelievable. Lord Shio, there is absolutely no mistake. Although he was equally unbelievable, the facts were right in front of him, and Yuta Yoshimura could only admit it. Damn it, when will Konoha show such a pervert kid again? Knowing this kind of thing, Yoshimura Yuta would never dare to lie. Shio could only choose to believe. The young kid in front of him turned out to be the murderer of Luo Sha. No, absolutely can't let this brat grow up. Almost immediately, Shio had the same thoughts as when Luo Sha faced Uchiha Xiu. To have such strength at such a young age, if you let him grow up in the future, is that okay? No matter how strong they are, it is impossible to affect the situation of the battle. If we continue to attack, we must kill all the ninjas of Konoha. Also, spread out as much as possible when attacking, don't stay together. After regaining consciousness, Shio gave the order to continue the attack. Although Uchiha Xiu's performance just now shocked him, but in terms of the entire battlefield, it cannot play an absolute role. The balance of victory in the war is still in favor of their Tsunogakur at this moment. Yes, after receiving the order, Tsunogakur's ninjas continued to attack. Rasengan, Reikiri, Flying Thunder God, Thousand birds chirping lightning 0. As Sand Shinobi attacked again, Uchiha Xiu 420, Namikaze Minato, and Hitaki Kakashi all joined the battlefield. It's just that this time Sand Shinobi learned his lesson. Taking the team as a unit, they broke up into pieces and fought with the ninjas on Konoha's side. Pretty smart. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Xiu smiled lightly. In this case, he will no longer be able to use large-scale lethal ninjutsu unscrupulously. Because in that case, it is very likely that Konoha's companions will be resolved together. Xiu, don't hurt your companion. Namikaze Minato spilled the specially made Flying Thunder God kunai on the ground, and then came to Uchiha Xiu to give a special order. No way, the ninjutsu released by Uchiha Xiu was too powerful. Namikaze Minato was very afraid that Uchiha Xiu would accidentally kill the people on his side when he was killing the enemy. Don't worry, I will pay attention. Uchiha Xiu smiled, and threw himself into the fight again. Seeing this, Namikaze Minato also instantly disappeared in place. Although Uchiha Xiu has boosted their morale a lot just now, the situation on the battlefield is still not optimistic. I will work hard too. Seeing Uchiha Xiu active on the battlefield, Hatake Kakashi showed a look of admiration in his eyes. Uchiha Xiu is the same age as him, but now he has become an excellent ninja who can stand on his own. But the distance between him and Uchiha Xiu is getting farther and farther. This made Kakashi feel a little bit lost. However, now on this battlefield, it is his chance to express himself. He wants to prove, Kakashi, although he can't be as good as Uchiha Xiu, but he definitely doesn't disgrace Konoha's first genius name. Chapter 63. Is it finally dead? Sure enough, it is impossible for one person's strength to affect the battle situation. Seeing that Sand Shinobi gradually gained the upper hand on the battlefield, Shio breathed a sigh of relief. Since the death of first Hokage Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, in the war between villages, no one has been able to decide the outcome of a battle like they alone. Haha, Konoha's ninjas are about to lose their hold, everyone work harder. Damn Konoha Shinobi, taste your power. Puppet secret technique, kill with poison. With the passage of time, the situation on the battlefield has become very unfavorable to Konoha. Although the personal qualities of ninjas, the ninjas on Konoha's side are stronger than Sand Shinobi. However, the number of Sand Shinobi is too much, at least 10 times their number. And most importantly, Sand Shinobi are generally good at using poison. As long as you are accidentally injured in battle, the Konoha ninja will quickly lose their combat effectiveness in a very short period of time. Damn it, are you going to lose? Seeing the scene in front of him, Namikaze Minato was very anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Although he mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, he caused a lot of trouble to Sand Shinobi. But, facing at least tens of thousands of Sand Shinobi on the battlefield, the power of Namikaze Minato cannot have much impact on the battle situation. And as time goes by, his chakra is running low. No, it is impossible to win at all. We must retreat. Only in this way can we reduce our losses. Looking at his comrades who were constantly falling, Namikaze Minato had the idea of retreating. The killing efficiency is too slow. After killing dozens of Sand Shinobi, Uchiha Xiu frowned. If this continues, one's own advantages will not be brought into play at all. Hacking Sand Shinobi in front of him with a knife, Uchiha Xiu looked at the Sand Shinobi base camp in the rear. There, with Sand Shinobi's most elite troops. Perhaps, the top management of Sand Shinobi is observing the battlefield there at the moment. With this in mind, Uchiha Xiu made a decision. That is to rush into the Sand Shinobi camp alone. Only in this way can he show his full strength without any scruples. Don't follow me, please be safe. Uchiha Xiu told the three of Uchiha Yan about his plan, otherwise the three of them would foolishly follow him into the crowd later, and they would probably die. No, Master Xiu, it's too dangerous. Uchiha Yan was the first to express his disapproval. That's right, Master Xiu, even if we fail today, we will have a chance to come back in the future. You are the hope of the Uchiha clan, you cannot take such a big risk. The other two were also anxious. If a person rushes into Sand Shinobi's camp, isn't that courting death? Don't worry, I'll be fine. Uchiha Xiu saw that the three of them would continue to dissuade him, so he directly opened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Be careful yourselves, and be careful not to die. After speaking, Uchiha Xiu disappeared in place and rushed directly into Sand Shinobi's camp. Am I not mistaken? Why do Master Xiu's eyes look like that? It's strange, didn't you hear that Lord Xiu's eyes are also three-pointed jade? How did it become like this? However, Lord Xiu's eyes are so terrifying, I couldn't help trembling just after looking at them. Me too, it's as if I'll be sucked in if I look at it more, it's so weird. At this time, even the Uchiha clan knew very little about the Mangekyo Sharingan. Most clansmen thought 3 Tomoe Sharingan was the limit. Only when Uchiha Yan, who followed Uchiha Fugaku since childhood, saw Uchiha Xiu's eyes, did he think of a possibility. Lord Xiu has awakened the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. Lord Xiu, that brat has rushed over by himself. Seeing Uchiha Xiu rushing into the crowd alone, Yoshimura Yuta cried out excitedly. HMPH, I really don't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth. Everyone go to me, keep an eye on Konoha's side, absolutely don't let this brat run away. For Uchiha Xiu's behavior, Shio and Yoshimura Yuta have the same opinion. There is no difference between a person rushing into tens of thousands of ninjas and dying. After Uchiha Xiu charged into the Sand Shinobi camp, he was immediately surrounded by Sand Shinobi from all directions. They received the latest orders. At all costs, we must kill this little devil in front of us. Haha, this brat dared to rush over alone, I really don't know how powerful the heavens are. A little ghost is a little ghost, and he doesn't consider the consequences at all when he does things. If he can kill this little ghost, then the ninja on Konoha's side will cry. Yes, if such a talented ninja dies, Konoha will suffer a great loss. Even Konoha's ninjas were all anxious when they saw this scene. Why did Master Xiu rush over by himself? Damn it, where are those Uchihas? How could Master Xiu rush into Sand Shinobi by himself? No, the cultivator must be rescued. Even Namikaze Minato frowned. Facing so many enemies, even he didn't dare to rush in easily. Because it is too dangerous. Xiu should have his own ideas. In the end, Namikaze Minato still chose to trust Uchiha Xiu and stabilize Konoha's lineup. Uchiha Xiu's position is too deep. If they all rush to support Uchiha Xiu, it is very likely that the whole army will be wiped out. Haha, Good job. Facing the menacing Sand Shinobi, Uchiha Xiu laughed out loud, and then activated Mangekyo Sharingan. Directly summoned the two shadows of the round tomb. Sand Shinobi is good at using poison, but the shadow of Lunmu is not afraid of poisoning. Under the siege of Sand Shinobi, the two shadows summoned by Uchiha Xiu blocked all the poisonous needles. His body was not injured at all. Not good, there seems to be something around this kid. Be careful, everyone, this guy is weird. Sand Shinobi, who besieged Uchiha Xiu, quickly discovered the anomaly. There seemed to be a transparent wall around Uchiha Xiu, blocking all their attacks. Fire style, extinguish the fire. Fire style, dragon fire technique. Fire style, extinguish fire. Uchiha Xiu looked at Sand Shinobi who surrounded him, and instantly released 3 powerful fire-style ninjutsu. Boom! A huge roar resounded throughout the battlefield, centered on Uchiha Xiu. The flame instantly swept across a range of hundreds of meters. Within this range, all Sand Shinobi died almost instantly. This, too strong. Master Xiu is really too strong. Everyone hold on, Master Xiu will definitely lead us to defeat Sand Shinobi. Seeing Uchiha Xiu's performance, Konoha shouted excitedly. Just at that moment, Uchiha Xiu killed nearly 100 ninjas in Sunagaku. The smoke and dust dispersed, and seeing the corpses all over the ground, Sand Shinobi stopped the attack by coincidence. How is it possible? Can such a powerful ninjutsu be released continuously? Why didn't this brat even have a speck of dust on his clothes in such a big sea of flames just now? Is such a guy really something we can defeat? Looking at the upright figure of Uchiha Xiu, Sand Shinobi was all caught in self-doubt. They have never seen this kind of enemy. That's not enough. Seeing Sand Shinobi's appearance, Uchiha Xiu pouted. He will not choose to stop just because the opponent does not continue to attack, and rush into the crowd again as soon as he moves. I can't go on like this, Ebizo, let's go together. Let's hold this brat first, and the rest of the Konoha shinobi will be dealt with quickly. Looking at Uchiha Xiu who was killing all directions in the crowd, Chiyo changed his strategy instantly. Since he won't be able to take him down for a while, then get rid of his teammates first. Following Chiyo's order, Sand Shinobi around Uchiha Xiu began to retreat in an orderly manner. After a while, Uchiha Xiu was surrounded by the elite troops led by Chiyo. 10 people from Jinsong. Facing Uchiha Xiu, Chiyo was not careless and directly summoned his most fishy puppet. Be careful, everyone, and hold him back. Yes, following Chiyo's order, dense attacks came from all directions. Not even a gap to dodge was left for Uchiha Xiu. Interesting. Looking at the ninjas around, Uchiha Xiu smiled instead. These ninjas are all Sunagaku's elite. Killing one is comparable to killing hundreds of genin and chunin. Pentagram. Facing the overwhelming attack, Uchiha Xiu locked a random enemy with his pentagram, and then disappeared in place in an instant. Pooh! As the sound of a long knife entering the body sounded, a jonin had already been eliminated by Uchiha Xiu. No, he can also space ninjutsu. Everyone be careful. Almost instantly, Chiyo analyzed Uchiha Xiu's ability, and was shocked. The ninja who masters space ninjutsu is the most difficult to deal with. The response is quick. After Uchiha Xiu succeeded in one blow, he quickly changed his position, constantly attacking Sand Shinobi who surrounded him. However, Sand Shinobi's ninjas are also very strong. After a period of adaptation, they decisively adopted a life-for-life style of play, and Uchiha Xiu was a bit difficult to succeed. After all, if he was accidentally injured and poisoned, Uchiha Xiu would probably lose his fighting power instantly. HMPH, kid, don't struggle, you will definitely die today. Besides, none of your companions can run away. Lu Wangjiao, seeing that he would not be able to take down Uchiha Xiu for a while, Chiyo began to carry out a psychological offensive. After hearing Chiyo's words, Uchiha Xiu looked up at the frontal battlefield. I found that it was indeed similar to what Chiyo said. Konoha has fallen into a comprehensive disadvantage. Even Namikaze Minato has been physically exhausted. Looks like it's going to be a quick battle. Uchiha Xiu muttered to himself, and then an icy chilly pupil power was released from Uchiha Xiu's eyes. Not good, everyone do their best, together. Sensing the change in Uchiha Xiu, Chiyo was startled, and immediately felt a strong sense of crisis. Yes, not only Chiyo, but everyone suddenly had a bad feeling in their hearts. The chakra exuded by Uchiha Xiu now is too cold. It's like an evil demon god, about to wake up. Wind style, grade breakthrough. Wind style, wind blade. Puppet art, 1000 machine kills. But in an instant, hundreds of ninjas all launched their fattest attacks on Uchibashi. Boom! The huge power produced by the ninjutsu mine made the entire battlefield tremble a few times. Hit! Hearing the voice, everyone was overjoyed. That feeling is unmistakable. The attack just now has definitely fallen on Uchiha Xiu. Konoha, the pervert kid, was finally killed by them. Chapter 64 The Legendary Susanoo. Very good. Is it finally possible to kill this brat now? HMPH, no matter how strong a person is, he is still only the brilliance of the firefly. Seeing the place where Uchiha Xiu is surrounded by thick smoke, all the Sand Shinobi are happy. Just now so many ninjas attacked with all their strength. Even if third Kazekage is alive, it is absolutely impossible to resist. That perverted Uchiha kid is definitely dead. Damn it, if it wasn't for our lack of reinforcements, Lord Xiu would definitely be saved. Listen to the rest of you. Whether you win or lose today, you must kill a few more Sand Shinobi to avenge Master Xiu. Yes, revenge for Master Xiu. Just now Sand Shinobi's attack was too powerful. Even the ninjas on Konoha's side don't think Uchiha Xiu can survive. Build. Namikaze Minato glanced at the direction where Uchiha Xiu was, struggling in his heart. He wanted to rush to save Uchiha Xiu, but there were more ninja behind him who needed his protection. Hateful. If the village can support in time, such a thing will never happen. At this moment, because of Uchiha Xiu, for the first time, Namikaze Minato had an opinion on the village's higher-ups. Yan, something happened to Master Xiu, what should we do? That's right, Master Fugaku has urged us to protect the cultivators. The two Uchiha ninjas sent by Uchiha Fugaku to protect Uchiha Xiu are also panicking at the moment. Had they known this, they would not have agreed to let Uchiha Xiu take the risk alone even if a knife was put on their necks just now. Now something happened to Uchiha Xiu, then they are sinners of the Uchiha clan, 657. This makes them more uncomfortable than losing their lives. No, Mr. Xiu will never have an accident. A look of awe appeared on Uchiha Yan's face. Master Xiu is a person with such eyes, absolutely nothing will happen. Now Uchiha Yan finally figured it out. The patterns on Uchiha Xiu's eyes just now are definitely the characteristics of Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Xiu, Mangekyo Sharingan has been successfully activated. This is the power possessed by the legendary great talent. Those who have Mangekyo Sharingan will never die so easily. In the entire battlefield, because of Uchiha Xiu, everyone stopped attacking unanimously. Immediately afterwards, a gust of wind blew by, and the smoke and dust caused by the explosion just now finally dissipated in the air. Then, a huge blood-red demon statue with a height of tens of feet and a long knife in his hand appeared in front of everyone. Can anyone tell me what this is? Oh my god, this looks like an ancient demon god in myths and legends. How did this thing suddenly appear here? What about Uchiha Xiu? Seeing Susanoo gradually revealing her stature, whether it was the ninja of Konoha or the ninja of Sunagakure, they all swallowed unconsciously. That icy chakra, huge in stature, and that strong sense of oppression that is suffocating. Everyone present began to tremble unconsciously. Look, it's Uchiha Xiu. It's really Master Xiu. Master Xiu is still alive. CGFH did Uchiha Xiu do this? When all the smoke and dust cleared, Susanoo also completely appeared in the sight of everyone. Uchiha Xiu, on the other hand, stood on the forehead of the demon god with his arms crossed, staring at the ninja below indifferently. Damn, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Why does it feel so long? Didn't the explosion just kill Uchiha Xiu? Is this guy still human? Are you kidding? Don't tell me I'm going to fight this thing, even if it's a tailed beast, it's just like this. All the ninjas in Sunagakure panicked. Susanoo summoned by Uchiha Xiu, whom they have never heard of. He didn't even have the courage to continue fighting. Only Chio opened his mouth wide, wanting to say something, but couldn't say a word. Can't go wrong. This is Susanoo, the legendary power that only Uchiha Madara possesses. Does Uchiha Xiu also own Mangekyo Sharingan? There are still records about Susanoo in each village. Therefore, Chio knew the truth of the matter the moment he saw the statue of the devil. It was at this moment that Chio suddenly realized. When I was fighting Uchiha Xiu just now, the pattern inside Uchiha Xiu's eyes. It seems that it is not an ordinary three-hook jade. Snort. Looking at Sand Shinobi who was stunned in place below, Uchiha Xiu snorted coldly. Then he controlled Susanoo to slowly pull out his long knife. No, run. Seeing Uchiha Xiu's movement, Chio shouted, and then called Sand Shinobi to retreat quickly. Unfortunately, although Susanoo's movements seem slow, but the speed of swinging the sword is not something that ordinary people can easily dodge. Damn, this guy is so big that we can attack together. Yes, let's use the strongest ninjutsu to attack him together. I don't believe he can block the attacks of so many of us. Kill him and avenge his dead companion. In the crowd, I don't know who yelled, and Sand Shinobi, who was panicked, calmed down instantly. Yes, although this guy looks scary, but no matter what, it is impossible to resist the attacks of so many people, right? So, all the Sand Shinobi stopped running, turned around and faced Susanoo summoned by Uchiha Xiu, and released their most lethal ninjutsu. It is a pity that Sand Shinobi's all-out resistance did not have any effect. Although the ninjutsu released by so many people is huge, but it can't concentrate the damage together. Therefore, hitting Susanoo was nothing more than a tickle. Jung. At the same moment, Uchiha Xiu also controlled Susanoo and slashed out. Seeing a blood-red sword energy, it quickly rushed out towards the distance. Wherever you go, everything turns into ashes. Boom. With a loud noise, a hill thousands of meters away was cut in half, and the blood-red sword energy dissipated between heaven and earth. And across between Uchiha Xiu and the hill, it is a bottomless ravine. Gulu. Everyone present swallowed unconsciously. Even some Sand Shinobi, who faced Uchiha Xiu directly, couldn't help throwing away the weapons in their hands and knelt on the ground. Are you kidding? Can we really win against such a monster? Obviously I have tried my best, but it has not achieved any results. Is there really a god in this world? Run, run, 1, 2, 10, 100. After standing there for a while, Sand Shinobi's mentality began to collapse. He threw away the weapon in his hand and ran to the distance. This feeling of desperation soon spread to the entire Sand Shinobi team. Soon, thousands of Sand Shinobi, there was no longer any fighting spirit, and they all scattered and fled. Mere gravel, not as good as me. Seeing this group of Sand Shinobi, Uchiha Xiu sneered, and stared at Chio and others who had just besieged him. These people, the regiment are the real elite of Sunagakure. But this group of people had already retreated at the first moment, and they were already far away from Uchiha Xiu. Jung. Without any hesitation, Uchiha Xiu swung his sword again. The same blood-red light rushed towards Chiyo and the others quickly. The sword energy was extremely fast, but in the blink of an eye, it was almost catching up with Chiyandaran. Chiyo-sama, run away. Sister, you must live well. Come with me, you must block this blow. Knowing that going on like this would surely lead to death, Ebizo led a dozen elite Jonin. At the cost of life, Sunagaku's secret technique was cast. Finally at the critical moment, he resisted this terrifying sword energy. Corresponding, Ebizo and the others were also reduced to ashes under this terrifying power, not even leaving their bodies behind. No, seeing the scene behind him, Chiyo yelled angrily. But it didn't stop there. She knew that this was an opportunity to escape that her brother risked his life to create for her. From now on, she will have no relatives in this world. Still running away, didn't hear the kill prompt about Chiyo, Uchiha Xiu sighed. Now his condition is not good, Chakra is almost exhausted, and his eyes are bleeding blood and tears. If Uchiha Xiu had not evolved into eternal Mangekyo Sharingan before, in today's battle, it is estimated that the eyesight will be reduced by half. Therefore, even if Uchiha Xiu knew that the blow just now hadn't killed Chiyo, he didn't have the strength to pursue it anymore. Chapter 65 Ja Luluo, I just had a big fight, this is not good. We won, victory, Sand Shinobi was beaten by us. Haha, I didn't expect to survive today, I'm already ready to die. Seeing Sand Shinobi's retreat in disarray, everyone in Konoha shouted excitedly. Hundreds of Konoha ninjas, facing tens of thousands of Sand Shinobi, miraculously survived, all of these, all because of that boy. The boy who was a demon god in the eyes of the enemy, but a patron saint in their eyes. Uchiha Xiu, Master Xiu is really too powerful. He defeated all the Sand Shinobi by himself. Yeah, it feels like we just tried our best to protect ourselves in this battle, and we didn't make any contribution. Even if Hokage-sama comes here, he can't do what Xiu-sama is like. Speaking of which, what exactly is the demon statue summoned by Lord Xiu? I feel trembling just by looking at it. Maybe it's the secret art of the Uchiha clan. Hearing the excited discussion of Konoha Shinobi below, Uchiha Xiu dissipated Susanoo, and then slowly landed on the ground. Well done, Xiu, Master Xiu, just now you were really like a god, I almost knelt down for you. Xiu, how strong is your strength? Why do you refresh my perception every time? The moment Uchiha Xiu landed, Namikaze Minato, Hitaki Kakashi, Uchiha Yan and others surrounded him. There was excitement on everyone's face, and then they saw the bloodline that dried up in the corner of Uchiha Xiu's eyes. Master Xiu, your eyes. Xiu, are you okay? Namikaze Minato and others suddenly became worried again. After all, the strength shown by Uchiha Xiu just now is too strong. Not even the general cage level has such dominance. Especially the huge blood-red demon statue. It's almost comparable to the tailed beast. To say that Uchiha Xiu didn't pay a price, Namikaze Minato et al. Are not convinced. It's nothing, it's just a little too much force. Uchiha Xiu waved his hand. In today's battle, he almost exhausted the power of Chakra and Mangekyo Sharingan in his body. If Sand Shinobi hadn't been terrified by his full blow, it is not certain who will win this battle today. Xiu, anyway, today is thanks to you. I will report your achievements to the village. Namikaze Minato had to clean up the mess, so after seeing that Uchiha Xiu was fine, he turned around and left. Hitaki Kakashi also followed to help. Master Xiu, your eyes. Uchiha Yan approached Uchiha Xiu and asked in a low voice. This is the Mangekyo Sharingan, the form above the three Tomoe Sharingan. Uchiha Xiu didn't hide anything either. Since he dared to use the Mangekyo Sharingan blatantly today, he didn't intend to continue to hide this secret. Really, after hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Uchiha Yan gasped. Although he had prepared for a long time, after hearing Uchiha Xiu's confirmation with his own ears, Uchiha Yan was still very excited. After all, this is Mangekyo Sharingan. The Mangekyo Sharingan that hasn't appeared since Uchiha Madara. Master Xiu, you are the pride of the Uchiha clan, and you will never take risks like today again. Taking a deep breath and calming down, Uchiha knelt down on one knee with a solemn expression. Now in his heart, the status of Uchiha Xiu has even faintly surpassed that of Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Yan is the standard hawk of the Uchiha family, and has always been dissatisfied with Konoha's exclusion of the Uchiha family. But due to the gap in strength, he had no choice but to become a little disheartened. But today Uchiha Xiu's performance gave him hope again. Don't worry, I won't take risks if I'm not very sure. Uchiha Xiu smiled, and then let Uchiha Yan and others retreat. He just went through a big battle, killed a lot of Sand Shinobi, but accumulated a lot of shortening time. System, open the panel. Uchiha Xiu said silently in his heart. Looking at the information on the system panel, Uchiha Xiu was overjoyed. Current accumulated shortening time, 3 hours and 15 minutes on May 27th, 1 year. Today's battle has gained so much shortened time. Unfortunately, the last blow failed to kill Chiyo. Uchiha Xiu sighed. If the last blow could kill Chiyo just now, that would be perfect. But that's not bad. Uchiha Xiu felt relieved after thinking about it. Now the Third Ninja World War has just kicked off, and there will definitely be more and more opportunities to shorten the time in the future. The next thing to consider is to choose the direction of evolution. Uchiha Xiu rubbed his chin and quickly made up his mind. System, Evolution Chakra Recovery Rate. 1000% Chakra Recovery Rate evolution completed. Next stage. 10,000% Chakra Recovery Rate. Time required for evolution, 5 years. Current accumulated shortened time. June 23, 5 hours and 22 minutes. With a warm current swimming through the whole body, Uchiha Xiu only felt that the chakra in his body was recovering rapidly. Even Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil power was recovering towards its peak state at a speed visible to the naked eye. Has even the recovery speed of the pupil power increased? To increase the recovery speed of pupil power by 10 times is a pleasant surprise. Originally, it would take about 5 days for Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil power to fully recover from zero, but now the speed has been increased by 10 times, and it only takes half a day to restore the pupil power to its original level. This harvest made Uchiha Xiu smile on Jonin's face. You must know that pupil power is not like chakra. Once it is used up, it will take a long time to recover. During the time when the pupil power is exhausted, Uchiha Xiu's strength will drop by more than one level. Ask for flowers. But now, there is basically no need to worry about pupil power. This chakra has returned to his peak state. Very satisfied with the recovery speed of pupil power, Uchiha Xiu felt chakra's recovery speed again. It was found that within a short period of time, the almost exhausted chakra in his body had reached its peak state. In that case, you won't have to worry about chakra's problems from now on. Uchiha Xiu feels that even if he encounters a human-tailed beast like Kisame now, if he only competes with chakra, he can kill the ghost shark. After all, although there are many more Kisame chakra than Uchiha Xiu, there is a limit to how many there are. But Uchiha Xiu is different. Although he doesn't always have that much chakra, but the recovery rate is fast. The chakra consumed by Uchiha Xiu with one ninjutsu has not recovered chakra much. It is completely possible to release ninjutsu continuously. However, it will take 5 years for the recovery rate of chakra to be 100 times. Although Uchiha Xiu was a little puzzled, but he didn't continue to struggle. Since the system does this, there must be a reason for it. Owner. When Uchiha Xiu returned to the room, Jaluluo immediately greeted him. Master, are you injured? If you let me fight with you, I will definitely give up my life to protect the master. Seeing some torn clothes on Uchiha Xiu, plus the bloodline on his face, Jaluluo exclaimed. A worried look appeared in his eyes. Fine, if you attack Sand Shinobi this time, maybe they will attack Yashimaru. Before the battle, Jaluluo wanted to follow him to the battlefield, wanting to protect him from harm. But Uchiha Xiu did not agree. It's not that he can't trust Jaluluo, but since Jaluluo has followed him with all his heart, then he naturally has to think about the other party. Owner. After listening to Uchiha Xiu's words, Karuria's eyes filled with tears. She never thought, a captured captive like her, it was even possible to get the gentle treatment of the master. Master, let me wash you first. Taking a deep breath, Karuriu calmed down, then took off the dirty clothes on Uchiha Xiu. Let it enter a huge wooden barrel. Well, I just went through a battle, so it's good to relax. Soaked in the warm water, Uchiha Xiu closed his eyes comfortably, only feeling that the pores all over his body opened. Then I heard the splash of the body falling into the water. Uchiha Xiu opened his eyes and saw that Jaluluo had already taken off his clothes and entered the barrel. Master, I will serve you. With affectionate eyes, Jaluluo knelt down in front of Uchiha Xiu. Jariuluo, this is not good, I just had a big fight. Oh, wait a minute. Oh shit. After a while, Uchiha Xiu reluctantly opened the barrier in the room. Chapter 66 Danzō wants to capture Mangekyo Sharingan. Lord Chiyo, the search party has returned, but no body of Lord Ebizo was found. Sunagaku, Cage building, Cage office. Chiyo was sitting in Cage's position, her face was gloomy, she didn't know what she was thinking. Yoshimura Yuta told the latest news from the front line. Master Chiyo, you go out first. Yes. Yoshimura Yuta wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Chiyo looks terrible, it's like a wild beast that wants to choose someone to eat. Master Chiyo, I think we should stop our attack on Konoha. In the room, besides Chiyo, there are more than a dozen elderly people. At this moment, a relatively young man stepped forward. Master Chiyo, Sunagaku has suffered heavy losses in this battle alone, and most ninjas have lost their fighting spirit. If we continue to fight, it will only increase casualties. So, I think we should stop the war and take the initiative to seek peace like Konoha. Stop the war, like Konoha summing up. After hearing the man's words, Chiyo suddenly widened his eyes and stared at the man. All my relatives died at the hands of Konoha's people. Now my younger brother has no bones left because of this war. Now you say let me seek peace with Konoha. Chiyo's powerful aura made everyone present a little breathless. The man who bore the brunt almost couldn't even stand still. 890, but thinking of the interests of the family, the man continued to speak. Lord Chiyo, Lord Ebizo died, we are all very sad. It's just that, for the sake of other people in the village, I also ask you to make the right decision. Konoha is not something we can deal with. Before the man finished speaking, he felt a sudden sharp pain in his body. Looking down, he saw a puppet, staring at him expressionlessly. A sharp knife has been inserted into his chest. Master Chiyo, you. The man showed an unbelievable look. He never thought that in Cage's office, Chiyo would directly kill the patriarch of his big family. Snort. Xiu snorted coldly, and in the next second, the man's head shot up into the sky, and he couldn't die anymore. Who else wants to make peace with Konoha? Xiu stared at the remaining few people coldly. The reason she continues to live now is to make Konoha pay the price. But this group of people still want to seek peace with Konoha. Unforgivable. Under Chiyo's gaze, everyone lowered their heads, and no one dared to refute Chiyo. Pungent. Exist. Following Chiyo's order, a masked Anbu appeared in the room. Go and inform his clansmen. If you encounter resistance, you will be killed. Looking at the corpse lying in a pool of blood on the ground, Chiyo said coldly. Yes. Anbu called Shin, without any hesitation, directly performed a body flicker technique and left the room. Everyone, I have a pill here, which is very good for the body. Everyone will take one pill. This is my thank you to everyone. Looking at the dozen or so patriarchs in the corner, Chiyo took out a porcelain bottle from his bosom with a smile. This is her poison, carefully concocted. Chiyo is going to use poison to control this group of patriarchs who follow the wind. Although Sunagakure Anbu's power is completely under her control, the power of these families should not be underestimated either. Chiyo's purpose is to avenge Konoha, so he doesn't want Sunagakure to fall into civil strife. To control the lives of these patriarchs with poison. Then there will be no worries. After all, the older a person is, the greater his power, but the more he will cherish his life. Now Chiyo is crazy. Sunagakure who has lived her whole life. Now it's just a tool for revenge in her hands. Under Chiyo's cold gaze, the dozen or so patriarchs knew it was poison, but they didn't dare to resist at all. He could only obediently eat the poison into his stomach. Go down first. Chiyo shouted everyone away, and then opened a secret room. Through the previous battle, Chiyo has realized the gap between Sunagakure and Konoha. The strengths of the two sides are not equal at all. But Chiyo doesn't care, since conventional means have no hope of vengeance. Then come an unconventional method. Next time, she will put Sunagakure's secret weapon on the battlefield. And this secret weapon, it is one-tailed Jinchuriki. Blessed, Konoha, wait, even if I die, I will bite off a piece of meat from you. In the darkness, Chiyo's voice lingered in the secret room and lingered for a long time. Compared with the oppressive Sunagakure, Konoha is full of cheerful atmosphere. The streets are decorated with lights and festoons, as if celebrating a festival. The news that Uchiha Xiu defeated Sunagakure by himself has spread throughout Konoha. Nonsense. Why did you make this news public? In Hokage's office, Shimura Danzō stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen angrily. In his opinion, Sarutobi Hiruzen is simply old-fashioned. He even took the initiative to help the Uchiha family publicize their achievements. Danzō, calm down. The news came from Uchiha's side. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shimura Danzō and frowned. Naturally, it is impossible for him to take the initiative to help the Uchiha family publicize the record. Moreover, the most troublesome thing for him now is that among the information sent back from the front line, mentioned that Uchiha Xiu summoned a giant demon statue, only then relied on his own power to defeat tens of thousands of Sand Shinobi. Could it be that another Uchiha Madara will appear in the Uchiha family? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of cigarette, looking helpless. Now Uchiha Xiu's strength has completely exceeded his control. He didn't know what to do for a while. If Uchiha Xiu had been handed over to me earlier, this kind of thing wouldn't have happened. Shimura Danzō is now very dissatisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen. If Sarutobi Hiruzen was not too indecisive, then Uchiha Xiu's pair of Mangekyo Sharingan would have already been under the control of his Shimura Danzō. Now is not the time to complain. Danzō, what do you think should be done? Sarutobi Hiruzen was also very wronged. Uchiha Xiu awakened Mangekyo Sharingan at a young age, who would have thought of that? Send someone to bring Uchiha Xiu back, and then take away his Mangekyo Sharingan. Konoha must not allow the Uchiha clan to have such a powerful force again. Shimura Danzō speaks his mind as a matter of course. Take Xiu's Mangekyo Sharingan, are you going to take it? After hearing what Shimura Danzō said, Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless for a while. Uchiha Xiu's strength has been perfectly reflected in the match against Sand Shinobi. One person fought against tens of thousands of Sand Shinobi ninjas, and finally won. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't guarantee such strength at his peak. Now Shimura Danzō still wants to steal Uchiha Xiu's eye. Isn't this a fool's dream? Then leave this matter to me, but I have agreed in advance that after I succeed, I will deal with Uchiha Xiu's eyes myself. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Shimura Danzō sneered. In his opinion, as long as Uchiha Xiu doesn't dare to betray the village, is it up to him? How many amazing and talented ninjas have appeared in Konoha, but in the end, you can only surrender to him. As long as Uchiha Xiu dares to resist, then he can label Uchiha Xiu as a rebellious village. As long as Uchiha Xiu is not allowed to know his true purpose, Shimura Danzō does not believe that Uchiha Xiu dares to disobey his order. HMPH, Mangekyo Sharingan, the powerful power that only Uchiha Madara possesses, I will get it soon. Land of Thunder, Cloud Shinobi Village. Hey, Sunagakure Cage is missing this time, and I definitely won't let it go like this. You and B are leaving now to support the border. If Sunagakure goes to war with Konoha again, then you should attack Konoha while they are fighting. Third Raikage sat on the chair and clenched his fists. After so many years of development, their strength can definitely compete with Konoha. If he can defeat Konoha this time, then their Cloud Shinobi village will be able to obtain unimaginable benefits. Father, what about you? After hearing Third Raikage's arrangement, I nodded, then looked at his father. Based on what he knew about his father, Ike didn't believe that Third Raikage would stay behind in peace. I still have an account to settle with Onoki. Third Raikage snorted coldly. When the battle begins and everyone's eyes are on Konoha, he personally led the team to attack, sure to catch Iwagakure by surprise. The land of water, Kurigakure. 7 ninjas were kneeling on the ground, quietly waiting for 4th Mizukage's instructions. The ninja war will start soon, and this time we, Kurigakure, must seize the opportunity. I order you to go to Konoha now, and launch a surprise attack when Konoha fights with the rest of Shinobi Village. Be sure to defeat Konoha with one blow. 4th Mizukage spoke out his request slowly. As ordered, the 7 ninjas bowed respectfully to 4th Mizukage, and then exited the room. Oh, this time I can finally kill. My beheading sword has long been too hungry and thirsty. I've already felt the excitement of Samahata, this time I must make him full. I'm going to stitch together the Konoha shinobi that I killed one by one. It's definitely a work that makes people feel happy. Okay, don't talk nonsense, hurry up and get ready, don't die on the battlefield when the time comes. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since we worked together. Walking out of the Mizukage building, each of the 7 ninja swordsmen had weird smiles on their faces. After this war, the name of the 7 ninjas will definitely make the ninjas in each village be terrified. Iwagakure, Tsuchikage office. Father, what are we going to do this time? Huangtu looked at Dayemu floating in midair, and asked a little naively. Huangtu, I order you to lead 1,000 ninjas to the border for support. After reaching 2.7, camp and stand by. Without my order, you are not allowed to act rashly. Looking at the scenery outside the window, Onogi was in a rare mood. Some happy. Just bring 1,000. It's not enough to fight. After hearing Onoki's words, Huangtu scratched his head. If a war really broke out, 1,000 ninjas would not be enough. There are tens of thousands of ninjas in our village, can't you give me more? Huangtu muttered. In terms of the number of ninjas alone, Iwagakure is definitely the village with the largest number of ninjas among the 5 major ninja villages. But now, as Tsuchikage's father, he only gave him 1,000 ninjas. It's a bit too stingy. I have my plan, you just need to follow my orders. In addition, although I only give you 1,000 ninjas, you have to pretend to me that you have tens of thousands of ninjas in your hands, understand? Regarding the Lois, Onoki did not explain too much. Although his son is very strong, if he tells him his plan, it is difficult to guarantee that he will not show his flaws. Understood. Seeing that his father didn't intend to tell him the reason, Huangtu didn't continue to ask, and left directly under orders. Raikage, don't think I don't know what's on your mind. 17. As long as you dare to come this time, I will never let you run away. Onoki has laid a net in Iwagakure. As long as Third Raikage dares to appear, then there is absolutely no way for him to walk out of Iwagakure alive. Chapter 67. Konan who blush easily. Report Master Minato. Master Shu, there are 2 ninjas from the Land of Rain who want to see you. The Land of Rain. Namikaze Minato was a little confused after hearing that. Did it come from Hanzo? No, they claim to be members of the Xiao organization. Namikaze Minato frowned upon hearing that. What the hell is the Akatsuki organization? Not see. Oh, don't. People go all the way and at least ask what they want to do. Seeing that Namikaze Minato was about to refuse, Uchiha Xiu smiled and stood up. Go, take me to see you. Namikaze Minato doesn't want to meet people from the Akatsuki organization, because the Akatsuki organization has not yet played the strength of the future Tianquan. Namikaze Minato, as the frontline commander, is very busy, so naturally he won't see everyone. But Uchiha Xiu is very interested. Calculated according to time, Yahiko is not dead yet. Nagato and Konan are not blackened either. For them, Uchiha Xiu is still very curious. Yes, Master Shu, please come with me. Soon, Uchiha Xiu came to a tent under the leadership of that genin. At first glance, I saw Konan with purple hair, and next to Konan is the current leader of the Akatsuki organization. Yahiko, pretty. Seeing 26 Konan's appearance, Uchiha couldn't help but exaggerated. This woman has a unique temperament since she was a child. Cool, plus Konan's pretty face. Such a woman is very attractive to men. Shameless. Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, and looking at Uchiha Xiu's undisguised fiery eyes, Konan blushed. She has never met a man like Uchiha Xiu. Okay, what are you guys doing here? Uchiha Xiu was very curious. How did Yahiko come here in this period? We want you Konoha to stop the war with Sunagakure. After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Yahiko spoke out her purpose. Give me a reason. War brings nothing but pain and everything can be resolved with dialogue. Yahiko looked at Uchiha Xiu and said confidently. Impossible. Uchiha Xiu shook his head. Yahiko is really more innocent than the later Naruto. When Naruto uses his mouth to escape, he still knows how to beat the opponent first. This Yahiko wants to solve everything with just a few words. Just like a fool. Why is it impossible? As long as everyone can sit down and talk calmly, is there anything that cannot be resolved? As long as the two sides can let go of their grievances, there will be no more wars in this world. Yahiko was not angry when she saw the sneer on Uchiha Xiu's face, but continued to promote her ideals. No, you haven't seen the essence of war clearly. Uchiha Xiu looked at Yahiko's excited expression and shook his head. It is not hatred that causes war, but interest. Hatred is just a product of war, or in other words, hatred is just an excuse to start a war. Uchiha Xiu's words left Yahiko and Konan in deep thought. Benefit. That's right, everyone has desires, and when desires are not met, conflict arises. Uchiha Xiu went on to explain. Yahiko, who was an orphan since she was a child, has too low a vision. He didn't think about many things. Can you give me an example? It's simple, I want Konan to be my wife now. Why are you so shameless? Before Uchiha Xiu could finish speaking, Konan's face turned red as if he was about to bleed. Look, she doesn't want to now. Then what if I want her to be my wife? We can only grab her by force. What about you? Are you going to stop me to help Konan? At this point, war is inevitable. Uchiha Xiu laughed seeing Konan's appearance. This little girl originally thought she was a royal sister type, but she didn't expect to be so thin-skinned. There are so many girls in this world, you can change one. Yahiko retorted. No matter how many girls are around me, I must get Konan. Even in extreme ways, otherwise I won't sleep well. Uchiha Xiu shrugged and opened his mouth. Rogue. Konan also understood Uchiha Xiu's intention now, but his face was still very shy, and he lowered his head and dared not meet Uchiha Xiu's eyes. Understood. Then please don't place the battlefield in the land of rain. Yahiko couldn't think of to refute Uchiha Xiu's words for a while, so she settled for the second best and stated her second purpose. Is that what you mean or what Hanzo means? Uchiha Xiu asked curiously. Is there a difference? Of course there is a difference. Can a village have two rulers? Our Xiao organization is only running around for peace, and we will never interfere in the internal affairs of the village. Hanzo-sama will always be the leader of Rain Shinobi Village. Yahiko's face became serious. He founded the Akatsuki organization, definitely not for the purpose of fighting for power. Hey, it's useless for me to agree to this request. You have to convince Sand Shinobi. If all the Sand Shinobi leave the land of rain, then we won't go to the land of rain, right? Looking at Yahiko, Uchiha Xiu sighed in his heart. He hasn't realized that since he decided to contact other villages on behalf of the land of rain, he has violated Hanzo's interests. I hope you can do what you say. After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Yahiko's eyes lit up. The next thing is just to convince Sunagaku. As long as the two villages agree, the ninjas and civilians in the land of rain will no longer have to suffer from the war. I have one last word of advice to you. If one day you really have nowhere to go, don't rush to revenge the world, remember to come to me. I will help you. After Uchiha Xiu finished speaking, he lifted a lock of Konan's hair, put it on the tip of his nose, and took a deep breath. Fragrant. You are shameless. Konan was distraught, but facing Uchiha Xiu's speed, by the time she reacted, Uchiha Xiu had already returned to her seat. We won't come looking for you, big pervert. Konan made a face at Uchiha Xiu, and he looked angry. Don't be so absolute. Sooner or later, you will fall in love with me. When the time comes, you will know my length, and I will know your depth. Uchiha Xiu looked at Konan's back and felt better. Stupid. That idiom is called Zigenjurji. Oh, yes, knowing the bottom line. You know my root, I know your bottom, he. Seeing the naughty smile on Uchiha Xiu's handsome face, Konan didn't know what was going on, but he jumped up and down like a deer bumping into it. This is a feeling she has never felt since she was a child. Taking one last look at Uchiha Xiu, Konan blushed, stuck out his tongue, and quickly followed Yahiko who was walking in front. Master Xiu, huh, what's the matter? Hearing the voice of the ninja beside him, Uchiha Xiu retracted his gaze. Regardless of Yahiko or Nagato, the future path is their own choice. Only Konan, for the friendship of childhood, has been guarding these two people's side. In the end, it came to a very miserable end. Very distressing. In this life, Uchiha Xiu will never let the same thing happen again. A pretty girl like Konan. He helped. Jesus can't stop it. Master Xiu, Master Minato asked me to call you. 4 root ninjas came from the village and said that they need to find you on very important matters. A root ninja. Hearing the words of the genin who came to inform, Uchiha Xiu narrowed his eyes unconsciously. Rooted ninjas will not easily appear on the frontier battlefield. These 4 must have been sent by Shimura Danzō. At this point in time, if Shimura Danzō sent someone to look for him, nothing good would happen. Maybe Shimura Danzō has been thinking about his Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, he just revealed that he has a Mangekyo Sharingan. The root ninja came. This thing is really too coincidental. Then let's go. Uchiha Xiu snorted coldly. If Shimura Danzō thinks that he stands on the high ground in the village and can push himself like Uchiha Shisui or Uchiha Itachi, then he is thinking wrongly. If Danzō dared to attack him, Uchiha Xiu would not be caught without a fight. Annoy him. Kill this old thing first. I just don't know if there is Sarutobi Hiruzen's shadow behind this matter. Chapter 68. Ja Luluo, it's up to you. Xiu, you're here. Seeing Uchiha Xiu, Namikaze Minato said hello. Uchiha Xiu looked around and found that besides Namikaze Minato, Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Yan, and some jonin on the border, are all in the room. It seems that Minato also knows that the ninja at the root is up to no good this time. Seeing this posture, Uchiha Xiu instantly understood what Namikaze Minato was thinking. There are so many ninjas just to give Uchiha Xiu confidence. This is silent support. HMPH, it seems that the root is really notorious. Uchiha Xiu sneered inwardly. Even Namikaze Minato doesn't like root ninjas. It is conceivable how unpopular the roots are in the leaves. It's ridiculous that Shimura Danzō is still complacent. I thought I could get the position of Hokage by relying on the strength of my roots. Uchiha Xiu, Master Danzō has an order, ordering you to return to Konoha with us immediately and accept the investigation. After seeing Uchiha Xiu, 4 root ninjas immediately surrounded him. Investigation. I don't remember that I have done anything against the rules of the village. Uchiha Xiu smiled. I don't know if Shimura Danzō is out of his mind, even if he really wants to do something to himself. Then at least lure him back to the village first. Now that he directly arrests people so forcefully, does he really think that everyone obeys him? You don't have to worry about it, you just need to follow Master Danzō's order. The root ninja snorted coldly, and then wanted to step forward to control Uchiha Xiu. Presumptuous. How dare you treat Master Xiu like this? Seeing the movements of the root ninja, Karuryu was the first to block in front of Uchiha Xiu. Uchiha Yan and the others, although they didn't speak, stood up with a tacit understanding. Are you trying to betray the village? Being blocked, the ninjas at the root took out their weapons one after another, as if they would strike if there was a disagreement. Everyone, don't get excited. Let's talk about it first. What is the reason? It needs to be investigated and repaired. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Namikaze Minato hurried out to smooth things over. Among the people present, only he was caught in the middle. Everything seems to be a little bad. Master Danzō suspects that Uchiha Xiu stole the forbidden technique from the village, so he wants us to bring her back to the village for interrogation. Also, isn't this female ninja from Konoha? Why does it appear here? We have reason to suspect that Uchiha Xiu and Sunagaku are secretly colluding. So, as long as anyone dares to continue to block us, then we will regard them as a party. The root ninja is very strong, even in the face of Uchiha Xiu and Namikaze Minato, they are not afraid. You fart, Master Xiu just killed hundreds of sand shinobi. That's right, if Master Xiu wasn't there, Sunagaku's ninjas might have attacked the village. How could he have colluded with Sunagaku? What are your roots? You dare to frame Mr. Xiu. ... Contrary to Genbu Ninja's expectations, the domineering attitude did not bring about the other party's compromise as usual. Instead, some ninjas who didn't know the truth were angry. Uchiha Xiu is the god of war in their hearts. Just saved them from tens of thousands of sand shinobi not so long ago. I don't know how many sand shinobi died at his hands. This is what they experienced and saw with their own eyes. But now, that guy named Shimura Danzō actually suspected that Master Xiu was in collusion with Sunagaku. Simply unreasonable. I think you are the spies of Sunagaku. Yes, if this is not the case, why would you help the enemy country to deal with Lord Xiu? Unless there is a warrant from Master Hokage, we will not allow you to take Master Xiu away. Except for the 4 rooted ninjas, almost all the ninjas had angry expressions on their faces. As the hero of the village, he must not be treated like this. Seeing the excited crowd, the 4 ninjas at the root didn't know what to do for a while. They have never encountered such a situation before. Shouldn't the ninjas of the Uchiha clan be rejected by everyone? However, Danzo-sama's order must be fulfilled even at the expense of his own life. HMPH, if you dare to attack us, you will treat them all as traitors. The root ninja at the head snorted coldly, and was about to act forcefully. He can't get Hokage's warrant, and with Sarutobi Hiruzen's shrewdness, he won't do such a thing that affects his glorious image. Therefore, if you want to complete the task, you can only do it yourself. He didn't believe that this group of people would really be charged with betraying the village for Uchiha Kid. You dare. Seeing that the Genbu ninja was about to fight, Karuryu and Uchiha finally couldn't bear it anymore. Prepare to get rid of these ninjas who dared to attack Uchiha Xiu. Okay, I'll go with you. Uchiha Xiu stopped Karuryu and Uchiha Yan. Hands can, but not at this time. At least, after he has finished expressing his position. You are acquainted, then don't delay, let's go. The ninjas at the root saw that Uchiha Xiu was willing to take the initiative to go with them, thinking that Uchiha Xiu had subdued. So he smiled and walked out of the room. Master Xiu. The rest of the ninjas were all in a hurry. This group of root ninjas obviously had bad intentions. If you leave with them like this, the consequences will be unpredictable. Fine. Uchiha Xiu waved his hands with a smile, and then walked out of the room. Only Namikaze Minato sighed. After getting along during this time, he can be regarded as getting to know Uchiha Xiu. Knowing that Uchiha Xiu was going to do something. But he didn't intend to stop. After all, this time the village did go too far. And, the last time he went to ask for reinforcements, the village didn't say anything. Leading to their group of ninjas guarding the frontier. Almost all died at the hands of Sand Shinobi. Just pretend you don't know anything. Namikaze Minato sighed, turned and went back to his room. Everyone, don't send any more. Looking at the hundreds of ninjas in the camp, Uchiha Xiu smiled. Now, his plan can be implemented. Wheel tomb. Uchiha Xiu lowered his head, a pair of Scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan had been opened. Coup. Under all eyes, the heads of the 4 root ninjas were inexplicably chopped off. Only the headed root ninja turned into tiny bugs. Doppelganger. Uchiha Xiu sneered. You must die today. Enemy attack. Uchiha Xiu shouted loudly, and then looked at the ground pretendingly. The enemy is underground. Garyulo. Yes. Sand waterfall funeral. Jaluluo shouted and pressed his hands on the ground, and then the whole ground turned into quicksand. Immediately afterwards, a scream came from the ground, and there was no more sound. Note. In the original book, there is no mention of Jollyuluo's ability, but it is said that it is Jollyuluo's will to protect Gar's sand, so the younger brother set Gar's ability and gave it to Jollyuluo, because I don't mind. Snort. Looking at the life signs that have disappeared, Uchiha Xiu snorted coldly. This is a warning from Uchiha Xiu to Shimura Danzō. He is not a character to be manipulated by others. Oh, the enemy is too cunning, even I didn't react. Uchiha Xiu looked at the corpse of the rude ninja on the ground, and sighed. A heartbroken look. Master Xiu, are you not injured? Damn it, this must be Sand Shinobi's revenge, we must strengthen our guard in the future. The ninjas at the roots treats Sir Xiu like this, and Master Xiu still feels sorry for them, because I was moved. Seeing everyone's performance, Uchiha Xiu almost laughed out loud. It doesn't matter whether this group of people really believed it, or they played it on the spot. Anyway, as long as they are on his side in the end, that's enough. I believe Shimura Danzō will be furious when he finds out that all 4 members of the root team who came to capture him have died. But what can he do? Without evidence, he can only suffer a dark loss. As for secret revenge, Uchiha Xiu really doesn't mind killing a few more roots, accumulating for himself and shortening the time. Master Xiu, there is an ambush by Sand Shinobi outside, it's too dangerous, let's stay in the camp. Looking at Uchiha Xiu, Uchiha Yan said loudly. His statement soon ushered in the agreement of everyone. Yes, Master Xiu, stay here. It's too dangerous outside, even the root ninjas have been killed, you should stay here to avoid the limelight. Quote, Master Xiu, I believe the village will understand. Listening to everyone's words, Uchiha Xiu's stomach hurts from laughing. These guys are really good at acting. It seems that he has completely forgotten his appearance on the battlefield. Okay, since everyone has said so, then I will stay first. Naturally, Uchiha Xiu would not expose this matter, and return to his room with Gasura. Except for the root ninja who was finally killed by Jollyuluo, the other 3 died in his hands. The system's prompt made Uchiha Xiu suddenly realize that he still had 6 months to shorten the time to no avail. System, evolve primary sage body. Elementary sage body evolution complete. Next stage, intermediate sage body. Time required for evolution, 1 year. Current accumulated shortened time, 23 days, 5 hours and 22 minutes. As the system sound fell, Uchiha Xiu only felt an indescribable change in his whole body. But for a moment, his physique has improved qualitatively. Ah, Master, why have you become stronger again? Seeing this miraculous scene, Jollyuluo couldn't help but exclaimed. In her eyes, Uchiha Xiu seems to have improved a lot in strength. It's getting more and more unfathomable. Water style, water beads. Wind style, wind blade. Earth style, earth flow wall. Ignoring Jollyuluo, Uchiha Xiu released 3 more ninjutsu in an instant. Full attribute chakra. Uchiha Xiu was overjoyed. Even if it was a junior sage body, it directly doubled his chakra amount. Now Uchiha Xiu's chakra amount, in the normal cage level, is estimated to be unmatched by anyone. Most importantly, now, after he possesses all attributes King of Good Chakra. Thinking of the terrifying lethality of wind style, Uchiha Xiu couldn't help laughing. Master, why are you so happy today? When Jollyuluo saw Uchiha Xiu, he was a little puzzled. Normal people should not be very angry when they are wronged by the high-level officials in the village, right? Why did she seem to be completely different when she came to her master? Karyulo, I'm so happy because my body has changed. Looking at Jollyuluo, Uchiha Xiu gave a smirk. Huh, what change? Jollyuluo obviously didn't notice Uchiha Xiu's smile, and asked curiously. My body is already a sage body now. For Jollyuluo, Uchiha Xiu has nothing to hide. The biggest secret in his heart is that his identity and system as a traverser cannot be disclosed to others. Sage body, what do you mean? Jollyuluo asked with wide eyes. The master didn't know what was going on today, and she didn't understand anything he said. It's just that the body has become very powerful. Uchiha Xiu shook his fist at Jollyuluo. PFF'd. See how proud you are, master, how powerful is this sage body? Jollyuluo became more and more curious. What the hell is this sage body? The owner is already so strong, he is still so happy after getting sage body. How powerful it is, I don't know now. Uchiha Xiu gave a smirk, and then hugged Jollyuluo by the waist. So, you have to help me test it out. After finishing speaking, in the exclamation of Jollyuluo, Uchiha Xiu opened the barrier of the room. Throwing Jollyuluo on the bed. Chapter 69 Mangekyo Sharingan is blind. Xiu, no good, Sand Shinobi is attacking again. At noon the next day, before Uchiha Xiu woke up, he heard Hitaki Kakashi's anxious voice outside the door. Wait, I'll go out right away. After replying, Uchiha Xiu put on her own clothes. Then he looked at Jollyuluo who was lying on the bed in a drowsy sleep and smiled. This guy, but he was tossed about by himself. If no one disturbed me, I probably wouldn't be able to wake up at night. Sand Shinobi is calling, so why not panic? Seeing the anxious look on Hitaki Kakashi's face, Uchiha Xiu was a little puzzled. Since Sand Shinobi village launched a war before, thousands of ninjas have been reinforced from the village. Even if Sunagakure gathers tens of thousands of ninjas again, they can completely resist it. It's different this time. Sunagakure sent Jinchuriki over. Seeing Uchiha Xiu's leisurely look, Hitaki Kakashi took his hand and ran out of the camp. On a higher hill, Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Yan and others were already waiting there. Xiu, you're finally here. Seeing Uchiha Xiu, Namikaze Minato gave a sigh of relief. Early this morning he sent someone to find Uchiha Xiu, but Uchiha Xiu actually arranged a barrier outside the room. Namikaze Minato can only keep sending people to wait. Unexpectedly, this wait was just one morning. I heard Sand Shinobi sent Jinchuriki here. Uchiha Xiu looked curiously at the battlefield, but did not find one-tail Shuhei. That's right, according to the information from Sunagaku, this morning, Sunagaku's one-tail Jinchuriki, Fenfu, had already arrived at the base camp on the Sunagaku border. Namikaze Minato looked at Uchiha Xiu and explained the information received during the day in detail. Xiu, Jinchuriki may have to trouble you to do it. Namikaze Minato looked at Uchiha Xiu and said his own words. No problem. Naturally, Uchiha Xiu would not refuse. He knows the strength of Namikaze Minato. Let him fight against ninjas. In the case of Hokage's wall hangings, Minato is almost unsolvable. But it won't work if you run into a tailed beast. Namikaze Minato has nothing to do with them other than ghoul sealing. Especially when he needs to protect other ninjas from tailed beasts. Okay, since this is the case, then I will go to the war first. Xiu, you should save your strength here first, and after one-tail Jinchuriki appears, you will be responsible for holding him back. With the promise of Uchiha Xiu, Namikaze Minato felt relieved instantly. With Uchiha Xiu around, there shouldn't be any problems in this battle even against the tailed beast. No, I'll go to war with you, I'm in good spirits now. Uchiha Xiu was not willing to wait foolishly for the appearance of one-tail Jinchuriki. He also wanted to go to the battlefield to kill a few more enemies and accumulate some time to shorten it. Ah, Xiu, don't be brave, what you have to face later is Yila. Even a full one-tail. This is a tailed beast, if you are not careful, you will die. Namikaze Minato was stunned when he heard Uchiha Xiu's decision. He even wondered if Uchiha Xiu didn't know the power of the tailed beast at all. Okay, I get it, stop talking nonsense. Uchiha Xiu waved his hands, and then rushed straight into the battlefield. He is much stronger now than when he faced Sand Shinobi last time. At least, Uchiha Xiu no longer has to worry about his Chakra and Mangekyo Sharingan pupil power. Seeing Uchiha Xiu's appearance, Namikaze Minato was speechless for a while. I seem to be disgusted by others. With a wry smile, Namikaze Minato did not continue to struggle, but also entered the battlefield. In his heart, since Uchiha Xiu dares to look like this, that must have its own plan. Master Hokage, Lord Danzō, there is information from the front that Sunagaku has sent one-tail Jinchuriki, and they have begun to attack us. I see, let's go down. Swinging the ninja back casually, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shimura Danzō, frowning tightly. Danzō, shall we send Kushina to the battlefield? Everyone knows the power of the tailed beast. They throw a tailed beast bomb casually, it can cause huge casualties. Therefore, it has always been used by the villages as the last trump card to deter the enemy. But I didn't expect Sunagaku to send one tail to the battlefield now. Simply insane. No, Kushina must not leave the village. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, neither you nor I can bear the responsibility. For Sarutobi Hiruzen's proposal, Shimura Danzō rejected immediately. Make Uzumaki Kushina leave Konoha. Impossible. Then what do you say? Do you want to watch one tail slaughter our Konoha ninjas on the battlefield? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of cigarette irritably. Orochimaru has been sent to the border to keep an eye on Cloud Shinobi village. And Iwagakure has also recently reinforced tens of thousands of ninjas at the border, so he has to guard against it. Not to mention there is a mysterious Kurigakure behind Konoha. All of these need to send a cage-level strongman to watch them. Now Konoha really has no power to support Namikaze Minato. Hiruzen, have you forgotten? Uchiha Xiu has awakened Mangekyo Sharingan. Looking at the expression of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzō felt very happy. Just now, he suddenly thought of a perfect plan. You mean, let Xiu use the Mangekyo Sharingan to control one tail. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō, as disciples of second generation, are naturally very clear about the information that Sharingan can control tailed beasts. It is precisely because of this that after the Nine Tails Rebellion, the high level of the village and the Uchiha clan really became suspicious of each other to the extreme, which led to the complete incompatibility between the two sides in the end. That's right, Shimura Danzō had a rare opportunity to perform in front of his old friend, Sarutobi Hiruzen, so he continued to preach without making a fuss. Even if Uchiha Xiu has Mangekyo CGCA, sharing eyes, if he wants to control one tail, he will definitely go through a fierce battle. You know, Mangekyo Sharingan will gradually lose its light with continuous use. In this way, we can not only control one tail in our hands, but also speed up the progress of Uchiha Xiu's blindness. Isn't it killing two birds with one stone? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up after hearing Shimura Danzō's words. Makes sense. This will not only solve the crisis in the village, but also weaken the power of Uchiha Xiu who has gradually become uncontrollable. Really good. Yes, Danzō, your idea is perfect this time. Ha ha ha, Hiruzen, I've always been smarter than you. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's compliment, Shimura Danzō laughed a few times. He hasn't been in such a good mood for a long time. Uchiha Xiu, just wait, sooner or later I will make your life worse than death. Walking out of the Hokage building, Shimura Danzō felt ruthless in his heart. The 4 routes he sent to capture Uchiha Xiu were all killed. Although everyone said it was ambushed by Sand Shinobi. But Shimura Danzō won't believe it. Sand Shinobi didn't ambush for a long time, but he ambushed when Uchiha Xiu was about to be taken away. And attacking in front of so many people. The key is that only the 4 ninjas at his base died in the end, while the rest of the ninjas were not injured at all. How can there be such a coincidence in this world? In the end, I found an excuse, saying that I was afraid of being ambushed by Sand Shinobi again on the road, so I didn't know the village for now. I bother. Who believes this? When confronted with tens of thousands of Sand Shinobi, why didn't you say that you were afraid of an ambush? Do you really take Konoha's ninja darkness as a fool? But the heart is clear, the heart is clear. There is nothing Shimura Danzō can do, because he really couldn't find any flaws. If it's dark, it is estimated that they all gave Uchiha Xiu the head. HMPH, you can be proud now, wait until you Mangekyo Sharingan is blind, and see how I will deal with you. Thinking of the scene where Uchiha Xiu was captured by himself in the future, Shimura Danzō couldn't help showing a sinister smile on Jonan's face. Master Raikage, Konoha and Sunagaku have already fought, and Sunagaku also sent one-tailed Jinchuriki to the battlefield. Great, tell I and Killer Bee to launch an attack on Konoha. After hearing the news, Third Raikage slapped the table in front of him in half with excitement. After waiting for so long, the day finally came. Master Raikage, are you really going to attack Konoha? The consultant of Third Raikage looked at Raikage's excited look, but still hesitated. Huh, are you questioning my decision? After hearing the consultant's words, Third Raikage snorted coldly, his whole body's aura surged. He looked like he was going to fight if he didn't agree with him. No, I just think that since you want to sneak attack on Iwagakure, then don't go to war with Konoha, otherwise we might be hit by the enemy. Feeling the gaze of Third Raikage, cold sweat broke out on the consultant's forehead. Raikage's violent temper is well known in Cloud Shinobi Village. If it made him unhappy, maybe he could really beat himself to death. What do you know, if you don't attack Konoha, will that BD Inogi relax his vigilance? Besides, now that our village has wooden golem and Jinchuriki, are we still afraid of Konoha and Iwagakure? Okay, stop talking nonsense, and hurry up to notify me of my order. Now Third Raikage is very conceited. His son Ai's strength is not much weaker than him, and Ai is still young, there is still a lot of room for growth. By wooden golem and Bias has become the perfect Jinchuriki. I don't know how useful it can be on the battlefield. Coupled with a new generation of ninjas who have grown up, Third Raikage feels that there is no village in the whole ninja world that is the opponent of Cloud Shinobi Village. Now that you have such a strong strength, you should enjoy more and better resources. Therefore, Third Raikage thinks, in this war, they Cloud Shinobi Village must get the most benefits. Chapter 70 I have a friend who asked me to ask. Fire style, dragon fire technique. Boom. With a roar, a huge fire dragon rushed towards the place where Sand Shinobi gathered. No, it's that guy again. Everyone, spread out, don't let him find a chance to release such a powerful ninjutsu. Why do you keep fighting against such a guy? What do the high-level people in the village pretend to be? After one ninjutsu, more than a dozen of Sunagaku's ninjas died instantly. Now, no more Sand Shinobi Village ninjas dare to hold together, all in a team of 3 or 5, rushing desperately towards Konoha Shinobi. Damn, are these Sand Shinobi crazy? Faced with Sand Shinobi's crazy charge, Konoha was stunned. In this way, disregarding the formation, forcibly rushing into the formation. What a loss that would be. Have these Sand Shinobi brains been broken? Looking at the surprised eyes of the Konoha Shinobi, the Sand Shinobi are also distressed. Although rushing into battle is dangerous, at least there is hope of surviving, isn't it? If you can't reach Konoha Shinobi, in case of being targeted by that guy Uchiha Xiu, it's really dead. Uchiha Xiu, you are finally here. Blessing. After seeing Uchiha Xiu, Chio's eyes were full of hatred. This is the guy, not long ago, killed her last relative, now appearing on the battlefield. He must be killed to avenge his younger brother. Looking at Uchiha Xiu, Chio sneered unconsciously. Aren't you powerful in ninjutsu? Can't you summon gigantic demon statues? Now I have brought the crane over to you. If you have the ability, fight against the tailed beast. Wind style, wind blade. Wind style, grade breakthrough. Wind style, vacuum bomb. After receiving Chio's order, Fuku no longer hides. Jumping out of the crowd, he issued a few powerful wind style ninjutsu at Konoha's ninja. Damn it, they also have ninjas like Master Xiu. Everyone be careful, this guy's wind style is too strong. Damn Sand Shinobi, since you're here today, don't turn it off. Fu's sudden attack caused huge casualties to Konoha in an instant. Konoha's ninjas are all in a group formation, so share a few powerful wind style ninjutsu. In an instant, at least dozens of Konoha's ninjas were killed. It's Mr. Fenfu. Fenfu has made a move. Great, now it's our turn to counterattack. HMPH, let the ninjas of Konoha feel the despair we had before. Haha, Konoha's ninja was stunned. I'm sorry, tailed beasts can do whatever they want on the battlefield. Seeing Fenfu's attack, Sand Shinobi on the battlefield became full of fighting spirit again. Although most ninjas have never seen it with their own eyes, but the destructive power of tailed beasts is something that every ninja knows. Now that blessing is done, then Konoha will definitely suffer. Finally jumped out, Uchiha Xiu noticed the movement on the battlefield immediately. Then after finishing off the enemies around him, he rushed towards Fenfu immediately. It's Master Xiu is here. HMPH, what Jinchuriki? He will definitely not be a match for Master Xiu. Yes, everyone stay away, Master Xiu will definitely be able to easily deal with the ninja on the opposite side. The moment they saw Uchiha Xiu, everyone on Konoha's side breathed a sigh of relief. Blessings put too much pressure on them. After a short fight, nearly 100 of Konoha's ninjas were killed. The wide-ranging and powerful ninjutsu is simply not something humans can resist. It's very self-conscious. Uchiha Xiu smiled slightly. Konoha's ninjas are afraid of affecting their performance, so they have already evacuated far away. And Sand Shinobi seems to have the same idea. Then a strange scene happened. On the battlefield, all the places are on fire. Both sides are fighting fiercely. But, around Uchiha Xiu and Fenfu, there was a vacuum. In a radius of several hundred meters, apart from the two of them, there was no other ninja. Are you Uchiha Xiu? Seeing the two young boy in front of him, Fenfu was shocked. The guy who made all the ninjas in Sunagaku blush. How young? Old man, since you have chosen to be a monk, this kind of thing should not be involved. Uchiha Xiu looked at Fenfu, and his fighting spirit was gradually increasing. For the sake of the village, I have nothing to do. After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Fenfu sighed. He originally planned to practice in the dungeon until he died. But Chio suddenly came to the door, saying that if he didn't make a move, Sunagaku would be wiped out. For the village, even with his old body dragging, Fenfu bravely stepped onto the battlefield. Stop pretending. As long as I take you down, Sunagaku is at my disposal. Uchiha Xiu did not continue to listen to Fenfu, and after adjusting himself to the best state, he shot directly. Little ghosts are indeed very insolent. Seeing Uchiha Xiu's appearance, Fenfu shook his head. This little guy probably doesn't know the horror of the tailed beast Jinchuriki. Then teach him a lesson yourself. Wind style, vacuum sphere. Wind style, vacuum sphere. Sharingan saw the seal on Fenfu's hand, and Uchiha Xiu also quickly completed the seal. Almost at the same time, Uchiha Xiu and Fenfu issued powerful wind-style ninjutsu towards each other. Boom! Ninjutsu collision, smoke and dust everywhere. Fenfu looked at the scars cut by wind-style on his body in disbelief. If it was not the last moment, Shuhei used sand to protect his key parts. Now he is a corpse. Thank you, Shukaku. Humph, I just hate Uchiha guys. Shuhei snorted coldly, the fear of being dominated by Uchiha Madara Sharingan. To this day, the crane guarding is still vivid in my mind. So when I met Uchiha Xiu, who is also from the Uchiha family, Shuhei chose to help. Shuhei, please lend me your strength. Fenfu smiled at Shuhei's words. After decades of getting along with each other, he is very clear about Shuhei's character. Although he didn't admit it, he still regarded him as a friend in his heart. Ask for flowers. It's fine to lend it to you, but it's agreed, when you defeat the opponent, you will let me come out for activities. Good. Fenfu resolutely agreed to Shuhei's request. This request is not excessive. Feeling the full chakra in the body, a smile appeared on Fenfu's face, and then his hands quickly formed a mudra. Wind style, tornado hurricane. Wind style, tornado hurricane. In the same way, Uchiha Xiu imitated the seal of Fenfu again. And he released the same ninjutsu. More powerful than ninjutsu, not even if you are a tailed beast Jinchuriki. Uchiha Xiu now has a lot of chakra, and the recovery speed is so fast. He is not at all cowardly about things like bomb ninjutsu. Damn it. Wind style, wind and sand. Wind style. After fighting hundreds of ninjutsu in a row, Fenfu's whole body was covered with scars. His body was stained red with blood, and his face was no longer as calm as it was at the beginning. Every ninjutsu duel, he who is Jinchuriki, they were all suppressed by the opponent. Moreover, looking at the liveliness of the other side, it's as if he hasn't exerted his full strength at all. Oh my god, is that kid in Uchiha still human? Even the tailed beast Jinchuriki is no match for him, so do we still need to fight? How can I win this battle? Who can give me an answer? Well, there is no hope of winning at all. Even if third Cage is here, he doesn't want us to die in vain like this. Looking at Fenfu's appearance, a feeling of despair spread among Sand Shinobi. Uchiha Xiu was like a mountain, preventing them from seeing even the slightest hope of winning. Master Xiu is too strong, even the tailed beast Jinchuriki is no match for Master Xiu. Haha, aren't you a cow? Aren't you destructive? Go ahead and see if Master Xiu will kill you. As Mr. Xiu's chakra a bottomless pit. For a normal person, just a few times of ninjutsu of that scale will consume all of chakra, right? Sigh. Seeing Master Xiu's performance, and thinking about that kid in my family who didn't even master the three-body technique, I want to go home and beat him to death. Comparing your son with Master Xiu, are you out of your wits? Although it's a bit out of date, but my friend asked me to ask, does anyone know the horoscope of Mr. Xiu's birthday? My friend has a daughter and wants to. Compared to the desperate Sand Shinobi, the ninjas on Konoha's side became more and more courageous after watching Uchiha Xiu's performance. I can't wait to kill the Sand Shinobi in front of me, and then stop and watch Uchiha Xiu's battle intently. All of a sudden, the originally anxious battlefield has undergone earth-shaking changes because of Uchiha Xiu's performance. There has been a faint trend of one-sidedness. Why is it like this? No, absolutely not like this. Share blessings, let Shuhei come out. Seeing the situation on the battlefield, Chio panicked. She did not expect that even one-tailed Jinchuriki was no match for Uchiha Xiu. That guy is simply out of character. Chapter 71 That, I am not feeling well today. Blessings, let Shuhei come out. Chio has gone completely crazy. She originally thought that with the power of one-tail Jinchuriki, she would definitely be able to defeat Uchiha Xiu. But now it seems impossible. So, to win this war, then only Shuhei can be completely released. Everyone retreat immediately. Although Shukaku is the tailed beast of Sunagaku, it is very hostile to Sand Shinobi. If it is really released, then maybe the first one to suffer is Sand Shinobi. So, Chiyo let Fenfuku Fang Shuzuru come out at the same time. Also ordered all Sand Shinobi to retreat. Shuhei, I hope you can keep your promise after you go out, and don't shoot Sand Shinobi. Hearing Chiyo's order, Fenfuku closed his eyes. After releasing Shuhei, everything can only be left to fate. Mimi, my uncle is finally out. With a piercing laugh, Shuhei appeared on the battlefield. That huge body can cover the 660 sky and the sun. Compared with him, the ninjas on the ground are like a group of densely packed ants. Is this the tailed beast? This is too scary. What a powerful chakra. The tailed beast Jinchuriki is not at the same level as the real tailed beast at all. Aren't there any tailed beasts in our village? Why didn't we send them here in advance? I can't believe that Master Shu wants to fight such a guy. No, let's retreat first. The Shuin people are our hope for the future of Day. Most of the ninjas present saw real tailed beasts for the first time. It was only then that they truly understood why tailed beasts can be a village's ultimate weapon. Seeing Shuzuru's huge figure, Konoha's ninjas swallowed unconsciously. That kind of terrifying pressure is simply suffocating. Shu, you must hold on. Namikaze Minato came to Uchiha Shu's side, staring at Shuzuru solemnly. I heard that this is the weakest of all tailed beasts. Then how strong are the other tailed beasts? It's unimaginable. What a terrible price the ancestors paid to subdue such 9-tailed beasts. Ha ha ha, is this the ultimate weapon of our village? It's too powerful. Tailed beasts are definitely not something humans can defeat, and now Konoha is finished. I was desperate at first, but I didn't expect the village to have such a whole card. Let me just say that the high-level officials in the village are not fools. Without the certainty of winning, it is impossible to start another war. The appearance of Shukaku allowed Sand Shinobi, who was on the verge of defeat, to stabilize his position, and once again he was full of fighting spirit. They don't believe Konoha can block the attack of such a powerful tailed beast. HMPH, Uchiha Xiu, this time I will see if you will die or not. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on Chiyo's face again. She didn't believe that anyone in Konoha could resist Shukaku's attack. It's so noisy, annoying bugs. Hearing the cries of Sand Shinobi below, Shukaku flew into a rage. Killed dozens of Sand Shinobi with one paw. Then he released a few ninjutsu at random, and directly buried hundreds of Sand Shinobi in the sand. Although Shuhei and Fenfu have a good relationship, they are very hostile towards the rest of the Sand Shinobi, and it is hard to get rid of their hatred if they don't kill a few. From Shuhei's point of view, if he didn't get cold feet, he would be honoring his promise to Fenfu. Damn, go back. Sure enough, it's a wild beast. I can't tell the difference at all. HMPH, after this time, we must not let it come out again. Being attacked by the crane, Sand Shinobi did not dare to stay where he was, and hurriedly continued to retreat towards the rear. At this scene, Konoha, who was originally tense, couldn't help laughing. Haha, the tailed beast in my family killed my own people first after it came out. Although the battlefield is a very serious place, I still can't help but ask, is Sand Shinobi here to be funny? Brothers, it looks like Sand Shinobi played himself to death without us doing anything. But no matter what, Shukaku is the tailed beast of Sunagaku. Absolutely cannot be careless. So, in just a short moment, Konoha's ninjas have all retreated to a safe distance like Sand Shinobi. Okay, you can go first. Seeing Shuzuru calm down, Uchiha Xiu asked Namikaze Minato to leave. He couldn't be of much help here anyway. Little ghost, my uncle is in a good mood today, you still have time to run now. If you run away, I won't kill you, how about it? Seeing Uchiha Xiu in front of him, Shuhei smiled. While Uchiha Xiu doesn't intend to let go, he doesn't mind having some fun for himself either. Shuhei, have you ever been beaten? Seeing Shuhei's complacent expression, Uchiha Xiu crossed his arms and didn't pay attention to it. You actually know my uncle's name. It seems that my reputation is still circulating in the ninja world. Erroneous. After listening to Uchiha Xiu's words, Shuzuru laughed even more wildly. I was imprisoned for hundreds of years, and I finally got out. It's in a really good mood. What prestige do you have? But you are the weakest tailed beast, a guy with only one tail. Seeing Shuhei like this, Uchiha Xiu deliberately teased it, feeling like a kitten or puppy who was forced to raise by himself in the previous life. What did you say? My uncle is weak. It's all that stinky fox's nonsense. The number of tails is not a sign of the strength of a tailed beast. Sure enough, after hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Shuzuru was furious, and the good mood of being free just now disappeared instantly. But you sure can't beat Kurama, can you? Uchiha Xiu continued to taunt, stabbing Shuhei's weak heart again. Do you still know the name of that stinky fox? Looks like you're with it. My uncle will teach you a lesson today. Shuhei was furious. This little devil in front of him really made him angry. Today it must kill this guy, and then go fight with that stinky fox. Let everyone know how powerful it is. Not good, Master Shu seems to have angered one tail. Damn it, we can't help you at this level of battle. Ha ha ha, the kid is just the kid, and he deliberately provoked the tailed beast, it's just looking for death. Don't say that, It's probably what he learned from ninja school, to disturb the opponent's mentality as much as possible before fighting, haha. Annoy the tailed beast, let's see how this kid will die later. It's not just him, maybe even Konoha will suffer. When one tail focuses on Konoha shinobi, we can reap the benefits. Seeing Shuzuru's momentum soaring because of his anger, Konoha's side fell into a state of worry. And Sand Shinobi is going to laugh like crazy. Shuhei, I hope you can resist a few more times later. Seeing Shuzuru's appearance, Uchiha Xiu stopped teasing it, and directly opened Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Susanoo, the ice-cold pupil power and the huge chakra instantly filled the space between the heaven and the earth. Uchiha Xiu was also wrapped in a blood-red energy. In just a moment, that blood-red energy turned into a giant hundreds of feet tall. Destroyed Sand Shinobi's demon statue with one blow that day, appeared again in front of the crowd. This time, the demon statue summoned by Uchi 4.9 Bashu is much taller than Shukaku. You have Mangekyo Sharingan. Seeing Susanoo of Uchiha Xiu, Shuhei suddenly thought of a scary figure in his mind. That guy called Uchiha Madara back then. Just with these eyes, it didn't even have room to resist. Didn't you just show me your strength? Come on, I'm ready. Uchiha Xiu stood on Susanoo's forehead, looking down at Shuzuru's huge figure. Being imprisoned for a long time, I am not used to coming out suddenly. You wait, my uncle will have a good rest first and then come to fight with you. I'm not feeling well today, so I'm leaving first. Feel the amazing power of Susanoo, and the amazing pupil power of Uchiha Xiu Mangekyo Sharingan. Shuhei is scared, it is conceited, but it is not a fool. Facing the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, I'm afraid it can only be beaten. Chapter 72 I want to be Jinchuriki, thank you for your subscription. My uncle is not feeling well today, so I left first. Seeing Susanoo summoned by Uchiha Xiu, Shuhei no longer has the previous arrogance. Turn around and prepare to run in the direction of the Wind Country Desert. Joke, it tried its best and finally came out. Not for being beaten. Damn, One Tail seems to be scared. Did I hear you right? One Tail just said that he was unwell and wanted to go home. That's ridiculous. After the legendary tailed beast saw Mr. Xiu, he decisively chose to admit it. One Tail's voice was too loud, and all the ninjas present heard what it just said clearly. What's going on here? Will the tailed beast still feel unwell? Are you stupid? One Tail is obviously scared. Huh, not even a tailed beast dares to fight Uchiha Xiu. Are you kidding me? Master Chio, what's going on? Why is One Tail afraid of a human being? Like Konoha's ninja, Sand Shinobi also heard what One Tail just said. This simply overturned their understanding of tailed beasts. A majestic tailed beast, facing a human, didn't even fight, and then decisively admitted cowardly. One Tail, you are a tailed beast, can you show some face? Yeah, what are you afraid of? It's not like you can't be resurrected after death, so do it with him. One Tail, you are such a shame to tailed beasts, we Sunagaku don't need 20 such tailed beasts. Disappointment gradually turned to anger, and the ninjas of Sunagaku couldn't bear it anymore. They all cursed at Shuhei. Damn Sand Shinobi. Hearing the cursing from below, Shuhei couldn't take it anymore. It doesn't dare to be tough with Susan, doesn't it dare to fight you bugs? If the tiger doesn't show its power, I really think that my uncle is a sick cat. The more Shuhei thought about it, the more angry he was, and he threw a tailed beast bomb at Sand Shinobi. Boom. The amazing power of the tailed beast bomb bearer exploded in the crowd of Sand Shinobi. The flames soared into the sky, and the powerful air waves even made ninjas thousands of meters away unable to stand still. The loud explosion was deafening. The earth trembles under such power. When the smoke and dust dissipated, everyone discovered that, with Shukaku's random blow, Sand Shinobi killed and injured thousands of ninjas. Is this the power of the tailed beast? Terrible. It turns out that human beings are such insignificant existences in front of tailed beasts. Until this moment, everyone picked up the reverence for the tailed beast in their hearts again. Yes, that's a tailed beast. No matter what, it is not an existence they can provoke. But, the guy who can make such an existence directly admit to cowardice. How powerful is it? Looking at the blood-red demon statue standing in front of Shuhei like a mountain. Everyone is filled with fear. Could it be the legendary Shura from hell? Shuhei, come back to Konoha with me, what's the use of hiding in the desert all day long? Seeing Shuzuru wanting to run, Uchiha Xiu decisively controlled Susanoo and stopped him. Don't think about it. Where does this uncle want to go? Mere human beings, I advise you not to meddle in your own business. Shukaku looked at Uchiha Xiu who stood in front of him, and issued a threatening warning. If you offend him, the big deal will be death. Anyway, it is not afraid of death. Don't be afraid. It seems that there is only one fight. There's really nothing I can do about you. Seeing Shuhei's appearance, Uchiha Xiu sighed, then slowly drew out the long knife. Jung. One knife. Lightning fast. One of Shuhei's arms has been severed. Damn brat. My uncle killed you. Although with one arm, Shuhei can regenerate in an instant. But it hurts. Uchiha Xiu's knife just now almost made him roll on the ground in pain. In a rage, Shuhei repeated his old trick, raised his head. A tailed beast bomb bigger than before is slowly forming in front of its mouth. Oh, I really don't understand why all the tailed beasts like to use this trick. Seeing Shuzuru's appearance, Uchiha Xiu shook his head. Although the tailed beast bomb is powerful, its shortcomings are also obvious. The move speed is too slow. When facing an opponent of the same size, it is easy to interrupt. Boom. Uchiha Xiu put away the knife and controlled Susan to hammer the unformed tailed beast bomb to Shuzuru's face with one punch. Boom. Another violent explosion. It's just that this time, with a bruised nose and a swollen face, it was Shuhei himself who was bombed. Uchiha Xiu, on the other hand, was only a few steps back after being impacted by the aftermath of the explosion. Master Xiu is invincible. Master Xiu is too strong. Even the tailed beast is no match for Master Xiu. We, Konoha, are sure to win. Master Xiu, I want to have a baby with you. Seeing this astonishing scene, all the ninjas in Konoha cheered. Some female ninjas looked at Uchiha Xiu's tall and straight figure and handsome face, and their faces were flushed, and their hearts were full of love. Can't win at all. Even if you save Kazekage-sama, so what? Can Kazekage-sama still defeat such a monster? Everyone can take advantage of one tail to delay for a while, so hurry up and withdraw, it is meaningless to fight any further. Yeah, run, you can't die in vain. Sura, Konoha Shura, he is absolutely impossible to be defeated. Seeing Uchiha Xiu show off Kamui, one tail couldn't do anything about him, Sand Shinobi's morale completely collapsed. The tens of thousands of Sand Shinobi troops assembled by Sunagaku's entire village. At this moment, finally broke down completely. Everyone started to run away in a panic. While running, he still shouted the title of Konoha Shura. They have completely lost their fighting spirit. This war, Sunagaku has failed. Master Chiyo, let's go. Seeing this scene, Yoshimura Yuta also knew that the situation of the war was irretrievable. So he ran to Chiyo's side and wanted to escape with Chiyo. I lost completely. Looking at Uchiha Xiu who pinned the crane to the ground, Chiyo finally gave up. She knew that it was impossible for her to avenge the revenge of her dead relatives in this life. Yuta, this is the antidote I prepared, take it back and give it to the patriarchs. Chiyo took out a porcelain bottle from her cuff. Here is the antidote that she has prepared long ago. In order to start this war, she did not hesitate to threaten the lives of the various clan chiefs. But in the end, it still failed. And defeated so thoroughly, she knows, Sunagaku has no place for her anymore. In that case, it would be better to die on the battlefield. If you can't avenge yourself, then go down early to spend time with your family. Master Chiyo, okay, if you don't go, it may be too late, go. Seeing Chiyo's lifeless look, Yoshimura Yuta gritted his teeth, took the porcelain vase in Chiyo's hand, turned around and ran towards Sunagaku village without looking back. Shuhei, don't resist, obediently follow me back to Konoha. When the time comes, you can still be with Kurama, can't you? Uchiha Xiu looked at Shuhei and persuaded. Tailed beast is so skinny, he is tired after fighting for so long. Shuhei was still stubbornly holding on. Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Shuhei almost fainted out of breath. It's obvious that you have been playing so happily that you can't stop at all. Why don't you resist a long time ago? Stop hitting, I'll go back with you. A hero does not suffer from immediate losses, and there is no shame in surrendering. It's over if you say so earlier. However, I have to become your Jinchuriki. After hearing Shuzuru's words, Uchiha Xiu stopped attacking. But if Shuzuru is brought back to the village like this, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō may make something wrong. Moreover, after becoming a Jinchuriki, the benefits you get are not a little bit. Hearing what Uchiha Xiu said, Shuhei snorted coldly, but he didn't refuse. Uchiha Xiu is so powerful, after making him his own Jinchuriki, he will definitely not keep it locked in his body like other people to prevent it from coming out. Maybe you will be freer than now, at least it doesn't have to worry about attacks from other ninjas anymore. And after reaching Konoha, it can fight Kurama well, then prove to everyone that the number of tails is not the criterion for measuring the strength of tailed beasts. Then I'll use the Mangekyo Sharingan to control you first. Seeing that Shukaku had no objection, Uchiha Xiu used Mangekyo Sharingan to control Shukaku. Immediately afterwards, he pulled it out of Fenfu's body on the spot, and sealed it into his own body. Okay, you can come out now. Under the power of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the whole process went smoothly. After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, a mini version of Shukuru appeared above Uchiha Xiu's head. Small body, very cute. Send his body back to Sunagaku. Seeing Fenfu's corpse on the ground, Shuhei sighed. After decades of getting along, Fenfu still has a good impression in Shuhei's heart. Uchiha Xiu agreed to Shuhei's request without even thinking about it. After all, a blessed corpse. There is nothing worth studying. Come down, it's time to clean up the culprit of this war. Quote, Uchiha Xiu turned around and looked at Chiyo who was staring at him not far away. Chapter 73 Is this what you said could kill people? HMPH. That old woman should have died a long time ago. Following Uchiha Xiu's gaze, Shuhei snorted coldly. During these years in Sunagaku, it has been tossed by Chiyo and the group. Therefore, for Chiyo, Shuhei is very hostile. I'll help you get rid of her. Uchiha Xiu felt Shukaku's mood, touched Shukaku's head, and then walked towards Chiyo. Uchiha Xiu. Seeing Uchiha Xiu walking in front of her, Chiyo gritted her teeth. In her heart, Uchiha Xiu was even more hated than Hitaki. Looking at Chiyo, Uchiha Xiu didn't speak. An enemy is an enemy. Uchiha Xiu will not feel sympathy for Chiyo just because of her downcast appearance. Pooh, the sharp blade pierced Chiyo's heart precisely. This woman who has ruled behind the scenes of Sunagaku for so many years. In the end he died on the battlefield. Kill Elite John and Chiyo, get 15 days shorter time. To Uchiha Xiu's surprise, Chio's strength was not judged as cage level by the system. He was only given a 15-day kill reward. However, this battle has also paid off. After this battle, Uchiha Xiu's shortened time reached 7 months again. It is even possible to evolve a primary sage body into an intermediate sage body right away. Win. I said Master Xiu is the strongest ninja world, no one objected. Master Xiu's strength is really too strong, even Mr. Hokage should not be the opponent of Shudian, right? Sunagaku is completely finished now. Even the tail beasts in the village have been subdued by Mr. Xiu. I will definitely not dare to continue to make trouble in the future. Leave all the men's troubles and give us women a chance. Uchiha Xiu returned to Konoha's camp, and was immediately surrounded by excited crowd. Everyone looked at this young hero with admiration. It's him, by one's own strength, once again defeated Sunagaku's ninja. Also he, will Sunagaku's current power holder, the initiator of this war, Chio, killed. Also he, when facing the tailed beast, not stepping back, with my own flesh and blood, saved the lives of all of them. Xiu, it's great that you're fine. I'm worried about you to death. Namikaze Minato also came up, looking excited. Defeated Sand Shinobi twice in a row, withstood Sunagaku's attack. As the commander-in-chief, his contribution is indispensable. Although Uchiha Xiu is the biggest contributor to these two battles, there's nothing to worry about. Isn't it just a fight with the tailed beast? What kind of injury can you get? After hearing Namikaze Minato's words, Uchiha Xiu smiled, and hugged the miniature Shukaku from the top of his head. Minato, is this what you said earlier that can kill people? See if it's cute now. Uchiha Xiu touched Shuhei's head with a smile. Not to mention, it feels really good. Ah, I was worrying too much. Seeing this scene, Namikaze Minato scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Before he was worried about Uchiha Xiu, now it seems that there is no need for this at all. Ha ha ha, I laughed so hard, as expected of Mr. Xiu, he speaks with such confidence. This thing can kill people. In the whole ninja world, Master Xiu dares to say such a thing. I never thought that a tailed beast could have such a cute side. Master Xiu is really too fierce. Look at one tail in the arms of Master Xiu, as docile as a kitten. Wow, it's so cute. I really want to touch the tailed beast's head like Master Xiu. Don't you forget, just now this little guy killed thousands of sand shinobi with a single tailed beast bomb. Seeing Shuzuru in Uchiha Xiu's arms, Konoha's ninjas were all excited. They have seen the power of guarding the crane with their own eyes. Now Master Xiu has become one-tailed Jinchuriki. Let's see which ninja village dares to provoke them. Konoha. As for the hatred of the tailed beast Jinchuriki. Joke. A man who can hold a tailed beast in his arms and pet it at will. Are you still afraid of the tailed beast running wild and hurting people? If you dare to run away violently, your head will be crooked. Uchiha Xiu, who became Jinchuriki, did not alienate the crowd. Instead, many people gathered around. I want to see the tailed beast up close. There are even some courageous ones who want to reach out and touch Shuhei's head. After all, this may be the only chance for them to get close to the tailed beast in their life. Maybe one day in the future, I can also sit on a recliner. Shaking a fan, I told my glorious story to my grandchildren lying next to me. Grandpa me, back then, he was the one who touched the tailed beast's head with his own hands. Damn it, it's unforgivable to treat this uncle like a pet at will. My uncle is going to be angry. Encountering this kind of situation for the first time, Shuhei felt that his dignity had been greatly insulted. It is one tail, Lord Crane Watcher. It was reduced to the point where it was treated as a pet exhibition. Sensing Shukaku who wanted to run away, Uchiha Xiu squinted at the past. Then, Shuhei resolutely admitted his cowardice. No way, just got beaten up by Fatty. He dare not provoke Uchiha Xiu. The strength of this guy is really too strong. HMPH, my uncle is going to rest. Shuhei snorted coldly, and disappeared directly into Uchiha Xiu's arms, although it was hard to get out. But, he guarding the crane also wants to save face. Rather than being treated as a pet, it would rather choose to actively enter Uchiha Xiu's body. Anyway, it has been like this for hundreds of years, and it is not too short of time. When there is no one else, it will sneak out to play again. In an instant, Shuhei made his own decision. Xiu, I guess we'll be able to return to the village soon. You prepare in advance, now you are the hero of our village. Looking at Uchiha Xiu, Namikaze Minato smiled gratifiedly. Although he has been completely overshadowed by Uchiha Xiu's light, Namikaze Minato has no jealousy. Instead, I feel sincerely happy for Uchiha Xiu's achievements. When I met Xiu for the first time, Xiu had just graduated from ninja school. I didn't expect to grow to this extent in such a short period of time. Looking at the back of Uchiha Xiu leaving, Namikaze Minato has mixed feelings in his heart. When he met Uchiha Xiu for the first time, he concluded that Uchiha Xiu was absolutely extraordinary. But I didn't expect to underestimate the potential of Uchiha Xiu. With the current strength of Uchiha Xiu, even if it is him, there was no hope of winning. Master, you are back. The sound of Uchiha Xiu pushing the door woke up Ja Luluo, who was still asleep. Are you still asleep? Seeing Karuryu lying on the bed, Uchiha Hao Bo Shu smiled. He had finished a game, but he didn't expect this woman to be sleeping late. It's not that the master tossed him all night yesterday. After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Ja Luluo rolled her eyes at Uchiha Xiu with a charming expression. Watching Uchiha Xiu felt itchy again. Master Xiu, I will help you wash up. Ja Luluo got up and helped Uchiha Xiu make bath water. Then began to help Uchiha Xiu wash his body. Garyulo, have you washed? Not yet. Crash. With a tender cry, Ja Luluo was pulled into the barrel by Uchiha Xiu. Let's wash together. Uchiha Xiu looked at Ja Luluo's delicate face, and her hands became dishonest. No, master, pay attention to your health. Ja Luluo held Uchiha Xiu's hands to prevent him from continuing to do mischief. Haha, it's okay, there is a good saying. To be happy in life is to be happy to the fullest, and the best of fields will be returned. Uchiha Xiu laughed loudly, and then hugged Ja Luluo into his arms. A million words are omitted here. Chapter 74 Look, watch the crane. Seeking subscription. Master Xiu is back. As this Master Xiu, I didn't expect him to be so young. Oh my god, Mr. Xiu is too handsome. I don't know if he has a girlfriend. Master Xiu, look here, we are twins. Because in the battle with Sunagaku, Konoha won an almost crushing victory. So, after Uchiha Xiu and Namikaze Minato returned to Konoha, they were warmly welcomed by the villagers. The streets are lined with flowers. Almost everyone who had time came out, just to take a look at this man who can scare Sand Shinobi and call him Konoha Shira. Haha, everyone is really enthusiastic. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Xiu smiled. This is what a hero should be treated for. Looking around, Uchiha Xiu suddenly found Yuhihong and Nohara Lin in the crowd. At this moment, these two little sisters are struggling to squeeze over, but they can't find a chance at all. No way, too many people. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Xiu burst out laughing. These two little guys, counting the time, really have not seen each other for a long time. So, Uchiha Xiu walked in the direction of the two of them. Look, Lord Xiu is walking towards me. Unfortunately, I have a boyfriend. What should I do? I'm so confused. TCH, I think you haven't woken up yet. Master Xiu is clearly walking towards me. Oh, Master Xiu smiled at me. It's over. I'm wet. How about you? Give way to the one in front. I have yellow urine. Let me come first. Amidst the quarrel, U-377 Zebo Xiu walked up to Yuhihong and Nohara Lin and stretched out his hand. Come with me, build. Xiu, I miss you so much. Seeing Uchiha Xiu's smiling face, Nohara Rin and Yuhihong couldn't help sniffling. Then, under the envious eyes of everyone, follow Uchiha Xiu in the direction of the Hokage building. Damn it, that BD Xiu dared to hold Lin's hand. Obito, stop talking, I understand how you feel, let's go, I'll buy you a drink. When Sarutobi Asuma and Uchiha Obito saw Uchiha Xiu holding each other, I just feel like my heart is going to break. The unattainable goddess in their eyes. They were actually obtained by man at the same time. Xiu, is this what it feels like to be a village hero? Great, I want to be a hero in the future. Feeling everyone's eyes, Yuhihong's face was flushed, and his expression was very excited. Me too, when the three of us form a team together, we will definitely be able to defeat Sand Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi. In such a scene, even Rin Nohara, who is usually gentle and quiet, could not keep her composure, and her little hand tightly held Uchiha Xiu's palm. HMPH, little scumbag. Seeing Uchiha Xiu's proud appearance, Kushina, who was next to Namikaze Minato, snorted coldly. Then, after looking suspiciously at Namikaze Minato for a long time, the group turned away. CGDC for this. Namikaze Minato can only smile wryly. He is far behind Uchiha Xiu in terms of the emperor of the family. Soon, Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Xiu, and Hitaki Kakashi came to the Hokage building. They will also report to Sarutobi Hiruzen about the details of this war with Sunagaku. Minato, Xiu, Kakashi, you did a great job this time. Seeing the three Namikaze Minato who came in, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a kind smile on his face. Apart from Uchiha Xiu's identity, this time the Namikaze Minato team made a great contribution to Konoha. Defeated Sunagaku with the help of the younger generation, and then snatched Sunagaku's tail beast back. Shio, who has been famous in the ninja world for a long time, was killed on the battlefield. After this stop, Sunagaku will definitely not be able to pose any threat to Konoha for more than 10 years. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen believes that through this battle, the position of the head of the Konoha 5 great ninja villages has definitely been made more stable. After all, to defeat Sand Shinobi this time, the village did not send out ninjas like Orochimaru and Jiraiya who have proven their strength. Good, good, good. After listening to Namikaze Minato's report, Sarutobi Hiruzen's smiling eyes disappeared. He originally planned to abdicate to give way to the virtuous, so he really did not want another war to break out during the last period of his reign. What he didn't expect was that this battle was won so beautifully. It's perfectly possible to add a strong stroke to his Hokage career again. Well, Xiu, this time you have contributed the most, is there any reward you want? Resting his gaze on Uchiha Xiu's body for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little disappointed. Uchiha Xiu looks in good spirits now, not at all what it should have been like after the war just gone through. However, in these two battles, Uchiha Xiu fought hard against Sand Shinobi, and his pupil power should have been depleted a lot. Maybe the eyesight is starting to be affected by now. Sarutobi Hiruzen comforted himself in his heart. Master Hokage, I want to learn the ninjutsu from the sealed book. It's a BD not to take advantage of the advantage, let alone the advantage that he deserves. Uchiha Xiu has long coveted the ninjutsu in the Book of Seals. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words at this moment, he decisively raised his request. Okay, I agree, but the forbidden technique on the Book of Sealing is too powerful, so I can only allow you to pick 3 of them to learn. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to refuse immediately after hearing the request. Uchiha Xiu's current strength is enough to cause them headaches. If he learns the powerful forbidden technique from the Book of Seals. How about that? But Uchiha Xiu is now the hottest young hero in the village, and his prestige is second to none. And it was he who asked Uchiha Xiu to make the request just now. No matter how thick-skinned Sarutobi Hiruzen is, he is too embarrassed to refuse Uchiha Xiu in person. Therefore, he could only reluctantly agree that Uchiha Xiu should study the forbidden technique on the 3 sealed books. Thank you Hokage-sama. 3 is 3, anyway, there are only a few forbidden techniques he likes. Okay, later I will have someone send you the name and introduction of the forbidden technique recorded in the sealed book to your home. Come find me anytime you choose. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was extremely reluctant in his heart, he still had a dignified look on the surface. By the way, Minato, I heard that you snatched all of Tsunagaku's one tail. Forcibly calming down his mood, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Namikaze Minato. One tail. With one tail, Konoha's strength can be raised to another level. As for Tsunagaku, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not going to return it. At least, the current Tsunagaku is not qualified to make such a request at all. Yes, you are right. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Namikaze Minato nodded with a smile. Then bring the one-tail Jinchuriki up and show me. Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked a pipe and felt very comfortable. Master Hokage, one-tail Jinchuriki should not be seen anymore, he died on the battlefield. Jinchuriki is dead, didn't you say you took one tail back? After hearing Namikaze Minato's answer, Sarutobi Hiruzen was very puzzled. Yeah, we got one tail back, but Tsunagaku's one-tail Jinchuriki died on the battlefield. Namikaze Minato is also confused, is there any connection between these two things? No, Jinchuriki died, wouldn't the tailed beast die with it? Then how did you bring one tail back? A bad premonition suddenly rose in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. Before Tsunagaku Jinchuriki died, Shu had stripped one tail from his body. Namikaze Minato also realized that Sarutobi Hiruzen might have misunderstood something, so he explained it. What about one tail? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked again. Then I saw the eyes of Namikaze Minato and others unanimously looked at Uchiha Xiu. Could it be? Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen already guessed something, but he was still a little bit unwilling to give up. Lord Hokage. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen lose his composure, Uchiha Xiu narrowed his eyes with a smile. Then he took out a kaki tanuki from his bosom and handed it to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Look, this is one tail, Shuhei. Chapter 75 Danzō, sorry. Seeking subscription. The moment Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Shutsuru, his heart went cold. His previous plot with Shimura Danzō. It's over. Shu, have you already? But becoming a Jinchuriki would be ostracized by others. Sarutobi Hiruzen never imagined that Uchiha Xiu would choose to become Jinchuriki on his own initiative. To know, Jinchuriki is not so easy to be. Not only do you have to face rejection from your companions, but you also have to keep on guard against the tailed beast in your body. They are making trouble all the time, wanting to go berserk. It's okay, it's all for the village. Uchiha Xiu shrugged. There are 2 reasons why it became Shuzuru Jinchuriki. First, although Uchiha Xiu does not lack chakra, the more of these things the better. Think about how warm the scene will be if all 9 tailed beasts live in his body in the future. Second, he knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō would definitely be interested in tailed beasts, but now that he has become a Jinchuriki, whatever plans they had, it would all go to waste. Because Jinchuriki will die if he leaves the tailed beast, so Shukaku cannot be separated from his body for any reason. Unless forced to withdraw, then you have to consider Uchiha Xiu's current strength. Shu, it's really hard work for you. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only smile helplessly. It's a done deal, and now he feels as uncomfortable as eating shit. Uchiha Xiu, you dared to dispose of the tailed beast without the village's consent. I am now applying to arrest you and bring you to the root for interrogation. Shimura Danzō, who had been listening next door for a long time, finally couldn't sit still. Straight into Hokage's office. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not stop. He doesn't do some things, but it doesn't mean he doesn't want others to do them. Shimura Danzō is such a blame man specially used to blame him. He wants to use Shimura Danzō to see Uchiha Xiu's attitude. Then think about what to do next. Master Danzō, the situation was urgent at the time, and Shu had no choice but to. Seeing Shimura Danzō, Namikaze Minato immediately stepped forward to explain, but was interrupted by Shimura Danzō before he finished speaking. You don't need to explain so much to me. Once you get to the root, after the interrogation, everything will naturally come to light. Shimura Danzō is strong, in Konoha, in addition to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now no one dares to disobey his ideas. Uchiha Xiu, follow me. Shimura Danzō stared at Uchiha Xiu with a gloomy expression. The resolute tone made everyone's hearts sink. This matter today, it's going to be troublesome. No, I won't lose it. Uchiha Xiu shook his head, not even going to bird Shimura Danzō. And Shimura Danzō explained that it is a complete waste of words. Are you trying to betray the village? Uchiha Xiu. Seeing that Uchiha Xiu refused, Shimura Danzō was furious. The aura of a cage-level powerhouse was fully revealed, as if he would strike at the slightest disagreement. Betray the village. Just by you can't condemn me. Uchiha Xiu's face turned cold, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was opened, and a cold and evil pupil power radiated out. His aura also reached its peak. Protect Hokage-sama. Seeing the tense scene, all the ninjas hidden in Anbu appeared beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. He concealed it behind his back. Hiruzen, take a look, this guy actually wants to attack me. After feeling Uchiha Xiu's aura, Shimura Danzō suddenly woke up. I finally understand that from now on I am facing an open Mangekyo Sharingan. On the battlefield, San Shinobi, who was killed by 1 against 10,000, was frightened by the news. And a man who was strong and powerful. Danzō was discouraged, and his intuition told him that if he dared to continue messing around, he might not be able to walk out of this Hokage building today. Therefore, seeing that the situation is out of control, Konoha's blame man decisively threw the blame on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face again. Cough. Danzō, you are too much. Xiu is the hero of the village, how can you treat Xiu like this? Seeing that Uchiha Xiu set his eyes on himself again, Sarutobi Hiruzen greeted the 18th generation of Danzō's ancestors in his heart. You old man, why didn't you play your cards according to common sense this time? If you don't dare to be tough to the end, don't pick things up, BD. It must be a helpless move for Xiu to seal the tailed beast with his own body, so don't get involved in this matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen said Shimura Danzō, and started making muddy. Judging from the performance of Uchiha Xiu just now, Sarutobi Hiruzen already knows. This young man from the Uchiha clan is definitely not someone they can deal with casually. The key is, when Uchiha Xiu stared at him just now, even he felt a creepy feeling in his heart. It's no wonder that Shimura Danzō chose to admit defeat this time. Snort. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Shimura Danzō found the steps and snorted coldly. Then turn around and leave. Well, did I say you can go? Behind him came the lazy voice of Uchiha Xiu. Shimura Danzō dare not move anymore. He felt that he had been locked in. If he dared to continue to go outside, then Uchiha Xiu might make a move immediately. What you up to? Shimura Danzō turned around, trying to look calm. Apologize. Uchiha Xiu spoke, since he has enough strength now, then he doesn't intend to continue to hide. His attitude today is to clearly tell Konoha's senior management, if you mess with me, I will definitely make you pay the price. Uchiha Xiu, don't bully people too much. After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Shimura Danzō gritted his teeth with anger. He has been fighting Konoha for decades, how could he have suffered such anger? Yeah, seeing Shimura Danzō's appearance, Uchiha Xiu glanced at Shuzuru. He understood and jumped out on his own initiative. Old man, apologize to my Jinchuriki, or I'll use Konoha as a target for my tailed beast bomb practice. After hearing the words of Shutsuru, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō, including the rest present Anbu, Root, cold sweat broke out all over his forehead. Threaten, naked threats, using Konoha as a target for practicing tailed beast bomb. Thank you for thinking it out. Besides, aren't tailed beasts and Jinchuriki always hostile? Why came to you? You're about to stand up for your Jinchuriki, hey. But no way, who let people have this confidence? Danzō, apologize quickly, in line with the idea that a dead friend will not die a poor one. Sarutobi Hiruzen decisively chose to sell Shimura Danzō. Hiruzen, you, what about me? Apologize quickly. In addition, a 3-month ban and a 1-year fine. Good guy, not only want me to apologize, but also deduct my salary. How about good friendship? Every time there is a scapegoat, I rush to bear it. Now I can't carry it anymore, you just like me. Shimura Danzō almost ran away on the spot, but he still didn't have the courage after all. After watching Uchiha Xiu in silence for a while, Shimura Danzō finally lowered his head. I was reckless today, sorry. Speak up, didn't you eat? Uchiha Xiu plucked his ears. I was too reckless today, I'm really sorry, please forgive me. Ask for flowers. Shimura Danzō was so wrong that she almost cried. Since childhood, the child has never suffered such grievances. Okay, pay attention next time. Uchiha Xiu waved his hand in satisfaction, and finally let Shimura Danzō go. Shimura Danzō often breathed a sigh of relief, and then quickly ran out of the Hokage building. After today's incident, his old face was completely lost. Cough. Xiu, the tailed beast rampage is no joke, you need to reinforce the seal. Quote, it's too dangerous for the tailed beast to come out on its own initiative now. After Shimura Danzō left, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shuzuru, who was fierce, and gave his advice to Uchiha Xiu. What bullshit are you talking about, old man? Shukaku got angry when he heard that, almost jumped on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face and gave him a paw. Now it is finally able to experience the outside world. This old thing actually wants it to go back to the life that never saw the light of day again. Still afraid of running away. You don't even think about it. With Uchiha Xiu here, can it run wild? Master Hokage, don't worry about this. Shukaku was very obedient. Uchiha Xiu hugged Shuhei in his arms and patted Shuhei's head. So the tailed beast still has a good personality. 0. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned when he saw Shutsuru's docile appearance. Unexpectedly, Jinchuriki could get along so harmoniously with the tailed beast. To know, 9 tails, but the one who clamored to destroy Konoha all day long. You say, why is there such a big gap between tailed beast and tailed beast? If only 9 tails were easy to get along with like Shuzuru. The whole ninja world, isn't it all their Konohas who have the final say? Okay, you guys go back and rest first. Sarutobi Hiruzen, heart tired, let Uchiha Xiu and others go down with a wave of hands. What happened today? It was as if he had aged 10 years all of a sudden. This Konoha seems to be about to change. Xiu, you're a little impulsive today. Thinking of the previous scene, Namikaze Minato still has lingering fears. Uchiha Xiu dared to confront the village elders. This is so impulsive. If Sarutobi Hiruzen did not choose to side with them in the end, then things will be troublesome today. Minato, the water here is so deep that I can't explain it to you. You just need to know that everything today is under my control. Seeing the appearance of Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Xiu smiled. With his current strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen is crazy to help Danzō deal with himself. Well, this is the benefit of strength. Really? Then I'll go first. Seeing Uchiha Xiu's appearance, Namikaze Minato didn't say much, turned and left. For Uchiha Xiu's words, Namikaze Minato has always had a sense of honey trust. HMPH, you can just jump around for a few days, sooner or later, I will uproot you. Looking at the Hokage building, Uchiha Xiu snorted coldly. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō are still at the top of Konoha. Although Uchiha Xiu could not listen to them, he could not attack them. Because then, for whatever reason, everyone in the village will regard him as a traitor. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen is for the ninjas of the whole village. The image is still very tall. However, when the third ninja war is over, when Sarutobi Hiruzen and others retreated behind the scenes, if you solve them again, it won't cause any trouble. Anyway, this matter is not in a hurry, let them play for a few days first. After thinking about it, Uchiha Xiu walked towards his home. At home, there are 3 beautiful women waiting for him. Chapter 76. That's it. Seeking subscription. After returning home, Uchiha Xiu immediately noticed the weirdness in the room. The 2 little girls, Yuhihong and Nohara Lin, knelt on the ground, looking warily at Ja Luluo who was cleaning the room. However, Ja Luluo had a warm smile on his face, concentrating on cleaning up the housework. Hi, Uchiha Xiu said hello. Ja Luluo immediately greeted him, and then bowed to Uchiha Xiu. Master, you have worked hard. No hard work, no hard work. After stroking Ja Luluo's head, Uchiha Xiu sat down in front of Yuhihong and Nohara Lin. These 2 little guys seem to be jealous. Xiu, who is she? Why does she live in your house? Yuhihong asked angrily. Originally, she and Nohara Rin secretly came to Uchiha Xiu's house. Prepared to wait for Uchiha Xiu to come back to give him a surprise. But I didn't expect to be caught by Ja Luluo as soon as I entered the door. It wasn't until the 2 of them revealed their identities that Ru Luluo released the 2 of them from the sand. My name is Galileo, and I am the master's servant. Ja Luluo still had a gentle smile on his face, and then he told Kurenai Yuhi and the others how he became a servant of Uchiha Xiu. Xiu, you are such a pervert. Ja Luluo did not skip some parts that are not suitable for children, and Yuhihong and Nohara Lin blushed when they heard it. Cough. Ja Luluo, they are still young, don't talk nonsense. Yes, master. Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Ja Luluo nodded. Oh, I really hope you can grow up soon. Different from Yuhihong and Nohara Rin, who are 487 girls, Karuryu has no hostility towards the women around Uchiha Xiu at all. Even, she still feels a little less. After all, the body of its own master. It's really good. We've grown up. Huh. It's just that after hearing Ja Luluo's words, Yuhihong and the 2 were obviously not convinced. He straightened his body, wanting to sing a song with Shuluo. Master, I'm going to prepare the meal first. Ja Luluo did not argue with the 2 girls, but gave them a meaningful look, and then left the room to prepare dinner for Uchiha Xiu. Uchiha Xiu was very satisfied with Karuriya's performance. Have a look, this is a woman. In contrast, Yuhihong and Nohara Lin are completely children who haven't grown up yet. But, thinking of Yuhihong's hot body in the future, Uchiha Xiu doesn't mind waiting a few more years. Anyway, he couldn't help it. After Ja Luluo left, Yuhihong and Nohara Lin obviously let go a lot. He took the initiative to sit beside Uchiha Xiu, and then began to ask questions. By the way, I also told Uchiha Xiu about my experience during this period. Looking at the 2 people around him, and looking at Ja Luluo who was busy in the distance, Uchiha Xiu felt the warmth of home for the first time. I have been in this world for 10 years. Uchiha Xiu is finally no longer alone. Xiu-sama, Fugaku-sama please. Early the next morning, a member of Uchiha's tribe came to Uchiha Xiu's house. Respectfully stated his purpose. Okay, I'll go right away. For Uchiha Fugaku's invitation, Uchiha Xiu was not surprised. Aside from his strength, now the entire Uchiha clan, only he has the Mangekyo Sharingan. If Uchiha Fugaku is not a fool, absolutely will not turn a blind eye to him. Soon, Uchiha Xiu came to Uchiha Fugaku's home. It was also the first time that I met Uchiha Fugaku in person. Xiu, stay here for lunch today. Thanks to you this time, the reputation of the Uchiha clan in the village has changed a lot. After seeing Uchiha Xiu, Uchiha Fugaku's face was full of smiles. The current Fugaku has not been overwhelmed by the fate of the future Uchiha clan, and his appearance is not as serious as in the original book. What does Fugaku-sama want from me? Uchiha Xiu doesn't like to beat around the bush. He couldn't believe that Uchiha Fugaku came to him this time just to compliment him and treat him to a light meal. As expected of Xiu, I have come to you this time because I have something important to tell you. A secret you're definitely interested in. After listening to Uchiha Xiu's words, Uchiha Fugaku's tone became serious, and what he said was serious. Even Uchiha Xiu was surprised. What is it that makes Uchiha Fugaku show such a dignified expression? Xiu, you still don't know. Mangekyo Sharingan is blind. Looking at Uchiha Xiu, Uchiha Fugaku solemnly told the secret of what he did. After listening, Uchiha Xiu was stunned on the spot. For a long time, that's it. And seeing Uchiha Xiu like this, Uchiha Fugaku thought that Uchiha Xiu was scared. Sighing, he continued, Xiu, there are many records about Mangekyo Sharingan in the clan, but only clan leaders and elders with relatively high status can watch them. It's normal for you not to know. According to the literature, the clansmen who have opened the Mangekyo Sharingan will gradually lose their light due to the depletion of the pupil power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The speed of losing light is closely related to the frequency of use of Mangekyo Sharingan. Quote, the more frequently you use it, the faster your pupil power will be exhausted, and the faster you will go blind. Uchiha Fugaku told Uchiha Xiu the information about Mangekyo Sharingan in detail. Finally, with a helpless sigh, alas, such is the fate of our Uchiha clan. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku's heartbroken look, Uchiha Xiu was a little speechless. But he also knew the purpose of Uchiha Fugaku calling him here today. I was afraid that he would use Mangekyo Sharingan too much in battle. As a result, the pupil power is exhausted and eventually becomes blind. Master Fugaku, you don't have to worry about this, my Mangekyo Sharingan cannot be blind. There's nothing to hide about this. He is now strong enough, and he is not afraid of others to deal with him. What's more, with the passage of time, sooner or later, he will let others know that he owns the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Might as well say it now, at least give Uchiha Fugaku some reassurance. It can also increase the prestige of the Uchiha clan a lot. Really, hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Uchiha Fugaku had a shocked look on his face. You know, according to records, to prevent the Mangekyo Sharingan from losing its light, the Mangekyo Sharingan of blood relatives must be captured. But, Uchiha Xiu is an orphan. But, in this matter, there is no need for Uchiha Xiu to lie to himself. Don't be surprised, I don't need to make such jokes. It was my fault. Uchiha Fugaku bowed to Uchiha Xiu, although he is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, when facing Uchiha Xiu. Uchiha Fugaku doesn't have the slightest pretensions of the patriarch. If it is like this, Xiu, please lead the Uchiha clan to its former glory. After Uchiha Fugaku finished speaking, he knelt down on the ground and put his head heavily on the ground facing Uchiha Xiu. Since Uchiha Madara rebelled against the village, the Uchiha clan has lost its previous dominance. Being ostracized everywhere in the village, even the clan land was forced to move to the edge of the village. But now, in Uchiha Xiu, Uchiha Fugaku saw the hope of revival of the Uchiha clan. Don't worry, I am also a member of the Uchiha clan, and it is my duty to revive the glory of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Xiu originally planned to use the Uchiha clan as the core, and then control the entire ninja world. So naturally, Uchiha Fugaku's proposal would not be rejected. Great, Xiu, from now on, you will be the real patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku was overjoyed. Uchiha Xiu is a ruthless person, powerful. Under the leadership of Uchiha Xiu, the Uchiha family will definitely become the biggest ninja family once again. After all, Shimura Danzō, who is usually invincible, was forced to admit his mistakes and apologize. This is the benefit of strength. Here comes the weasel. Seeing that the matter was settled, Uchiha Fugaku called Uchiha Itachi in. The Hokage world is very particular about inheritance, so Uchiha Fugaku wants Uchiha Itachi to worship Uchiha Xiu as a teacher. And judging by the talent shown by Uchiha Itachi, the only one who is qualified to be Itachi's teacher, the entire Uchiha clan, is Uchiha Xiu. Itachi, seeing the well-behaved little boy who came in, Uchiha Xiu touched his chin. The guy who slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan for the sake of the village in the future. Finally, there was an intersection with him. Master Xiu, hello. Seeing Uchiha Xiu's scrutinizing eyes, Uchiha Itachi didn't know why, and felt a little nervous. Hurry up and respectfully salute Uchiha Xiu. He has heard all about Uchiha Xiu's deeds, and he admires Uchiha Xiu, a powerful ninja. Hearing Uchiha Itachi's words, Uchiha Xiu didn't answer immediately. He was thinking, do you want to kill Uchiha Itachi, a 25-year-old kid? After all, although Uchiha Itachi performed perfectly in the original work and is a rare talent. But from Uchiha Xiu's current standpoint, there's no way he could have had a crush on Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Xiu puts too much pressure on Uchiha Itachi. Under the gaze of Uchiha Xiu, even for just a moment, Uchiha Itachi's back was soaked in cold sweat. Just when Uchiha Itachi was about to be unbearable, Uchiha Xiu finally spoke. Get up, Itachi. In the end, Uchiha Xiu decided not to rush to deal with Uchiha Itachi. The reason why Uchiha Itachi became like the later generations is complicated. With his guidance, Uchiha Itachi might be a good subordinate. I agree. If I have time in the future, I will teach Itachi a bit. Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, both Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi breathed a sigh of relief. They do not know. In just a few seconds, Uchiha Itachi has been on the line of life and death several times. Itachi, go down and make some preparations. After eating, you can do obeisance to the teacher. The Uchiha family still attaches great importance to apprenticeship, not to mention the son of the matriarch of the dignified Uchiha clan. There should be programs, and none of them can be missing. Yes, my lord father. Then I'll take my leave. Uchiha Itachi obediently exited the room, still a little happy in his heart. He thought it was a test before Uchiha Xiu gave him a teacher. Xiu, why isn't your Mangekyo Sharingan blind? Can you tell me? After Uchiha Itachi left, Uchiha Fugaku asked cautiously, for fear of making Uchiha Xiu unhappy. After all, the question he asked is already a very sensitive one. If Uchiha Xiu hadn't agreed to Uchiha Itachi's apprenticeship request just now, he will not speak so easily. This method of mine only works for me, 0.0 doesn't work for anyone else. Uchiha Xiu doesn't mind Uchiha Fugaku's question. After all, it's not easy for the Uchiha clan to produce a Mangekyo. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku naturally needs to pay more attention. It is also to prepare for new clan members to open Mangekyo Sharingan in the future. But the secret of the system, he cannot reveal to Uchiha Fugaku. Really, hearing Uchiha Xiu's answer, although Uchiha Fugaku was a little disappointed, he had already prepared himself. After all, the power of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is too powerful. It is definitely not so easy to evolve. Well, you don't have to worry about this matter, I will take care of it freely. After seeing Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Xiu waved his hand. To solve the problem of Mangekyo Sharingan's blindness, we still have to find Orochimaru. Although Orochimaru is not a good person, but he has strong skills. At that time, the Uchiha family will pay for the construction of an experimental base for Orochimaru. Then tell him, as long as it can be cloned, whoever's Mangekyo you want, I will give you whose Mangekyo. So Orochimaru has to spend his life doing research. At that time, other ninja bags will be filled with shuriken and kunai. The ninja bags of the Uchiha clan are full of pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. Throw one away after using up one, throw away another pair after using up a pair. That scene, simply invincible. Okay, Xiu, I believe in you. Seeing Uchiha Xiu's confident appearance, Uchiha Fugaku was also relieved. I stopped talking now, and got up to eat with Uchiha Xiu. Chapter 77 How about fighting wits with the air? Seeking subscription. Hokage-sama, this is information from Orochimaru-sama from the front line. Got it, let's go down. Opened the information and looked at it. Sarutobi Hiruzen's daily life was wrinkled again. Just a few days ago, Cloud Shinobi suddenly launched an attack on Konoha. And besides Third Raikage's son Eight-Tails Jinchuriki from Cloud Shinobi village joined the battle. Killer B. Facing Cloud Shinobi's crazy attack, Orochimaru was almost unable to hold on alone. Hey, why can Jinchuriki be sent to the battlefield casually? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. In his opinion, although the tailed beast Jinchuriki is powerful, it is more like a time bomb. In case of rampage on the battlefield, killing indiscriminately isn't at the end of the calf. However, except for Konoha, it seems that other ninja villages have gradually mastered the power of tailed beasts. It has even reached the point where it can understand each other with the tailed beast. It would be nice if Xiu wasn't a ninja from the Uchiha clan. Thinking of Uchiha Xiu's strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen has even more headaches. Uchiha Xiu has been completely out of his control, but he has nothing to do with Uchiha Xiu. Danzō, give me an idea. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed the information scroll into Shimura Danzō's hand. Now he is torn as to who to send to support Orochimaru. Humph, Hiruzen, didn't I say it? Let Uchiha Xiu face the strong man of the enemy country, and accelerate the consumption of his Mangekyo Sharingan pupil power. When he's blind, we can do what we want with him. When the time comes, pull the tailed beast out of his body, and everything will be fine. After hearing the words of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzō did not hesitate at all. Aren't you Uchiha Xiu amazing? Good. Then let you go to the battlefield to contribute your own strength to Konoha. Waiting for you Mangekyo Sharingan to be blind. Now is his chance for revenge. Even, he can also secretly contact Orochimaru. If anything happens to Uchiha Xiu on the battlefield, then Orochimaru can make a sneak attack. Maybe Uchiha Xiu's Mangekyo Sharingan is his Shimura Danzō's. Snort. Uchiha Xiu, the last time I was insulted. Don't think I'll forget easily. However, I have seen Uchiha Xiu 26 times, and there seems to be no problem with my eyes. Also, Uchiha Xiu's reputation is already very high now. If he is allowed to defeat Cloud Shinobi village on the battlefield, then. After hearing Shimura Danzō's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated. He is now considering the matter of abdicating. If Uchiha Xiu's prestige is too high, coupled with his own great strength. There is also the silent support of the Uchiha family behind. In the election of the fourth Hokage, accidents are likely to happen. What are you afraid of? Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's concerns, Shimura Danzō curled his lips in disdain. Just a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Could it really turn the world upside down? Hiruzen, Uchiha Xiu was able to defeat Sunagaku because Sunagaku was too weak. Even Feng can be taken away secretly. But Cloud Shinobi village is different. Their strength is comparable to our Konoha. Here is what I say, if Uchiha Xiu can win easily, then I will cut off my head and give you a kick. Shimura Danzō didn't believe that Uchiha Xiu could defeat the group of pervert ninjas in Cloud Shinobi village. Okay, let's go like this. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. There is only one way. By the way, let Minato do the negotiation with Sunagaku. this time defeating Sunagaku, although Uchiha Xiu took the biggest credit. But Sarutobi Hiruzen will not allow Uchiha Xiu to participate in the negotiations. While that might put more pressure on San Shinobi for greater benefit. But again, it will bring great prestige to Uchiha Xiu again. This is not what Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to see. In contrast, Namikaze Minato is obviously the most suitable candidate to participate in the negotiations. I have no opinion. In a remote training ground in the Uchiha tribe, Uchiha Xiu waved to Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, let me ask you, if there is a village, the interior of the village is not harmonious, and it is divided into two forces, one is stronger and the other is weaker, and they have reached the point where fire and water cannot be tolerated. However, if they fight, other villages will take the opportunity to attack this village. I'll give you a choice now. If you help a stronger force, you can easily eliminate that weaker force. If you help the weaker forces, the village will fall into civil strife. But your relatives all belong to that weaker force, and they are the ones who raised you up. How would you choose? After Uchiha Xiu finished asking, he began to quietly wait for Uchiha Itachi's answer. Now that he has accepted Itachi as his disciple, it is necessary to fundamentally correct his thinking. Teacher, I don't know. Uchiha Itachi pondered for a long time, but still couldn't make a choice. Itachi, why didn't you choose to help your loved one's side? Uchiha Xiu does not blame Uchiha Itachi either, he believes that under his guidance, Uchiha Itachi will never be brainwashed by the so-called will of fire like in the original world. Make a move to massacre the whole clan for the sake of the village. Because that would plunge the village into civil strife and allow other villages to take the opportunity to attack us. Uchiha Itachi looked troubled, but what does that matter to you? Uchiha Xiu asked back, what if the rest of the village is killed? Everyone is fighting for their own interests, why should you care about other people's lives? After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Uchiha Itachi raised his head. Teacher, if it were you, how would you choose? I will choose to protect my relatives. If the village is gone, just build another one. Without loved ones, there is nothing left. Otherwise, if you help others, no one will care about your pain. After listening to Uchiha Xiu's words, Uchiha Itachi nodded thoughtfully. Itachi, remember, the tribe is what you must protect. Do you understand? Uchiha Xiu did not continue to say anything, anyway, there is still plenty of time. He just needs to keep influencing Uchiha Itachi. Moreover, if you don't listen, there is Mangekyo Sharingan. That's how Karulo came. For this kind of thing, Uchiha Xiu is familiar with it. I see, teacher. Although there are still some things that can't be figured out, Uchiha Itachi nodded. Father said, no matter what, you can ask your teacher. In other words, just no matter what the teacher said is right. Yes, not bad. Seeing Uchiha Itachi's appearance, Uchiha Xiu nodded with satisfaction. Then the topic ended. Okay, Itachi, if you pass my next test, I will truly recognize you. After Uchiha Xiu finished speaking, he saw Uchiha Itachi's eager look and smiled. Itachi, attack me with all your might. Let me see your strength. Is teacher. Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Uchiha Itachi nodded excitedly. Then a serious look appeared on his face. He wants to show his full strength, and he must be recognized by the teacher of Megatron Ninja World. Swish. Following the movement of Uchiha Itachi, several sounds of breaking through the air came. A dozen shurikens charged at Uchiha Xiu from all directions. As expected of Itachi, at such a young age, he has already mastered the art of shuriken. But in the eyes of Uchiha Xiu, these are just pediatrics. Clang, clang, clang. Uchiha Xiu randomly swung the Kusanagi sword in his hand a few times, and knocked down all the shurikens. Fire style, great fireball technique. Uchiha Itachi did not stand still at all. The instant the shuriken is thrown, it has already started to seal. When Uchiha Xiu drew his sword and knocked down the shuriken, his chest bulged. Then a huge fireball burst out from Uchiha Itachi's mouth. He rushed towards Uchiha Xiu. The timing was pretty good. Even Uchiha Xiu has to sigh. Uchiha Itachi is indeed amazingly talented in combat. Perhaps, Uchiha Itachi, what he has is a top ninja talent that is one level higher than his current level. Seeing the huge fireball, Uchiha Xiu did not dodge, and directly slashed at it. Moment. The fireball was split into two and slowly dissipated in the air. After the fireball dissipated, a faint sound of breaking through the air suddenly came from Uchiha Xiu's ear. Behind, Uchiha Xiu blocked the grass pheasant sword behind him, just in time to block the shuriken flying towards him. Did you throw the shuriken after releasing ninjutsu? Moreover, the use of shurikens to collide with each other changes the trajectory of the original shuriken flight, achieving the purpose of aiming at the blind spot of the enemy's field of vision in an impossible position. It's really good. After knocking down the shuriken, Uchiha Xiu did not rush to attack. His purpose is to test Uchiha Itachi's current level. Judging from the current situation, can only say, perfect. At this age, with such strength, not even Kakashi can do that. Pity. Seeing that his well-planned attack was easily disintegrated, Uchiha Itachi sighed. Everything I did seemed to be unable to escape the eyes of that man. Fire style, great fireball technique. But Uchiha Itachi did not give up, but began to try various methods. Bring your own strength to ultimate. Taijutsu, ninjutsu, and even illusion. Uchiha Itachi used all the fighting skills he had mastered. But unfortunately, until he was exhausted and slumped on the ground, they didn't even touch the corner of Uchiha Xiu's clothes. Huh, teacher, you are really too strong. Uchiha Itachi sat on the ground, out of breath, and looked paralyzed from exhaustion. Itachi, your performance is also good. Seeing Uchiha Itachi's appearance, Uchiha Xiu smiled, and then reached out to help him up. Followed by Uchi. A weird smile appeared on Po Weasel's face. Hiss. No, it's the detonator. Uchiha Xiu exclaimed, and then wanted to throw Uchiha Itachi away. But Uchiha Itachi tightly hugged Uchiha Xiu's arm and wouldn't let go. A detonating symbol that was about to explode was held tightly in Uchiha Itachi's hand. Is it a clone? Seeing this scene, Uchiha Xiu also understood. This Uchiha Itachi in front of me. It's just an avatar. The purpose is to let oneself relax vigilance. Then deliver the fatal blow. Boom. The detonator exploded. Together with the figure of Uchiha Xiu, they were also submerged in the smoke and dust caused by the explosion. Successful. Uchiha Itachi clenched his fist excitedly. Uchiha Itachi is already very satisfied to be able to do this. Because he knew very well in his heart that it was impossible for him to defeat Uchiha Xiu. That's Shura from Megatron Ninja World. How could it be defeated in his hands? For Uchiha Xiu, Uchiha Itachi admires him very much in his heart. At the same time, Uchiha Xiu was also the first person who made him admire from the bottom of his heart. Even his father, he didn't feel this way. As for the detonator will hurt Uchiha Xiu. Stop it. If the sand shinobi who was killed is frightened, Konoha Shura, who has been trained to be as docile as a cat with a tailed beast, will be dealt with by a detonating talisman. Then he would have to wonder if there was something wrong with his brain. As it turns out, Uchiha Itachi was right. After the smoke cleared, there was no sign of Uchiha Xiu inside. Judging from the information sent after the avatar came into contact, that Uchiha Xiu just now turned out to be the teacher's shadow clone. Not bad, Itachi. A long knife with a cold light was placed on the neck of Uchiha 317 Itachi. Behind him, Uchiha Xiu's lazy voice came. Teacher. Uchiha Itachi's forehead was covered with cold sweat. How did Uchiha Xiu come behind him? He didn't notice it at all. Should I say, as expected of a teacher. Uchiha Itachi smiled helplessly, and just as he was about to speak, the sky suddenly turned blood red. A strong killing intent rose from Uchiha Xiu. Uchiha Xiu looked at him indifferently, and slowly raised the grass pheasant sword in his hand. One knife. Uchiha Itachi's head flew into the sky. No. Uchiha Itachi screamed in horror, and then the scene in front of him changed again. A breeze blows and everything is back to normal again. The sky is still blue, and the ears are full of birds chirping. Wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, Uchiha Itachi still felt terrified. The teacher just now was really terrifying. Master Itachi, are you alright? In the forest, the ninja responsible for protecting Uchiha Itachi came out of the forest after hearing Uchiha Itachi's shout. I'm fine, where's Master? Uchiha Itachi forced himself to calm down, and asked. Master Xiu, he has already gone back and said that you have passed his assessment, so you can go to him if you have anything to do in the future. By the way, Master Itachi, I saw that you were talking to yourself just now while performing various moves, as if you were in a battle. Is this the training method handed over by Master Xiu? Can you tell me something? I also admire Master Xiu. The guard asked excitedly, although I don't have the chance to become Master Xiu's disciple like Master Itachi. But if he could steal a little bit, it would benefit him endlessly. Did I just do that? That hearty, witty battle. It turned out that I was playing with air dolls. Cough. That was just now. That is indeed a new training method that the teacher taught me, but the teacher said that it cannot be passed on. 1 inch. Uchiha Itachi straightened his face. Serious nonsense. How can you tell others about being teased? Is his young patriarch shameless? Well, that's really a pity. Hearing Uchiha Itachi's answer, a look of disappointment flashed across the guard's face. Okay, I have to go back to eat, so I'll go first. Uchiha Itachi nodded to the ninja, and then ran towards home. At the same time, he said to himself. Illusion. Does the teacher mean that you want me to specialize in illusion? Well, it must be so. Sharingan is the foundation of the Uchiha clan. It seems that I will work more on illusion in the future. If Uchiha Xiu knew what Uchiha Itachi was thinking, he couldn't help laughing. He didn't have so many ideas. He just thought he could play tricks on Uchiha Itachi at what he does best. It's just an interesting thing. However, anyway, an unintentional move by Uchiha Xiu led Uchiha Itachi embark on the path of specializing in illusion. Chapter 78 Goodbye Orochimaru for subscription. The plans of Shimura Danzō and Sarutobi Hiruzen are going very well. When they implicitly expressed that they wanted Uchiha Xiu to support the frontier against the two brothers Ai and Bai, Uchiha Xiu agreed without thinking. He will not refuse such a thing as being able to obtain evolution to shorten the time. Even because Uchiha Xiu promised too readily. So much so that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō are a little skeptical about life. That's all. Uchiha Xiu was eventually sent to the frontier with the order to support Orochimaru. Xiu-jun, I didn't expect you to be the one sent by the village to support me this time. The moment he saw Uchiha Xiu, Orochimaru had a sick smile on his face and looked at Uchiha Xiu with curiosity on his face. Xiu-jun, I didn't expect you to grow to this extent in such a short period of time after the Chunin exam. Looking at Uchiha Xiu, Orochimaru was moved. With his in-depth research on the human body, he developed the living corpse reincarnation. This makes Orochimaru more and more eager for the body of the blood succession limit ninja. And within the bounds of blood, Sharingan, it is undoubtedly one of the most powerful blood succession boundaries in the entire ninja world. Really, I hope Master Orochimaru won't secretly attack me on the battlefield. Uchiha Xiu smiled, found a chair and sat down. Shu-jun, you really like to joke. After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Orochimaru's pupils shrank, and he also laughed. He didn't expect Uchiha Xiu to be so sharp. I sensed his thoughts immediately. Even said it very forcefully. Are you kidding me or not? Because the snake clings to the cause, people know best. Uchiha Xiu casually replied, although his intention is to cooperate with Orochimaru, in order to achieve the purpose of constantly cloning Sharingan. But he is very clear about Orochimaru's character. If you can't come up with enough strength to deter him, with Orochimaru's ambition, maybe he will attack him at any time. It seems that you have a big opinion on me, Shu-jun. Seeing Uchiha Xiu like this, Orochimaru stopped pretending. His expression became very cold. A pair of vertical pupils stared at Uchiha Xiu closely, making no secret of his killing intent. Well, save this game for others, and now tell me about the current situation. Uchiha Xiu has no discomfort with Orochimaru's threat. Regardless of strength, the ninjas he killed can be piled up into a hill. It was impossible for Orochimaru to overwhelm him in momentum. Okay, I'll explain it to Mr. Xiu. Seeing that Uchiha Xiu was not affected, Orochimaru also withdrew his momentum. Then began to carefully explain the current situation to Uchiha Xiu, although his heart desires Uchiha Xiu's body more and more. But the superficial work still needs to be done well. Begeya Road, Kugeya Road, Eight Tails are the coolest, but the big brother's face makes people want to puke. Yo. A-hole, don't rap for me at this time. Boom. With a loud shout, two thick arms collided together, and the powerful air wave knocked all the tables and chairs out of the room. Hey, big brother was furious and vandalized public property, and in the end he had to be stopped by Uncle Bai. What a way. Compare. At the border of Cloud Shinobi Village, I and Bai are discussing the countermeasures to attack Konoha in the room. It has been more than 10 days since they launched an attack on Konoha. Originally thought that with the strength of him and Killer Bee, he could definitely defeat Konoha. But I didn't expect that with just one Orochimaru, Sleepy Leaf would completely stall their offensive pace. Moreover, according to the information sent back from the front line, the war between Konoha and Sunagaku has ended in Konoha's victory. If the struggle continues, once Konoha reinforcements arrive, it is very likely that they will also be in a difficult battle here. Another point is, they fought fiercely with Konoha, but the tens of thousands of ninjas hoarded by Iwagakure at the border did not move at all. This is so unreasonable. To know, the daily consumption of so many ninjas is an astronomical figure. If Iwagakure had no intention of participating in the war, then why did they send tens of thousands of ninjas on the border? Thinking that my father had personally led the elite troops to attack Iwagakure. A bad premonition suddenly rose in Ai's heart. Coupled with Killer Bee's crappy rap, it made I Ting even more upset. Report. Say, what's the matter? Seeing a ninja coming in, I frowned and asked. Konoha's first reinforcements have arrived, led by Uchiha Xiu. Because they want to put pressure on Cloud Shinobi Village, they want Cloud Shinobi to voluntarily withdraw troops. So Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Uchiha Xiu to support Orochimaru with a lot of fanfare. Therefore, the first time Uchiha Xiu arrived at the border, it has been discovered by spies from Cloud Shinobi Village. Uchiha Xiu. Hearing this name, I frowned even deeper. Although he has never met Uchiha Xiu, but Uchiha Xiu's name has been heard many times. He who has been following the battle between Sunagaku and Konoha all the time, naturally knows Uchiha Xiu's terrifying performance on the battlefield. Yes, that is Uchiha Xiu who is called Konoha Shira. Okay, I see, you go down. After the ninja walked out of the room, I continued. Bye, this battle can't be delayed any longer, we must make a quick decision. Otherwise, the longer it is delayed, the worse it will be for us. I thought that after the previous two wars, Konoha had long since lost its previous background. But unexpectedly, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Although the strength of Cloud Shinobi Village has grown by leaps and bounds in recent years. But when he really faced Konoha, he realized that he was still a little powerless. Hey, Konoha Shira, let Zhao Mahao make it hard for him to live on the battlefield. Begeya Road, Kugeya Road. Killer Bee is still immersed in his rap world. In his opinion, no matter who the Konoha sect came over, they would not be his opponents after joining forces with the I brothers. Even Orochimaru, didn't he get deflated several times at the hands of their brothers? Bye, get ready, we will launch a sneak attack on Konoha tonight. Clear. I felt more and more uneasy in her heart. He has already decided to take Killer Bee and a few elite jonin to attack Konoha Ryo tonight. Regardless of whether the battle is won or not, he will withdraw to Cloud Shinobi Village to support his father. Iwagakure's behavior is really abnormal. I always feels that the ninjas of Iwagakure are planning some kind of conspiracy. And from the present point of view, it is impossible to follow orders and defeat Konoha. Might as well go back and help my father deal with Iwagakure. Chapter 79. These two guys again. Seeking subscription. It's not good. Cloud Shinobi is here to attack. Notify Lord Orochimaru immediately. Damn, don't panic, keep a good formation. At the border of Konoha, the flames are soaring into the sky. Just now, I and Killer Bee from Cloud Shinobi Village suddenly led several teams of elite jonin to attack the Konoha base camp. In the case of Konoha's insufficient defense, huge casualties were caused very quickly. Lightning style, heavy flow storm. In the darkness, Ikuiwu's body was surrounded by lightning. Fast forward to ultimate. Even elite Jonin, at Ai's speed, it is difficult to build an effective defense. After Ai enters the lightning-style chakra mode, his speed is as fast as lightning. Under the powerful speed blessing, Ai is like a humanoid beast. If you rub it, you will be injured, if you touch it, you will die. The key is, this guy's defense is amazing. Ordinary ninjutsu can't break his defense at all. Under Ai's slamming, Konoha's ninjas all felt a deep sense of powerlessness. I still have energy, and the charm shines. Eight Tails Sandra Killer Bee is me. Ah, the battle has begun. Konoha's ninjas will die obediently. Yay, compared with Ai who is as fast as lightning, Killer Bee's speed is not so pervert. But his strange sword skills, huge tail, and scarlet chakra coat. Even though he was surrounded by Konoha shinobi, he still didn't panic at all. Accompanied by the excited rap, Killer Bee also killed 590 squares in the crowd. Damn, it's these two guys again. The despicable Cloud Shinobi sent Eight Tails Jinchuriki to the battlefield. Damn, isn't there anyone on our side who can teach these two guys a lesson? Well, even Lord Orochimaru has nothing to do with the two of them, so he can barely hold them back. I'm so unwilling, so many of our companions, can we just die in vain? The ninjas on Konoha's side were all very angry, but there was nothing they could do. After more than 10 days of fighting, the casualties caused by Ai and Killer Bee were too great. They also used to take advantage of the number of people to slowly consume them to death. However, Ai's speed can't be captured by Ai's, let alone contain it. Containing Killer Bee is relatively simple, but he was able to complete the tailed beast in an instant. As soon as the huge eight tails appeared, no matter how unwilling Konoha was, she could only choose to give up. If Orochimaru hadn't held them back, then on the first day of fighting Cloud Shinobi Village, Konoha's side may have already lost. Summoning. Just when Konoha Shinobi was desperate, with a bang, a huge python appeared in front of everyone. It's Master Orochimaru. Great, it's saved. I hope Master Orochimaru will be able to hold these two back this time. The moment they saw the Orochimaru summoning beast, all the ninjas on Konoha's side retreated tacitly. In this level of battle, they will only get in the way if they stay. Orochimaru, why did you call me here again? Didn't I say that? I won't fight Eight Tails again, do you want me to eat you? Seeing the scene in front of him, one snake was very dissatisfied. Although he is the king of 10,000 snakes, he can only be beaten passively when facing tailed beasts. The previous battles had left him covered with scars. Now the injury is still not healed, because the snake got him out again. Okay, one snake, don't complain, I will give you a sacrifice after this round. Standing on the head of 10,000 snakes, Orochimaru's voice is hoarse. Looking in the direction of the camp, frowning. As soon as he discovered Cloud Shinobi's sneak attack, he sent someone to notify Uchiha Xiu. But now Uchiha Xiu still doesn't show up. You dare to openly disobey orders, are you dissatisfied with me? No, with Uchiha Xiu's heart, he would never do such a thing. Then why? For a moment, several thoughts flashed in Orochimaru's mind, but he couldn't think of the reason why Uchiha Xiu couldn't come. Orochimaru, let you run away a few times before, this time I will never let you go. Seeing Orochimaru appear, Ai and Killer Bee also stopped attacking. Today, final battle, even if you can't defeat Konoha, Ai also wants to bite off a piece of flesh from Konoha. And this piece of meat, it is Orochimaru, one of the Sannin. Oh, is it up to you? Standing on top of 10,000 snakes, Orochimaru looked down at Ai and Killer Bee, with a look of disdain on his face. Although Ai and Killer Bee are strong, to kill him Orochimaru, it's a bit overwhelming. I don't go out to inquire on the ability to save lives. He Orochimaru admits the second, but who dares to say the third? Bye, up. I didn't talk nonsense, and launched an attack directly. It turned into a flash of thunder and disappeared in place in an instant. HMPH, small tricks. One snake, go and hold Eight Tails Jinchuriki, FA. Orochimaru snorted coldly, then jumped to the ground. Hulker with many snake hands. With a low shout, Orochimaru's arms instantly turned into dozens of giant lion majesty, rushing towards Ai who was already in sight. It's just that such an attack Ai obviously doesn't take it seriously. Do not dodge, do not evade, a knife in hand. All the snakes were chopped off in half. Lightning style, Laylee is eager. In lightning style chakra mode, Ai's speed is lightning fast. Although Orochimaru managed to capture Ai's figure, but his body couldn't react at all. Boom, click, with a crackling sound, Orochimaru was instantly sent flying. The powerful impact dragged out a long gully on the ground. Cough. However, Orochimaru obviously won't be defeated so easily. After a few seconds, Orochimaru's mouth suddenly opened in a weird way. Then another Orochimaru came out of his mouth. Orochi Flow Body Replacement Technique. Known as the most perfect body replacement technique. The ninja who mastered this jutsu. As long as chakra is not exhausted before, it is impossible to be killed at all. However, when Orochimaru just appeared, Ai's figure had already appeared in front of Orochimaru. Lightning style, hot knife. Repeating the same trick, Ai's thick arm hit Orochimaru's chest again. But this time, at the moment of impact, Orochimaru's body suddenly twisted in a strange way. Software transformation. Orochimaru took advantage of the flexibility of the transformed body pervert and wrapped it around Ai's arm like a snake. Then quickly sealed the mudra with both hands. Array of 10,000 snakes. In an instant, countless lion majesties of different sizes rushed out from the ground one after another, wrapping Aiyan tightly. Burst. Seeing that the time is right, Orochimaru shouted loudly. Then tens of thousands of lion majesty exploded at the same time. Boom. The strong explosion made the ground tremble, and the airwaves flattened the surrounding battlefield. Call. After a long time, the smoke cleared, and the figures of Ai and Orochimaru appeared in front of everyone again. It's not dead. Seeing Ai half kneeling on the ground panting, Orochimaru's pupils shrank. The explosion of that level just now didn't even kill him. Orochimaru, I underestimated you. Quote. Wiping the bloodline at the corner of her mouth, Ai slowly stood up. If it wasn't for the protection of lightning-style chakra and his tyrannical body. With that move just now, he was already dead. Should I say that he is indeed the head of the long-established Sannin? Looking at Orochimaru in the distance, Ai's fighting spirit rose higher and higher. Boom. As Ai and Orochimaru confronted each other, there was a loud explosion not far away. Compared with the 10,000 snakes array detonated by Orochimaru just now, it is not inferior. Orochimaru, I'm leaving first, remember to prepare the tribute. Otherwise, I will never end with you. After the explosion, the weak voice of 10,000 snakes came from the smoke and dust. It has persisted until now and has done its best. Facing Killer Bee, which has completely turned into a tailed beast. It has no power to fight back at all, and it was accidentally blown up by the tailed beast bomb just now. If it wasn't for its rough skin and thick flesh, it must have been finished. Wan Snake didn't want to risk his life for Orochimaru. So, seeing that the defeat was decided, Wan Snake did not hesitate. He took the initiative to cancel the summoning technique and disappeared on the battlefield. Roar. Eight Tails raised his head to the sky and roared, then jumped behind Ai. Prepared to attack Orochimaru with Ai. 3S. Chapter 80 Cloud Shinobi Sneak Attack, Why Didn't You Call Me? Seeking subscription. It's not a good time. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru was not calm anymore. Wan Snake, that BD, couldn't hold on in such a short time. Let him face alone, Ai and Killer Bee. How can this be won? Although Orochimaru is still in good shape, very good, but the formation of 10,000 snakes just now is already one of Orochimaru's most powerful killing moves. But still did not kill Ai. Now add an 8 Tails. There is no hope of winning. But he can't just run away. Behind is Konoha's camp. If he runs away now, the prestige he has accumulated over the years is likely to be completely gone. Yo, brother, are you alright? Seeing Ai's appearance, Killer Bee asked with concern. It's okay, Orochimaru is really strong, I was naive just now. But if our two brothers join forces, Orochimaru will definitely not be our opponent. In the battle just now, although Ai was injured, but with his physical fitness, he can continue to fight. No matter what, Orochimaru is going to be killed here tonight. Bye, the day is right. After stabilizing his injuries, Ai gave a loud roar, and rushed towards Orochimaru again. Killer Bee also came into contact with Tailed Beast, and together with Ai launched an attack towards Orochimaru. Lightning style, let me explode. Lightning style, lateral bolt of pain. After Killer Bee joined, the situation on the battlefield took a turn for the worse. Killer Bee and Ai have been training and cooperating with each other since they were young. The moves of the two have long been coordinated seamlessly. Even an experienced strongman like Orochimaru, in front of Ai and Killer Bee, he could only barely parry. Lightning style, guillotine drop. Boom. Kicked by Ai again, Orochimaru struggled to get up from the ground. Even if you have Orochi Flow body replacement technique, under the crazy attack of Ai and Killer Bee, Orochimaru also suffered some injuries. More importantly, whether it's the remaining chakra or his physical strength, under such a high-intensity battle, they are almost exhausted. It can be said that the current Orochimaru, it is close to the end of the battle. Damn it, there are too many people here, and I can't show my full strength at all. Glancing at Konoha Shinobi not far away, Orochimaru groaned secretly. His true strength is naturally more than that, but his whole cards cannot be exposed in front of so many ninjas. Like Impure World Reincarnation, if such a forbidden technique is used, even if we can win this battle, that waits for him, probably only Konoha's trial, the ugly appearance of the village's upper echelons. Orochimaru knew it all. Bye, keep attacking, don't give him a chance to breathe. Seeing Orochimaru's appearance, I naturally would not let go of such an opportunity, and chose to continue attacking without stopping. Lightning style, absolutely stunning thunder plow hot knife. Killer Bee and I used combined ninjutsu against Orochimaru. Boom. With a muffled sound. Moment. Orochimaru's head flew into the air. This should be dead, right? Seeing Orochimaru's headless corpse, I stepped on Orochimaru's head. This Orochimaru is really hard to kill. Even he teamed up with Killer Bee and it took so long to finish him off. It seems that Konoha's background is really deep. Master Orochimaru. Did even Lord Orochimaru be killed? Impossible. Master Orochimaru will never die like this. He is a ninja who survived the hand of a demigod. Seeing that Orochimaru's head was cut off, everyone in Konoha panicked. Orochimaru is their spiritual leader. It is also the only way they can compete with Cloud Shinobi. Even if the head is twisted off, everyone still doesn't believe it. Orochimaru will be killed by these two guys in front of him. However, that guy called Uchiha Xiu, why didn't he show up? Things went a bit too smoothly tonight. Except for Orochimaru, None of them received any resistance from Konoha. It must be that I was too scared to show up when I heard the name of my uncle. Hearing I talking to himself, Killer Bee started dancing and gesticulating again. Don't you guys think it's a little too early to be happy? Orochimaru's hoarse voice came from the ground, and I and Killer Bee were startled. Then I saw Orochimaru's head drop to the ground, his mouth was still opening and closing. The voice just now came from him. Hell, is this guy immortal? His head was shot off, but he is still alive. Is this guy a monster? Yaki technique. Orochimaru ignored the shocked eye and Killer Bee. Instead, he used his only forbidden technique that can be exposed in the crowd. Yamada no Orochi technique. Boom. But in an instant, a huge white shape with 8 heads and 8 tails appeared in everyone's sight. That huge body is even bigger than 8 tails. Great. Master Orochimaru is not dead. Ask for flowers. Let me just say, Lord Snakeji is invincible. Is this the strength of Lord Orochimaru? Really powerful. Seeing Yamada no Orochi, all the ninjas in Konoha cheered. They will know. Orochimaru, the head of the Sannin. It is absolutely impossible to be killed. Compare. After seeing Yamada no Orochi, I yelled at Killer Bee. Killer Bee nodded understandingly. To deal with such a huge monster. Still gotta get 8 tails to do it. Roar. Once again fully tailed beast. 8 tails appeared in front of Yamada no Orochi. Then he started a hand-to-hand fight with Yamada no Orochi. Boom. 2 huge bodies crashed into each other. Every hit can cause the earth to tremble. Bye, I'll help you. 0. Seeing that it was difficult to tell the winner, I rushed forward again. Although compared with 8 tails and Yamada no Orochi, his body is almost like an ant. But I's attack power is not covered. Every attack can cut off a snake head of Yamada no Orochi. However, the severed snake head can grow back in an instant. Damn it. Orochimaru hid in the body of Yamada no Orochi and groaned secretly. In order to prevent 8 tails from releasing the tailed beast bomb, Orochimaru can only choose to fight with 8 tails in hand-to-hand combat. But in this way, I can attack him as he likes. Although no substantial harm can be done, but able to consume his chakra. If this goes on, Orochimaru will lose due to lack of chakra in a short time. What the hell is going on with these two guys today? It is not that Orochimaru has not fought against the two brothers I and Killer Bee before. It's just that there has never been a fight to this extent. You know, it is not an easy task to kill a cage-level powerhouse. No, it seems that they are really going to fight me hard today. Seeing I who was already bruised but still did not intend to retreat, Orochimaru finally decided to give up. He has tried his best in this battle, and if he persists, his life may really be in danger. Looks like I'm overthinking it. Just when Orochimaru was about to give up resistance, the voice of Uchiha Xiu came over suddenly. Then Orochimaru saw a huge blood-red demon statue. One kick sent 8 tails flying hundreds of meters. Orochimaru, Cloud Shinobi is here to attack, why didn't you call me? Uchiha Xiu's first sentence almost counted Orokichi breaking the defense on the spot. Chapter 81 The villain sues first for subscription. Orochimaru, Cloud Shinobi sneak attack, why didn't you call me? Facing the accusation of Uchiha Xiu's righteous words, Orochimaru almost fainted from anger. Why didn't I call you? As soon as the enemy is found, I will send someone to notify you, okay? I haven't asked you yet. Why come now? I sent someone to call you immediately, don't you know? Looking at Uchiha Xiu, Orochimaru said coldly. Yeah, I like to set up an enchantment outside the house before going to bed at night, but I didn't hear it. You were unqualified as the coach. Seeing that I didn't come out, don't you know how many times to call? When you encounter difficulties, you should take the initiative to solve them. If I didn't come out after calling again, did you just give up? Uchiha Xiu really didn't know about this matter. Otherwise, he would have come out long ago. What the hell am I? After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, 060, Orochimaru opened his mouth in disbelief. Seen shameless. Never seen such shamelessness. You set up the enchantment yourself, why don't you blame me for not calling you? There is an enchantment outside your FG room. I call you again but you can't hear me. How many times do I call you before you hear me? Also, how do I know why the guy sent to call you didn't call you a few more times? Revolving is Orochimaru's conservation, after hearing Uchiha Xiu's words. Almost burst out foul language. This guy, now it is definitely throwing the pot on purpose. Okay, I'll forgive you this time, and I won't make another example. Seeing Orochimaru's stunned look, Uchiha Xiu waved his hands casually, said that he was very generous, and this time he would not bother with him. Forgive me, is it not an example? Isn't that what I should say? I'm working so hard alone against I and Killer Bee, 2 muscular guys. Almost got knocked out. You are good, sleeping comfortably in the room does not say. Now even blame the mistake on my head. Your FG face is thicker than a city wall. Great, Master Xiu is here too, now there is hope. Wow, is this the secret technique Master Xiu mastered? It's so handsome. This aura is worthy of the man called Shura. Master Xiu, kill Cloud Shinobi and avenge your dead companions. HMPH, Lord Orochimaru held back the 2 of them just now. Now that Master Xiu is here, Cloud Shinobi is doomed. The visual impact brought by the scene where Uchiha Xiu kicked 8 tails flying hundreds of meters is really too strong. Coupled with the style of Susanoo's style and Uchiha Xiu's prestige in the Sunagaku battlefield before. May all Konoha Shinobi fans be filled with hope once again. Erroneous N. Yuki, I didn't expect us to meet in this way. Seeing Eight Tails charging again, Shuzuru ran out of Uchiha Xiu's body. Seeing the embarrassed Eight Tails let out a mocking laugh. Eight Tails Gyuki, also Kurama's fanatical support. Like Kurama, it also believes that the strength of tailed beasts is measured by the number of tails. This makes Shukaku second only to Kurama in how much he hates it. Stinky cat, why are you here? Seeing Shuzuru, Gyuki snorted coldly. Although they are all tailed beasts, the relationship between them is not very good. Let me see how you were beaten. Keeping cranes lying on top of Uchiha Xiu's head, full of interest. He knows Uchiha Xiu's strength. In Shuhei's view, since Uchiha Xiu can easily beat it up, that beats Gyuki, it's definitely not a problem. After all, among the tailed beasts, it is the strength of Lord Shuhei who is the strongest. What should I do? That guy owns the Mangekyo Sharingan, so it looks like he's in trouble this time. Just like Shozuru back then, the first time Eight Tails saw Uchiha Xiu, he remembered the fear of being dominated by Uchiha Madara back then. In front of that pair of evil Mangekyo Sharingan, their tailed beasts had no power to fight back at all. Hey, no matter who was on the other side, they can't stop my uncle's explosive hammer. Begeya Road, Kugeya Road. Seeing Uchiha Xiu, Killer Bee started rapping again. It is not up to him to decide whether to fight or not. On the war zone, he just needs to follow Ai's command. Orochimaru, go and rest beside me. Uchiha Xiu stepped forward, whether it is Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, or the future fourth Raikage Ai. It is impossible to be his opponent. Don't die, I am very interested in your body. Orochimaru said something silently in his heart, and then came into contact with Yamada no Orochi technique. He is at the end of his battle now. If you continue to stay on the battlefield, you won't be able to fight anymore. Therefore, after hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Orochimaru decisively chose to leave. He also wants to see Uchiha Xiu's true strength. How far has it come to? Be careful. Seeing Orochimaru withdraw from the battlefield, I did not choose to go forward to attack. Uchiha Xiu put too much pressure on him. Even if you just stand there, it made all the hairs on his body stand on end. Let's watch Uncle Bai's performance next. Killer Bee let out a strange cry, and then rushed towards Uchiha Xiu. And I also turned on the lightning-style chakra mode. Attacked on Susanoo summoned by Uchiha Xiu. How did Master Orochimaru go? Maybe it was too much consumption just now, so I need to take a break. After all, Mr. Orochimaru held back the opponent for so long just now. At first I thought it would be 2-on-2, but now it has turned into a 2-on-1 situation. On the opposite side are the sons of Eight Tails Jinchuriki and Third Raikage. We have seen their strength. Can Master Xiu do it alone? I don't know, but now I can only choose to trust Master Xiu, even though Master Xiu is still so young. Come on, Master Xiu, let Cloud Shinobi see how powerful our Konoha is. Seeing Killer Bee and I attacking, all the ninjas on Konoha's side couldn't help worrying about Uchiha Xiu. After all, what Uchiha Xiu is facing now, but even Orochimaru-sama, the head of the Sannin, can't stand against him. Snort. Seeing Eight Tails attacking first, Uchiha Xiu snorted coldly. Susanoo drew her long knife. 1.71 knife. Then cut off several tails of Eight Tails. Boom. At the same time, Eight Tails' attack also fell on Susanoo. The huge impact knocked Susanoo back a few steps. Lightning style, lateral bolt of pain. At the moment when Eight Tails and Susanoo separated, I saw the timing, concentrated lightning style on his hand, and then used all his strength to slash at the place where Uchiha Xiu was. Click. At the moment of contact, several cracks appeared on the part of Susanoo attacked by Ai. However, that's all. The moment a crack appeared in Susanoo, with the blessing of Uchiha Xiu's powerful pupil power, Susanoo was once again intact. At the same time, 4 arms grew out of Susanoo's back. One of the arms is clenched into a fist. With one punch, Ai, who was unable to borrow strength in the air, was sent flying. Chapter 82 Hell Spike, one hand, subscribe. So strong, is this the strength of Master Xiu? It's unbelievable that such a strong attack can be resisted so easily. Judging from Master Xiu's expression, it doesn't seem to be affected at all. Seeing Ai who was blown away by a punch, everyone in Konoha was stunned. Ai's strength has been proven in these few days of fighting. But now, under full blow, didn't even break the defense. The strength shown by Uchiha Xiu, it's just too outrageous. As the defense so strong, not only Konoha's ordinary ninjas, but even Orochimaru, seeing the scene just now, felt turbulent in his heart. He couldn't be more clear about Ai's attack power. Even if his is the triple Rashomon, he may not be able to hit the full blow of Ai just now. Result, with such a powerful attack power, when facing Uchiha Xiu, didn't even break the defense. Sharingan mighty, refresh Orochimaru's cognition once again, and let him long for Uchiha Xiu's body. It's getting stronger. The future fourth Raikage, the lightning-style chakra mode known as the strongest spear, seems to be nothing more than that. Kicking Ai away with one punch, Uchiha Xiu didn't cause any disturbance in his heart. As long as the pupil is strong enough, before the opponent has reached the strength of 6 paths, the full body of Susanoo is almost invincible. Of course, except for Senju Hashirama's humanoid plug-in. Hateful, after being knocked into the air for thousands of meters, his body even dragged a long gully on the ground. Ai struggled to climb out from the pile of rocks. He did not expect. His full blow was only on the huge blood-red demon statue. Made a few cracks. Moreover, These cracks were repaired the moment they appeared. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Why is there such a strong defense? Looking at Susanoo, who was still fighting with 8 tails, I couldn't understand. Under lightning-style chakra mode, he knows exactly how strong his attack is. Even 8 tails, if you hit him firmly, it will definitely not feel good. But now, see Uchiha Xiu's status. Just that blow, it didn't seem to affect him at all. Damn it, I will never admit to such a thing. I wiped off the bloodline from the corner of his mouth, activated lightning-style chakra mode again. Rushed towards Uchiha Xiu at a very fast speed. This time, he intends to do his best. Glory of Cloud Shinobi Village. Definitely have to defend it. Ah, I is fast. Perhaps, even the real lightning can only bow down when seeing such a speed. Thousands of meters away, but for a moment, Ibian had already rushed in front of Uchiha Xiu again. Lightning style, guillotine drop. Lightning style, lateral bolt of pain. Lightning style, hell spike, 4 hands. Without any fancy moves. Yes, only the most primitive and simple physical arts. But, with great strength and super speed. These few moves can even be used by ordinary people to fight. In Ai's hands, with great power, it seems to learn to destroy anything in front of it. Boom, boom, bang. Under full burst, Ai's speed has reached ultimate. Everyone only felt that a blue lightning was constantly impacting on the huge demon statue. The blue arc and the blood-red giant formed a stark contrast. Fast, even Uchiha Xiu's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan had trouble locking onto Ai's figure. Not enough, not enough. The continuous attack, although it looks amazingly powerful, but, under the crazy output of Uchiha Xiu eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil power, Ai's attack only created more cracks on the surface of Susanoo. It is still hopeless to break through the defense. It's not over. BD. Hell thrust, Japanese officer. This is the strongest ultimate move given to Ai by third Raikage. Known as the strongest spear. Concentrate the strength of the whole body on one finger. Through everything. Exclamation mark. Click click click. With a crackling sound, under Ai's crazy attack, he finally broke through Susanoo's defense. No, Master Xiu is in danger. Is this still a human? It actually broke Master Xiu's defense. What should I do? Ai has already rushed to Lord Xiu's side. Without the demon statue, can Lord Xiu block Ai's attack? The moment he defeated Susanoo, Ai rushed in front of Uchiha Xiu. He knows, such an opportunity may only be this once. Can't hold it. Then today they will definitely lose. And this scene also made Konoha's ninjas raise their hearts to their throats. No one knows, without the defense of the demon statue, can Uchiha Xiu block Ai's powerful attack? This guy, does he still have such a strong attack method? Seeing Ai's performance, Orochimaru couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. If Ai had exploded with such power during the previous battle, maybe he could kill him before he could react. No, I still need to study new ninjutsu. Even if I am really killed, as long as I still have a piece of soul fragment, I can still be resurrected. Orochimaru suddenly felt that his life-saving means were not yet perfect, and he needed to speed up the progress in this area in future research. Can you do this step? It gave me a little surprise. Seeing Ai rushing in front of him, Uchiha Xiu decisively opened the pentagram, locked Ai in the center, and then instantly appeared 500 meters away. Flying Thunder God. No, this is not Flying Thunder God. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru was shocked again. Just now Uchiha Xiu obviously used space-time ninjutsu. But it's not Flying Thunder God. Xiu, the secret in you really attracts me more and more. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked his own face. If you can get the body of Uchiha Xiu, what a wonderful thing that would be. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Seeing Uchiha Xiu, who appeared 500 meters away in an instant, I widened his eyes in disbelief. You know time and space ninjutsu, didn't you say earlier? You said earlier why I wasted so much effort just now. What a bloody BD. There was a sense of despair in Ai's heart. It cost me my life to finally break through Susanoo's defense. Even the fingers that just used a Guancho 767 have been abolished. In the end you were fine. In a blink of an eye, I ran so far. How do you play this? Looking at Uchiha Xiu, who has been wrapped in the blood-red demon statue again. I decisively gave up the pursuit. His current state has almost reached its limit. Going up is just wasting chakra in vain. Thinking of this, Ai Meng felt like retreating. Since tonight is doomed to fail to achieve any results, then there is no need to continue fighting. Bye, we withdraw. This attack on Konoha seemed to end in failure. Withdraw. Can you withdraw? After hearing Ai's words, Uchiha Xiu sneered. Want to leave if you can't beat it? How can there be such a good thing in the world? Big Ball Rasengan. The moment Ai turned his head, Susanoo disappeared, and Uchiha Xiu also appeared behind Ai. A huge sky blue ball bombarded Ai's arm. Boom. The huge power of Rasengan instantly sent Ai flying. Uchiha Xiu did not hesitate, and teleported again, appearing beside Ai again. Reikiri. Ku. Ai's speed is really fast. Even though he was seriously injured, he still avoided Uchiha Xiu's fatal blow at the last moment. However, although not fatally shot, the arm just injured by Big Ball Rasengan was directly cut off by Uchiha Xiu's Reikiri. Brother. Seeing this scene, Killer Bee rushed up like crazy. Looking at the huge figure of 8 tails, Uchiha Xiu could only choose to retreat. Chapter 83 Lune Tomb, another Suzuo. Seeking subscription. Damn it. Seeing Ai's miserable appearance, Killer Bee quickly protected him with his tail. Yi Ai's current state, if Uchiha Xiu finds another chance, it is very likely that it will be killed in an instant. Run. Although he lost an arm, I didn't care much about it. Instead, I was very worried about the safety of Killer Bee. Today is their carelessness. I didn't expect Uchiha Xiu's strength to be so strong. Even if the two brothers join forces, they are not Uchiha Xiu's opponent. Hey, brother idiot, let's go. The next Raikage can't live without, it's just that he lost a hand, so let Mr. Killer Bee go berserk for you, yay. Don't. Killer Bee ignored I. This was the first time he disobeyed his brother's orders on the battlefield. As a brother, you have always protected me. Now, just let me protect you. Big brother. Killer Bee danced and rapped, and flung I away with his tail. Whoosh. Under the powerful power of 8 tails, I's body was like a cannonball, and he disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. Hey, the kid on the other side, I'm 8 tails, I'll make you regret it right now. Begea rode, Kugea rode. Seeing that Uchiha Xiu did not choose to continue the pursuit, Killer Bee breathed a sigh of relief, and then wrestled with Uchiha Xiu again. HMPH, it's just the difference between early death and late death. Uchiha Xiu snorted coldly, and then quickly approached 8 tails. The pupil power of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan rushed towards 8 tails without reservation. No, he wants to use illusion to control me. Feeling the powerful pupil power of Uchiha Xiu, Gyuki was startled. This feeling is so familiar. That's how it was controlled by Uchiha Madara back then, and then it was sealed into Jinchuriki's body. Don't worry, Gyuki, I'll make you sober, I'm Killer Bee. As perfect Jinchuriki, Killer Bee and 8 tails, as long as they are prepared, they will not easily fall into the illusion. Because they are able to help each other disrupt the chakra of the body, thus making the illusion ineffective. It seems that it is still a bit difficult to control 8 tails with just pupil power. Soon, Uchiha Xiu also discovered that this method does not work. Although he is now an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, if he only relies on his pupil power, still can't easily control 8 tails. There is no way, then we can only fight hard. Uchiha Xiu gave up the method of controlling Gyuki with illusion, and once again summoned Susanoo. This time, he was ready to end the fight with violence. Chain. Gyuki, I advise you not to resist, or you will be beaten in vain. Seeing this scene, Shuhei began to gloat again. Among the 9-tailed beasts, it is the skinniest. It's like a bear child who hasn't grown up yet. Stinky raccoon, shut up. You big fat man, if you scold me again, be careful and I'll take care of you. HMPH, a fool with a tail. What are you talking about? UBD, that guy Kurama is talking nonsense, it's not true. The number of tails has always been a pain in Shohei's heart. Now that Gyuki has uncovered its scar, Shukaku is outraged. Shu, I will lend you all my strength to give this guy a hard lesson. Although Uchiha Xiu's chakra is still sufficient, Shuzuru still lends his own chakra to Uchiha Xiu. According to its mind, since it also contributes its own chakra to this battle, that counts as beating Gyuki himself. Okay, then let it see how good we are. Feeling the rapidly growing chakra in his body, Uchiha Xiu laughed out loud. Then the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan moved ultimate. With the crazy output of pupil power, a huge figure, invisible to no one except Uchiha Xiu, slowly appeared behind Gyuki. Round 2. Quick battle. Feeling the rapid passing of pupil power, Uchiha Xiu made a rough estimate. After summoning a wheel tomb Susanoo, his pupil power can only last half an hour at most. Jung. One knife. Uchiha Xiu controls Susanoo and cuts towards Gyuki's body. However, blocked by Gyuki's 8 tails. However, another Susanoo also took the opportunity to swing a knife. Swish. Gyuki's 8 tails were all cut off. What happened? Ignoring the pain in his body, Gyuki quickly retreated. It clearly blocked Uchiha Xiu's attack just now. Who did the attack after that? Gyuki can't figure it out, and Uchiha Xiu won't give it time to think. Controlling 2 giant Susanoos, they attack Gyuki at the same time. Boom. Under the shaking of the earth. Before long, Gyuki had lost the ability to resist. Fend off a Susanoo and it'll last a while. But facing the siege of 2 Susanoo, plus one of them is still invisible. Then Gyuki is no match. Roar. With the last roar, Gyuki's figure slowly disappeared. Only Killer Bee was left unconscious on the ground. 8 tails disappeared. Master Shu won. Oh my god. 10 people who cultivated no one actually defeated the unrenowned ab combination. This is too strong. I declare that from today on, Lord Shu will be my idol. Master Shu, I want to have a baby with you. Well, let me ask you weakly, does Master Shu have any requirements for finding a partner? As long as the gender is too rigid, I can do anything. The ones in the front, I'll die for you. Seeing that 8 tails also fell at Uchiha Xiu's feet, Konoha's ninjas all boiled. Brother Ab relied on his invincible speed and his thick skin. If you have nothing to do, launch an attack on Konoha. Every time it can cause huge casualties. The key is that I have no way to take these 2 people here. People come when they want, and leave when they want. These days, the Konoha shinobi folks on the frontier are PD off. Now, Uchiha Xiu finally spoke out for them. Ab combination, one was missing an arm, was beaten half to death, and his life and death were unknown. The other has become a captive, let his side slaughter. Such a result, even if Master 3rd Hokage is here, he can't do better than Master Shu, right? Shu, what are you going to do? The overall situation is settled. Orochimaru also walked to Uchiha Xiu's side. 8 Tails Jinchuriki, but a hot potato. How to do it? Let's get 8 Tails out first. After Uchiha Xiu finished speaking, he picked up Killer Bee and walked away without looking back. Today he fought so hard for so long, his pupil power was almost exhausted. If the body is not a sage body, it might be exhausted and paralyzed by now. If you pay so much, you can't charge some interest. Snort. Uchiha Xiu knew exactly what Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō were thinking. But he doesn't care. If it weren't for the ghosts of these 2 people, he might not have such a good opportunity to catch 8 Tails. Xiu, don't you need to discuss this matter with Master Hokage? Looking at Uchiha Xiu's back, Orochimaru was stunned. As the head of Sannin and the direct disciple of contemporary Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. In normal life, he is a very unruly person. But now seeing Uchiha Xiu, only then did Orochimaru know what it means that there are people beyond people, and there is a sky beyond the sky. Dealing with tailed beasts Wang Li's without asking for instructions. This is no longer as simple as riding on the top of Konoha and shitting. But not only to ride on their heads to shit, but also to ask them for paper. However, Orochimaru did not intend to stop Uchiha Xiu, although he is the commander-in-chief here. But since Uchiha Xiu dared to do this, he would never listen to him. And, if there is a real conflict, facing Uchiha Xiu, Orochimaru is not sure now. He was seriously injured in the battle just now. I'm afraid I won't be able to recover for a while. But judging from Uchiha Xiu's performance tonight, even if he recovers to his peak state, there is probably nothing he can do about him. Therefore, after Orochimaru watched Uchiha Xiu leave, he also returned to the room silently. After today's battle, he discovered that the escape technique he was so proud of had some flaws. This is something Orochimaru can't stand. In the world of Orochimaru, nothing is more important than his own life. After all, life is the root of everything. If you die, you will no longer be able to conduct scientific research. So, escape skills must be perfected immediately. Chapter 84. 8 Tails, I am following you. Seeking subscription, kill the cage level strong Killer Bee, and get 6 months of shortened time. Current accumulated shortened time. 1 year, 0, 17 days, 5 hours and 22 minutes. In the room, as 8 Tails was completely sealed into his body, the sound of the system also sounded in Uchiha Xiu's mind. Killer Bee, died. I said Gyuki, why do you have such an expression? You don't really have feelings for Jinchuriki, do you? In Uchiha Xiu's body, seeing Gyuki's distraught look, Shuhei moved closer. Bee is a good mate. Gyuki's interest was obviously not high, and after seeing Shukaku coming, he didn't quarrel with it as usual. TCH, what partner, isn't it just to use the power of our tailed beast? For Gyuki's words, Shuhei is very disdainful. The ugliness of human beings, during these years of being sealed, Shuhei has long seen clearly. On the one hand want to use their power, on the other hand fear their power. Regardless of their wishes, seal them into Jinchuriki's body. I don't see the sun all day long, and I don't even have the most basic freedom. How happy they were before becoming Jinchuriki. No Shuzuru, not all humans are like this. Seeing Shuzuru's disdainful expression, Gyuki explained. Arrive, Killer Bee, not such a person. I ask you, is your Jinchuriki willing to lift the seal for your freedom? This, 973. After listening to Shuzuru's words, Gyuki fell silent. Free again. Gyuki hadn't had that luxury for a long time. Being able to meet a Jinchuriki who doesn't make me hate it, and being able to come out occasionally for a breath of air. In Gyuki's view, it is already a very happy thing. I think you've been locked up stupidly. Shuhei's tone was a bit hateful, but he soon became complacent again. However, if you go far, this time you meet my uncle's Jinchuriki. In the future, if you want to go out to play, you can go out to play, and no one will care about you. Gyuki was shocked by Shukaku's words, and even felt that Shukaku was deliberately bragging. How could such a thing exist in this world? Want to go out and play? Even in Cloud Shinobi Village, even if Killer Bee has become a perfect Jinchuriki. Such a thing is still a distant dream for Gyuki. At most, it can only come out to bask in the sun for a while in a sparsely populated place. And be watched closely by many Cloud Shinobi. When the time comes, you have to go back immediately. I know you don't believe me, let's go, my uncle will lead you to see the world. Seeing Gyuki's suspicious look, Shuzuru didn't say much. It appeared directly outside Uchiha Xiu's body with Gyuki. Xiu, Gyuki hasn't been out for a long time, I'm going to take it out for a while. Shuzuru has a good impression of Uchiha Xiu. Uchiha Xiu is different from other ninjas, never worried about the threat they may cause, and never, CGFJ, guard against them. Even the seals that restrict them are not strong. This feeling, Shuhei only felt in the old man of 6 paths. Okay, then you guys have fun. Come back to me if you encounter any trouble, don't deal with it privately. Otherwise it might cause me some trouble. Looking at the miniature versions of Shuzuru and Gyuki on the ground, Uchiha Xiu readily agreed. He doesn't like to restrict the freedom of tailed beasts. Since Shuhei wants to go out for a walk, then go. Don't worry, I am a crane guard, and I will take good care of Gyuki. We walked. After getting Uchiha Xiu's consent, Shukaku ran out with the dumbfounded Gyuki. That style made Uchiha Xiu want to laugh. Do you still look after Gyuki? You'll be fine if you take care of yourself. But Uchiha Xiu was not too worried. Shuhei and Yuki didn't run out of their own bodies, so there won't be any major problems. Now, he is thinking whether to evolve the mid-level sage body first, or save it for a shorter time and evolve Rinnegan later. Forget it, keep it for now. Anyway, there is no need to evolve into an intermediate sage body now. After Uchiha Xiu thought about it for a long time, he still decided to keep it and shorten the time. With 8 tails and 1 tail, he does not lack chakra. And the current strength is enough to deal with most things. After evolving into an intermediate sage body, the strength cannot be greatly improved. It's better to save the shortening time first and evolve Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan into Rinnegan later. Still, take this opportunity to find Orochimaru. To clone Mangekyo, his technical team is still needed. Wow, it's Shuhei, so cute. The one next to it is the 8 tails that Master Xiu just tamed. It looks the same as a small octopus. I didn't expect the tail beast to be so cute after it got smaller. I really want to touch it with my hands. Outside Konoha's camp, Shukaku and Yuki have been surrounded by the crowd. There were even some bold ninjas who squatted down not far away, staring at these 2 little guys who could easily destroy a small country. Shuhei, what's going on here? I didn't have an illusion, did I? Seeing this scene, Yuki was stunned. Although they were also watched by the crowd, the eyes of this group of Konoha shinobi were completely different from the eyes of Cloud Shinobi before. When Cloud Shinobi looked at it, he was full of vigilance, always guarding against its rampage. But Konoha's ninja's eyes are full of maternal love. No one was on guard. For a moment, Yuki thought he had been tricked by Uchiha Xiu. HMPH, now do you believe what I said earlier? Seeing Yuki's appearance, Shuzuru looked proud. This time, he was finally able to put on a good show in front of his brother. But why aren't they afraid of us? Yuki was still in disbelief. HMPH, of course it's because of my uncle. Yuki, follow me obediently from now on, eat popular food and drink spicy food, these are all nothing to worry about, do you understand? Shuhei smiled triumphantly, took the opportunity to win over Yuki, and wanted to confirm his position as the boss. This is its biggest dream since its birth. In fact, what Shuhei said was not wrong. In the first few days, after Uchiha Xiu released it, most ninjas were still wary of it. However, out of trust in Uchiha Xiu, coupled with Shukaku's cute appearance after shrinking, Konoha's ninjas gradually accepted Shukuru. After a long time, Shuhei has become the group favorite of Konoha shinobi. After all, under normal circumstances, ordinary people may not see a tailed beast once in a lifetime. Although there is one more 8 tails now, in Konoha shinobi's opinion, none of them will cause any danger to his life. Master Shuhei, can I touch you? Just then, a bold female ninja walked up to Shuzuru and 8 tails. Holding a string of meatballs in his hand. It is Shuzuru's favorite food. Cough, how can my lord be touched casually? However, I am a little tired today, my lord will allow you to send me for a while. After Shuhei pretended to be reserved for a while, he jumped into the arms of the female ninja. Let's go, take my lord to go outside the camp for a while. Okay, Master Shuhei. Holding Shukaku in her arms, the female ninja smiled and narrowed her eyes, then handed the balls in her hand to Shukaku. Master Shuhei, I heard that you like to eat meatballs. I prepared this specially for you. The female ninja freed her hand, and under the envious eyes of everyone, she hugged Shuhei and walked towards the outside of the camp. Yuki, hurry up and follow. Shuzuru was eating the meatballs, but he still didn't forget Yuki, who stayed in place and lost his mind. Master Yuki, Dao Lei, I would like to give you a ride. I am willing to. Master Yuki, what do you like to eat? I am very good at cooking. Get out of the way, Master Yuki, look, this is a freshly picked wild fruit, you must like it. Since Cloud Shinobi has already retreated, Konoha's ninjas have nothing to do recently. They all wanted to get close to 8 tails like the previous ninja. Feed 8 tails, hang out with 8 tails. This is something you can brag about for a lifetime. Gulu, looking at the enthusiastic Konoha Shinobi fans, 8 tails swallowed and almost cried. Have a look, this is the real treatment that tailed beasts should enjoy. Think back to the days you lived before. 8 tails realized, it decides, what number of tail beasts, what strength, starting today, you, keep the crane, is my big brother, I 8 tails, follow you, Chapter 85 I just want to beat you half to death, please subscribe. Shu-jun, I don't know why you asked me to meet here. In a dense forest on the border of Konoha, Uchiha Xiu and Orochimaru stood opposite each other. Orochimaru, I want to discuss something with you. If Uchiha Xiu's guess is correct, he and Orochimaru will return to Konoha soon. At that time, it will not be so easy to contact Orochimaru. So, Uchiha Xiu intends to take this opportunity. Discuss with Orochimaru about future cooperation. Is it Mr. Xiu who handles the 8 tails Jinchuriki privately? I can't help you with that. Apart from this matter, Orochimaru really can't think of any reason for Uchiha Xiu to secretly contact himself at this time. He's not going to help Uchiha Xiu solve trouble. For Orochimaru, it would be better if the village can lay hands on Uchiha Xiu. He had been coveting Uchiha Xiu's body for a long time. No, it's about your recent human trials. I want to know how far you've come. Uchiha Xiu didn't directly state his purpose. In that case, he would lose some bargaining chips. Let the other party not guess your intention, and then you can get more benefits during the negotiation. Shu-jun, it seems that you know something you shouldn't know. Orochimaru's pupils shrank for a moment, and then returned to normal, but although his expression was still smiling, it was a little colder. Uchiha Xiu, how did you know he was doing human experiments recently? Could it be Danzō? No, Danzō has no reason to do that. He has no reason to sell himself at this stage. So what is the reason that made Uchiha Xiu notice it? Orochimaru was silent for a long time, but still couldn't think of the reason. Orochimaru, let me be blunt, I want to cooperate with you, but before that, I have to beat you to death. Seeing that Orochimaru hadn't spoken for a long time, Uchiha Xiu got a little impatient. Orochimaru is too sensitive. A simple question made him think of many things. Beat me to death before working together. I suspect you are out of your mind. Orochimaru was stunned by Uchiha Xiu's words. Live so big, he had never heard of such a thing. Xiu, although I don't understand your brain circuit, I won't obediently catch you without a fight. After listening to Uchiha Xiu's words, Orochimaru smiled. Although he still can't figure out why Uchiha Xiu beat him up before cooperating with him. But just right, this contest Orochimaru had no reason to refuse. Secretly conducting human experiments, once it is exposed, there will be no room for Orochimaru in Konoha. Although he doesn't have much sense of belonging to Konoha, he still needs the funds and various materials that Konoha brought him. Not to mention that before Orochimaru had just decided to perfect his escape technique. The secret of human experimentation must never be known to anyone. Losing is just a matter of cooperation. But if he wins, he can not only keep his secret, but also take the opportunity to get Uchiha Xiu's body. It is absolutely killing two birds with one stone. HMPH, I won't keep my hands, so be mentally prepared. Feeling the killing intent on Orochimaru, Uchiha Xiu sighed. He knows Orochimaru's thoughts clearly. This is why he made this request. Orochimaru is the one that even Rinnegan wants to grab. Ambitious and scary, show off your own strength before you stop cooperating. If you defeat Orochimaru, when he cooperates in the future, he may secretly make some troubles. Xiu, use your strength to please me. I'll let you know what cruelty is. Looking at Uchiha Xiu, Orochimaru stuck out his long tongue excitedly, with a sick smile on his face. He longed for Uchiha Xiu's body for a long time. I was planning to find a chance to do it again later. But now, given the opportunity, then plan ahead. As soon as Orochimaru finished speaking, 10 arms were cut off before he started to move. What happened? Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Xiu in horror, but found nothing abnormal at all. Uchiha Xiu remained in place. Who just attacked him? Exclamation mark. However, no matter how Orochimaru perceives it, there are only Uchiha Xiu and himself nearby. Could it be those eyes? Looking at Uchiha Xiu's scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan, Orochimaru suddenly remembered the scene when Uchiha Xiu fought Eight Tails earlier. At that time, the tail of Eight Tails was cut off suddenly during the battle. And he didn't notice any movement of Uchiha Xiu. But Uchiha Xiu will not give Orochimaru a chance to think seriously. With a thought, the shadow summoned by the wheel tomb attacked Orochimaru again. Swish. Again, there was a deep knife mark on Orochimaru's chest. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Orochimaru was angry and anxious. He knew that Uchiha Xiu's strength was very strong, but he never thought that Uchiha Xiu's strength could crush him so easily. Ask for flowers. Before the other party moved, he was already seriously injured. No, you will die if you go on like this. Although Uchiha Xiu said he would beat him to death, Orochimaru didn't dare to bet his life, so after seeing that he had no hope of winning, Orochimaru was ready to run away. The formation of 10,000 snakes. Although there is only one arm, Orochimaru's ninjutsu is still unaffected. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Xiu was surrounded by countless razors. Sure enough, the only one who has formally formed seals is Kisame. Uchiha Xiu smiled, and then launched the first phase of Susanoo. Using the ability of Mangekyo Sharingan to teleport in front of Orochimaru. A blood-red arm stretched out from Susanoo, who was wrapping Uchiha Xiu, and grabbed Orochimaru, whose movement was affected by the injury. 0. Magic Yang-Hang Technique. The moment Orochimaru and Uchiha Xiu looked at each other, they realized that their bodies were out of control. Is this the illusion of the Uchiha clan? So strong. Looking at Uchiha Xiu who stared at him blankly, Orochimaru struggled to control his body. I want to disrupt the flow of chakra in the body by means of mudra, so as to release the illusion. But in an instant, the other arm was chopped off by Uchiha Xiu. How about it, Orochimaru, is my strength pleasing you? Hearing the sarcasm in Uchiha Xiu's words, Orochimaru was ashamed and wanted to find a crack in the ground. It's just a few words of trash talk before the fight. Unexpectedly, he was hung up and educated. Xiu, kill me, you don't seem to be explaining to the village, do you? Sensing Uchiha Xiu's killing intent, Orochimaru felt himself so close to death for the first time. He has no doubt that as long as Uchiha Xiu has a thought, then there would be no more Orochimaru in this world. Don't worry, as I said, I just want to beat you half to death before we cooperate. Uchiha Xiu never thought of killing Orochimaru from the beginning to the end. The reason why he beat Orochimaru like this is to determine the status of the two in the cooperation. Quote. Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Orochimaru's face was full of question marks. Cooperation is cooperation. If you have anything to say, say it first. Why do you have to hit me so hard? A-hole. Looking at his own arms that fell to the ground, Orochimaru cried bitterly in his heart. Shimura Danzō is right. The guys from the Uchiha family are all a bunch of lunatics. Chapter 87 Planning. Please subscribe, and thank you for the flowers and monthly tickets. Have you heard? It is thanks to Master Xiu that Cloud Shinobi withdrew his troops this time. That's right, Lord Xiu captured Eight Tails Jinchuriki alive, and also severely injured Third Raikage's son. I really didn't expect Master Xiu to have such strength. You know, even Master Orochimaru suffered a lot from Brother AB. Haha, if it wasn't for the village's order not to hold any more welcome ceremonies, I really want to go and greet Master Xiu in person. Me too. WWW. After the news of Cloud Shinobi village's defeat and retreat came back, Konoha became lively again. In the last few wars, the village fought 1 against 2, but almost all of them won by crushing. This makes the residents of Konoha full of pride. Uchiha Xiu, who caused all this, naturally became the biggest hero in the hearts of the villagers. With one enemy 10,000, the Sand Shinobi who killed Sand Shinobi threw away his armor and armor. Kill Chiyo, capture one tail. Let Tsunagaku finally choose to surrender unconditionally. Support the frontier, beat AB brothers violently. Beat I, the son of Third Raikage, into a one-armed cripple, and even captured Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer B. Let Cloud Shinobi village no longer dare to continue to be arrogant. These excellent records, with Uchiha Xiu 26's current prestige, there's even a slight tendency to catch up with Konoha Sanin. I didn't expect Xiu to grow to this extent. That's right, it sounds like a dream, since they were still graduating from ninja school together at the time. Wow, I feel like my blood is boiling. I have to work harder. Otherwise, the next time I see Xiu, I will be ashamed to say that I am his partner. Listening to the discussions of the surrounding villagers, Yuhihong, Sarutobi Asuma, Might Guy, Nohara Lin and others all sighed. Obviously they are their peers, but they have made such great achievements. But they are just a genin who just graduated from ninja school. Especially Sarutobi Asuma, as the son of Hokage, he has always been rebellious. But since meeting Uchiha Xiu, Sarutobi Asuma feels that his life is full of tragedies. Judging from the admiration in Yuhihong's eyes when she mentioned Uchiha Xiu, Sarutobi Asuma finally gave up completely. He knows, as long as there is Uchiha Xiu, there will be no chance in his life to make Kurenai Yuhi look him in the eye. Perhaps, I should leave the village to practice. Sarutobi Asuma sighed. At home, he and his father always quarreled. Outside, I have to listen to my beloved woman talking about her rival in love every day. This feeling of powerlessness led Sarutobi Asuma have the idea of leaving the village for the first time. The Chunin exam will be held soon. Everyone, please do your best. If you can become a Chunin, you can go to the border to perform missions like Xiu. Listening to the admiration for Uchiha Xiu in everyone's tone, Yuhihong and Nohara Lin couldn't help but raise the corners of their mouths. They already regard themselves as Uchiha Xiu's wives in their hearts. In the view of Yuhihong and Nohara Lin, to praise Uchiha Xiu is to praise themselves. They are proud of Uchiha Xiu's excellence. Yes, I have to pass this Chunin exam, and I'm going to throw up doing these D-level tasks all day long. I think you should forget it. The Chunin exam is not just a joke, only ninjas with strength like me have a chance to pass. Stop bragging, I saw you kicked away by Guy yesterday. What did you say? BD. Hiruzen, Uchiha Xiu is really going too far. Hokage office, Shimura Danzō is throwing a fit. Just now Uchiha Xiu and Orochimaru reported the detailed information on the Tsunagaku battlefield. To the surprise of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō, Uchiha Xiu even sealed the tailed beast into his body privately. Danzō, calm down, you can't solve anything like this. Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking a pipe, his brows were furrowed into a knot. Uchiha Xiu has already sealed a tailed beast in his body, who would have thought that Uchiha Xiu would be so crazy to seal 8 tails into his body again. These are 2 tailed beasts. If you are not careful, you will die. Then what do you say now? If Uchiha Xiu gets out of control, the village will immediately fall into crisis. Shimura Danzō was angry, he always liked the feeling of being in control of everything. But the appearance of Uchiha Xiu brought him to the brink of collapse. Out of control, hearing Shimura Danzō's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen almost laughed out loud. When Uchiha Xiu came to report to them just now, the cute looks of 8 tails and 1 tail. At one point, Sarutobi Hiruzen suspected that something was wrong with his brain. 2-tailed beasts that make the whole ninja world afraid. He even obediently lay on Uchiha Xiu's body, laughing and playing. If you don't feel the terrifying chakra of the tailed beast, Sarutobi Hiruzen really feels that what is in front of him is not 2-tailed beasts. It's Uchiha Xiu's 2 new pets. Even if there is no risk of going berserk, we can no longer sit idly by. If we continue to let Uchiha Xiu go, then Konoha will probably be controlled by Uchiha. Shimura Danzō's face is serious. Uchiha Xiu's prestige in the village now has reached an unprecedented peak. This is also the result of they forcibly cancelling the welcome party organized by the villagers spontaneously. Then what do you say? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Originally, Uchiha Xiu was sent to the battlefield between Konoha and Cloud Shinobi village in order to consume Uchiha Xiu's pupil power and make Uchiha Xiu lose his light as soon as possible. But unexpectedly, not only did Uchiha Xiu come back alive and kicking, he even had the power of a tailed beast in his body. The key is that now Uchiha Xiu's prestige among the villagers has been formed. If it is aimed at Uchiha Xiu, it is very likely to lose people's hearts. This is something Sarutobi Hiruzen can't stand. It is absolutely impossible to let Uchiha Xiu continue to participate in the battle. We need to let a more dazzling hero cover up the light of Uchiha Xiu. In short, let's appoint Uchiha Xiu as the captain of the transportation brigade first, in charge of the delivery of frontline materials. I believe that after a period of time, everyone will gradually forget about him. Although Shimura Danzō is not strong, but he can open his mouth for tricks. Even if he couldn't make a move against Uchiha Xiu, that wouldn't make Uchiha Xiu continue to be the focus of everyone's hearts. Speaking of this, I will get angry. Don't think that I don't know what you have done. I haven't settled with you because of Shiwan's matter. After hearing Shimura Danzō's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen was out of breath. Recently, there have been a lot of rumors in the village, saying that Orochimaru is conducting human experiments in private. 880 Konoha has a lot of missing people recently. It is very likely that Orochimaru is behind the scenes. There is even some correlative evidence. Although most people are still skeptical about this news, but no matter what, a seed has been buried in the hearts of everyone. Orochimaru's prestige was also greatly affected. Originally, Orochimaru was the best candidate to suppress Uchiha Xiu. Now that you do it like this, my plan will be ruined. Sarutobi Hiruzen is still thinking about passing Hokage's seat to Orochimaru after he steps down. But now this situation is estimated to be suspended. HMPH, he made it himself, what did he give me? And I don't know that Uchiha Xiu is so powerful, he is simply stronger than you by how many times? Shimura Danzō snorted coldly. His original intention was to push Orochimaru into the water, and then fight for the position of Hokage himself. Who would have thought that Uchiha Xiu would come out halfway? Now that things have happened, there is no use pointing fingers at each other. However, there is one person who is a suitable candidate. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lighted up as he looked at the information about the negotiation between Konoha and Sunagakure on the table. Namikaze Minato seems to be more to his liking than Orochimaru. Namikaze Minato is strong enough to be Hokage. And he's Jiraiya's apprentice, so he's a member of his own faction. The key is that Namikaze Minato was born as a civilian ninja, without any influence, pure in mind, easy to control. The more I think about it, the more excited Sarutobi Hiruzen becomes. Namikaze Minato is simply the best candidate for 4th Hokage in his mind. A complete star-making plan slowly took shape in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. Chapter 88. Let me take the Chunin exam. Seeking subscription. Hateful, I'm going to let them all die. Ah, boom. With Ai's furious punch, the entire Raikage building instantly turned into ruins. Lord Ai, please gong. Seeing Ai in a rage, Mabui rushed up and stood in front of Ai to prevent Ai from continuing to wreak havoc in Cloud Shinobi Village. Calm down. How do I calm down? You tell me. Ai stared at Mabui. He is like a wild beast that chooses to eat people. Desperately want to vent their inner anger. We are all very sad about Master Raikage's death, but launching an attack on Iwagakure now is very likely to fall into Iwagakure's trap like the movie Master. Ai's momentum in the rage was astonishing, but Mabui was not affected in the slightest, but continued to calmly analyze the situation. Facts have proved that Iwagakure has already calculated that Master Raikage will attack the village, so he gathered tens of thousands of ninjas and ambushed around the village. With Master Raikage dead and you still seriously injured, I don't recommend launching a war against Iwagakure. You know, there is a more powerful Konoha staring behind us. Under Mabui's analysis, I gradually calmed down. He trusts Mabui very much. No matter under any circumstances, Mabui can maintain a calm attitude. Analyze complex situations clearly, so, after listening to Mabui's analysis, I gave up the idea of attacking Sunagakure immediately to avenge his father. But, I am so unwilling. Although I calmed down, it was still like a fire was burning in his heart. It seemed to swallow him whole. The brother who grew up together died, and he also broke an arm. Finally escaped back to the village. What awaited him was the news of the death of his father, 3rd Raikage. So many things happened in a few days. Even if it is I who was like an Iron Man. Can't help but shed sad tears. Master Raikage fought with Rock Shinobi for 3 days in order to allow the ninjas in the village to evacuate safely, and died of exhaustion. Although we are equally angry, we can't act recklessly. Otherwise, if there are too many casualties, we will be too sorry for Lord Raikage. You are right, Mabui, what should we do next? I wiped away her tears and returned to her former appearance. What Mabui said is right, now is the time when the village is in crisis. He cannot fall. Lord Ai, please succeed 4th Raikage, the village cannot live without a leader. Also, please bring Wooden Golem back to the village for protection, we have already lost 8 tails, we can't lose our way again. Why? After these are completed, we just need to wait for the situation to develop. Iwagakure will never let go of this opportunity. They will declare war on Konoha. At that point, we'll be able to put pressure on Konoha to get 8 tails back. After Mabui finished speaking, he saw Ai's eyes full of hatred. Uchiha Xiu, sooner or later, I will kill you with my own hands to avenge Killer B. Thinking of the figure of Uchiha Xiu, I clenched his only fist. He swore, one day, he wants Uchiha Xiu to pay in blood. Of course, Uchiha Xiu didn't know about Ai's thoughts. But even if he knew, Uchiha Xiu wouldn't care. With neither he nor Killer B being a threat to him. What's more, it's only him now. Xiu, look at what I'm holding. Ah, Konoha, in the Uchiha tribal land. An exclamation came from Uchiha Xiu's room. Red, remember to knock on the door before coming in next time. Uchiha Xiu got dressed and walked out of the room slowly. By the way, She blocked Kuroko Yuhi's curious eyes from looking at Kaluluo. Who knows that the sun is drying your butt and you haven't gotten up yet? What were you doing just now? It was the first time for Yuhihong to see such a scene, and she was very curious. It's nothing, it's just an in-depth exchange with Jaluluo. Uchiha Xiu casually perfunctory, and then had some introspection. I was so careless today, I even forgot to open the enchantment. No, we must pay more attention in the future. It's strange to believe you. After listening to Uchiha Xiu's words, Kuroyuki sticks out her tongue, and her face turns red. Children in the Hokage world are generally precocious. At her age, she already has a vague understanding of some things between men and women. Okay, what do you want me to see? As Uchiha Xiu said, he kneaded Yuhi's red face into a ball with both hands. You're like me. I can't speak. Kurenai Yuhi struggled a few times, and finally broke free when she knew that Uchiha Xiu had played enough. Xiu, look at this. Speaking of her own purpose, Yuhihong had an excited smile on her face again. Then a piece of paper was handed to Uchiha Xiu. Chunin exam registration form. Are you going to take the Chunin exam? After browsing casually, Uchiha Xiu asked in surprise. It has not been a year since he took the Chunin exam last time. Why is it happening again? It's not me, it's us. Seeing Uchiha Xiu's surprised expression, Yuhihong smiled and took out another registration form for the Chunin exam. The Chunin exam requires a team of 3 people, so I will include your name. Does it have to be 3 people? I remember that I participated in it alone. Uchiha Xiu looked at the registration form in his hand, a bit dumbfounded. Let him take the Chunin exam. Isn't that bullying? Uchiha Xiu's words made Yuhihong a little speechless. You treat everyone as pervert. Take the Chunin exam alone. And beat everyone else up again. As a result, the examiner Nuo Zhao Zhao had to announce that he had directly promoted you. I'm just an ordinary ninja. If there is one less person in the team, there is basically no hope of advancing. I don't care, you have to participate, otherwise I will ignore you. Seeing that Uchiha Xiu was still hesitating, Yuhihong immediately hugged Uchiha Xiu's arm in her arms. The coquettish mode is on. This convinced Uchiha Xiu. I haven't seen you for a few days, this little girl has developed again, and now she has begun to take shape. If it goes on like this, is it worth it? Okay, I agree, don't shake, I'm going to faint when I see you again. Under Yuhihong's continuous, soft grinding, and hard foaming, Uchiha Xiu finally agreed. Anyway, nothing happened recently. Just play with this little girl. I knew Xiu you would definitely promise me, Seeing that Uchiha Xiu nodded in agreement, Yuhihong leaned into Uchiha Xiu's arms, her face was full of happiness. Chapter 89. Can you still show some face? Seeking subscription. Xiu, Hong has already told you about taking the Chunin exam, right? Not far from the gate of the ninja school, Makoto Yuhi looked at Uchiha Xiu with a gratified smile on his face. Uchiha Xiu's achievements are known to almost everyone in Konoha. Walking on the street, you can hear words praising Uchiha Xiu everywhere. And as Uchiha Xiu's teacher, Yuhi Makoto also feels very proud in his heart. Unexpectedly, in such a short time, Uchiha Xiu has far surpassed himself as a teacher. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for Hong's strong request back then, he really might not be able to become Uchiha Xiu's teacher. Don't worry, teacher, I'll take care of Red. Although the Chunin exam is dangerous, for Uchiha Xiu, this exam is destined to be like a child playing house. No difficulty. I'm not worried about this, I just want you to try not to shoot, so that Hong and Asuma can also have a chance to play. Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Yuhi Junhong was a little bit dumbfounded. With Uchiha Xiu, a guy who can hang tailed beasts and cage-level powerhouses, he doesn't worry about Kuroyuki's safety at all, okay. On the contrary, what Yuhi Junhong is most worried about is Kurenai Yuhi and Sarutobi Asuma were promoted to Chunin directly without any battle under the protection of Uchiha Xiu. In that case, it may not be a good thing. It's out of my control. Uchiha Xiu shrugged. If, like last time, others would rather abstain than dare to attack their team, then he has nothing to do. I know, do your best. By the way, Konoha is not the only one taking the Chunin exam this time. There are also Sand Shinobi, Kusanagi, Rain Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, etc. Don't just eliminate everyone at 470 like last time. Makoto Yuhi told Uchiha Xiu about the details of this Chunin exam. To prevent him from messing around like last time. Clear. After listening to Yuhi Junhong's words, Uchiha Xiu understood that the reason why the Chunin exam was held so soon was that. One is that during the war, there was a great demand for ninjas, so it is not surprising that sometimes the Chunin exams are held several times a year. The second is that there is an undercurrent in the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to pass the Chunin exam to show the background of Konoha village, so that other countries will not dare to act rashly. By the way, he will add another touch to his resume. Okay, then you go to the classroom. After Makoto Yuhi finished what she was supposed to say, she left. With Uchiha Xiu around, there is nothing to worry about. Red, the first ninja test is about to begin, let's go. Looking at the time, Uchiha Xiu pulled Yuhihong to the classroom for the first exam. As for Sarutobi Asuma, it was ignored from beginning to end. God, why do you treat me like this? I really don't want to stay in this village. Seeing the leaving figures of Uchiha Xiu and Kuroyuki, Sarutobi Asuma screamed crazily in his heart. He decided, After the Chunin exam, he will leave Konoha village. He wants to go out on his own, and then let everyone look at him with admiration. Lin, I didn't expect so many people to take part in this Chunin exam, and even I felt a little bit of pressure. Seeing that the classroom was full of people, Uchiha Obito excitedly ran to Rin Nohara. Although Rin Nohara likes Uchiha Xiu, Obito feels very satisfied to be able to talk to Rin. Obito, you must work hard this time, or you will be ridiculed by Kakashi again. Seeing Uchiha Obito's excited look, Nohara Rin smiled with a very gentle tone. That Kakashi guy, he always shows up last, what a stinker. Hearing Nohara Rin mention Kakashi, Uchiha Obito's expression immediately collapsed. I heard that Kakashi has made a lot of military exploits on the frontier battlefield, but he still can only do boring super tasks every day. Lin, just watch, I will definitely defeat these guys and become a qualified Chunin. Uchiha Obito was afraid that Rin Nohara would look down on him, so he immediately announced his goal loudly. Konoha's little devil, his strength is not very good, but his voice is really loud. Because Uchiha Obito's voice is very loud, the declaration just now was heard clearly by all the other ninjas in the classroom. A rock shinobi couldn't help but sneer. BD. Being ridiculed in front of the goddess, Uchiha Obito felt that his dignity as a man was greatly insulted. Therefore, he stepped forward and wanted to have a good theory with that rock shinobi. Not only is the strength weak, but it seems that the brain is not very good. Seeing Uchiha Obito rushing over aggressively, that rock shinobi was not afraid at all. After the village beheaded third Raikage, all the rock shinobi fell into a state of frenzy. That is, in the current ninja world, their Iwagaku's strength is already the strongest. Therefore, even in Konoha, rock shinobi are not afraid to provoke troubles. Damn it, I want you to see who is the stupid and weak idiot. Being taunted one after another, Uchiha Obito has lost his mind. He punched the rock shinobi who spoke just now. He must deal with this rambunctious guy in front of his goddess. Boom. Two fists collided. Uchiha Obito's body took a few uncontrollable hind legs, while the rock shinobi still stood in place with a playful expression on his face. Hateful. A blow was blocked. Uchiha Obito was completely angry, pulled out kunai from the ninja bag, and charged at the rock shinobi again. Boom. Kick. As soon as he made contact, Uchiha Obito was kicked out by that rock shinobi. Several desks were knocked over one after another. Haha, is this Konoha's ninja? Why are you so weak? I didn't expect that he couldn't even catch the opponent's move. Is this guy really here to take the CGBA ninja exam? It's really a bit stupid to actively provoke with this kind of strength. Seeing Uchiha Obito's embarrassed appearance, all the other ninjas in Ninja Village laughed. Although they didn't dare to take the initiative to provoke, they didn't have any worries about watching the excitement and saying a few gossips. Damn, how could this happen? Uchiha Obito clutched his chest, feeling extremely depressed. Originally, he wanted to show his strength in front of the goddess, but he didn't expect to be even more ashamed. Little ghost, I think you are so weak, so you should not continue to take the Chunin exam, lest you lose your community. In order to prevent this from happening, let me help you in advance. That rock shinobi walked slowly in front of Uchiha Obito, then raised his leg, kicked Uchiha Obito hard. With this kick, Uchiha Obito will not die but will be seriously injured. Boom. Ah, a scream resounded throughout the classroom, and the rock shinobi who shot just now fell to the ground clutching his legs. In front of him is Hitaki Kakashi with a blank face wearing a mask. Kaka. Seeing Hitaki Kakashi's back, Uchiha Obito couldn't help opening his mouth. The last blow just now, if it wasn't for Kakashi, he would probably have passed out by now. Yo, the end of the crane, are you not injured? Seeing Uchiha Obito sitting on the ground, Hitaki Kakashi smiled back. Crane, Kakashi, UBD. The emotion that just rose in his heart disappeared in an instant, and now Uchiha Obito just wants to reach out and strangle the white hair in front of him. I said, with your strength, you shouldn't be an ordinary genin, right? Ignoring the frantic Obito, Hitaki Kakashi turned his attention to the rock shinobi again. Judging from the fight just now, this rock shinobi obviously already has the strength of Chunin. Even in terms of strength, it is already close to special Jonin. Such a guy actually came to take the Chunin exam. As expected of Konoha's genius ninja, his strength is indeed much stronger than the idiot just now. In the crowd, another rock shinobi stepped out. Walking in front of Hitaki Kakashi, he stared at Kakashi closely, with a hint of provocation in his eyes. However, before the exam started, he shot and injured other candidates from Ninja Village at will. I need an explanation. Explain what? This is just a sparring between candidates, and it's normal to get injured. Didn't Obito almost get seriously injured just now? Hearing what rock shinobi said, Nohara Lin couldn't bear it anymore, and stood in front of that rock shinobi. A discussion between candidates. If I remember correctly, this genius ninja has already become a Chunin, right? Konoha sent him to take the Chunin exam. Is it because Konoha's current genin is too stupid? Do you Konoha still have face? After hearing Nohara Rin's words, that rock shinobi laughed even louder, and put on an offensive posture. The aura of the whole body also exudes, filling the whole classroom with a sense of oppression. All the ninjas swallowed unconsciously. This ninja, strong. Lin, back off. Sensing the murderous aura on rock shinobi, Kakashi's expression became serious. This pressure, the strength of the rock shinobi on the opposite side is definitely stronger than him. It seems that today, there will be a fierce battle. Thinking of this, Kakashi also put on an offensive posture, and the atmosphere became more tense in an instant. Even the ninjas who just watched the joke held their breath unconsciously, for fear that the inadvertent sound would become the trigger for the two to make a move. As time went by, under this terrifying pressure, many ninjas who came to take the exam unconsciously broke out in cold sweat. And the silent confrontation between Hitaki Kakashi and that rock shinobi is about to reach its peak. Just as the situation became more and more tense, there was a creak in the quiet classroom. Then the classroom door was pushed open. A handsome young man with the Uchiha clan crest on his clothes walked in. The young man glanced casually at first, and then put his eyes on the focus of the audience, the rock shinobi. Immediately afterwards, the boy's eyes widened instantly, with an unbelievable look on his face. Pointing to that rock shinobi, he asked loudly, "Damn, aren't you the Jonin of Iwagakure? You even came to take the Chunin exam. Can you guys, Iwagakure, show some face?" Chapter 90 Why not let Hokage participate? Can you guys, Iwagakure, show some face? Uchiha Xiu looked at this bearded rock shinobi and couldn't help complaining. What, is this guy a Jonin? I said, the aura just now was really terrifying, it's not something that ordinary genin can possess. Jonin led a team to take the Chunin exam. What is Iwagakure up to, Mingtang? It is estimated that there are not many genins in rock shinobi that can be sold, so we can only send Jonin. Fortunately, he still has the nerve to talk about Konoha, so it turns out that their Iwagakure went too far. After hearing what Uchiha Xiu said, everyone in the classroom began to mutter. No one doubts the words of Uchiha Xiu. The aura of that rock shinobi is indeed much stronger than that of an ordinary Chunin. You bastards, do you want to die? Hearing the ninjas' discussion around, that rock shinobi was furious. He originally planned to use Konoha's ninja to stand up in front of all the candidates before the Chunin exam. Let's spread the word about their Iwagakure's strength. But I didn't expect to be self-defeating. Now, instead, Iwagakure's has become much criticized. Under the gaze of rock shinobi, all the ninjas wisely chose to keep their mouths shut. After all, if this Jonin strikes in anger, they will suffer. And you, a brat, dare to make rumors and make troubles casually. Today, my uncle will let you have a long memory. Rock shinobi glared at Uchiha Xiu, as if he was about to launch an attack in the next second. Although Uchiha Xiu is right, he is elite Jonin of Iwagakure. However, other shinobu villages don't know. As long as he insists that he is still genin, then others have nothing to do with him. Teach me, are you sure you don't regret it? Seeing the menacing rock shinobi, Uchiha Xiu pointed at himself in surprise and almost laughed out loud. Even Onoki came today, and he didn't dare to say such things to himself. HMPH, what's wrong? Scared? Didn't the little girl say just now that this is just a discussion between us candidates? Will Konoha still intervene? Seeing Uchiha Xiu's surprised look, a cruel smile appeared on rock shinobi's face. Only now do I know the fear. Too late. HMPH, this is a good show. Anyway, the opponent is also at the level of Jonin. How can he tolerate the provocation of a brat? Now Konoha is in trouble. I don't know if Konoha will send someone to stop him. I have long disliked Konoha's ninjas. Konoha's ninjas are too arrogant. It would be good to teach them a lesson. Seeing rock shinobi targeting Uchiha Xiu, the rest of the ninjas in the ninja village started whispering again, as if watching the excitement is not a big deal. However, none of them noticed. When this rock shinobi said that he wanted to teach Uchiha Xiu a lesson, all the Konoha shinobi had strange expressions on their faces. Is this rock shinobi crazy? This is Uchiha Xiu. Capture the tailed beast alive and run away from AB brothers Konoha Shira. Even if Ōtsutsuki is here, you probably wouldn't dare to speak so loudly, would you? Hey, what a poor brat, he was abandoned by his companions so easily. Don't cry later. Rock shinobi was very happy when he saw that there were so many ninjas in Konoha that none of them dared to stand up and stop him. Konoha's ninjas have such virtues. Greedy for life and afraid of death. When he goes back, he will report the information to the village. Konoha is a paper tiger. As long as they start a war with Iwagakure, they will definitely win. HMPH, why are you so arrogant? Xiu won't be afraid of you. Yes, Xiu, teach this guy a lesson. Seeing rock shinobi's arrogant appearance, Kuroyuki and Rin Nohara were not happy. Xiu is Konoha's hero, so he won't be as unbearable as this hateful rock shinobi said. So your name is Xiu. Looking at the clothes you're wearing, it should belong to the Uchiha family, right? So you, a little brat, are called Uchiha Xiu, right? Haha, I remember you, Uchiha Xiu. Etc. Uchiha, repair. Rock shinobi panicked suddenly. This kid in front of me, could it be Uchiha Xiu who made great achievements on the battlefield? And following rock shinobi's words, the classroom instantly fell into dead silence. Everyone thought of one person. That Konoha Shira who has been famous in every ninja village recently. Uchiha Xiu, Uchiha, boy, handsome. Damn it, could this be the Uchiha Xiu I know? But this guy looks a bit too handsome, and there seems to be nothing special. Could it be that he has the same name and surname? Wait a minute, I'm getting a little slow, let me speak slowly first. Uchiha Xiu's reputation on the battlefield has already spread throughout the ninja villages. Almost all the ninjas in the ninja world have heard of the reputation of Shira Konoha, who was born out of nowhere. So, when Rock Shinobi analyzed Uchiha Xiu's name, everyone was stunned. Hee, just kidding, how could such a character appear here? Cold sweat ran down Rock Shinobi's cheeks. If the other party is really Uchiha Xiu, then he will be in trouble. Well, I told you you'd regret it. Uchiha Xiu twisted his neck and walked up to the provocative Rock Shinobi. The momentum of the whole body exploded without reservation. The killing intent that seemed to be substantial shocked everyone present. Aren't you kidding? Isn't this guy human? Isn't this too scary? Even if it wasn't aimed at me, I felt my legs go weak and I couldn't stand up. Ask for flowers. It's terrible. Is this the strong man who can defeat the tailed beast? Under the momentum of Uchiha Xiu, there are some ninjas who are not strong enough or have just graduated from ninja school. They even sat down on the ground, their bodies fighting uncontrollably. Will die. Absolutely die. At this moment, Rock Shinobi has no more doubts in his heart. The guy in front of me is definitely Uchiha Xiu, who is active on the battlefield. His back was already soaked in cold sweat. Rock Shinobi felt extremely regretful. Why do you want to die? Go mess with such a guy. Don't do it. Then I will do it. As soon as Uchiha Xiu finished speaking, he disappeared in place. Next second, he had appeared in front of Rock Shinobi, and punched Rock Shinobi in the stomach. So fast, Rock Shinobi only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and he received a heavy punch. There is no time to react at all. Vomit. With just one punch, Rock Shinobi couldn't take it anymore, and spit out a mouthful of blood. Boom. Another kick. Rock Shinobi flew out like a cannonball, and there was no more sound. Spike. An elite Jonin, facing Uchiha Xiu, couldn't survive even a second. The boy in front of me must not be provoked. Terrible. At this moment, a thought flashed through everyone's mind. That is, no matter what, you can't provoke this guy in front of you. It's too strong. Doesn't Tang Jonin even have a chance to fight back? As expected of Mr. Xiu, it's really amazing. Haha. Rock Shinobi specially sent Jonin here for this Chunin exam, but he was eliminated before the exam even started. Who dares to be arrogant with our Konoha ninjas in the future? This Rock Shinobi will end. Konoha has such a monster. It seems that after going back, he will report to the village, and he must not be an enemy of Konoha in the future. While everyone was still whispering, Hitaki Tsukumo walked into the classroom. Everyone be quiet. The first session of the Chunin exam is about to begin. Everyone go back to their seats. Xiu, you too, don't stand here. Question mark. After hearing Hitaki Tsukumo's words, everyone had doubts on their faces. Listen to what this means. This monster want to take the Chunin exam. Everyone has question marks on their faces. Good guy. Originally thought that Iwagakure sent a Jonin to take the Chunin exam is shameless enough. I didn't expect Konoha to be more ruthless. They even sent a monster directly to take the Chunin exam. If you want to take the first place, just say it. Can't we let it go? Now let's take an exam with a guy like this. Isn't this torture? Why didn't you let your Hokage participate? Chapter 91. Is there such a show operation? Seeking subscription. Did I hear you right? I'm going to take the Chunin exam with this monster. Hehe, I've seen it through. These big ninja villages are really thick-skinned. Stop talking. If my mother asked me why I was kneeling to answer a question, how would I answer it? The news that Uchiha Xiu was going to take the Chunin exam shocked everyone's jaws. No one thought, this strong man who has shaken the ninja world. You will take the exam with them. Okay, silence, the first exam begins now. Whoever keeps whispering will be dealt with as cheating and will be eliminated directly. After reading the rules, Hitaki stopped the people who were still whispering, and then began to distribute the test questions. I'm going. What are these things? I can't understand them at all. Isn't it? This kind of thing has never been taught. 760, in school. After reading these questions, I suddenly feel that the ninjas of these years have been for nothing. Forget it. Anyway, it's just a formality. Lousy gave up. This Chunin exam also continues the tradition of Konoha. All the questions on the exam paper cannot be answered by normal people. If you want to pass the exam, you must successfully steal the answer from the examiner hidden among the candidates. Fortunately, the ninjas on Konoha's side are at least mentally prepared before the exam. But the other ninjas in Ninja Village, after seeing the test questions, all cursed in their hearts. Even some radical ninjas gave up the exam directly, handed in the blank paper and left. However, there are also some ninjas with more flexible minds who began to think about plagiarizing other people's answers. Number 22 violated the examination rules and was eliminated. On the 17th, I peeked at other people's test papers and were eliminated. Number 44 and number 8 exchanged information and were eliminated. 315. Although examiners generally turn a blind eye to candidates cheating, but there are still some candidates whose cheating methods are so lame that they can't stand it. As the exam proceeds, examinations that were originally taken by hundreds of people, before it was over, half of the candidates had already been eliminated. So difficult. Yuhi Hong scratched her head anxiously. The exam was about to end, but she still had a lot of questions to answer. In fact, you can pass the test if you answer these correctly. But if Yuhi Hong wants to get a good ranking, this is far from enough. What should I do? I don't know how the situation is at Xiu's side. Kurenai Yuhi had no other choice, so she cast her eyes on Uchiha Xiu, and Uchiha Xiu noticed what Kurenai Yuhi was thinking at the first time. Have you reached your limit? This exam is not difficult for Uchiha Xiu, so after spending a few minutes to answer the questions, Uchiha Xiu has been secretly watching Yuhi Hong. Yuhi Hong's performance was really good, and she copied most of the questions, but as the difficulty of plagiarizing the next few questions increased, Yuhi Hong was powerless. Thinking of this, Uchiha Xiu stood up directly from his seat when he saw Kuroyuki's eyes begging for help. Then he took his own test paper and exchanged it with Yu Hahong's test paper. This scene directly stunned all the candidates present. Can this test still be played like this? Is this the treatment of the strong? Look at this group of Konoha examiners, as if they are completely invisible. My partner just glanced back and was eliminated. Uchiha Xiu swaggered and exchanged test papers without any punishment. Isn't it too real? But discussion is discussion. None of the ninjas below dare to have any thoughts on Uchiha Xiu. After all, what happened to Iwagakure Jonin just now is a living example. Let me explain that the examiners present were all controlled by my illusion, so they couldn't see my behavior. Don't think too much, our Konoha exam is very fair. Looking at the weird expressions on the faces of the rest of the people, Uchiha Xiu made up an excuse. Although he didn't use illusion to control the examiner, but others don't know it. The purpose of Konoha's ninja test is to show his own strength and deter other ninja villages. If this group of people are not convinced, and go out after the exam and say that Konoha is giving special treatment to candidates from ninja village, then the significance of holding this Chunin exam is not great. Let me just say, no matter how thick-skinned Konoha's examiner is, he can't let the examinee do this. Sure enough, it's Mr. Xiu, who can easily make the examiner fall into the illusion. It's really too strong. Is it the illusion of the Uchiha family? It seems that if you encounter it in the future, you must be careful. The coquettish operation. This is too embarrassing. Seeing that the explanation worked, Uchiha Xiu nodded in satisfaction, and then returned to his seat under the adoring eyes of Yu Hahong. But Hitaki Tsukumo and many other examiners were speechless, and they told the lie just now without changing their faces. Uchiha Xiu's thick skin, I'm afraid it should be as unfathomable as his strength. The key is that this group of candidates believed it so easily. But it's not easy for them to expose Uchiha Xiu, otherwise, this exam will really become a joke. Number 59 used illusion on the examiner, eliminated. Not long after Uchiha Xiu sat down, someone actually tried to use illusion on the examiner. But with their strength, it is impossible to succeed at all. What's more, there is a Hitaki Tsukumo staring at the podium. Haha, is this person a fool? How dare he attack the examiner? No way, no one really thinks they can compare with Uchiha Xiu. It's so stupid. Do you really think Konoha's examiner is Tai Hanhan? Can you be controlled by illusion at will? No, I laughed so hard, I advise his teammates not to continue forming a team with him after the exam, otherwise they won't know how they died. Even Uchiha Xiu couldn't hold back and almost laughed out loud. 3.8 He just lied casually just now, but he didn't expect that someone would really want to imitate it. Okay, the exam is over, and now the exam results will be announced. After Uchiha Xiu messed around with that unlucky guy, the tense atmosphere in the examination room dissipated instantly. Many candidates who were originally intimidated no longer hesitated, let go of their hands and feet and began to collect the information they needed. Didn't you see that everyone shot at the examiner? There are so outrageous things, what else do I have to be afraid of? Not to mention, under the instigation of such thoughts, many people really passed the exam. It also made this exam the one with the most candidates who have passed the exam since Konoha held the Chunin exam. The next exam, Forest of Death, will start on time tomorrow, so don't be late. Chapter 92 We abstain, seeking subscription. Outside the Forest of Death. Okay, the second exam will start soon. Everyone, come and get the scrolls of your team and the status of life and death. What, you have to sign a life and death certificate to take an exam? Isn't it? Does this mean that this test can kill the enemy? Konoha won't implement the blood mist policy like Kurikake, right? I heard that there was a man named Zabuza at the time, who killed all his contemporaries when he graduated. It's mainly Uchiha Xiu. With that guy's strength, he killed us all during the exam. It wouldn't take much effort, would it? Hiss, if you don't tell me, I almost forgot that this monster will also participate in this competition. Forget it, I'd better give up, there's no need to lose my life for an exam. Compared to competing with that monster, I still think it is more interesting to choose to be a spectator. After the examiner read out the rules of the second exam, some candidates directly chose to abstain when they heard that they had to sign the certificate of life and death. Although Uchiha Xiu was not interested in making a move on them, he still scared away many exhibitors. Xiu, why are they so afraid of you? Listening to the whispers of the people around and the fear in the eyes, Yu Hahong was very puzzled. Obviously there is no better person than Uchiha Xiu in this world, right? Okay, Hong, after you go in later, you will have to rely on your own strength to fight for the scroll, and I won't take it lightly. 26 Uchiha Xiu doesn't care what other people think. The lives of the weak are in the hands of the strong. It would be really strange if a strong man of his strength was not feared by others. Don't worry, I have also undergone special training recently, and I will definitely be able to win by my own strength. Yu Hahong is full of confidence. Since graduating from the ninja school, under the guidance of her father, her strength has improved by leaps and bounds, especially in illusion, and even her father has praised her. Okay, the game starts, and the teams enter the field. Following an order, all those who chose to continue to take the second exam entered the Death Forest from different entrances. The earlier you enter, the more time you can prepare. Uchiha Xiu completely handed over the command to Yu Hahong, and she and Sarutobi Asuma will decide the next itinerary. And he was just following behind the two of them. There are people ahead, let's go. Not long after entering the Death Forest, Kurenai Yuhi found a ninja team. It's a ninja from the land of rain. After discovering the other party, Uchiha didn't rush directly. Instead, he chose to go around in front of the opponent, and ambushed with Sarutobi Asuma on the road that the opponent must pass. Come on, Asuma, get on. Seeing the three people on the opposite side walk into the ambush circle, Uchiha let out a soft drink, and then detonated the detonating talisman. Immediately afterwards, he rushed out with Sarutobi Asuma. Fire style, ash burn. As soon as he got close, Sarutobi Asuma used his strongest ninjutsu. This move can not only block the enemy's vision, but also cause huge damage to the opponent in an instant. Boom. Following a violent explosion, the screams of the three ninjas from the land of rain came from the smoke and dust. Immediately afterwards, a ninja quickly rushed out of the smoke. Attacked against Sarutobi Asuma. Magic. Tree binding kill. Seeing the ninja rushing in front of her, Yuhi stepped out from behind Sarutobi Asuma and cast her most skilled illusion on the unsuspecting rain shinobi. Hateful. That rain shinobi was caught off guard and immediately fell into the illusion. The body was bound by the tree, and then Uchiha's body got out from the trunk of the tree. Hand over the scroll, or die. Looking at this rain shinobi, Uchiha's tone was indifferent, as if he was going to slit his throat with a kunai in the next second. The scroll is for you, let us go. At the moment of life and death, that rain shinobi handed over his scroll without hesitation, then helped up two seriously injured companions and decisively chose to abstain. It's terrible, it's no different from a battlefield here. If you are not careful, you will die. Unfortunately, the other party is also an earth scroll. Looking at the scroll handed over by rain shinobi, Kurenai Yuhi sighed. The scrolls of their squad are also scrolls of the earth, and two copies of the same scroll cannot pass the exam. Therefore, in the future, they still need to continue to compete with other teams. Only when you have collected all of the earth coiling shafts can you pass this exam smoothly. Yes, it seems that during this period of time, Hong and Asuma have also improved rapidly. Quote, Uchiha Xiu, who was watching everything silently from the tree trunk not far away, couldn't help but admire the performance of Uchiha and Sarutobi Asuma. Although the level of the two of them did not appear to be so enchanting. But compared to most people, it is already a very strong level. It has fully reached the level that Chunin should have. Oh, it seems that we are really lucky to meet the team with the Scroll of Earth so quickly. Just when Uchiha and Sarutobi Asuma were about to rush to the next location to ambush, three sand shinobi suddenly came out from the depths of the forest. Hand over your scrolls obediently, or we'll have to do it. The three sand shinobi looked at each other, and then surrounded Uchiha and Sarutobi Asuma. Asuma, it looks like there's going to be a tough fight. Don't worry, Hong, with just the three of them, I can solve it by myself. Just achieved a crushing victory, which greatly boosted Uchiha and Sarutobi Asuma's confidence. So even if they are now surrounded by three sand shinobi, the two are not going to catch them without a fight. HMPH, I really don't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth. Looking for death, boss, we are going. Wait a moment, just when the two sides were about to fight, the leader sand shinobi stopped his companion suddenly. He has discovered, the two Konoha shinobi who are surrounded by them are the teammates of that Uchiha Xiu. Gulu, the leader sand shinobi couldn't help swallowing, and then took out a sky scroll from his arms. Gently lowered to the ground. This is our scroll, we are blind, please don't care about it, let us go. Captain, what are you doing? The behavior of the captain of sand shinobi made his teammates very puzzled. Why did he suddenly let go before fighting? Shut up, this is that person's team. What, could it be? Hee, can't you be so unlucky? After hearing what their captain said, the two sand shinobi also remembered the information they collected yesterday. I found out that my captain was right. The man and woman in front of me are exactly that person's teammates who took the Chunin exam this time. What are you doing? Why don't you fight us? 247. Seeing Sand Shinobi who suddenly lost his fighting spirit and chose to give up, Uchiha asked loudly. Originally, she was planning to win more with less, to show her strength in front of Uchiha Xiu. As a result, this happened. Sister, please forgive us, we were wrong. Yes, elder sister, if you feel uneasy, then kick us a few times, and we will never fight back. Yes, if you are worried, we will abstain directly, and don't let that adult take action. We really didn't mean to trouble you, let us go. Hearing Kurenai Yuhi's question, the three Sand Shinobi almost knelt down on the spot. In Sand Shinobi's heart, Uchiha Xiu is an out-and-out god of killing, even hearing this name makes me shudder, let alone getting into trouble with him now. They didn't expect that any team they met at random would be that guy's team. That guy must be watching them from the shadows. If they are not careful, their lives may be lost directly. You guys, are you still ninjas like this? Seeing the three ninjas like this, Uchiha was speechless for a while. How can a ninja be so greedy for life and afraid of death? No, we abstain. Greed for life and fear of death. They just don't want to die meaninglessly. Regarding Uchiha's words, the three Sand Shinobi scoffed, and then directly chose to abstain. When seeing Examiner Konoha, the three Sand Shinobi almost cried. Finally survived. Uchiha Xiu, in the heart of Sand Shinobi, is like a scourge, a character that must not be offended. To have a life back at his hands, the three Sand Shinobi felt like a dream. Chapter 93 Lin, I will definitely make you like me, please subscribe. HMPH, it's really boring. Putting away the scroll of heaven on the ground, Kurenai Yuhi complained. Now that their scrolls have been collected, all they need to do is to rush to the central tower to pass the exam. It's not my fault. Seeing Yuhihong's white eyes, Uchiha Xiu smiled helplessly. He was afraid of what happened just now, so he didn't show his face at all during the whole battle. But I didn't expect to scare the other side away. No, I must rely on my own strength to get the scroll of heaven. Yuhihong shook her pink fist, then chose to continue looking for other teams. Yuhihong was not very satisfied with this kind of scroll that was obtained because of Uchiha Xiu's fame. Seeing Kurenai Yuhi's appearance, Uchiha Xiu smiled helplessly. Never mind, as long as Hong can be happy. Then it doesn't matter if you waste a little more time. I also agree with Hong. Uchiha Xiu has no comment, and Sarutobi Asuma has no comment. He also felt that the victory obtained in this way was meaningless at all. It's a pity that although I met several teams halfway, but everyone chose to hand over their scrolls at the first time. If seeing Yuhihong is ready to make a forceful move, then the other party will choose to abstain directly. This deeply frustrated Yuhihong, who wanted to express herself. Before the second exam, she never thought that such a thing would happen in the exam. Okay, Hong, I think we should go to the central tower first, or if we continue to search like this, I'm afraid we will be in the same situation as last time. After eliminating 3 teams in a row, Uchiha Xiu stopped the unwilling Kurenai Yuhi. It doesn't make any sense to go on like this. It's better to wait for the third personal battle and play well. Damn it, that's the only way to go. Yuhi has a red and white look. Uchiha Xiu. Well, it seems that teammates are too strong sometimes as a kind of trouble. Xiu. What a coincidence. Just as the 3 of Uchiha Xiu were advancing towards the central tower, they accidentally ran into Hatake Kakashi's team. Looking at the appearance of the 3 of Hatake Kakashi, it seems that they have also experienced a hard battle. Yo, Kakashi, I didn't expect someone to push you to this point. Uchiha Xiu was a little surprised to see that the clothes on Kakashi and the others were all torn. In this exam, is there anyone else who has such experience? Stop talking, you're under siege. Seeing Uchiha Xiu's curious look, Hatake Kakashi rolled his eyes. Originally, their team was progressing relatively smoothly, but they suddenly encountered an alliance composed of more than a dozen teams. Almost capsized in the gutter. Fortunately, Kakashi's strength has reached the level of Jonin, otherwise he might have been eliminated. Wow, I really envy you all. This is the meaning of this exam. Unlike us, our opponents chose to surrender as soon as they saw us, and they didn't even have a chance to make a move. Hearing Kurenai Yuhi's words, Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, and even Rin Nohara couldn't help but give her a supercilious look. Listen, is this what people say? Never seen such a Versailles. Okay, you should have collected all the scrolls, let's go together. Uchiha Xiu believes that with the strength of the Kakashi team, they have definitely collected the Kishin Earth Coiling Axis. Therefore, the 2 teams went directly together and became the first batch of teams to pass the second test. 3 days after Uchiha Xiu and others passed the exam, the third and final session of the Chunin exam finally began. However, under the strong request of everyone, Uchiha Xiu and Hatake Kakashi were excluded. Because everyone knows that the strength of these 2 guys is simply not something they can defeat. No one wants to meet the 2 of them at the end. Therefore, Uchiha Xiu and Hatake Kakashi passed the Chunin exam directly and were even appointed as Jonin afterwards. After all, the strength and experience of the 2 of them have already reached the qualifications to be promoted to Jonin. Finally, after 2 days of personal battles, this time, the Chunin exam jointly organized by several villages has finally come to an end. The Konohas who were successfully promoted to Chunin are Yuhihong, Sarutobi Asuma, Nohara Lin, Uchiha Obito, Might Guy, Shiranui Genma, Ebisu et al. Lin, I'm a hit. After Uchiha Obito was promoted to Chunin, he excitedly showed off to Rin Nohara. Really, congratulations, Obito. However, Xiu and Kakashi have become Jonin. Rin Nohara looked at Uchiha Obito's happy face and couldn't help but hit him. What, how did that Kakashi guy suddenly become a Jonin? After hearing Nohara Rin's words, Uchiha Obito looked at Kakashi, and the joy of becoming a Chunin was instantly halved. Bring it. Kakashi held out his hand to Uchiha Obito. Take what? Celebrating my gift as a Jonin. The natural tone made Uchiha Obito even more mad. Why is this guy always able to PS himself off so easily? Impossible, who will prepare a gift for such a stinky guy like you? Really, forget it. After Kakashi finished speaking, he turned and left. A-hole, can't you react a little bit? Looking at Kakashi leaving, Uchiha Obito felt like he had eaten a mouthful of shit. It's because it's always like this. That's why he hates Kakashi so much. Well, leave him alone. Lin, to celebrate our becoming Huo Nuo Jiao as Chunin, shall we have a barbecue? I treat you, but Uchiha Obito's temperament comes and goes quickly. After Hatake Kakashi left, he decisively chose to invite Rin Nohara to eat barbecue. No, Obito, I promised to have dinner with Xiu tonight. Nohara Lin rejected Uchiha Obito's proposal without thinking, then waved her hand, and ran away by herself. Good guy. Uchiha Obito directly felt that he was full. Damn it, what is it? I am so powerful. HMPH, just wait, one day, I will defeat Uchiha Xiu and Kakashi and become the strongest man in Konoha. Finally a Hokage. Lin, I will definitely make you fall in love with me. Seeing the back of Nohara Rin disappearing, Uchiha Obito clenched his fists. Then, alone, he walked towards home. Chapter 94 Do you want to be Hokage? Seeking subscription. After the Chunin exam, Iwagakure suddenly declared war on Konoha. Then he directly launched an attack on Konoha. The offensive was so fierce that it even pushed the battlefield to the mainland of the Land of Fire. Minato, Iwagakure is coming so fiercely, our front line can't hold back anymore. I asked you to come this time because I have a very important task for you. Who wins and loses in this war depends on whether you can complete this task well. In Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen called Namikaze Minato over. Iwagakure started the war, just to give Sarutobi Hiruzen a chance. A chance to let Namikaze Minato, his favorite next Hokage, shine. Master Hokage, don't worry, your subordinates will definitely complete the task. After Namikaze Minato heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, he knelt down on one knee, his expression not a little excited. His childhood goal was to become Hokage, but as he grew older, he became more and more aware of the difficulties. Becoming a Hokage is not just a matter of saying and saying. That requires strong strength and prestige recognized by everyone. As a commoner, he has no power to build momentum for him. Therefore, he can only choose to make contributions on the battlefield. Only in this way can he have the chance to realize his dream. Therefore, when Sarutobi Hiruzen entrusted him with such an important task, Namikaze Minato is very happy in his heart. He has confidence in his own strength. No matter how difficult the task is, he will definitely be able to complete it. Okay, with your words, I feel relieved. I'll tell you the content of the mission now, which is to blow up the Canopy Bridge. This is an important supply line for Iwagakure to attack Konoha. As long as it is blown up, Iwagakure will lose. But this mission needs to go deep into the enemy's rear. You will not get any support. Once you are discovered, you will die. You have to think about it. Looking at Namikaze Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen is very satisfied. In fact, with Konoha 127's current power, just one Iwagakure can't pose too much threat. But Sarutobi Hiruzen needs to promote Iwagakure as the biggest enemy in the history of Konoha. Only in this way, Namikaze Minato, who led Konoha to victory, will surpass Uchiha Xiu and become the most dazzling hero in the village. Only in this way can he pass the 4th Hokage seat to Namikaze Minato logically. Guaranteed to complete the mission. Namikaze Minato didn't say much. This task may be difficult for others. But for him who has mastered the Flying Thunder God, it is not as dangerous as imagined. Then go and prepare, your team will set off directly tomorrow. Yes, Namikaze Minato left, and Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the window smoking his pipe again. Come here, give me an order to let Uchiha Xiu take over the position of the captain of the delivery team. Responsible for delivering the battlefield materials needed for the battle against Iwagakure. After thinking for a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to adopt the method discussed with Shimura Danzō before. Let Uchiha Xiu send you to take care of the logistics, so nothing can go wrong, right? Xiu, I didn't expect you to become our leader. Oh, I really didn't expect that I would be working under Xiu's subordinates in the future. Well, but this is not bad, at least I can personally participate in this war. After Yu Hahong, Might Guy and others became Chunin, the village arranged this group of newly promoted Chunin under the hands of Uchiha Xiu. Although there was a war with Iwagakure, Konoha was not yet ready to send this group of inexperienced Chunin to the battlefield. Therefore, the village decided to let them be responsible for delivering supplies to the battlefield first. After they are familiar with the war CGBI, they will be sent to the front line. In this way, casualties can be effectively reduced. I can say yes, you have to be obedient and obedient under my command, otherwise, I won't be merciful just because I was born at the same time. Uchiha Xiu looked at the smiles on the faces of the Might Guys and knew that these guys have not yet realized the cruelty of war. So I remind you in advance, he didn't want this group of people to lose their lives on the battlefield because they were too naive. Don't worry, Xiu, we are all Chunin already. After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Yu Hihong showed a complacent look on her face. Seeing Yu Hihong's appearance, Uchiha Xiu pampered her cheek. Okay, you guys continue to eat, I still have something to do, so I'm leaving first. Uchiha Xiu turned and left. The plot of Canopy Bridge is about to start, so he has to go to Namikaze Minato to have a chat. Kushina, good evening, how many times have I told you to call me sister, BD? Idiot. Seeing Kushina going crazy, Uchiha Xiu made a face, and then quickly ran behind Namikaze Minato. Damn it, Minato, get out of the way, I must teach this brat a lesson today. Okay, Kushina, Xiu is just a kid, so don't bother with him. By the way, Xiu, you must have something important to look for me today. Namikaze Minato stood in front of Uzumaki Kushina, and then took the opportunity to change the subject. Yes, I want to talk to you about your mission tomorrow. Quest. Well, Uchiha Xiu's words made Namikaze Minato look serious. The content of his mission this time is top secret. Other than Sarutobi Hiruzen, only he knows. Xiu came here now, what is the purpose? Don't let me catch you, brat. Knowing that Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Xiu were going to talk about business, Kushina left wisely. Minato, do you want to be Hokage? Uchiha Xiu said straight to the point. According to the current situation, if he wants to be Hokage, his chances are very slim. It's better to hide behind the scenes and control everything secretly. Hatake Tsukumo and Orochimaru are already on his side. If Namikaze Minato can also be drawn to his side, then the entire Konoha will soon be completely in his hands. Xiu, what exactly are you trying to say? Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Namikaze Minato became short of breath. Uchiha Xiu is not the kind of person who talks nonsense for no reason. Since he asked this question, he must have some plans. I'll make you a Hokage if you want to be. Seeing Namikaze Minato's face, Uchiha Xiu stated his purpose. As for Namikaze Minato, he doesn't want to play any tricks. Xiu, don't talk nonsense like this. Namikaze Minato was so shocked that he made himself Hokage. How can such a thing be done? Sarutobi Hiruzen came to him personally and said, that's about the same. If you can complete the task perfectly this time, then we will create momentum for you. Us, is it the Uchiha clan? But, can the Uchiha clan alone really do it? Xiu is not the kind of aimless character. Now that I have said that, I must be confident in my heart. Uchiha Xiu's words made Namikaze Minato feel a lot of thoughts, but they don't know where Uchiha Xiu's confidence in making this promise comes from. Xiu, are you sure? Don't worry, I never do things I'm not sure about. Uchiha Xiu smiled. Sarutobi Hiruzen will never tell Minato about his plan to support Namikaze Minato. So, this gave Uchiha Xiu an opportunity. Our clan will unleash some of Orochimaru's backstabbing to bring down your greatest rival. Moreover, I will put pressure on the third Hokage and elect me as the fourth Hokage. At that time, Konoha executives who are biased against Uchiha will definitely not agree. Tsunade is gone, Orochimaru's reputation is ruined, and Jiraiya will certainly refuse Hokage's seat. Then, Sarutobi Hiruzen can only pass the position of Hokage to you. So, as long as you accumulate enough reputation through this mission, then I am absolutely sure that you will become the fourth Hokage. This is the biggest advantage of Uchiha Xiu. He can take advantage of his familiarity with the plot, coupled with his grasp of people's hearts, to describe some things that are bound to happen as the result of his own efforts. Like now, Namikaze Minato after listening to Uchiha Xiu, has fallen into sluggishness. How, have you considered it? Uchiha Xiu waited for Namikaze Minato to digest for a while before speaking. Xiu, what do you want me to do? Namikaze Minato is heartbroken, but he also knew that Uchiha Xiu must have his own purpose. It's very simple. After the plan is successful, you will be Konoha's fire. And I am the shadow of Konoha. Uchiha Xiu's words caused Namikaze Minato to fall into deep thought, but in the end, Namikaze Minato nodded. He knew that if he missed this opportunity, he would never be with Hokage for the rest of his life. I promise you, Xiu. Hearing Namikaze Minato's answer, Uchiha Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. He is afraid that Namikaze Minato belongs to the kind of silly white sweet who has no scheming at all. In that case, he can only compete for the position of Hokage by himself. Fortunately, the result was the same as he thought before. There is no one who can become a Hokage. By the way, don't bring Lin with you for this mission, she won't be of much help. The mission this time is full of dangers, and there are even Uchiha Madara's calculations in the dark. Although the original Rin Nakanohara did not have any accidents in this mission, but Uchiha Xiu did not dare to bet. He was afraid that he had already had a butterfly effect. It doesn't matter to Namikaze Minato that there is one less Nohara Rin. Also, pay more attention to Obito, his strength is too weak. Uchiha Xiu thought for a while, finally reminded Namikaze Minato, and then got up to leave. Obito, it's up to you how you go in the future. In the night, Uchiha Xiu sighed. With his protection, Nohara Lin will definitely not have accidents like the original one. But whether Uchiha Obito will follow the path in the original work is hard to say. Finally, a reminder to Namikaze Minato, already Uchiha Xiu's greatest kindness. Chapter 95, 7 Ninja Swordsmen for subscription. Master Xiu, you are here. After negotiating with Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Xiu came to the office early the next morning. He is now the captain of the Material Transportation Brigade in the village, although he will not fight ninjas from the enemy country. But it is also a very important position. Give me a copy of the route map for today's material delivery team. After receiving the route map handed over by his subordinates, Uchiha Xiu took a sip of water comfortably and then began to watch casually. But in the next second, Uchiha Xiu suddenly opened his eyes wide. Might Guy, Ebisu, Shiranui Genma. I always feel that the lineup of this team is a bit familiar. By the way, the 7 ninja swordsmen. Damn it, why did you forget about this matter record? No, we must leave immediately, I hope we can make it in time. Uchiha Xiu rubbed his forehead. In the original work, Might Guy was surrounded by 7 ninja swordsmen while delivering supplies with Ebisu and Shiranui Schwanma. In order to save them, Might Guy had to open the dead gate of 8 inner gates. Although 4 people were successfully killed in the end, making the 7 ninja swordsmen become the 3 ninja swordsmen. But he also died because of the side effects of 8 inner gates. I have something to do, let's go out first, and I'll leave it to you to take care of it first. Uchiha Xiu quickly left the village and rushed towards the direction where Might Guy was transporting supplies. He also practiced with Might Guy before, and he still has a good impression of Dai and Guy. Be sure to hold on for a while. Is this the world outside the village? It's the first time I've left the village when I grow up so big. Me too, I didn't expect to receive such an important task of delivering supplies just after I became a Chunin. I really deserve to be Master Ebisu. This is youth. I am one step closer to catching up with Xiu. In a forest in Konoha, several children are transporting a cart of goods and walking towards the front line. However, things like transporting supplies are somewhat boring, and you won't encounter ninjas from enemy countries at all. Shiranui Xuanjian was lying on the supply cart with 1,000 books in his mouth, lazily looking at the sky. Xuanjian, cheer up, we are real ninjas, we can't let our guard down at any time. Seeing Shiranui Genma's appearance, Might yelled loudly. Even if you say that, I still can't cheer up. Forget it, I'll take a nap first, wake me up if there is anything else. As for Might Guy, Shiranui Genma didn't take it seriously at all. This is the rear of Konoha, how could there be ninjas from the enemy country? Haha, don't worry about sleeping, even if there is an enemy, with my master Ebisu's ability, you don't need to take action at all. I can solve all the opponents by myself. Ebisu touched his nose, his words were full of confidence. Tisk tisk tisk, I really didn't expect that all the brats are so arrogant now. Just 3 little ghosts, it seems that luck is a bit unlucky. Hee hee, leave these 3 guys to me, you don't want to rob me. As soon as Ebisu finished speaking, 7 ninjas appeared in front of him. They were all holding weirdly shaped knives, and they looked at Might Guy with mockery in their eyes. Are you kidding me? It feels like each of them is so strong, are they all Jonin? Their forehead protector should be a Kurigaker ninja, but why did the Kurigaker ninja appear here? What do they want to do? Sensing the aura of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Ebisu opened his mouth wide, and no longer felt relaxed and comfortable just now. The Shiranui Genma next to him also broke out in cold sweat. The killing intent of the 7 ninja swordsmen made his legs tremble unconsciously. They are the 7 ninja swordsmen. Ebisu let out a cry, he remembered that the 7 ninja swordsmen known as the Ace of Kurigaker. Each has the strength of elite Jonin, 7 people cooperate, and it is rumored that even cage-level powerhouses are not their opponents. And brutal, none of the ninjas who encountered them survived. Oh, have you been recognized? It seems that my reputation has spread throughout the ninja world, so I will let you die a little bit later. That won't work, I'm going to sew them all together one by one and hang them on a tree. Do whatever you want, I'm not interested in making a move on such a brat. Hateful, you run first, I will hold them back. Seeing Genma Shiranui and Ebisu trembling all over, Might Guy took the initiative to stand in front of them. He wants to use his own life to create a glimmer of life because of his companions. Sacrificing yourself to buy time for your companions to escape. Konoha's ninjas are really unlikable. The 7 ninja swordsmen grew up under the Iron Blood system since they were young. It is common for them to count their companions for their own lives. Therefore, when seeing the bond of Konoha shinobi, the 7 people were very upset. Eat me. Tong Sao Yi Baron took the lead in attacking Might Guy with a single knife attack. 8 inner gates. 4th gate. Open. Without any hesitation, Might Guy directly opened the 8 inner gates. Facing this kind of opponent, if we keep our strength, that can only be described as stupid. Is it Konoha's secret technique? Interesting. Sensing the change of Might Guy, Tong Kusanagi showed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. Then continued to launch a fierce attack on Might Guy. Is Guy so strong? Damn it, a battle of this level can't help at all. Seeing the battle between Might Guy and the enemy, Shiranui Genma and Ebisu wanted to help, but the eyes of the other 6 enemies made them dare not even move. Move, absolutely die, little ghost, you are very good, but that's it. Ask for flowers. Although Might Guy's speed and strength have been greatly improved after opening the 4th gate, his own strength is too weak. When facing elite Jonin, he can't take any advantage at all. Therefore, after barely resisting for a while, Tong Caoyabator still seized the opportunity, and kicked him flying out. Puff, hitting heavily on a big tree, Might Guy spat out a big mouthful of blood, and the whole person also exited the state of 8 inner gates, becoming sluggish. Guy, seeing this scene, Shiranui Genma and Ebisu suppressed the fear in their hearts, held kunai in their hands, and then stood in front of Might Guy. Tisk, what a touching scene. But I seem to have said it, you look like this makes me want to tear you to pieces. Seeing this scene, Lee Sage Kushimaru was very upset, and walked out with a long knife. He even killed his master and brother himself, so he decided to use the weapon in his hand to sew these 3 annoying little ghosts to a tree, so as to appreciate their struggle before death. 0. Okay, it's just 3 brats, don't waste time, just let me solve it. My big knife hasn't drunk blood for a long time. Loquat Shizong held the beheading sword in front of Li Shuangwan. Their task is to kill as many Konoha ninjas as possible before Konoha reacts. There is no need to waste too much time on these 3 little ghosts. Are you asking me to do something? Seeing that Loquat Shizong dared to come out to stop him, Li Shuangwan snorted coldly, and pointed the finger at Loquat Shizong. Okay, just do what Loquat Shizong said, if you keep talking too much, be careful and I'll get rid of you all. Seeing signs of a fight between the two, Ziguashan Puffer Ghost became impatient. These guys are very strong, but it's a pity that they can quarrel over even the most trivial matters. It gave him a headache as the captain. HMPH, one day, I'll show you how good a long knife is and a stitch is. Whatever you want, but let's say it first, I won't show mercy. Facing the threat of Li Sai Chuan Wan, Pai Pa Shi Zhang shrugged his shoulders and didn't take it seriously at all. He has long disliked this guy who killed his brother and father. Okay, kids, let's go. Walking to the front, Loquat Shizong waved the beheading knife without any hesitation, and slashed at the 3 of Might Guy. Are you going to die? Damn it, I'm so unwilling, I haven't done anything yet. My youth is over like this. Seeing the unstoppable beheading sword coming towards him, Shiranui Genma and Ebisu both closed their eyes in despair. Although Might Guy still wanted to struggle, the injuries on his body and the sequelae caused by 8 inner gates made him unable to move at all. Boom. There was a loud noise, and the big knife that was supposed to cut the 3 people into 2 pieces was kicked out. Immediately afterwards, a bearded man in a green tights appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 96 Uchiha Xiu. Seeking subscription. Father. Seeing Might Day's figure, Might Guy shouted excitedly. Hey, Guy, I've seen your performance just now, you did a great job, you really deserve to be my son. Hearing Might Guy's voice, Might Guy turned around and gave Might Guy a thumbs up, showing his white teeth. Dad, Guy. The father and son hugged their heads and cried as if there was no one else around, and directly looked at the 7 ninja swordsmen and Shiranui Genma and others as foolish. Uncle Dai, take Guy and go, the opposite of 7 ninja swordsmen. After recovering, Shiranui Xuanma hurriedly stopped the behavior of Might Dai and his son. Might wear 10,000 years Genin's reputation throughout Konoha, there are not many people who don't know. He rushed up now, in the eyes of Shiranui Xuanma, it was no different from sending him to death. It's okay, you go first, I'll stop them. After hearing Genma Shiranui's words, Might Dai handed Guy over to both of them. Don't worry, with me here, I will definitely not let them run amok. HMPH, I've been underestimated. I want to see how you stop us. Hearing Might Dai's words, 597, felt angry in the hearts of the 7 ninja swordsmen, had patience. They just want to kill all 4 guys in front of them now. Go together. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost roared loudly, and then the 7 of them made their moves at the same time. Guy, you guys stand back a little. The first door, open the door, Ku. Second gate, Hugh gate, open. Third gate, Life gate, open. 7th gate, Shocking gate, open. Seeing the 7 ninja swords swarming up, Might Dai directly opened the 7th gate of the 8 inner gates. His body was wrapped in blue steam, and his aura reached an astonishing level, even surpassing that of Ninja Sword. The level of 7 swordsmen. It's weird, everyone, don't be careless, get rid of him first. Feeling the aura of Might Dai, all the 7 ninja swordsmen were shocked. No one thought, for a brief moment, that mediocre ninja just now was able to possess such powerful strength. Damn it, how did this guy become so strong all of a sudden? As soon as they fought, the 7 ninja swordsmen felt the pressure brought by Might Dai. The speed of opening the might of the 7th gate is really too fast. Even they can't keep up with each other's speed. At this moment, all the 7 ninja swordsmen had a kind of understanding in their hearts. If it was one-on-one, none of them would be a match for the man in front of them. Boom. Being kicked away again, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost spit out a mouthful of blood. In the confrontation just now, he was actually injured, and his proud sword, Samahata, did not absorb even a single bit of chakra from Might's attack. Guy, your father is so strong. That's right, Guy, isn't your father Genin? Why does it feel like even the 7 ninja swordsmen are no match for him? Great, you don't have to die this time, it seems that the 7 ninja swordsmen are nothing more than that. Seeing Might Dai's brave performance, Shiranui Genma and Ebisu were all relieved. No one would have thought that a man dubbed 10,000 years Genin. The real strength is so strong. Only Might Guy frowned more and more, he knew that the current situation is not as optimistic as Shiranui Genma and Ebisu said. Don't be tough, hold him back. This secret technique will definitely not last long. Under Might Dai's powerful offensive, 7 ninja swordsmen besieged together, but they still fell into a disadvantage. Even everyone suffered some injuries. However, through fighting, several people also figured out Might Dai's attack method. Therefore, with the cooperation of several people, the situation was gradually stabilized, and there was no more one-sided situation. Ninja, Mist Shinobi Technique. Thunder Knife, Snake, Water Style, Water Dragon Bomb Technique. Under the command of Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, the 7 ninja swordsmen all showed their housekeeping skills, and then began to cooperate with each other to successfully hold Might back. Damn it, it won't work like this. If you can't kill the enemy or make the enemy lose their combat effectiveness, even if you always have the upper hand, it won't help at all. Facing the perfectly coordinated 7 ninja swordsmen, Might Dai felt anxious. Although from the present point of view, he is firmly in the upper hand. But the 8 inner gates didn't last long. During the period of opening 8 inner gates, if the opponent cannot be killed. Once the body reaches its limit and exits the state of 8 inner gates, it can only be slaughtered by others. It seems that there is no way. Might Dai found a gap and successfully forced the 7 ninja swordsmen back temporarily. Guy, you guys go first, I'll take care of you later. I don't know if all the enemies can be eliminated after opening the 8th gate, so Might Dai wants the 3 to evacuate first. Okay, if we stay here, Uncle Dai will be distracted by taking care of us, so let's go back and inform the village first. That's right, anyway, judging from the current situation, the 7 ninja swordsmen are no match for Uncle Dai at all. Hearing Might Dai's words, Shiranui Genma and Ebisu nodded at the same time, put Might Guy on their backs, and prepared to leave. Father, have you not? Unlike the 2 companions, Might Guy knows a lot about 8 inner gates, and naturally knows the disadvantages of 8 inner gates. Obviously, after such a long fight, my father couldn't hold it anymore. Let the 3 of us leave now, it must be to open the 8th gate. And the price of opening the 8th gate? It is death. That's right, Guy, run away quickly. But, didn't you say? After getting Might Dai's affirmative answer, Might Guy couldn't bear it any longer, and tears flowed from his eyes. Guy, now is the time to sacrifice your life to protect the ones you hold dear. Might Dai turned his head and gave Guy a thumbs up, and then showed 2 rows of white teeth. Guy, congratulations on becoming Chunan's gift, although I haven't had time to give it to you, but Dad has already prepared it and put it in the closet at home. In the future, you must work harder to cultivate, otherwise, the distance between you and Xiu will only grow further and further. Remember, youth never ends, come on, Guy. Dad. After hearing Might Dai's words, Guy burst into tears. For a long time, he has no talent for practicing ninjutsu, even the most basic 3-body technique is difficult to learn. It was his father who always encouraged him, believed in him, and told him that one day he would surpass those so-called geniuses with hard work and sweat. That's why he has been able to persist until now, working hard to become an excellent ninja. Dad, don't worry, I will definitely become an excellent ninja, and I will never disappoint your teachings. Recalling the past, Guy wiped away his tears, stood up, and his eyes became more determined. Well done, Guy. Seeing Guy's eyes, Might Dai smiled gratifiedly. He knew that even without his supervision in the future, Guy would definitely persevere in practicing physical skills. Warm words will wait until hell and there will be time to say, now, please go to die obediently. The 7 ninja swordsmen will not be moved by the deep love between the 2 of them, after all, they are a group of guys who enjoy being saints. Goodbye, Guy, I hope you like the gift. Glancing at Guy for the last time, Might Dai took a deep breath, then settled his posture, looking at the 7 ninja swords rushing towards him, ready to open the last gate of 8 inner gates. Dead Door 4.7. However, just when Might Dai was about to fight to the death, he was suddenly patted on the shoulder from behind. I said, Uncle Dai, as for gifts, it only makes sense to hand them to others. Build. Seeing the familiar figure, Might Dai cried out in surprise. Stay away from here, leave this place to me. Uchiha Xiu looked at the 7 ninja swordsmen with cold eyes. Luckily we caught up, if it comes later, then Might Dai will not be able to survive. Xiu, with you here, I feel relieved. After seeing Uchiha Xiu, Might Dai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although Uchiha Xiu is as big as Guy, his strength is beyond doubt. With him, even if Mizukage came over in person, they would not be in danger. This is the powerful sense of security that Uchiha Xiu brings. You take good care of Uncle Dai. Looking at the exhausted Might Dai, Uchiha Xiu didn't say much, but turned his attention to the 7 ninja swordsmen. Today, these 7 people, none of them can escape. Chapter 97. This is the real 8 inner gates. Seeking subscription. Another brat. Konoha's ninja is really annoying. Annoying flies, I must let them know what fear is. I really don't understand why these Konoha ninjas ran over to die one by one. Are they out of their minds? Because Kurigakure is very conservative, the 7 ninja swordsmen do not know the information about Uchiha Xiu. So, in their view, Uchiha Xiu is such a young kid, no matter how powerful he is, he cannot be their opponent. Rushing up now is nothing more than delaying time. Okay, I have a bad feeling, let's all go together and make a quick decision. Anyway, this is Konoha's territory. If it continues to drag on, maybe there will be some changes. Looking at Uchiha Xiu's cold eyes, the Ziguashin puffer ghosts felt nervous, as if something bad was about to happen to them. HMPH, it's just a brat, but it can scare you like this. I think it's better to leave the captain to me. After hearing what the watermelon mountain puffer ghost said, Wooly Jinba snorted coldly. It's just an arrogant brat of Konoha, I don't know how many people have died in his hands. Hee hee, this kid's eyes are so scary, don't snatch him from me later, I'm going to chop his body into pieces and then sew it up bit by bit. This kind of guy's struggle before death will definitely please me. Uchiha Xiu's 26 eyes make Lee Sage Kushimaru like it very much. If I remember correctly, when he killed his elder brother, the master looked at him with such eyes. Okay, don't talk nonsense, my big knife is already hungry and thirsty. Ha ha ha, since everyone wants to make a move, let's look at their own abilities. Except for the watermelon mountain puffer ghost who had a bad feeling in his heart, the other 6 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen were all laughing. It seems that Uchiha Xiu and others are already playthings among them. Wheel Tomb. Uchiha Xiu looked at the 7 ninja swordsmen on the opposite side, with a cold smile on his face. 7 elite Jonin, but it can provide a lot of shortening time. Pooh. Just as the 7 ninja swordsmen were laughing and laughing, the user of the double sword's flounder suddenly flew his head into the air. After spinning a few times, it rolled down in front of the 7 ninja swordsmen. It's weird, let's go together and get rid of this brat. The falling head made the other 6 people terrified. They don't even know how Uchiha Xiu did it. One of them is already dead. Kill an elite Jonin, get 15 days shortened time. First, hearing the system prompt, Uchiha Xiu smiled contemptuously. 7 ninja swordsmen, joke, eat me. Tong Kaoye Baron was the first to rush to Uchiha Xiu's side, and he chopped down at Uchiha Xiu. Susanoo. Seeing the attack of the baited people, Uchiha Xiu did not dodge or evade, and directly activated Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. In the first stage, Susanoo wrapped his body. Hey, kid, go to hell. Seeing that Uchiha Xiu chose to resist his own attack, a cruel smile appeared on Tsukasa Ubaden's face. Although I don't know what kind of ninjutsu is the blood-red skull wrapped around Uchiha Xiu. However, no matter how strong the defense, in front of this blunt knife of his own, it is not worth mentioning. Blunt knife hyphenation point cut cut. Seeing that his knife was blocked by Susanoo, Tatsukasa Yubaten immediately hit the back of his knife with a hammer. With this move, he has already killed hundreds of ninjas who were confident in their defense. At this moment, he seemed to have seen the scene where the kid in front of him was divided into two. Boom! There was a strong impact sound, and Tong Kaoye Baron's heavy blow did not achieve the effect he wanted. Not even a single crack was left on Susanoo's surface. How can it be? Seeing this scene, Tong Kaoye Baron was stunned. The attack that he was able to defeat all defenses was blocked by an understatement. What an idiot! Uchiha Xiu looked at the shocked Tsukasa Yubaten and complained. In his opinion, what this guy did was no different from what Shimura Danzō later did. Without any nonsense, an arm stretched out from the blood-red skeleton, and then grabbed Tong Kaoye Baron in midair. Ku, another knife. Uchiha Xiu's head had already been chopped off by Uchiha Xiu. Damn it, why is this guy so strong? What's the origin of this kid? Why haven't I heard of it before? Damn it, what kind of ninjutsu does this brat use? It's all so weird. Seeing that Tong Kaoye Baron was also easily dealt with, the 7 ninja swordsmen all stopped attacking at the same time. After fighting for only a moment, they had already lost 2 people. And they didn't even figure out what method the guy in front of them used. At this moment, this group of lunatics who are not afraid of anything, even take pleasure in killing people, have an uncontrollable sense of fear in their hearts for this teenager who is only in front of them. As this Xiu's strength, it's too strong, the enemies that made us desperate, and they managed to kill 2 of them so easily. As expected of Xiu, this is the goal worth chasing for my whole life. The performance of Uchiha Xiu also shocked Genma Shiranui, although they had heard of Uchiha Xiu's record, but after seeing Uchiha Xiu's shot, I still feel incredible. The figure standing in front of them like a mountain, no one seems to be able to shake it. If you don't do it, then I will do it. Looking at the 7 ninja swordsmen with their faces full of fear, Uchiha Xiu snorted coldly. 8 inner gates, 7th gate, startling gate, open. Although without the 8 inner gates, Uchiha Xiu could easily eliminate the remaining 5 opponents, but Uchiha Xiu still chose to use the 8 inner gates to fight. In this way, it can be regarded as a reward for the forbidden technique that Might Dai taught him. And now that Uchiha Xiu already has an intermediate sage body, as long as he doesn't open the last gate of the 8 inner gates, the gate of death, he won't cause any irreparable injuries to his body. Guy, look good. This is the true power of 8 inner gates. It's this ninjutsu again. Withdraw. 367 saw the blue steam rising from Uchiha Xiu's body, and the watermelon mountain puffer ghost was finally afraid. The aura of the young man in front of him at this moment is even more terrifying than when 4th Mizukage went berserk. Go. Are you able to go? Seeing the 7 ninja swordsmen fleeing in all directions, Uchiha Xiu snorted coldly, and disappeared in the same place the next second. Are you chasing someone else? What a horrible brat, but fortunately, it seems that I am relatively lucky. Seeing that Uchiha Xiu did not catch up behind him, Zigwashin puffer ghost heaved a sigh of relief. Uchiha Xiu after opening 8 inner gates is really scary. He didn't even have the courage to take a look. However, just when he thought he had escaped and ascended to heaven, a green figure suddenly appeared in front of him. With a speed that he didn't even have time to react, he punched him. Nothing fancy, but a terrifying punch. Boom. The leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the watermelon mountain puffer ghost. Just like that, half of his body was shattered with one punch. The dead can no longer die. Boom. The second. Boom. The third. 5 loud bangs in a row, accompanied by the sound of bones cracking or blood splattering. The 5 people who escaped were killed by Uchiha Xiu in an instant. Even without exception, everyone didn't even make a scream before dying. Kill 5 elite ninjas, and the shortened time will be February 15th. The 7 ninja swordsmen have cage-level strength with the cooperation of all members, and the host will kill him head-on, and the time will be shortened by 6 months. Chapter 98 Terumi Mei for subscription. In the blink of an eye, the arrogant 7 ninja swordsmen were all instantly killed by Uchiha Xiu. What just happened? I don't know. I just feel that the 5 guys who ran away seem to be like this now. The green light and shadow just now should be left behind when Xiu shot. Shiranui Genma and Ebisu looked at the stumped limbs and arms on the ground, swallowed unconsciously. After opening the 7th gate, Uchiha Xiu's speed is not what they can capture at all. Even if it is lightning, it is nothing more than that. Only Might Guy and Might Dai showed a look of shock and surprise on their faces. Father, did you see that? Xiu just used 8 inner gates. That's right, Guy, that's the real power of 8 inner gates. Might Dai is the most excited. Due to his own strength limitation, Might Dai cannot exert the greatest power of 8 inner gates. But now, Uchiha Xiu's performance, let him really see the true potential of the 8 inner gates. Although Might Dai doesn't want to compare, but the Gekken style he found it is not recognized in Konoha at all, and some people even ridiculed him. Said that his so-called physical skills are not even worthy of lifting the shoes of Gentle Fist. Everyone agrees that Hyuga's Gentle Fist is the strongest body art. This made Might Dai, who spent his whole life researching, feel very sad. But from Uchiha Xiu, he saw hope. One day, Konoha Genkan will also become a well-known ninja martial arts, even surpassing the physical skills of the Gentle Fist of the Hyuga clan. Guy, remember what I said. Taijutsu is not exclusive to the Hyuga clan. As long as you work hard, Gekken style will definitely become a taijutsu that surpasses Gentle Fist. I know, father, I will definitely work harder in the future. Guy, father, Might Guy and Might Guy started to cry while talking, with snot and tears, completely ignoring the feelings of Shiranui Genma and Ebisu next to them. Open the system panel. After Uchiha Xiu eliminated the 7 ninja swords, he sealed all 7 ninja swords. If I remember correctly, Kurigakure is the summoning technique that masters the 7 ninja swords. If you don't seal it, you might be summoned away by Kurigakure's ninja one day. Already accumulated almost 2 years of shortened time. Accumulate another year of shortening time, and you will be able to evolve the eyes into Rinnegan. Looking at the system panel, Uchiha Xiu was overjoyed. I didn't expect to get such a big harvest from killing the 7 ninja swordsmen this time. According to the system, if you kill any one of the 7 ninja swords alone, you can only get the same killing reward as killing elite Jonin. And if they kill each one individually, even if the last 7 people all die in the hands of Uchiha Xiu, then Uchiha Xiu can only get 7 times 15 days of shortened time. However, because the 7 ninja swordsmen cooperate with each other and possess the strength of a cage-level strongman. So, if you fight with 7 ninja swordsmen at the same time and kill all of them, you can get a cage-level ninja kill reward in addition to everyone's kill reward. In other words, it's just a fight. Uchiha Xiu got a total of 15 days of shortened time in September. Are you all right? After cleaning up the battlefield, Uchiha Xiu came in front of Might Guy and the others. It's okay, Xiu, your current strength is too strong, right? Yes, it's not like our contemporaries at all. Anyway, Xiu, thanks to you this time, you saved us. Seeing Uchiha Xiu, Shiranui Genma and Ebisu both stood up and bowed, with a somewhat reserved expression. Although everyone is the same age, Uchiha Xiu's strength still brought them a great sense of oppression. The two of them could no longer see Uchiha Xiu as their peers. But Might Guy got up from the ground after seeing Uchiha Xiu approaching, and was about to give Uchiha Xiu a big hug. Xiu, as expected, is the goal that I have to pursue for the rest of my life. It's really amazing. Stop. Seeing the snot still remaining on Might Guy's face, Uchiha Xiu quickly stopped it. Since Kurigakure sent 7 ninjas to attack our Konoha, maybe there will be ninjas ambush in front. Let's go back and report the news to the village. Seeing Might Guy lying on the ground and unable to move, Uchiha Xiu decided to let several people go back the same way. Now that Kurigakure's ninjas have already appeared in Konoha's rear, the transportation of supplies cannot only be handled by a team composed of 3 chunin. Okay, we all listen to you. Regarding Uchiha Xiu's proposal, everyone naturally has no opinion. Therefore, several people returned the same way. Damn, where did those guys go? Why can't I contact you all of a sudden? Kurigakure, 4th Mizukage Citrus Yagura furious. Not long ago, the 7 ninja swordsmen who he sent to Konoha to collect information all lost their news. Master Mizukage, did the 7 ninja swords encounter any troubles? That's why they didn't send back the news immediately. Terumi-mei looked at the angry Mizukage, a little helpless. These 7 guys, rebellious. Even Mizukage-sama's orders are sometimes ignored. Now, at the critical moment when Kurigakure is about to launch an attack on Konoha, he played missing. It doesn't matter. Now Konoha and Rock Shinobi are fighting fiercely, and I heard that Cloud Shinobi Village is also starting to move around. We must seize this opportunity. I will personally lead the team and launch a general attack on Konoha tomorrow. Yagura frowned after hearing Terumi-mei's words. Although the 7 ninja swordsmen are arrogant, they are not fools. If good ones encounter any danger, they will definitely ask for help as soon as possible. Now even the information has not been sent back, so there is only one possibility. These bastards don't know where to fool around. Yes, I'll go down and make arrangements. Terumi-mei agreed, then turned around and wanted to leave Pai. By the way, you can stay in the village this time. You will represent Mizukage during my absence. Citrus Yagura is very reassuring about Terumi-mei. Terumi-mei has 2 types of blood succession boundaries, lava style and boil style, and her strength is far beyond the average elite Jonin. With regarding the village, there will be absolutely no accidents in the village. Understood. Looking at Yagura, Terumi-mei nodded. Although she still wants to take this opportunity to go to Konoha to see if there is a handsome guy she likes. But since 4th Mizukage has spoken, she can only obey orders. Chapter 99 Return 8 Tales Subscribe. Konoha is really prosperous. Walking on the streets of Konoha, Mabui sighed, his eyes full of envy. Darui, don't look listless, you will make Konoha's people look down on our Cloud Shinobi village. Seeing Darui who was not motivated beside him, Mabui frowned. Ah, I'm so sorry. Hearing Mabui's words, Darui touched his head, and then casually apologized. Oh, I really can't do anything about you. Seeing Darui's appearance, Mabui sighed. This guy is good everywhere, but he looks careless in everything he does. I don't know if I can get 8 tails back this time. This time 4th Raikage sent the 2 of them to negotiate with Konoha, and the purpose was to get back the 8 tails that originally belonged to Cloud Shinobi Village from Konoha. You too, Master Hokage has summoned you, please follow me. Mabui and Darui didn't hang around for too long, and Anbu wearing a fox mask appeared next to them. Led them to the Hokage building. I don't know why you two came to see the old man. Seeing Azabui and Darui, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked knowingly. He already guessed the purpose of Cloud Shinobi Village, but it was because he guessed it that Sarutobi Hiruzen had a headache. Because 8 tails, now sealed in Uchiha Xiu's body, it is basically impossible for Cloud Shinobi Village to get 8 tails back. Master Hokage, we are here this time to get back something that belongs to us. Coming. Azabui's words made Sarutobi Hiruzen sigh. Sure enough, it was because of 8 tails. Oh, Master Hokage, don't pretend to be confused. Uchiha Xiu from your village killed Master Jinchuriki Killer Bee from our village, and took 8 tails for himself. We have nothing to say about Mr. Killer Bee, but 8 tails must return our Cloud Shinobi village. Otherwise, our Lord Raikage will definitely wage war against Konoha again. Mabui cut straight to the point, with a very stern tone. Although Cloud Shinobi village has suffered heavy losses, it is necessary to be stronger in the negotiations to obtain more benefits. If the situation is not right, it is not too late to soften. After hearing Mabui's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little angry. You are a defeated general, where do you have the confidence to say such a thing? 3rd Raikage is dead, 8 tails Jinchuriki is dead, 4th Raikage who just took office is missing an arm. Now dare to say to launch an attack on Konoha. If the old man was younger, he would beat you so hard that your own mother wouldn't even recognize him. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to explode on the spot, a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in his mind. Yes, since the 8 tails incident was caused by Uchiha Xiu, then let Uchiha Xiu handle it. Anyway, Uchiha Xiu will definitely not hand over 8 tails. Cloud Shinobi village did not get the desired result, and it will inevitably start a war. In war there will be casualties. At that time, give Uchiha Xiu the title of the culprit who caused the war between the two villages. Wouldn't that be a blow to Uchiha Xiu's prestige? Come here, call Uchiha Xiu over, and say that someone from Cloud Shinobi village wants to get 8 tails back. After thinking about it, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a smile on his face. I praised my wit in my heart. Master Hokage, you can decide on this matter, right? As the shadow of a village, there is no need to seek other people's opinions, right? Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to call Uchiha Xiu, Azabui panicked. She doesn't want to negotiate with a monster who can defeat the AB combination. You can't say that, Konoha is very democratic. Since 8 tails was brought back by Uchiha Xiu, we still have to consider the opinions of the parties involved. Regarding Azabui's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand with a smile and rejected her proposal. Sarutobi Hiruzen is an old fox, and Azabui wants to use the aggressive method on him, but he is still a little tender. Xiu, meatballs are really delicious. In the dessert shop on Konoha Street, Uchiha Xiu is eating 7-color meatballs with Yuhihong and Nohara Lin. In the arms of Yuhihong and Nohara Lin are miniature versions of Shuzuru and Gyuki respectively. It's delicious, eat more. I'm treating you today, eat as much as you want. Seeing Kuranu Yuhi and Rin Nohara happy, Uchiha Xiu also smiled. 7-color meatballs are too irresistible for little girls who like sweets. And, interestingly, Shukaku and Gyuki are also particularly fond of sweet treats like 7-color balls. Hey, I said Shu, can we go out and play alone? After Shuhei stuffed 2 strings of meatballs into his mouth, he muttered. CG obviously, it has boasted to Gyuki before, saying that it will lead Gyuki to eat Konoha's delicacies. But Uchiha Xiu didn't let them go out alone. This makes Shukaku feel that he has lost face in front of his new younger brother Gyuki. It doesn't work now, if you think of it, you must be accompanied by me. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō have not fallen, especially Shimura Danzō. This is a guy who does anything for his own ends. If Shukaku and Gyuki go out alone, then it is very likely to be attacked by root ninjas. At that time, with Shuhei's temperament, he might just run away in Konoha village. In case of casualties, after that, it will be very difficult for tailed beasts to live freely in Konoha village. Shuhei, I am very satisfied to be like this now. Let's listen to Shu first, he must have his own plans. Gyuki has 8 tails, one of which is holding a bunch of 7-color balls, eating them happily. Compared to the prison-like life in Cloud Shinobi village before, life now, for Gyuki, is no different from heaven. Where is this? After hearing Gyuki's words, Shuhei curled his lips in disdain, and then changed the subject. But since you are very satisfied now, then I will reluctantly accompany you, and when you want to go out to play, I will lead you to play. Well, Shuzuru, you are so kind. Hearing Shuzuru's words, Gyuki was very moved, and then stuffed all the meatballs that had just been served into his mouth. Seeing this scene, Shuhei felt that his heart was bleeding, but it was not easy to compete with his little brother for food. Gyuki, when you meet Kurama's stinky fox, you can help me beat it together, understand? Understood, you are my big brother, I will listen to you. Gia, Gyuki, I'll treat you to ice cream later. Thank you brother. Hearing Gyuki's big brother, Shuhei smiled even more happily. This is the first time it has experienced the fun of being the boss since its birth. Shu, when will you get Kurama and the other tailed beasts back? Shuzuru jumped from Yuhi Kyuren's arms to Uchiha Xiu's body. It's just that being Gyuki's big brother is fun, but not very satisfying. If it can successfully become the big brother of the 9-tailed beasts, it will wake up laughing from its dreams. There will be such a day, don't worry. Uchiha Xiu touched Shuhei's head. Through this period of getting along, he found that although these tailed beasts were all born from the era of Sage of 6 Paths, their minds were extremely pure, like children who didn't grow up. HMPH, let that stinky fox be the youngest little brother at that time. Shuhei was delighted, and then quickly jumped onto the table. If you don't eat any more, Gyuki will eat up all the 7-color meatballs. Master Shu, Master Hokage, please go over and say that Cloud Shinobi village sent someone to take 8 tails back. Just when they were eating happily, Anbu wearing a fox mask appeared in front of Uchiha Xiu. Chapter 100. Let 8 Tails decide for themselves. Please subscribe. As Cloud Shinobi Village coming. Still want to take Yuki back. After hearing Anbu's words, Uchiha Xiu frowned. Cloud Shinobi Village dares to come to Konoha to request. Is it impatient to live? I don't know the specifics, so I'd better go and see for myself. Okay, I'll go right away, you go first. Uchiha Xiu waved at Anbu and told him to back off. Damn it, Yuki is my younger brother. Those guys from Cloud Shinobi Village dare to attack my younger brother. Look at me to deal with them. Before Uchiha Xiu could say anything, Shuhei was the first to be unhappy. It took so much thought and finally accepted Yuki, the little brother. The big brother has not had enough addiction yet, someone wants to separate Yuki from it. This is unbearable. Xiu, what should I do? I like Yuki very much, don't send it away, okay. Rin Nohara held Yuki in her voice full of pleading. Yuki is very cute and honest, not as naughty as Shuzuru, so Rin Nohara likes Yuki very much. She considers Yuki her family. HMPH, I'm not going back, except for every good thing in Cloud Shinobi Village. Yuki was even more unhappy. It eats and plays well in Konoha, and is free all day long. I don't want to go back to Cloud Shinobi Village to live the old life. Well, I won't send Yuki away. Uchiha Xiu appeased everyone. Sarutobi Hiruzen must be up to something now. Otherwise, just deal with Cloud Shinobi. There was no need for him to show up at all. Hong, Lin, you guys eat here first. If you are free after eating, you can go to Ja Luluo to play. I will go first. I want to see what kind of medicine you sell in your gourd. Uchiha Xiu snorted coldly, then let Shukaku and Yuki return to his body. Then walked towards the Hokage building. Xiu, you're here. Seeing Uchiha Xiu, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. This is an emissary sent by Cloud Shinobi Village. They want to take 8 Tails back. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Uchiha Xiu followed Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze. Then he saw Mabui and Darui sitting beside him. As this Uchiha Xiu, it's unbelievable. The first time he saw Uchiha Xiu, Azabui was stunned. She didn't expect that the guy who could defeat Lord Fourth Raikage and Lord Killer Bee on the battlefield was actually younger than expected. I heard you want to take 8 Tails back. Uchiha Xiu looked at the two of them coldly. Just on the way here, Anbu has already fully explained the identities and information of the two to Uchiha Xiu. Darui seems to be the heir to 5th Raikage in the future, and I don't know if his current strength has reached cage level. If it is achieved, then if you find an opportunity to kill it, you will be able to accumulate a month's shortened time. After thinking about it, Uchiha Xiu lost his mind, unconsciously revealing a trace of killing intent. Then, Mabui and Darui felt as if they were being targeted by Shinigami. They were cold all over. Even breathing became difficult. The strong sense of oppression on Uchiha Xiu made them restless. Xiu, they are not enemies. Feeling the strong pressure, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly said, I was afraid that Uchiha Xiu would make a direct move and snap the two envoys from Cloud Shinobi Village. Oh, sorry, I was just distracted. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Uchiha Xiu came back to his senses, then smiled awkwardly. Accidentally exposed my inner thoughts. Well, what a sin. As Uchiha Xiu's aura subsided, Mabui and Darui heaved a long sigh of relief. Even if you are mentally prepared. But when actually facing Uchiha Xiu, they were shocked again by Uchiha Xiu, as expected of the man called Konoha Shira. Just a look, a trace of killing intent. Just let them walk through the gate of hell. Uchiha Xiu, this time, we want you to return 8 Tails to our Cloud Shinobi Village. Mabui calmed down a bit. Facing Uchiha Xiu, this woman known for her calmness and wisdom, no longer had her usual aura. Leave it to you. Why? Uchiha Xiu sneered when he heard Mabui's words. Joke. 8 Tails is what he worked so hard to catch. Do you just want to go back? 8 Tails was originally the tail beast of our Cloud Shinobi Village, and you Konohas will naturally return it to us. Then I also said that these tailed beasts were originally subdued by our Konoha Shodai and Uchiha Madara, and the 2 tails of your Cloud Shinobi Village should also belong to Konoha. Why don't you return them? Quote. Besides, I am 8 Tails Jinchuriki now. You want to take 8 Tails back now, don't you want me to die? Uchiha Xiu said clearly and logically, it just depends on who has a thicker skin. I heard that Master Xiu still has 1 tail in his body, but if you just remove the 8 tails, it won't affect Master Xiu's body. Mabui didn't expect that Uchiha Xiu would find it so difficult to speak when he looked at the polite appearance. She was almost speechless. That's not okay, I don't agree. Uchiha Xiu simply stopped talking. I don't care what you think. Anyway, if you want 8 tails, there is no negotiating. Xiu-sama, if you don't hand over 8 tails, then our Cloud Shinobi Village will launch a war against Konoha. When the time comes, people will be devastated, and it will all be because of your insistence on going your own way, Mr. Xiu. Seeing Uchiha Xiu's appearance, Azabui revealed his last whole card. Seeking flowers, 0. She didn't believe that Konoha dared to go to war with Cloud Shinobi Village while fighting with Iwagakure and Kurigakure at the same time. It turned out to be like this. After hearing Mabui's words, Uchiha Xiu finally understood. Sarutobi Hiruzen called him here because he wanted to blame him for causing the war between the 2 villages. I know that you old BD has no good intentions. Uchiha Xiu glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, then smiled. Want to cheat on me? Not that simple. In that case, I respect your decision. However, I am a man who advocates mutual respect and harmony between humans and tailed beasts, and has been fighting for peace in the ninja world. Therefore, I have no objection to returning Eight Tails to Cloud Shinobi Village, but whether or not Eight Tails wants to go back with you, I think we should ask Eight Tails for their opinion. What do you think? Uchiha Xiu pretended to say a few words, and then prepared to hand over the choice to Eight Tails Gyuki. At that time, if Eight Tails disagrees and you don't want to go back to Cloud Shinobi Village, then you can't blame me, can you? After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face changed drastically. He just wanted to take the opportunity to blow Uchiha Xiu's prestige. But there is no real plan to return the tailed beast to Cloud Shinobi Village. You know, tailed beasts are equivalent to nuclear weapons. How can such a killer be given to his opponent? And you, Uchiha Xiu, weren't you tough when facing us? Why did you suddenly change your personality today? Still fighting for peace in the ninja world. You who are called Shura, where did you get the confidence to brag about yourself like this? Why does this face feel thicker than mine? Cough. Xiu, how can you ask the tailed beast's opinion on such an important matter? I think it's still, well, that's it, we agreed. If Eight Tails is willing to go back with us, then you hand over Eight Tails. If Eight Tails is willing to stay in Konoha, then we will never trouble Konoha with Eight Tails again. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to repent, Azabui quickly interrupted him. Joke. The relationship between Eight Tails and Master Killer Bee was very good before. Now you Konoha have killed Master Killer Bee, and even imprisoned Eight Tails. Eight Tails will definitely choose to go back to Cloud Shinobi Village with us. In Mabui's opinion, Uchiha Xiu is still too young after all. Although his strength is unfathomable, he is still far behind in politics. Didn't see Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a hurry. Okay, since that's the case, then we have made a happy decision. After hearing Azabui's promise, Uchiha Xiu nodded in satisfaction. Gyuki, come out. As soon as Uchiha Xiu finished speaking, a mini version of Eight Tails with 8 octopus tails appeared in Uchiha Xiu's arms. Chapter 101 I suspect I have been illusioned, please subscribe. Master Eight Tails. After seeing the mini version of Gyuki, Mabui and Darui all opened their mouths in surprise. Anyway, Eight Tails is a powerful tail beast second only to Nine Tails. Uchiha Xiu actually released it like this. Still in the Hokage office. Isn't he afraid that Eight Tails will run away? But then again, I've never seen Eight Tails like this before. It's cute. Even Eight Tails tamed. Unlike Azabui and others, Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief the moment he saw Eight Tails. The current appearance of Eight Tails is exactly the same as that of Shukaku. It is definitely a submissive post that has been tidied up by Uchiha Xiu. It will definitely not choose to go back to Cloud Shinobi Village with Azabui. Gyuki, you have heard the conversation just now, tell me what you think. Uchiha Xiu put Gyuki on the Hokage desk. 003, Master Eight Tails, we are here to pick you up, please follow us back to Cloud Shinobi Village. Although shocked in his heart, Mabui still stabilized his mind and bowed respectfully to Gyuki. HMPH, Cloud Shinobi Village is not my home, and I will never go back. You don't have to act in front of me anymore, our relationship is not so good. Hearing Mabui's words, Gyuki snorted coldly. During this period of life in Konoha, he knew what real freedom is. Here it eats and plays well and sleeps well. You don't have to practice with that reckless man every day. It's 100 times better than it was at Cloud Shinobi Village. Naturally, it would not choose to go back to Cloud Shinobi Village. Master Eight Tails, have you forgotten? Konoha is the one who killed Master Killer Bee. After hearing Gyuki's words, Azabui was stunned. How do you feel that in Gyuki's heart, the people from Cloud Shinobi Village are the enemy? It's not that you, Cloud Shinobi Village, took the initiative to cause trouble, otherwise how could I die? Besides, my horn was interrupted by that BDI, and I haven't settled with him yet. Gyuki scoffed at Mabui's words. Although it is simple and honest, it is not a fool. Who is really good to it, of course it knows. Cloud Shinobi Village just used it as a weapon to enhance the strength of the village, and never accepted it sincerely. Okay, let me tell you why one of my little brother's horns is broken. It turned out that it was made by your village. Let me tell you, this matter is endless, and I will definitely bring a living ghost to seek revenge from you in the future. Shuhei also jumped onto Hokage's desk, pointing at Mabui, as if he wanted to stand up for his younger brother. Seeing the little Gyuki and Shuzuru on the desk, Azabui was stunned. The two-tailed beasts are still worshipping. Do you want to get along so harmoniously? That, Lord Hokage. Seeing the appearance of Gyuki and Shuhei, Azabui panicked. She thought that Gyuki would hate Konoha because of Killer Bee, but she didn't expect that Gyuki would be so dissatisfied with their Cloud Shinobi Village. And not seeing each other for a few days, Gyuki turned out to be Shuhei's younger brother. Shuzuru even clamored to bring Gyuki to take revenge on Cloud Shinobi Village. This is troublesome. You know, even though Shukaku and Gyuki are at Hokage's desk now, looking cute. But these two guys are tail beasts. Powerful and destructive. If they really attack Cloud Shinobi Village, then Cloud Shinobi Village will have to peel off its skin if it doesn't die. Therefore, Azabui looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen as if he could only ask for help. Cough. That, although Cloud Shinobi Village did something wrong before, Eight Tails must have something wrong. I think it's about revenge, let's just let it go. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed. A tailed beast is a tailed beast, it is really too rebellious. Don't meddle in your own business, you old man. Otherwise, I will practice tailed beast bomb with Gyuki and Konoha, and I will use your Hokage building as a target. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, he kept his mind. It's showing off to its little brother. What's your business, you old man? Sarutobi Hiruzen almost fainted from Shuzuru's words. No one has dared to talk to him like this in all these years. He's Hokage, and talk about using your own Hokage building as a target for practicing tailed beast bomb. Why don't you go to heaven? Sarutobi Hiruzen was very angry, but he really had nothing to do with these two-tailed beasts. Who let people really have this strength? Okay, don't be so excited, you two, I'll take you to eat ice cream later. Seeing that it was almost done, Uchiha Xiu hugged Shukaku and Gyuki in his arms and started stroking each other. Darui, I seem to be hallucinating. Sorry, I seem to be hallucinating too. Seeing Shuzuru and Gyuki cuddled like pets in Uchiha Xiu's arms, Mabui and Darui felt that their worldview had collapsed. Forget about Shuhei, they don't know Shuhei's character. But Gyuki, they are very clear. Once the bull's temper comes up, he doesn't care. Almost knocked their Cloud Shinobi village over once, thanks to Third Raikage and I who teamed up to subdue it. But now, this ferocious tailed beast, lying obediently in Uchiha Xiu's arms like a pet. I was touched on the head, but I didn't look angry at all. Even for a moment, Mabui began to doubt. Did Konoha intentionally create a fake 8 tails to deceive herself? Since there is nothing else, I'll go first. After Uchiha Xiu finished speaking, he hugged Shukaku and Gyuki and left. The matter has been settled, and he still has to go and have fun with Shihahong and Nohara Lin. Master Hokage, aren't you afraid of the tailed beast running wild? Seeing Uchiha Xiu leave, Mabui couldn't help asking. She has never seen any village so tolerant towards tailed beasts. Tailed beasts are tailed beasts after all. If they are as defenseless as Konoha, once the tailed beasts go berserk, they will definitely suffer heavy losses. You don't understand this. Tailed beasts also have intelligence, and after being baptized by our will of Konoha fire, they have become an important member of the guardian of the village. Seeing the unbelievable expressions on the faces of Mabui and Darui, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to put gold on his face at 5.5. Tailed beast runaway. With Uchiha Xiu and Konoha, it would be impossible for such a thing to happen. Look at the way you two have never seen the world. Sarutobi Hiruzen despised Mabui and Darui in his heart, and seemed to have completely forgotten how he lost his composure in front of the tailed beast before. Hee. After hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Mabui and Darui sneered. I've seen shameless people, I've never seen such shameless people. God's will of fire. Then let's take our leave. Knowing that there would be no results if they stayed any longer, Mabui and Darui got up and left. Judging from the current situation, let alone going back to 8 tails. Even if there is a war with Konoha, then 8 tails and 1 tail are likely to directly retaliate against their Cloud Shinobi village. So, they need to go back and discuss these matters with Raikage as soon as possible. Chapter 102 Fugaku opens Mangekyo Sharingan. Subscribe. Hiashi, Fugaku, and Kurigakure have also declared war like the village. But the village is really short of manpower, so you should bring your own clansmen to support the border. In Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen looks at Hyuga Hiashi and Uchiha Fugaku with a kind smile. After Uchiha Xiu killed all the 7 ninja swords last time, within a few days, Kurigakure launched a full-scale attack on Konoha. But due to Iwagakure's containment, Konoha has no manpower to deal with Kurigakure. So, only the Hyuga and Uchiha clans can go to the front to fight. Don't worry Hokage-sama, we Uchiha clan will drive Kurigakure out of the border. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Uchiha Fugaku agreed without any hesitation. This is the strategy that he and Uchiha Xiu have formulated long ago. After all, the village is surrounded by enemies, and it is not a good thing for the Uchiha clan to stay completely out of it. Hearing Uchiha Fugaku's statement, Hyuga Hiashi also nodded, saying that the Hyuga clan will also contribute their own strength to the village. Okay, with your words, I feel relieved. It's not too late, you should hurry up and support the border. I didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a good mood. Although Kurigakure is far overseas, the way Yoruichi and Ghost Lanterns in their village are all extremely powerful ninjas. If the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan don't attack, Konoha's ninjas really can't stop the opponent's attack. Also, take this opportunity to weaken the strength of the 2 clans, it really kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Looking at the bright sunshine outside the window, Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked his pipe. After this ninja war is over, he will abdicate. As for Hokage's candidate, he already has a goal in mind. Oh, I didn't expect to be able to fall into a big fish. Looking at them like this, they must be some kind of powerful person, right? Master Mizukage, you are really wise. If you get the eyes of these guys, then our Kurigakure's strength can be raised to another level. In a dense forest on the Konoha border, several ninjas wearing Uchiha costumes were surrounded by a group of Kurigakure ninjas. Under everyone's gaze, a man with a club-like weapon came out. And his appearance also made everyone in Uchiha, who originally planned to fight to the death, give up the idea just now. Fourth Mizukage actually came in person. Damn it, the shadow of a village will appear here, isn't he afraid that something will happen to the village? Master Fugaku, let's hold them back, you go. Yes, Master Fugaku, you are the hope of the Uchiha clan, you must not die here. Master Fugaku, don't worry about us, you and Master Xiu will avenge us in the future. Listening to the words of his companion, Uchiha Fugaku gritted his teeth secretly. Today is his carelessness. After chasing and beating several Kurigakure ninjas who were defeated and fled, they are now in a desperate situation. Since I have chosen to show up, it means that none of you can escape today. Citrus Yagura looked at the few people surrounded by him with an indifferent expression. He took such a big risk to personally participate in the plan to attack Konoha. Nature is well prepared. None of these guys from the Uchiha clan can leave alive today. Water style, water mirror technique. Yagura, who doesn't like nonsense, didn't give Uchiha Fugaku a chance to say anything more, and launched an attack directly. As the Citrus Yagura seal ended, several people who were exactly like Uchiha Fugaku and others ran out of the water mirror. Then he launched an attack directly. Damn it, Fugaku-sama, let's go. Seeing the enemy's attack, all the Uchiha people rushed forward desperately, in an attempt to buy Uchiha Fugaku time to escape with his own life. But their resistance is doomed to be in vain. In just a few seconds, under the siege of the Mist Ninja, everyone was seriously injured. Damn, ruined Sharingan, definitely don't let them get our eyes. The glory of the Uchiha clan must not be tarnished. Seeing that there was no hope of winning, the 4 Uchiha ninjas self-destructed their eyes in the first place. This is the unwritten rule of the Uchiha clan, in order to prevent the eyes from being used by ninjas of enemy countries after death. Therefore, on the battlefield, as long as life is threatened, then they will choose to self-destruct the binoculars to protect Sharingan from spreading. No, seeing this scene, Uchiha Fugaku cried out sadly. Self-blame, annoyance, and hatred filled his whole heart in an instant. If it weren't for his wrong command, such a thing would never have happened today. These 4 companions who have been with him since he was a child and have experienced countless battles, big and small, will not fall to this point. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. The strong hatred made Uchiha Fugaku's 3 Tomoe Sharingan start to spin extremely fast, and then gradually merged into a scarlet sickle pattern. As the eyes change, an extremely powerful cold pupil power emanates from Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. Immediately afterwards, a purple skeleton frame encloses Uchiha Fugaku. Mangekyo Sharingan, Susanoo. Under the strong emotion, Uchiha Fugaku successfully completed the metamorphosis. Even when Mangekyo Sharingan was opened for the first time, a powerful forbidden technique like Susanoo was used. What ninjutsu is this? What a weird feeling. What a powerful defense. My attack has no effect on him. HMPH, I don't believe it. With so many of us plus Mizukage-sama, it's still possible for him to escape. Seeing Susanoo of Uchiha Fugaku, all the ninjas of Kurigakure besieged it. They grew up under the blood mist policy since they were young, so everyone is ruthless. Therefore, even when they saw Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo, none of them chose to retreat. You guys, go to hell. As Uchiha Fugaku shouted, the purple skeleton wrapped around Uchiha Fugaku grew hands. Then out of thin air, 2 purple long knives appeared in Susanoo's hands. Swish. 1 knife, 2 knives. Under Susanoo's fast and massive attack, Kurigakure's ninjas had no chance to dodge at all. Each one was cut in half. But after a while, the original dozen or so elite Jonin of Kurigakure were all slaughtered. Is this the legendary power of the Uchiha clan? Sure enough, seeing this scene, a smile appeared on the corner of Yagura's mouth. As a Mizukage, he still has a certain understanding of the Uchiha clan. The ninjutsu that Uchiha Fugaku uses now is apparently the same as the recorded power that Uchiha Madara possesses. Why didn't you take action just now? 800. Looking at Yagura, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes were cold, and 2 lines of blood and tears flowed down his eyes. Although he becomes very powerful after opening the Mangekyo Sharingan, but if Yagura had chosen to make a move just now, it would be impossible for him to get rid of the dozen or so elite Jonins so easily. Bringing them out this time, I never thought of bringing them back. Yagura sneered, and under his policy of blood mist, Kurigakure ninjas became louder and louder. Even some ninjas have begun plotting to overthrow his rule. Among them, the Wei Yoruichi family and the Ghost Lantern family are his 2 confidants. So, Yagura chose to start this war. He doesn't want to gain anything from the war, but wants to use this war to eliminate dissidents. Is that the original idea? Uchiha Fugaku has been the head of the Uchiha clan for a while. Therefore, even though Yagura did not say it clearly, he understood Yagura's inner thoughts at the first time. You really are a-hole. Uchiha Fugaku roared. Yagura's attitude made him very angry after losing his companion. He cannot accept. His companion died here because of such a ridiculous reason. Die to me. Uchiha Fugaku exported his pupil power to ultimate, and then charged at Yagura. Then let me experience for myself how powerful the legendary power of the Uchiha clan really is. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku rushing up, Yagura sneered, and then transformed into a half-tailed beast in an instant, and rushed towards Uchiha Fugaku without avoiding it. Chapter 103 The Power of the Uchiha Clan Gods. Subscribe. Boom. The confrontation of force against force. Yagura and Uchiha Fugaku, the half-tailed citrus, won't give in. Knives and punches clashed against each other. The air waves generated by the collision even leveled the surrounding forests. Under Uchiha Fugaku's crazy attack, Citrus Yagura's body was continuously cut with scars. However, under the effect of the power of the tailed beast, it quickly returned to its original state. After fighting like this for a while, Uchiha Fugaku's actions became slower and slower. In terms of endurance, the newly opened Mangekyo Sharingan is still far from Tailed Beast. Tailed Beast Bomb. Goji Yagura found an opportunity and blasted a Tailed Beast Bomb at Uchiha Fugaku. The strong explosion made the earth tremble. When the smoke cleared, Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo finally had multiple damages. It seems to have reached the end of the crossbow. It seems that the power that the Uchiha clan is proud of is only at this level. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku, who was half kneeling on the ground and had no strength to fight anymore, Citrus Yagura chuckled lightly, but there was a very ferocious expression on the doll's face. How, are you going to destroy your own eyes like your companion? Or, give me your eyes, maybe I will choose to spare your life. When Yagura approached Uchiha Fugaku, he was suddenly very curious about what choice Uchiha Fugaku would make. Xiu, the future of the Uchiha clan is in your hands. Seeing Yagura approaching, Uchiha Fugaku knew that if he didn't do it, he would have no chance. So he took out a handful of kunai from the ninja bag, and prepared to poke his eyes blind. Clang! Just when kunai was about to pierce his eyes, the kunai in Uchiha Fugaku's hand was suddenly thrown away by a long knife. Fugaku, didn't I say that? I don't like to care about trifles in the clan. So, you'd better give up the idea of suicide. Uchiha Xiu put away the long knife and stood in front of Uchiha Fugaku. Xiu, I killed them. Seeing Uchiha Xiu, Uchiha Fugaku finally couldn't hold back the tears. He blames himself. If it wasn't for him, then his companion wouldn't have died tragically here. Then you should live well and strive to carry forward the Uchiha clan. Hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words, Uchiha Xiu curled his lips. He didn't expect that the patriarch of the dignified Uchiha clan was also a guy who could cry. But Uchiha Xiu still comforted him. In terms of managing the family, Uchiha Fugaku was still a very good candidate. With a delicate mind, he also obeyed his words. If Uchiha Fugaku dies, then Uchiha Xiu will lose a capable subordinate. He who doesn't like to be disturbed by trivial matters needs to reselect a trustworthy and convincing guy to manage the family. Just thinking about it must be a troublesome thing. I understand, Xiu, I will trouble you next. 11. Uchiha Fugaku calmed down, and then took the initiative to retreat to the distance. The moment Uchiha Xiu appeared, he knew. The outcome of this battle is already sealed. Oh, it seems that another extraordinary character has come. You are so young, do you have a baby face like me? Looking at Uchiha Xiu, Gojo Yagura became a little interested. He didn't know why the strong man with the Mangekyo Sharingan would respect the young man in front of him so much. Last time it was 7 ninja swordsmen, this time it's Mizukage. Kurigakure guys are really annoying. Looking at Yagura, who can barely make out the human form, Uchiha Xiu's eyes are cold. The Uchiha family is the foundation of his future rule of the ninja world, and every ninja is very important to him. Now Mizukage killed 4 elite Jonin. Uchiha Xiu is very angry. Have you met the 7 ninja swordsmen? Didn't those guys kill you? After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Gojo Yagura was a little surprised. The 7 ninja swordsmen take pleasure in killing people, and even Kurigakure's ninjas have died in their hands. If this kid in front of him has met the 7 ninja swordsmen, there's no reason why he can still be alive. You'll see later why they didn't kill me. Seeing Yagura's surprised expression, Uchiha Xiu sneered, and then activated the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It turns out that you also obtained the legendary power of the Uchiha clan. But so what? It has been proved just now that this kind of power is nothing but a vain name when facing my perfect Jinchuriki. Seeing Uchiha Xiu's eyes, Yagura was surprised for a moment, and then couldn't help laughing again. The power of Mangekyo Sharingan is very strong. But there was nothing he could do about it. Xiu, show him the true power of the Uchiha clan. Hearing Yagura's ridicule, Uchiha Fugaku was extremely angry. Although he also activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, his pupil power is vastly different from that of Uchiha Xiu. In addition, the first time I opened my eyes, my pupil power was not stable yet, so I was defeated by Yagura so quickly. But that doesn't mean he can mock the proud power of the Uchiha clan. Don't worry, I will let him know what despair is. After Uchiha Xiu finished speaking, the pupil power of both eyes began to run wildly. Immediately afterwards, a blood-red skeleton wrapped Uchiha Xiu up. That's it, it's just a different color. Seeing the first stage of Susanoo, Yagura was full of disdain. How is this different from the Uchiha Fugaku he defeated just now? Don't worry, this is just the first stage. Uchiha Xiu did not rush to make a move, but continued to increase the output of pupil power. Immediately afterwards, the blood-red skeleton wrapped around Uchiha Xiu quickly grew in size until it reached the size of a tailed beast. The original skeleton also quickly covered with flesh and blood, and was finally wrapped in a battle armor. There was also a blood-red long knife around his waist. It looks like a statue of a demon god, with amazing momentum. Is it possible to grow to such an extent? Seeing the tall demon statue in front of him, Yagura finally put away his contempt just now. He felt great pressure from this tall Susanoo. Even the 3 tails in him were starting to become increasingly irritable. This is Susanoo's second phase. Uchiha Xiu crossed his arms and stood on Susanoo's forehead, looking down at the ant-like Citrus Yagura at his feet. HMPH, it is indeed much stronger than before, but if this is the strength you are proud of, then you are doomed to die today. Citrus Yagura sensed Uchiha Xiu's gaze and snorted coldly. Although the current Uchiha Xiu is dozens of times stronger than the previous Uchiha Fugaku, but similarly, he did not use his full strength just now. Complete tail beastization. Citrus Yagura let out a loud cry, and then his body grew rapidly, and the tailed beast coat that originally wrapped his whole body began to fall off gradually. In the end, it turned into a huge turtle with 3 tails and spikes all over its body. How about it? This is my true strength. After transforming into three tails, Yagura is still able to maintain her clear consciousness. Looking at Uchiha Xiu in front of him, Yagura even felt that he had the chance to win. Don't worry, where is this going? Looking at the three tails in front of him, Uchiha Xiu's expression didn't change at all. Although it is also easy for him to clean up three tails in this form. But Uchiha Xiu didn't intend to do that. He wants Yagura to experience the feeling of despair. You're not trying to stall for time, are you? It's far away from Konoha, no one can come here in a short time. Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Gojo Yagura was very suspicious. He has completely turned into a tailed beast. Is there anyone else who can defeat him? HMPH, ants. Uchiha Xiu snorted coldly, and increased the output of pupil power again. Then Susanoo, who was already tall enough, began to grow again, with 4 arms and 2 huge wings stretching out from behind. The body has also become as huge as a mountain. Gulu, looking at Susanoo, who was more than twice as big as herself, Yagura finally got scared. Compared with the demon statue in front of him, he is completely like a little turtle. In terms of body shape, it is not at the same level at all. Especially the terrifying power that Susanoo constantly exudes. Let the 3 tails in his body become completely irritable. It seems to be full of fear. Damn it, does this ninja world still have such a strong power? Under the impact of 3 tails, Yagura couldn't control his current form at all, and even changed from the form of 3 tails back to the original human form. Why, what are you afraid of? After being unable to mobilize the power of the 3 tails anymore, Yagura was furious. He hasn't faced this situation since he became a 3 tails Jinchuriki. Hateful, looking at the demon statue in front of him, Yagura couldn't feel any fighting spirit in his heart anymore. This kind of thing, no one can beat it at all. Citrus Yagura began to flee towards the sea. He is Mizukage, he can't die yet, just run to the beach. Then there is still a chance of survival. Insect. Seeing Yagura running away in a hurry, Uchiha Xiu had a thought, and then the arrogant Susanoo made a movement of drawing a knife. Swish. A blood-red light cut out instantly. Contains an unrivaled aura, covering the sky and the sun. Rushed forward quickly, until the sky invisible to the naked eye, it slowly disappears. The sky, even the clouds are cut open. A bottomless gully was left on the ground. Wherever the sword chi went, everything was torn to pieces. Chapter 104 Uchiha Madara who couldn't hold it back. Subscribe. Is this the real power of the Mangekyo Sharingan? Seeing the slash that Uchiha Xiu just issued, Uchiha Fugaku fell into a daze. This is like a godlike power. Let Uchiha Fugaku tremble all over. Even if he already has Mangekyo Sharingan, with that move just now. I'm afraid it can only be wiped out. The same Mangekyo Sharingan, is the gap so obvious? Uchiha Fugaku looked at the mountain-like blood-red demon god, and finally saw Uchiha Xiu's true strength for the first time. I also feel sincerely happy that a strong man like Uchiha Xiu has appeared in the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan can finally usher in glory again. Not dead. Uchiha Xiu was a little surprised that there was no system kill prompt in his mind. The blow just now can be followed. It should be said that it is indeed a shadow. However, Uchiha Xiu soon locked on Yagura's position. Obviously, although the move just now did not kill him completely. But Yagura is also completely unable to move, and her life is about to come to an end. Taking Susanoo back, Uchiha Xiu slowly walked in front of Yagura. The blow just now should have been blocked by 3 tails at the last moment of 323. Otherwise, Citrus Yagura is absolutely impossible to survive. But that's fine, all except 3 tails. If Yagura dies, 3 tails will die immediately, and will not be able to revive again until several years later. Now that he is not dead, Uchiha Xiu can also seal 3 tails into his body by the way. Why do you have such great power? Why am I, who has the power of a tailed beast, so unbearable in front of you? Seeing Uchiha Xiu approaching, Yagura struggled and asked. He does not understand. As a perfect Jinchuriki, he didn't even have a chance to fight back when facing Uchiha Xiu. Even, the other side just swung a sword from beginning to end. But this sword, he was seriously injured and almost killed him. The power of Uchiha Xiu has completely overturned the cognition of the world to the doctor of Citrus Orange. As the tail beast strong. Seeing Yagura's unwilling expression, Uchiha Xiu asked. Then he summoned Shukaku and 8 tails. After seeing Shutsuru and Gyuki, Kutaki Yagura finally despaired. He originally thought that with his own cage level CGDI strength, coupled with the power of 3 tails. Already invincible in the entire ninja world. But unexpectedly, his proud strength, in front of Uchiha Xiu, it turned out to be so unbearable. Even, the opponent didn't use any whole cards to force him to this point. Looking at Yagura who closed his eyes resignedly to fate, Uchiha Xiu did not have any sympathy. Using the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, the 3 tails were extracted from its body. Kill Yagura, a cage-level powerhouse, and get Beijing time for 6 months. Currently accumulated shortened time. 2 years, 2 days, 5 hours and 22 minutes. There are still about 6 months to be able to evolve the eyes into a Rinnegan. I was really looking forward to that moment. Uchiha Xiu sealed Yagura's body into the scroll, and then walked to Uchiha Fugaku's side. Can I go by myself? Able. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, then stood up from the ground. Although the chakra in his body and the pupil power of his eyes have been consumed a lot. But if you're just on your way, there's no problem. Then let's go back to the village. After the news of 4th Mizukage's death spread, Rinnegan village should take the initiative to retreat. After Uchiha Xiu finished speaking, he walked in the direction of Konoha village. Xiu, thank you so much for today. If the news about you killing 4th Mizukage spreads, coupled with our momentum, the voice for you to succeed the next Hokage must be very high. Uchiha Fugaku was happy. Konoha was established jointly by the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. But interestingly, from the establishment of Konoha to the present, none of the Uchiha clan has ever been Hokage. Even under constant pressure from the top, the Uchiha family has been farther and farther away from Konoha's core authority. And the Senju clan that has produced 2 Hokages is even more miserable than the Uchiha clan. Because of the surname Senju, I can't find it in Konoha anymore. The matter of Hokage is still according to the original plan. Let Namikaze Minato become the 4th Hokage. Uchiha Xiu has no interest in succeeding 4th Hokage. He also has no so-called Hokage complex. For Uchiha Xiu, as long as you can firmly control Konoha's rights in your own hands, that's enough. Okay, then follow the original plan. Seeing that Uchiha Xiu didn't intend to become a Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku didn't say much. Uchiha Fugaku firmly believes that, under the leadership of Uchiha Xiu, the Uchiha clan will be able to restore and even surpass their former glory. So no matter what decision Uchiha Xiu makes, neither Uchiha Fugaku will have any doubts. Master Madara, do you really want to choose this guy? On the battlefield between Iwagakure and Konohagakure, a white humanoid monster looked at the 2 Konoha shinobi who were fighting rock shinobi and was very puzzled. That guy is a complete crane tail. Can such a waste would really realize your plan? White Zetsu looked at Uchiha Obito who was clumsy in the battle, and wondered if Uchiha Madara was old and dizzy. That's why I made such a stupid decision. You don't understand Uchiha, the people of the Uchiha clan, the purer the mind, the easier it is to use. And Uchiha Obito's talent is not as bad as you said, the guy who can directly activate Tomoe Sharingan, the talent is already very strong. Uchiha Madara gave a rare explanation to White Zetsu. Perhaps, after finding a favorite piece, Uchiha Madara finally breathed a sigh of relief. But Madara-sama, wouldn't it be more appropriate to say that kid named Uchiha Xiu? White Zetsu couldn't understand what Uchiha Madara said. Anyway, Uchiha Xiu is much better than Uchiha Obito. Shut up, you talk too much today. Uchiha Madara almost breathed out after hearing what White Zetsu said. Of course he knows that Uchiha Xiu is much stronger than Uchiha Obito. Doesn't he want to draw Uchiha Xiu into his side? But the problem is Uchiha Xiu something he can control? Now he can barely survive by relying on the sacred tree all day. If you meet Uchiha Xiu, then you can't be hacked to death with a knife. Uchiha Xiu Susanoo he has seen. Pretty much the same as Susanoo in his prime. That kind of people can't control it at all. Okay, but I have one last question. Just ask. Uchiha Madara was in a good mood today, so he didn't reject White Zetsu as usual. Very good. Hearing Uchiha Madara's nod, White Zetsu almost jumped up happily, and quickly asked a question that has troubled him for a long time. Master Madara, can you tell me what it's like to have a bowel movement? White Zetsu, sign. Chapter 105I, Danzō, object by real name, seeking subscription. The Namikaze Minato team is back from their mission. Uchiha Obito is still dead. Excuse me, Kakashi, if I had been quicker, things like this wouldn't have happened. Looking at the lost Hitaki Kakashi, Namikaze Minato had a trace of apology on his face. In order to achieve greater feats in the war against Iwagakure, Namikaze Minato used his Flying Thunder God technique to roam between the battlefields. The best record is killing dozens of rock shinobi's elite ninjas in a flash. Even all countries have issued an order that they can unconditionally abandon the mission when they meet Namikaze Minato. And, after Uchiha Xiu, Namikaze Minato has also successfully made his own name, Yellow Flash, but none of these can offset the guilt brought by not being able to rescue Uchiha Obito in time. Uchiha Xiu had reminded him clearly before leaving, but he didn't care. Teacher, it's none of your business, if only I could be stronger. I want to be alone, sorry. Kakashi left. As Konoha's hero, he had no sense of joy in his heart. Mingming always had trouble with Uchiha Obito, but when something happened to Uchiha Obito, Kakashi felt very uncomfortable in his heart. However, compared to Namikaze Minato and Hitaki Kakashi, other people in Sleepy Leaf have happy and proud smiles on their faces. Have you heard? Iwagakure has surrendered and will send envoys to Konoha to seek peace in a few days. This time, thanks to Minato-sama, he was able to repel rock shinobi by himself. Yellow Flash really fits the title of Master Minato. Although Uchiha Obito died, but Namikaze Minato still completed the task perfectly. Became the biggest contributor to defeating Iwagakure. In the eyes of Konoha's villagers, Namikaze Minato's prestige is probably second only to Uchiha Xiu. There is another big thing. It is said that after the war is completely over, Lord Third Generation will abdicate. Yes, Master Third Generation said that he is old and has no energy to continue managing the village. That means the fourth Hokage will be elected. I don't know who will be the next Hokage. I'm really looking forward to it. As the war was coming to an end, Sarutobi Hiruzen also released the news early. Because of his abdication, he first laid an ambush. In this way, the topic of who can become the fourth Hokage has become something that all Konoha villagers must discuss before and after tea and dinner. If I say Master Xiu becomes the fourth Hokage, then there should be no objection. Uchiha Xiu defeated Tsunagaku with his own strength, subdued the two-tailed beasts, one-tail Shuzuru and eight-tails Gyuki, and cut off one arm of the current fourth Raikage. Even just the other day, even Kurigaku's Mizukage died at the hands of Uchiha Xiu. Such a record. Apart from first Hokage, I am afraid that no one can be as powerful as Uchiha Xiu. Master Xiu is indeed very strong, but Hokage can't just look at strength. Master Xiu is really too young. I'm afraid it will be difficult to manage the village well. In contrast, I still think Master Hokage's apprentice, Master Orochimaru, the head of the Sannin, is more suitable to be the fourth Hokage. Orochimaru is Sarutobi Hiruzen's apprentice and a long-established genius ninja with countless achievements. Many people have followed Orochimaru on the battlefield against the enemies of other ninja villages. Therefore, although Orochimaru did not perform as well as Uchiha Xiu in this war, but there are still a group of diehard fans supporting Orochimaru. No, I think Master Orochimaru's temperament is too cold to be a Hokage. Also, haven't you heard of it recently? Some people have reported that Lord Orochimaru is conducting human experiments secretly, and even suspected that the missing ninja in the village was done by Lord Orochimaru. Under the framing of Shimura Danzō and the Uchiha clan, Orochimaru's reputation among the people of Konoha village is not very good. In addition, Orochimaru himself did not refute this matter. So, opposition to Orochimaru as Hokage was equally strong. Sure enough, Mr. Minato is the most suitable choice. Strong and approachable, he is the most suitable candidate to be the fourth Hokage. HMPH, a bunch of fools. Listening to the villagers' discussions, Shimura Danzō snorted coldly. Ask for flowers. The seat of Hokage has never been chosen by the villagers. It is the result of various forces after the game. Now that Sarutobi Hiruzen is stepping down, the seat of the fourth Hokage, absolutely none other than Shimura Danzō. Come on, follow me to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Thinking of myself wearing a Hokage hat and a Hokage cloak, Shimura Danzō could not help but smile on Jonin's face. A lifetime dream is about to come true. Master Hokage, we request the election of Uchiha Xiu as the fourth Hokage. The Hokage office, Uchiha Fugaku and several patriarchs who chose to cling to the Uchiha clan are putting pressure on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Xiu's contribution to Konoha is obvious to all. Without Xiu, Konoha would never have won the war so smoothly this time. 0. Moreover, as one of the founders of Konoha, since Konoha was established, there has never been a Hokage from the Uchiha clan. The most important thing is that the call for Xiu to succeed Hokage is the highest in the village at present. So, we implore you to think carefully about letting Uchiha Xiu take over as the fourth Hokage. Although Uchiha Xiu doesn't intend to become Hokage, but if he doesn't put pressure on Sarutobi Hiruzen, maybe what kind of moth will appear again. So, when I saw that Namikaze Minato's prestige was almost accumulated, Uchiha Xiu chose Uchiha Fugaku to force Sarutobi Hiruzen to make his choice early. Fugaku, I can understand everything you said. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned looking at Uchiha Fugaku and the several chiefs who came with Uchiha Fugaku. At present, in the village, the voice for Uchiha Xiu to become Hokage is indeed the loudest. But he is not going to let a Uchiha serve as the fourth Hokage. Shuga has also seriously considered it, but becoming a Hokage is not just about being strong. Xiu's age is too young, and he still needs to hone in many aspects. So I think, before Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, he was interrupted by Shimura Danzō who pushed the door open. Uchiha Xiu is Hokage. I'm the first to disagree with Pill. Chapter 106 Rejected by Friends. Danzō cried, subscription required. Uchiha Xiu is Hokage. I am the first to disagree. Shimura Danzō is angry. He came to Sarutobi Hiruzen with great interest, and planned to use his friendship with Sarutobi Hiruzen for many years to let Sarutobi Hiruzen choose his current Hokage. But as soon as he walked outside the door, he heard that the Uchiha clan wanted to make Uchiha Xiu a Hokage. This made Shimura Danzō feel scared for a while. Unexpectedly, someone could move faster than him. Cough Fugaku, the choice of Hokage needs to be decided by the elders and me, look now. The moment Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Shimura Danzō, a smile bloomed on his face. I am worried about finding some reason to drive Uchiha Fugaku and others away. Unexpectedly, Shimura Danzō came here at this time. With him, then you don't have to go out on your own. Pull hate this kind of thing. Shimura Danzō is the best at it. March 17th. Oh, I don't know why Elder Danzō objected to Xiu being a Hokage. Seeing the strong Shimura Danzō, Uchiha Fugaku has no retreat from the past. Instead, he chose tit for tat. The Uchiha clan now has Uchiha Xiu, and he himself has opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. The current Shimura Danzō, Uchiha Fugaku is really underestimated. No way, don't you want me to explain it to you? Seeing that Uchiha Fugaku questioned himself, Shimura Danzō became even angrier. In the past, the Uchiha clan did not dare to fight against themselves. Now he is openly questioning his decision. Isn't Master Danzō also wanting to be a Hokage? Uchiha Xiu mentioned to Uchiha Fugaku that Shimura Danzō would like to be Hokage. So, seeing how excited Shimura Danzō is now, Uchiha Fugaku doesn't mind discussing this old thing. After all, he hadn't been disgusted by Shimura Danzō before. HMPH, is it strange? Why can't I be a Hokage? After hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words, Shimura Danzō snorted coldly and admitted directly. He has worked so hard for the village for so many years. What's wrong with wanting to be a Hokage? Who hasn't had a dream of being a Hokage? Haha, Master Danzō is really humorous. At such an age and still being so competitive, I'm not afraid of being shy. Uchiha Fugaku laughed a few times, not hiding the sarcasm on his face. Hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words, Shimura Danzō almost couldn't hold back his hands. Uchiha guys, how dare you speak to him like that? HMPH, does Master Danzō want to compete with me? Say it first, I won't show mercy. Uchiha Fugaku walked in front of Shimura Danzō and instantly opened the Mangekyo Sharingan looking directly at Shimura Danzō. Mangekyo, another Mangekyo Sharingan. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō were startled at the same time. The power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Xiu has demonstrated clearly. With that godlike power, even if a tailed beast encounters it, it can only be captured obediently. One Uchiha Xiu has overwhelmed them. Now there is one more Uchiha Fugaku. How to play this? I think what Fugaku said is okay. Danzō, you are so old, don't mess around. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed a few times before vetoing Shimura Danzō's proposal to become Hokage. Seeing the appearance of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzō was stunned. Is this a compromise? Danzō, the sun shines on the leaves, but darkness is also necessary. The roots cannot live without you. You should continue to be a consultant. Konoha needs you, Shinobi Darkness. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words pierced Shimura Danzō's heart like a sharp knife. Listen, is this still human? Since you came to power, how many scapegoats have I borne for you? What dirty work isn't I doing? What am I doing this for? Isn't it just to become Hokage? You just shattered all my hopes with one word now. Is there any reason? Is there still Wong Fa? Ninja Darkness, I black your FG head. Hiruzen, I'm so disappointed in you. After leaving a sentence, Shimura Danzō fought back tears and left. I was excited when I came. When she left, she looked like a wronged little daughter-in-law. That look, not to mention how pitiful it is. Since neither Shu nor Master Danzō are the candidates in Master Hokage's mind, who does Master Hokage plan to choose as the fourth Hokage? After Shimura Danzō left, Uchiha Fugaku continued to ask. Today he came with orders from Uchiha Xiu. Be sure to let Sarutobi Hiruzen personally name the candidate for the fourth Hokage. Fugaku, I haven't figured it out yet. Looking at Uchiha Fugaku who was approaching every step of the way, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened. Anyway, Uchiha Fugaku went a little too far today. Master Hokage, the choice of the next Hokage is of great importance, you should speak out. If the candidate you have in mind is not convincing, it's better to change it earlier. What do you say? Uchiha Fugaku doesn't care if Sarutobi Hiruzen is angry or not. Anyway, with the current strength of the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not dare to attack him. And, he thinks what Uchiha Xiu said to him earlier makes sense. When you have enough strength, there is no need to hide your edge anymore. Do what you want. This is the attitude that the strong should have. So, Uchiha Fugaku vented all the grievances he has suffered over the years. This moment, Uchiha Fugaku only feels carefree like never before. That's what Master Xiu meant. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was still indifferent, Uchiha Fugaku carried Uchiha Xiu out. He does not believe, under such pressure, Sarutobi Hiruzen will choose to remain silent. Namikaze Minato. Sure enough, after Uchiha Fugaku mentioned Uchiha Xiu, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally compromised. Said the candidate for the fourth Hokage in his mind. Sure enough, it's exactly as Xiu imagined. 0.3 After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Uchiha Fugaku's admiration for Uchiha Xiu increased a bit. It seems that everything is under the control of Uchiha Xiu. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen is just a pawn in Uchiha Xiu's plan. Since Master Hokage has someone in mind, I won't insist on it anymore. Farewell. After Uchiha Fugaku got the answer he wanted, he turned and left. Now that Sarutobi Hiruzen has let go, it is only necessary to pass the news on. Then Namikaze Minato became the fourth Hokage as a sure thing. Snort. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you thought you had a chance, and you broke our plan. As everyone knows, the Namikaze Minato you have chosen out of thousands of choices is just a pawn that Uchiha Xiu deliberately buried before. No matter what you do, all in all, it will not be the result you want in the end. Chapter 107 The overall situation has been decided for subscription. Have you heard? The candidate for the fourth Hokage has been confirmed, and it is Master Minato. What? It's Minato-sama. I thought it was Shu-sama. You can't talk nonsense about this kind of thing. Where did you get the news? What nonsense? Mr. Hokage said it himself when Uchiha Fugaku, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, went to find Mr. Hokage yesterday. Yes, I've also heard that Master Hokage himself admitted that Master Minato is the candidate for fourth Hokage in his mind. It turned out to be like this. Pity my Shu-sama. I thought Shu-sama would become the youngest Hokage in history. Me too, but if Minato-sama becomes the fourth Hokage, it seems to be fine. Under the orders of Uchiha Xiu, Sarutobi Hiruzen himself admitted that he wanted Namikaze Minato to be the fourth Hokage, and the news spread throughout Konoha. All the villagers are talking. All of a sudden, Namikaze Minato was going to succeed the fourth Hokage, and everyone knew about it. And, because Namikaze Minato's image is very good, and the Uchiha family spare no effort to promote it, Namikaze Minato has been recognized by the vast majority of Konoha village residents. Minato, are you really going to be Hokage? Why didn't you tell me, UBD? Namikaze Minato's house, Uzumaki Kushina hugged Namikaze Minato. His expression was very excited, and his eyes were even filled with tears of joy. When she went shopping for vegetables today, everyone bowed to her. Some guys even teased her about being Mrs. Hokage 26. Sorry, Kushina, I just found out about this too. Seeing Kushina's appearance, Namikaze Minato also didn't know what to say. Obviously yesterday the candidate for the 4th Hokage has not been determined, and the villagers are arguing endlessly over who can become the 4th Hokage. I didn't expect today, he was suddenly designated as the 4th Hokage by default. Namikaze Minato knew that all of this might have something to do with Uchiha Xiu. Minato, that's great, you really did it. Our dream, you really come true. Whirlpool Kushina hugged Namikaze Minato and wept with joy. She was brought up by Konoha as Nine-Tails Jinchuriki since she was a child. Because of his personality and hair color, he was often ridiculed by others. I was even almost captured by a ninja from an enemy village once. Only Namikaze Minato is always by her side, never leaving her. After becoming Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, her freedom was strictly restricted in the village. Even meeting your best friend Uchiha Makoto requires permission from the village. In this case, Kushina is eager to be recognized, so the idea of becoming Hokage came into my mind. But, as Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and not yet a Konoha shinobi native, wanting to become a Hokage is simply a hopeless thing. Therefore, Uzumaki Kushina pinned his dream of becoming a fire on Namikaze Minato, who has the same goal as himself. But with the gradual growth of age, Whirlpool Kushina clearly realized that how difficult it is for a ninja with no background to become Hokage. So, although not mentioned to anyone, but to be Hokage, Kushina's heart has given up hope on this matter. But what she didn't expect was that Namikaze Minato is actually going to be Hokage now. This dream is in front of you, the feeling that it is about to come true. Make Vortex Kushina feel like you're in a dream. Kushina, although I don't know the specific reason, this matter is definitely the result of Xiu's hard work behind the scenes. Namikaze Minato wiped Kushina's tears away, and then his expression became serious. So, if Xiu says something that makes you angry in the future, don't be so rude to Xiu like before. Namikaze Minato is very grateful to Uchiha Xiu, since the news came out that 3rd Hokage proposed to choose 4th Hokage. Everything is proceeding step by step according to the script that Uchiha Xiu told him at the time. It can be said, without Uchiha Xiu, then the position of Hokage today, it is impossible to do it in his turn. Whether it's Orochimaru, or Uchiha Xiu, all have more opportunities than him. Therefore, although Uchiha Xiu is about the same age as Kakashi, but Namikaze Minato treats this young man who has realized his lifelong dream as a respectable person in his heart. Considering Kushina's previous conflict with Uchiha Xiu, Namikaze Minato felt it necessary to remind Kushina. Well, although I may say some angry words, I don't really have any prejudice against Xiu. Now Xiu has helped the two of us realize our dreams. I will definitely not lose my temper when I see Xiu in the future. Seeing the appearance of Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina stuck out his tongue. With Uchiha Xiu helping them so much, she also began to have some respect for Uchiha Xiu in her heart. Hi, is anyone home? Just as Kushina and Namikaze Minato were whispering, there was a knock on the door, and Uchiha Xiu's voice sounded outside the door. It's Xiu. Hearing Uchiha Xiu's voice, Namikaze Minato had a look of joy on his face, and then hurriedly opened the door. Why did it take so long to open the door, really? Seeing Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Xiu complained about Nakaka. By the way, isn't that red octopus at home? A red octopus. Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Namikaze Minato froze for a moment. It's Kushina who gets angry easily, and when angry, her hair becomes like an octopus tentacles. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Xiu thought of Kushina when he was angry, and suddenly felt that he was so talented. Can think of such a metaphor. It's absolutely amazing. However, after Uchiha Xiu laughed a few times, he suddenly felt the surrounding temperature drop a few degrees. An almost substantive killing intent swept towards him. No, Minato, there are assassins. Uchiha Xiu's complexion changed drastically. He didn't expect that someone could appear here without him and Namikaze Minato noticing. Cough. That, Xiu, there's no assassin. Seeing Uchiha Xiu's appearance, Namikaze Minato turned sideways, and the Whirlpool Kushina appeared in front of Uchiha Xiu. A head of red hair is windless and automatic, and there is an obviously rich knife in his hand. Sorry, I went to the wrong door. The moment he saw the Whirlpool Kushina, Uchiha Xiu knew something was wrong. Turn around and run quickly. Stop, you nasty BD, I can't spare you today. Hey, Kushina, didn't you just promise not to be angry with Xiu? Seeing Kushina chasing after Uchiha Xiu and hacking, Namikaze Minato quickly dissuaded him. Yeah, then get rid of you two bastards, and no one will know what I said. As a result, Namikaze Minato was also included in Kushina's kill list. Danzō, what now? In Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking a pipe, frowning into a knot. Yesterday he just expressed his idea of wanting Namikaze Minato to succeed the 4th Hokage, and today the whole Konoha knows everything. And also got the support of most people. If you still don't realize the strangeness behind this incident, Sarutobi Hiruzen's Hokage for decades will be in vain. HMPH, if you said that the old man would succeed Hokage, how could there be so many things now? Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzō snorted coldly. Let you kick me away so decisively at that time. Regret now, right? 770. Danzō, there is no need to say anything else, I just ask you how to solve it now. Seeing Shimura Danzō gloating, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned even deeper. What time is this? She still wants to fight him. It's very simple, just deny it directly, then let me be the Hokage, and you don't have to worry about the rest. Shimura Danzō persuaded, as long as Sarutobi Hiruzen lets go, he still has the hope of becoming Hokage. Oh, forget it, now we can only take one step at a time. Naturally Sarutobi Hiruzen would not listen to Shimura Danzō. Now that Namikaze Minato is about to succeed 4th Hokage, word has spread. Or he admitted it himself. If he changes his mind on the spur of the moment and replaces a hero who has done so much for the village with a Shimura Danzō that most villagers don't even know exists, then the image he worked so hard to maintain might be over. Hiruzen, you are so stubborn. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen still doesn't want to become Hokage, Shimura Danzō scolded directly. This old thing, she didn't give him any favors. Okay, I'm upset now, you hurry up and don't bother me. Instead of scolding Shimura Danzō, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand to signal Shimura Danzō to get out. Namikaze Minato has had enough of a headache. He didn't have the energy to continue wrangling with Shimura Danzō. HMPH, you'll regret it sooner or later. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's appearance, Shimura Danzō left angrily again. Watching the back of Shimura Danzō leaving, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat on the chair for a long time without moving. It has been less than half a month since Hokage's succession ceremony. It's too late to do anything now. Sarutobi Hiruzen seems to be 10 years older all of a sudden. It never occurred to him. Namikaze Minato, it is also related to the Uchiha clan. Chapter 108 Hokage Succession Ceremony for subscription. Hurry up, there will be no good seats if you are late. I didn't expect that there would be so many people. It was a miscalculation. Haha, I fought with Master Minato before, but I didn't expect Master Minato to become Hokage today. Hokage handover ceremony, it is worth seeing once in this lifetime. I don't know why, but yesterday I was so excited that I didn't fall asleep all night. Me too. With the passage of time, the succession ceremony of the 4th Hokage was held as scheduled. The whole Konoha is decorated with lights and festoons, which is even more grand than when holding major festivals. With happy smiles on everyone's faces. Alternate old and new Hokage. Doesn't it just confirm the meaning of Konoha's fire, which is endless? Hey, Kakashi, hurry up, youth doesn't allow such laziness. Got it, guy, don't tear my clothes off. Hatake Kakashi looked at the prosperous scene on the street, and unconsciously thought of Uchiha Obito in his heart. Obito, if you are still alive, you will be very happy to see the teacher become Hokage. Okay Kakashi, what are you thinking? Let's go, I'm coming. Hearing the call from the might guy in front, Kakashi sorted out his emotions and chased after him. Such a lively scene, even the pain caused by the death of Uchiha Obito. It also seems to have faded a lot. Shu, why haven't you gotten up yet? We probably won't be able to find a place if we go now. In a courtyard of the Uchiha clan, Kurenai Yuhi and Rin Nohara are holding an arm of Uchiha Xiu and complaining. In order to watch the Hokage succession ceremony, the two of them tidied themselves up before dawn. But when they came to Uchiha Xiu excitedly, they found that Uchiha Xiu was still sleeping soundly on Ja Luluo's lap. Don't worry, I have a special VIP seat, and I will take you with me when the time comes. Hearing the complaints of the two women, Uchiha Xiu smiled. With his status, there is no need to compete with ordinary villagers for seats. Really, Xiu, amazing. After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Yuhi Hong and Nohara Rin's eyes were full of stars. In this world, it seems that there is nothing Uchiha Xiu can't do. Of course it's true, let's go. Quote, after Uchiha Xiu finished speaking, he led the two girls out. Hokage succession ceremony, even if it is him. They all want to see this grand scene in person. Minato, you go first, I'll go to my mother-in-law for a while. Looking at the clock on the wall, the whirlpool Kushina is about to die. It's almost time. Namikaze Minato's Hokage imperial robe still hasn't arrived yet. Okay, Kushina, don't be in a hurry when you get there, talk to people patiently. Namikaze Minato was really afraid of the whirlpool. In a hurry, Kushina demolished the old lady's shop. If that is the case, in case the old woman is hurt. Not good. Okay, I see, you go quickly. After I get the clothes, I will send them to you. Vortex Kushina rushed out of the room after speaking. That old lady is really, obviously old and dizzy, but you have to do it yourself and don't allow others to intervene. It's good now, I can't keep up. By the time Namikaze Minato arrived, the entire square was already crowded with joyful voices. Minato, here you come. Seeing Namikaze Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a kind smile on his face. No matter what he thinks in his heart, but things have come to this point. Sarutobi Hiruzen will not show any dissatisfaction with Namikaze Minato either. Master 3rd Generation. Namikaze Minato bowed to Sarutobi Hiruzen, looking at the Hokage imperial robe that Sarutobi Hiruzen was wearing. Namikaze Minato became excited again. In a while, he's about to become Konoha's true Hokage. Minato, where are your clothes? Seeing that Namikaze Minato was not wearing Hokage's iconic clothes, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked strangely. Immediately, but the handover ceremony is about to begin. Ah, this, here comes the clothes. Just when Namikaze Minato wanted to explain, Uzumaki Kushina hurried over with his clothes in his arms. fortunately caught up. Vortex Kushina patted his chest, panting. Kushina, don't be in such a hurry. Namikaze Minato comforted Namikaze Minato when he saw the appearance of Uzumaki Kushina. But Kushina clearly didn't appreciate it. Why am I in such a hurry? Am I going to be Hokage today? Seeing you all looking so relaxed makes me want to hit someone, BD. Okay, stop arguing, the time is up, let's start. Seeing that the Whirlpool Kushina was about to go crazy, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly stood up and walked to the front of the stage. Look, it's third generation day. As the ceremony about to start, I'm really looking forward to it. Where is Master Minato? Why haven't you seen Master Minato yet? Hearing the voices of the crowd below, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little excitement in his heart which had been silent for a long time. Then, also here, he became third Hokage. He was still very young then. Spring breeze. But in the blink of an eye, he has turned into a bad old man. Everyone be quiet. Quote. After calming down, Sarutobi Hiruzen made a silent gesture. After a while, the huge square with tens of thousands of people fell silent. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. Now, here's our fourth Hokage. Namikaze Minato. With Sarutobi Hiruzen shouting, Namikaze Minato also appeared in people's field of vision. And with the appearance of Namikaze Minato, the atmosphere reached a climax again. Everyone is shouting Namikaze Minato's name, waving the banner that I rushed to make overnight. Minato, the village will be handed over to you from now on. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed the Hokage hat symbolizing Hokage rights to Namikaze Minato. This moment, fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato officially took office. Long live Minato-sama, long live the fourth generation. The audience shouted loudly, under the momentum of the Uchiha clan and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Namikaze Minato succeeds fourth Hokage. It can be said that it is what everyone expects. Taking the bamboo hat from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato was so excited that his body trembled a little. This strong man who can keep calm even in the face of dangerous situations. At this moment, he couldn't help trembling. Thank you for your recognition. Being a Hokage has always been my dream, but I never thought that today, this dream will come true. I promise everyone that I will work hard to become an excellent Hokage, and strive to make the village more and more prosperous under my leadership. Following Namikaze Minato's impassioned speech, everyone in the audience became quiet again. Obviously, the newly appointed fourth Hokage. It has been approved by all. 10 minutes later, Namikaze Minato's speech was coming to an end. Just when everyone thought that this succession ceremony had been perfectly completed, Namikaze Minato glanced at Uchiha Xiu in the crowd and suddenly changed the topic. However, here, I don't want to thank a single person. A man who helped me achieve this dream. A person who is also worthy of everyone's respect and recognition. Chapter 109 I am Konoha's fire, Xiu is shadow. Seeking subscription. Here, I want to thank one more person. A man who helped me achieve this dream. A person who is also worthy of everyone's respect and recognition. Namikaze Minato's words make all the ninjas look at each other in dismay. Who is it, to be able to get such a high evaluation from 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato? Master Minato, who is this person? I guess it's Master Jiraiya, after all Master Minato is Master Jiraiya's apprentice. Really, maybe it's Master Kushina. Master Kushina is a legendary good wife. For a while, everyone was discussing the person who made Namikaze Minato so grateful on such an important occasion. How holy is it? Minato, this is the Hokage succession ceremony, don't say something irrelevant. After hearing what Namikaze Minato said, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a bad feeling in his heart. Today's Hokage succession ceremony, it seems that it will not end as easily as he thought. So, Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to step forward to stop Namikaze Minato. Master third generation, please do not interrupt the fourth generation speech. However, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen took a step, Hitaki Tsukumo appeared in front of him. Blocked him. Suo Mao, you. Seeing Hitaki Tsukumo, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart tightened. As the captain of Anbu, Hitaki Tsukumo has always won his trust. But unexpectedly, now he would be the first to stand up and stop himself. Master third generation, since you have abdicated, don't interfere with the fourth generation's affairs. Facing Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hitaki Tsukumo had no intention of backing down. Long before he was designed by Shimura Danzō, when everyone accused him of abuse but Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to sit idly by. Hitaki Tsukumo saw clearly the true face of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He's just a politician. For their own benefit, can sacrifice anyone, even if 990 has made great contributions to the village. After seeing the true face of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hitaki Tsukumo thought of giving up the position of Minister Anbu. But what Uchiha Xiu said made him change his mind. Sarutobi Hiruzen will not abdicate willingly. He will use Anbu to sway the rights of the newly appointed Hokage, and then continue to control Konoha behind the scenes. So, I want you to continue as Minister Anbu and take Anbu into your own hands. Hitaki Tsukumo obeyed Uchiha Xiu's order. Therefore, he chose to forbear, win the trust of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then firmly control Anbu in his hands secretly. In this case, after Sarutobi Hiruzen abdicates, only in this way can he prevent him from acting as a demon behind the scenes like Uchiha Xiu said. It turns out that you have already taken refuge in them. Seeing Hitaki Tsukumo's appearance, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that his fate was over. Hitaki Tsukumo has been obedient to himself ever since that incident happened. In addition, Hokage Tsukumo himself has no desire for power and has followed him for decades. So Sarutobi Hiruzen is very reassuring about Hokage Tsukumo. But unexpectedly, it turns out that Hokage Tsukumo is no longer the old Hokage Tsukumo. The reason why I will continue to work under my own hands. All this is all for today. To wait until the moment when he abdicates. Oh, I'm old and a little tired, so I'll go back first. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. He knows, in this political game, he has already lost miserably. With Hokage Tsukumo, he installed in Anbu's power, will definitely be uprooted. In the future, in Konoha's political arena, it is estimated that he no longer has the right to speak. Not to mention Sarutobi Hiruzen who left sadly. Under the intense curiosity of everyone in the audience, Namikaze Minato finally said the person he wanted to thank the most. You don't need to guess, the guy the first just mentioned is our biggest hero in day. Uchiha Xiu. After Namikaze Minato finished speaking, he signaled Uchiha Xiu to stand in front of the stage with his eyes. I really didn't expect that the person Minato-sama mentioned is actually Xiu-sama. If it's Mr. Xiu, then it's not surprising. Mr. Xiu has indeed made great contributions to our village. I should have guessed it a long time ago. The only person who can make Master Minato admire him so much is probably only Shushinran. After hearing Uchiha Xiu's name from Namikaze Minato, everyone suddenly realized. Uchiha Xiu is indeed a strong man worthy of everyone's respect. However, many people still have doubts. Master Xiu is indeed a hero worthy of respect, but why did Master Minato say that Master Xiu helped him realize his dream? Xiu, Lord Hokage told you to go up, so hurry up and throw it up. Lin, hurry up, help me tidy up the clothes I repaired together. Oh, I knew earlier that Xiu should dress more formally. Seeing Yujihong and Nohara Lin who were in a hurry, Uchiha Xiu shook his head and smiled. Even he did not think Namikaze Minato would actually mention his name on this occasion. Okay, it's not for you to go up, just to see you panic. Uchiha Xiu squeezed the faces of the two of them, and then walked up to the high platform unhurriedly. Although the scene of the Hokage succession ceremony was very grand, but it still couldn't make Uchiha Xiu's mood fluctuate. Master Xiu, Master Xiu. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Uchiha Xiu walked up to Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato also spoke at the right time. Are you wondering why I said that Xiu helped me realize my dream of becoming Hokage? Then I'll tell you now. Actually, the default fourth Hokage is Uchiha Xiu. Namikaze Minato's words surprised everyone. What's the situation? Why did it suddenly become that Uchiha Xiu was originally the default Hokage? Didn't the third generation Sama himself say it was Minato-sama? Is there any hidden secret in it? Everyone is more curious. They have premonitions. A shocking revelation is about to be revealed. Even Osamu Uchiha, CGEC, couldn't help but look at Namikaze Minato. I don't know what the hell he wants to do. Everyone listen to me. Namikaze Minato waited until everyone was quiet before speaking again. Actually, Uchiha Xiu was the default fourth Hokage. There are two reasons. First, when it comes to merit, Xiu's merit is much better than mine. After Namikaze Minato said the reason, all the ninjas in the audience couldn't help but nodded. Indeed it is. Counting, the biggest achievement of Namikaze Minato is to let the village win the war with Iwagakure by virtue of their efforts together. But Uchiha Xiu captured Shukaku first, killed Chiyo, and settled the Sunagakure battlefield. Fight against the AB combination again, seal 8 Tails Gyuki, and chop off one of 4th Raikage's arms, allowing Konoha to easily win the battle with Cloud Shinobi Village. Not long ago, he directly killed Kurigakure's 7 ninja swordsmen and 4th Mizukage, and brought back their corpses, so that Kurigakure would no longer dare to continue to harass the Konoha border. Such a record is indeed much better than Namikaze Minato. Seeing everyone nodding in approval, Namikaze Minato went on to say the second reason. Everyone knows that Konoha was founded jointly by the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. The Senju family has had 2 Hokages, and now the Uchiha family has such a strong man as Uchiha Xiu. The 4th Hokage should be passed on to Uchiha Xiu as it should be. Indeed, no matter what, Xiu-sama seems to be more suitable to be Hokage than Minato-sama. Yes, although the people of the Uchiha clan are difficult to get along with, they have indeed made great contributions to the village. Master Xiu is very easy to get along with. If it wasn't for Master Xiu, I would have died long ago. Looking back on the history of Konoha since its establishment, the Uchiha family has indeed made great contributions to Konoha. Therefore, the second point Namikaze Minato said has also been recognized by everyone. So, in the mind of 3rd Hokage, Uchiha Xiu is the best candidate for Hokage. Namikaze Minato looked at the audience, with a sunny smile on his mouth. Anyway, there are only a few people who really know the inside story, and it is impossible for them to stand up and refute themselves. So, although everything is made up by Namikaze Minato, he is not shy at all. However, Xiu felt that he was too young, so he took the initiative to go to Lord 3rd Generation, saying that he was not capable enough to be a Hokage. That's why, in the end, the 3rd Generation Master chose to make me the 4th Hokage. After Namikaze Minato finished speaking, the people in the audience suddenly realized. So the truth is like this, no wonder Master Minato would say such things. But if this is the case, won't it be too unfair to Mr. Xiu? Yeah, I did better than everyone else, but I lost the Hokage position because of my age. It's too uncomfortable to say the least. I really hope that the village can compensate Master Xiu, otherwise, I will feel dissatisfied for Master Xiu. After hearing everything, most people sympathize with what happened to Uchiha Xiu. Unexpectedly, due to age, he would lose his original Hokage position. Minato, what exactly are you going to do? Listening to the discussion in the audience, Uchiha Xiu couldn't help asking. Namikaze Minato's performance today was beyond his expectations. It never occurred to him. In the original work, Namikaze Minato, who is always warm and sunny, can easily catch a lie. You'll know soon, Xiu. After hearing Uchiha Xiu's question, Namikaze Minato showed a warm smile on his face, and then continued to speak loudly. So, I think that Hokage's responsibilities can be completely separated, and Uchiha Xiu should be given the greatest respect in the village. After thinking all night for the past few days, I decided to set up a film department. Let Uchiha Xiu be the director of the film department. From now on, I will be Konoha's Mie. And Uchiha Xiu, it's the shadow of Konoha. After Namikaze Minato finished speaking, everyone was stunned. The square where tens of thousands of people had gathered unexpectedly became strangely quiet. Film department. Fire. Film. Can it still be like this? Chapter 110 Envy of the Broken Shimura Danzō. Subscribe. From now on, I will be fire, and Xiu will be shadow. After listening to Namikaze Minato's words, everyone fell into a momentary stupor. No one ever thought of it. The title of Hokage can be interpreted in this way, but after a brief silence, the crowd burst into cheers again. Master Minato is fire, and Master Xiu is shadow. In this way, don't we have two Hokages in our village? After listening to Master Minato's words, why do I feel goosebumps all over my body? That's great. Master Xiu's strength is needless to say. You don't have to worry about being the head of the film department. We, Konoha, are so lucky to have two strong men, Minato-sama and Xiu-sama. That's right, Lord Xiu felt that he was too young and was afraid that he would not be able to handle government affairs, so he voluntarily gave up the position of Hokage, while Lord Minato took the initiative to separate Hokage's responsibilities, becoming Konoha's fire himself and making Xiu-sama Konoha's shadow. Quote, with Xiu-sama and Minato-sama, Sleepy Leaf will definitely win the glory of Shodai again. Listening to the crowd's discussion, Namikaze Minato showed a gratified smile. Though it was all his plan, but even he himself did not think it turned out to be so good. Xiu, from now on you will be Konoha's shadow. Seeing everyone cheering and cheering, Namikaze Minato let out a long sigh of relief. When Uchiha Xiu discussed with him last time, he once said that he wanted to be the shadow of Konoha. So, Namikaze Minato took advantage of the trend. Long live Minato-sama, long live Master Xiu. All the ninjas in the audience raised their hands and shouted, cheering for the two young people on the stage. Even Shimura Danzō was a little moved when he saw this scene in the dark. Take a look, that's called a teammate. I am the fire of Konoha, you are the shadow of Konoha. How touching. You said that if you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, were so sensible back then. Have I been plotting against you for decades? Thinking of how much I have been blamed for Sarutobi Hiruzen over the years. In the end, I got nothing. Shimura Danzō felt angry. It's true that people can piss people off more than others. Shimura Danzō really wants to bring Sarutobi Hiruzen over so he can take a good look at how Namikaze Minato behaves. That guy Uchiha Xiu didn't do anything, he became the shadow of Konoha. This is what he has been pursuing all his life. How could he, Shimura Danzō, not have teammates like Namikaze Minato? Movie department. From the name alone, I don't know how many times stronger than my own roots. Watching Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Xiu enjoying the cheers of the crowd on the high platform. Shimura Danzō envy broken, even thinking about, if he and Sarutobi Hiruzen could be like this back then. Sarutobi Hiruzen is Konoha's fire, and Shimura Danzō is Konoha's shadow. If that is the case, will Konoha look another way? However, envy is envy. Shimura Danzō still sees the situation very clearly. Now that Namikaze Minato is on stage, and Uchiha Xiu has set up a film department, both Root and Anbu are bound to be impacted. And these two films are the lifeblood of him and Sarutobi Hiruzen. It is the greatest confidence for them to have the right to speak in Konoha. So, although Shimura Danzō has a big opinion on Sarutobi Hiruzen, but I still have to go to Sarutobi Hiruzen to discuss the countermeasures. Hokage succession ceremony. With the appearance of Uchiha Xiu, the atmosphere reached its peak. The duration, one case was 2 hours longer. Xiu, you were really handsome in the stands just now. Yes, I feel that Shoyu is more beautiful than Lord 4th Hokage. Which girl does not cherish spring? Seeing the man he likes showing off in front of the whole village. Yuhihong and Nohara Lin didn't even care about the girl's reserve, and threw themselves into Uchiha Xiu's arms in front of everyone. Haha, you two pay attention to your image, there are so many people, don't be shy. No, we just like it that way. Hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Yuhihong and Nohara Rin's hands holding Uchiha Xiu became tighter. There's really nothing we can do about you. Uchiha Xiu shook his head, embraced the two of them in his arms, feeling equally good. Uchiha Xiu was not disgusted with what Namikaze Minato did today, although he didn't think about going to the stage. But it seems to be Konoha's justifiable shadow, which is also a good choice. Shimura Danzō is probably already envious. After all, he pursued something all his life. I actually got it in such an unexpected way. Xiu, congratulations on becoming Konoha's shadow. After the crowd dispersed, Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy and others ran up. They all had excited looks on their faces. None of them thought, own contemporaries, to be able to receive such a high honor. Xiu, you were so handsome on stage just now, it made my blood boil. I must become an excellent ninja like you in the future, only in this way will I not lose my youthful blood. Xiu, you must accept my challenge today, otherwise, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Might Guy rushed in front of Uchiha Xiu, his excited hands didn't know where to put them. If it wasn't for Kurenai Yuhi and Rin Nohara already occupying Uchiha Xiu's body, Guy will definitely rush up and give Uchiha Xiu a big hug. Okay, Guy, did you Kakashi when you won? If I can't even beat Kakashi, then I won't accept your challenge. Uchiha Xiu will naturally not agree to Guy's request. Have that time, ask for flowers, wouldn't it be nice for him to spend more time with his sister? Ah, Kakashi, I haven't beaten him yet. After hearing Uchiha Xiu's words, Might Guy scratched the back of his head. He challenged Kakashi several times before, but all ended in failure. He felt like Kakashi wasn't even using his full strength. That won't work, you can challenge me after you defeat Kakashi. Uchiha Xiu had expected this result a long time ago. Steel fist flow is closely related to physical fitness. No matter how hard Guy puts in, before the body reaches its peak, it is impossible for his strength to improve too much. Kakashi, your eyes. Seeing Hitaki Kakashi who didn't say a word, Uchiha Xiu was silent for a while. This was the first time he had seen Kakashi since they returned to the village from a mission. Ah, this is Obito's last gift to me. Oh. Kakashi touched the forehead protector that blocked his left eye, his expression was a little moved. That's it. Uchiha Xiu patted Kakashi on the shoulder, although with such a little butterfly. But what happened in the original still happened. I just don't know that there's no stimulus from Nohara Rin. Will Uchiha Obito be blackened like before? Xiu, I will live with Obito with this eye. His goal is to become Hokage, and from then on, my goal is to become Hokage. Looking at Uchiha Xiu, Kakashi was suddenly full of energy. He wants to fulfill his unfulfilled wish for his friend. Come on, I like you. Uchiha Xiu was stunned seeing Kakashi's appearance. Did not expect. Uchiha Obito's death didn't make him as decadent as the original. Instead, it made him more motivated than before. But Uchiha Xiu immediately smiled. 2. If nothing has changed, then what is the meaning of his existence? More so, life will be more interesting. Xiu, now I'm going to hand over Hokage's work, can you come to my office tomorrow? I want to talk to you about the film department. Just when Uchiha Xiu and the others were chatting and laughing, Namikaze Minato came up. Although today he said that he would set up a film department for Uchiha Xiu. But specific details, Namikaze Minato still wants to discuss with Uchiha Xiu. No problem, I'll go. Hearing Namikaze Minato's words, Uchiha Xiu nodded. Although Namikaze Minato has become Hokage, but want to really hold the rights in his hands. Much more needs to be done. Now that I have decided to hold Konoha firmly in my hands. Naturally, Uchiha Xiu will not stand by and do nothing like before. Chapter 111 I want to publish a newspaper for subscription. Morning, Mr. Xiu, Master Xiu, you must come to my house to eat barbecue today, and I will give you a free order. Good morning, Master Xiu. Hello. Walking on the streets of Konoha, where Uchiha Xiu passed by, everyone stopped what they were doing and bowed to him, with expressions of respect on their faces. Uchiha Xiu smiled, responsive, and walked into an alley silently. Is this what it's like to be at the top of the village? It seems to be quite troublesome. Uchiha Xiu complained. Fortunately he did not choose to be Hokage. Otherwise, it will be troublesome to go shopping in the future just to say hello to others. Seeing no one around, Uchiha Xiu disappeared in place with a body flicker technique. He is going to discuss with Namikaze Minato about the film department today. Can't delay too long on the road. Xiu, you're here. Namikaze Minato is sitting behind Hokage's desk, looking through some documents. Seeing Uchiha Xiu coming over at this moment, a smile appeared on his face. Next to him, there is 023, Hitaki Tsukumo, Minister of Anbu. Well, how does it feel to be Hokage? Seeing the appearance of Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Xiu just found a chair and made it. It's good to be your own Hokage. At least some superficial work doesn't have to be done anymore. It's a little different from what I imagined. Namikaze Minato smiled wryly when he heard Uchiha Xiu's words. After handing over the work of Hokage yesterday, Namikaze Minato discovered that Hokage is not so easy to be. There are so many things to deal with all day. He didn't even get home in time last night. Okay, let's talk about the film department first. Namikaze Minato's face became serious, and he said the countermeasures he had already thought about. I plan to change Anbu's name to the film department. From now on, Xiu will be the director of the film department, and Mr. Tsukumo will be the deputy director of the film department. Since the film department has already been established, there's no need for Anbu to continue to exist. Otherwise, too many departments will only further spread power. Xiu, tell me what you think. Namikaze Minato looked at Uchiha Xiu. He just said a general idea, and the specific details need to be planned by the two directors of the film department, Uchiha Xiu and Hitaki Shuomo. It's okay to disband Anbu, but the ministry cannot just consist of the original Anbu. After listening to Namikaze Minato's words, Uchiha Xiu frowned. Since you want to hold power in your hands, it is natural that the more concentrated the better. Oh, Xiu, tell me what you think. Namikaze Minato was very curious after hearing what Uchiha Xiu said. Can't wait to know what Uchiha Xiu's plans are. Minato, do you know about roots? You mean the route that Danzō leads? After listening to Uchiha Xiu's words, Namikaze Minato touched his chin. He does know the route, but he doesn't know much. That's right, since Konoha had Anbu and Nibu before, after the establishment of the Shadow Club, these two organizations will be disbanded, and all rights will be handed over to the Shadow Club. Uchiha Xiu gave Namikaze Minato and Hitaki a moment to think before continuing. According to my idea, the movie department should be divided into two parts. One is Wei. The main duty is to defend the village, defend the enemy village ninjas, and collect all kinds of information in the village. The second is the Thorn. The main duty is to perform assassination missions, capture missions, and interrogation missions. After Uchiha Xiu finished speaking, Namikaze Minato nodded. This arrangement is indeed more thoughtful than he thought before, and it is more in line with the original intention of Shadow. Hitaki Tsukumo's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but nod. He has served as minister of Anbu for so many years, and many times he was restricted by the roots. The two departments have too much overlapping rights. 'Cause some things are easy to have friction. Merge the two organizations together, and then clarify the division of labor. A very good idea indeed. I know the situation of Anbu very well. I know all the chess pieces arranged by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and it is very easy to get them. However, the roots may not be so easy. Hitaki Tsukumo expressed his own considerations. He has a deep understanding of the roots. The roots are not like Anbu. Every ninja who enters the root will be marked by the middle and lower tongue. Then he was brainwashed into a machine without any thoughts and feelings, only knowing to obey the orders of Shimura Danzō. It may be counterproductive to store the roots in the shadow part like Anbu. No, you are wrong. After hearing Hitaki Tsukumo's concern, Uchiha Xiu shook his head with a smile. Who said that in order to take over the rights of the roots, one must accept the roots? Then you want to eliminate the roots directly to avoid future troubles. Uchiha Xiu's words made Namikaze Minato and Hitaki Tsukumo gasp. Uprooting. There can be at least hundreds of ninjas at the root. Are you going to kill them all? The roots are all Shimura Danzō's loyalists, and it's really a hidden danger if they don't get rid of it. Hitaki Tsukumo was the first to recover, and then agreed with Uchiha Xiu's idea. Since you want to do it, you must not be soft-hearted. In dealing with the enemy, Hitaki Tsukumo is still very decisive. Not only the roots, but Shimura Danzō, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mitokado Homura, Udatane Kaharu, all of them. Uchiha Xiu's words made Namikaze Minato and Hitaki Tsukumo stupefied again. They originally thought that Uchiha Xiu's purpose was to seize power. But unexpectedly, Uchiha Xiu even targeted the lives of 4 consultants. Xiu, in this case, will it be too much? Namikaze Minato has some hesitation on his face. Anyway, these 4 people are also Konoha's top management for so many years. Just take the power from them, there is no need to kill them all, right? Minato, since you are already Hokage, you can't be too indecisive, and you have to think about everything. Seeing the appearance of Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Xiu sighed. They have already decided to attack the other party and are still so indecisive. No wonder it was played hard by Sarutobi Hiruzen in the original work. But knowing that Namikaze Minato is such a person, Uchiha Xiu patiently explained. With them here, those families who depend on them will not sincerely rely on us. Take the Inoshika-cho clan as an example. If Sarutobi Hiruzen is alive, they can become sharp knives in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands at any time. Only when Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead can these families really be of use to us. After listening to Uchiha Xiu's words, Namikaze Minato nodded. In terms of political games, he is still too immature. Fortunately, there is Uchiha Xiu. He just needs to listen to Uchiha Xiu and do things. However, it is relatively simple to eradicate the roots, but it may not be so easy to do it to 3rd generation. Hitaki Tsukumo thought about it, and found that it was very difficult to attack the 4 of Sarutobi Hiruzen. These 4 people were all at the highest level of Konoha, and their prestige in Konoha is not low. Especially Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the eyes of ordinary villagers, it is even closer to a perfect image. If you shoot them, there may be unimaginable consequences. Seeing the worried expressions of Hitaki Tsukumo and Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Xiu smiled lightly. Suomo, do you still remember the time when you almost committed suicide? Uchiha Xiu's words made Hitaki Tsukumo and Namikaze Minato shine. Fishing reel. Several of them were personal participants at the time, and they couldn't be more clear about the power of fishing boats. If you can control the fishing reel, then 1.3, then you don't have to worry about the consequences of shooting Sarutobi Hiruzen. But how do you control the fishing reel? Hitaki Tsukumo asked. They all understand the truth, but how to implement it is a problem. You can't find someone to go around and say bad things about Sarutobi Hiruzen, can you? That shouldn't have any effect. Seeing the increasingly puzzled look on the faces of Namikaze Minato and Hitaki Tsukumo, Uchiha Xiu smiled. In terms of controlling fishing boats, he knows a lot of methods. Xiu, you must have a solution, right? Don't keep it up, tell us quickly. Seeing Uchiha Xiu's appearance, Namikaze Minato and Hitaki Tsukumo knew that he must have an idea. No more wasting brain cells. They all know. Compared with Uchiha Xiu in this aspect, their level is really no different from Genin. Seeing the anxious looks of the two, Uchiha Xiu didn't hold back anymore, and directly expressed his thoughts. I want to issue a newspaper. Chapter 112 First take Shimura Danzō for surgery for subscription. Newspaper. What is a newspaper? Uchiha Xiu's words made Namikaze Minato and Hitaki Tsukumo stunned again. What is a newspaper? Why have they never heard of it? A newspaper is a piece of paper used to report news. Combined with the current background of the Hokage world, Uchiha Xiu felt that using newspapers to control fishing boats was the most suitable means. Xiu, I still don't understand. In this period, there is no newspaper office in Konoha, so naturally there is no such thing as a newspaper. So both Namikaze Minato and Hitaki Tsukumo had a little understanding of what Uchiha Xiu said. Then I'll tell you the details. Uchiha Xiu explained the newspaper office and newspapers to Namikaze Minato and Hitaki Tsukumo in detail. After listening, the expressions of the two lit up instantly. Judging from Uchiha Xiu's description, if the newspaper really has as many audiences as it claims, the entire Konoha fishing reel is completely in their hands. This is much better than finding someone to spread gossip secretly. At that time, feel free to write black material about Sarutobi Hiruzen or Shimura Danzō in the newspaper. Don't worry about ruining their reputation. Okay, this matter is settled like this. In the early stage, let 26 Shuyu take control. After the discussion between the three, Namikaze Minato did not say much, and directly handed over the power of establishing the newspaper to Uchiha Xiu. Uchiha Xiu did not refuse either. After all, if this matter is entrusted to others, certainly not as good as he did. Then, under the intensive promotion of the three people, Konoha's first newspaper, Konoha newspaper was formally established. Have you read today's newspaper? After reading it, I have to say that the stories on it are so wonderful that I go to buy newspapers every day before dawn. Me too, now I feel uncomfortable without reading the newspaper for a day. Promoted by Uchiha Xiu and Namikaze Minato. In just half a month, the newspapers published by Konoha newspaper have been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Low price, wonderful story. There are also various anecdotes and gossip about some well-known powerhouses. All the people in Konoha couldn't stop. The topics discussed in the streets and alleys basically revolve around the contents of the newspapers. If anyone does not read the newspaper of the day, can't even get in the mouth when chatting. Why does the old sow in the pig farm scream in the middle of the night? Why is the old king next door sobbing? Why does the 80-year-old lady keep missing her clothes? Is it the distortion of human nature or the loss of morality behind all this? Please pay attention to Konoha News. We will report the truth of the incident for you as soon as possible. After reading the latest issue of the newspaper, Shimura Danzō and Sarutobi Hiruzen were speechless for a long time. What are these things? HMPH, playing tricks. Shimura Danzō snorted coldly, threw the newspaper aside casually. Of course, he and Sarutobi Hiruzen knew about the news from the Konoha newspaper. I thought Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Xiu were going to mess up again. But, after following for more than half a month, they found, this so-called newspaper, in addition to publishing some messy things every day, there is no place of value at all. Danzō, what do you think they're doing all this stuff for? Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking a pipe, puzzled. He always feels that the role of newspapers is not that simple. But where is it not so simple? He couldn't tell either. What else could it be for? Isn't it just for money? Shimura Danzō snorted coldly. Now almost all the villagers are loyal readers of Konoha News. Less makes more, even if the price of the newspaper is not high, but with such a high sales volume. It must be a business that makes money every day. If it's purely for money, then it's nothing worth caring about. After hearing Shimura Danzō's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen also nodded. Money, for their big family of Konoha, not something worth pursuing. Hiruzen, what the hell is going on with you? Anbu is in the hands of Namikaze Minato so quickly. You are so old-fashioned. Shimura Danzō changed the subject and began to criticize Sarutobi Hiruzen. He originally came to discuss with Sarutobi Hiruzen, utilizing Anbu and roots together to put pressure on Namikaze Minato to keep power firmly in hand. But, unexpectedly, Sarutobi Hiruzen told him, Anbu is no longer under his control. This left Shimura Danzō very speechless. I feel that Sarutobi Hiruzen is getting worse and worse than before. It was just like this being played by a group of young people. Okay, Danzō, don't worry about it anymore after what happened. Let's think about how to deal with Namikaze Minato and Tekiya Osamu in the future. Especially Uchiha Xiu, I have a hunch that he wants to attack us. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of cigarette, feeling a little melancholy. Originally thought that after abdicating, he could continue to control the entire Konoha behind the scenes. But I didn't expect it to fall to this point now. What are you afraid of? With your reputation and my roots, as long as we unite, they will not dare to attack us no matter what. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's concerns, Shimura Danzō was very disdainful. Do Uchiha Xiu and Namikaze Minato dare to shoot them? Well, I hope it's as you say. We'll call both Kaharu and Homura over later. Konoha must not let the guys of the Uchiha clan control it. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō eyes light up. Even if they step down, this Konoha has to be decided by them. Xiu, the situation of the newspaper seems to be better than expected. Hokage building, inside the Hokage office. Namikaze Minato smiled excitedly. He never thought about it before. Konoha newspaper, to be so popular. As expected. 617. Uchiha Xiu looked at Namikaze Minato's excitement and smiled lightly. With his past life experience, coupled with his current power, in the world of Hokage ninja, where life and entertainment are scarce, create a newspaper that is popular in Konoha. Isn't that handy? Xiu, you are the best. Namikaze Minato looked at Uchiha Xiu and gave his thumbs up from the bottom of his heart. Because Konoha newspaper also invested money and divided shares when it was established. Konoha newspaper earned his share of the money. Judging from the current income of the newspaper office, his monthly income is definitely much more than what he got from performing missions as a ninja. This made him straighten up a lot in front of Kushina. Shu, what should we do next? Namikaze Minato asked. Now Konoha newspaper has matured. It should be time to plan for the next step. Next step. Take Shimura Danzō first. Uchiha Xiu snorted coldly. Among the 4 members of Konoha F4, Shimura Danzō has the most black material. Now that the newspaper has been established, who else will it be? I have no opinion. Namikaze Minato doesn't like Shimura Danzō either, so I directly raised my hands in favor of Uchiha Xiu's proposal. Then I will prepare first and start tomorrow. Get Shimura Danzō's reputation dirty first. Chapter 113 Sarutobi Hiruzen who finally sees the situation clearly, subscription required. Yesterday I went to the barbecue restaurant recommended in the newspaper, and it was really delicious, and it was the best barbecue I have eaten since I was a child. Really, I went there too yesterday, but there were too many people, and I didn't get any food after waiting for a whole day. 17. If you really want to eat, you must queue up before the store opens, otherwise you will definitely not be able to eat. Yes, the shops listed in the newspaper will definitely be full of people. A new day begins, and people hold the newspapers that have just been baked and start chatting again. Among them, the most attractive, of course, is the news related to basic necessities of life. This is another huge benefit of the Konoha newspaper besides publishing newspapers. Huge advertising costs. Due to the limited space of the newspaper, the advertising space published every day will be sold by auction on the previous day. Whoever offers the highest price will get the chance to advertise in newspapers. And these merchants who advertise in newspapers, without exception, after the newspapers are published, they will be full in an instant. This also shows from the side, the position of Konoha newspaper in the hearts of the people of Konoha village. Look, there are new articles in the newspaper. Ninja darkness. Does Konoha really need this darkness? I go, Shimura Danzō. Roots. I haven't even heard of it before. I know at the root, the ninjas inside are not good at pulling one by one, they are much more domineering than Anbu. A conspirator hiding in the shadows. Does Konoha still have people like this? In newspapers, some information about Shimura Danzō was revealed to the world for the first time. And sparked heated discussions. For most people, whether it is Shimura Danzō or root, it is a completely unfamiliar term. It is for this reason that, after knowing that there is such a powerful person in Konoha, the villagers of Konoha became very interested in Shimura Danzō. Although Uchiha Xiu did not directly report the scandal of Shimura Danzō in the newspaper, but only some hints between the lines, leading words and sentences. It made the villagers of Konoha leave a bad impression of this shinobian, who had never heard of it. At that time, one of my partners was taken away because he offended the root ninja and never came back. Quote, well, I was going to keep this secret in my heart for the rest of my life, but seeing someone think Shimura Danzō is a good person, I can't stand it. I testify that root ninjas don't have a single good thing. This newspaper is like a fuse, instantly detonating those who have long been dissatisfied with the roots. Under the discussion of the masses, the fact that Genbu was rampant in the village before was also known to everyone. Check it out for me. Who the hell dares to slander the old man in the newspaper? Go and seal up the Konoha newspaper. Konoha newspaper must not be allowed to publish similar articles again. Shimura Danzō fell into a rage when he saw the newspaper. Although the newspaper article about him did not accuse him of anything. But the malice in those words. For someone like him who is good at making conspiracy theories, it is really clear. If things are allowed to develop like this, his reputation will be completely stink. Danzō-sama, behind the Konoha newspaper is the 4th generation, Hitaki Sakumo, Uchiha Xiu, and the Uchiha clan. Our hands cannot get in. Hateful. Follow the old man himself. I don't believe it. They can turn against the sky, can't they? Shimura Danzō snorted coldly, then picked up his crutches and walked towards Konoha newspaper office. Hiruzen, you have to think of a way. Danzō is the last strength in our hands. In the clan land of the Sarutobi clan, Utatane Kaharu and Midokado Homura are discussing with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Early this morning, they all saw the news published in the newspaper. The few people who had played tricks all their lives immediately smelled something unusual. They know, Sarutobi Hiruzen's fears come true. Uchiha Xiu and Namikaze Minato are going to attack them. So far, I have nothing to do. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat decadently on the chair, no longer as energetic as before. The whole person is like a dying old man. There was no anger in his eyes. After reading today's newspaper, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally understood the meaning of the newspaper. Uchiha Xiu and Namikaze Minato founded Konoha newspaper. It is not just for making money as Shimura Danzō said. Instead, they want to use newspapers to achieve the purpose of controlling fishing boats. All the people have blindly believed what the newspapers reported. Who is good and who is bad? It's entirely up to them. Like now, if you guess right, today's article is just to test the waters. If it works well, it is estimated that tomorrow, Shimura Danzō's scandal will definitely appear in the newspapers. To know, even if it is to casually reveal a few things that Shimura Danzō has done in the past few decades. It will definitely cause an explosive sensation in Konoha. At that time, if all the villagers of Konoha regard Shimura Danzō as a cancerous tumor of Konoha, then there is no need for Uchiha Xiu and the others to do it themselves. Shimura Danzō no longer has a foothold in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen remembers very clearly. When Hitaki Sakuma was framed, what Uchiha Xiu said, "Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it." What a deep scheming, quote. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, when compared with those of Uchiha Xiu's schemes that he was proud of before. It's completely like a child's playhouse, it's not worth mentioning at all. Hiruzen, what shall we do then? After listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's analysis, Udatane Kaharu and Midokado Homura panicked. They did not expect that there are so many things hidden behind a seemingly ordinary thing. Prior to Sarutobi Hiruzen analysis, they also kept thinking that this article in the newspaper was just one of Uchiha Xiu's got-out means to do something against Shimura Danzō. You guys go back, and don't get involved in the affairs of the village in the future, or you won't even be able to keep your own family. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved Udatane Kaharu and Midokado Homura away. No matter how thoroughly he sees the situation now, it is already too late. Uchiha Xiu has already started closing the net. They are like fish caught in a net. The reason why it can still jump is because the net has not been completely dragged out of the water. Once Uchiha Xiu puts the net away, then they don't even have a chance to struggle. Shimura Danzō, this former friend, it was the first fish to be pulled out of the water. I hope that for the sake of doing Hokage for so many years, Uchiha Xiu can let me spend my old age in peace. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the courtyard outside the door, lost in thought. Now, he no longer seeks power still. Just hope Uchiha Xiu doesn't kill them all. Chapter 114 Conflict. Uchiha Xiu, you wait for me, please subscribe. Master Xiu, it's not good. The outside of the newspaper office is surrounded by ninjas from the root. When Uchiha Xiu was thinking about the content of tomorrow's newspaper, the supervisor in charge of the newspaper broke into Uchiha Xiu's office in a panic. Have you lost your temper so quickly? The corners of Uchiha Xiu's mouth curled up. Unexpectedly, Shimura Danzō was so impatient that he came to the door that day. A ninja with only roots. Is there anyone else? Uchiha Xiu asked about it, and now he is just doing Shimura Danzō secretly in the newspaper. If Sarutobi Hiruzen and others also come together, then he won't show up today. Anyway, just relying on the ninja at the root, it is also impossible to dare to launch an attack on the newspaper in broad daylight. Except for the root ninjas, Master Danzō is also outside, there is no one else. The director of the newspaper said cautiously, Master Xiu, Master Danzō probably came to cause trouble because of today's article. Do we need some clarification? What are you afraid of? Can Shimura Danzō make waves? Go, take me out to have a look. Uchiha Xiu put down the pen in his hand, and then led the director of the newspaper to go out. With him, Shimura Danzō is doomed today to bring shame on himself. Where is your person in charge? Why hasn't 730 come out after so long? Let me tell you, you are suspected of leaking Konoha's secrets, don't even think about running away today. Also, I advise you to quickly print another newspaper and publish the article one just brought, otherwise, I will tear down your newspaper office. Shimura Danzō blocked the entrance of the newspaper office, the root ninja and Anbu ninja confronted each other. The atmosphere was very anxious, and there was a strong sense of action if there was a disagreement. Master Danzō, Master Xiu ordered us to wait here. Without his order, no one can enter except the newspaper staff. An Anbu ninja wearing a fox mask stood in front of Shimura Danzō. The reform of the film department has already started in Anbu, so in name, Uchiha Xiu is now the supreme commander of Anbu. Therefore, even if this Anbu ninja is seriously lacking in confidence when facing Shimura Danzō, but he still chose to stand up. I'll ask you one last time, will you let me go? Seeing that someone still dared to stop him, Shimura Danzō burst out with a strong killing intent. How many years? No one has dared to speak to him like that. Master Danzō, if you want to enter CGFG, you must show Master Xiu's order. Under the oppression of Shimura Danzō, cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the Anbu ninja. But still gritted his teeth and didn't back down. Well, seeing this scene, Shimura Danzō sneered a few times, then raised his arm. The ninjas at the root listen to the order and attack for me. If anyone dares to stop him, he will be charged with treason, and he will be shot to death. Yes, after hearing Shimura Danzō's words, dozens of root ninjas responded in unison, then held their weapons in their hands, and rushed towards Anbu's ninja. Attention everyone, be sure to block them. Yes, seeing the movements of the root ninjas, Anbu's ninjas also took out their weapons. Although their number is much smaller than that of the root, but the newspaper office, they have to defend even if they die. Just when the two sides were about to engage in hand-to-hand combat, a handsome young man walked out with a smile. You dare to attack Anbu in broad daylight, you guys are so brave. Uchiha Xiu, Master Xiu. After hearing the sound and seeing who was coming, both Anbu and the ninjas at Genbu stopped. Uchiha Xiu, what's going on with today's newspaper? Seeing Uchiha Xiu, Shimura Danzō also panicked. He didn't expect that Uchiha Xiu would be in the newspaper office. What's wrong? I don't know if Master Danzō has any opinions. Uchiha Xiu walked up to Shimura Danzō and stood still. The momentum of the whole body was unreservedly released. The eyes have also changed into the appearance of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The killing intent and powerful oppressive force that is as real as it is. Let Shimura Danzō, who faced him, and the dozens of roots he brought tremble subconsciously from the heart. Everyone has a feeling in their hearts that they want to worship. As if what they were facing was not a young man, she is an invincible demon god. Uchiha Xiu, do you still dare to attack this old man? Shimura Danzō, who faced Uchiha Xiu directly, under Uchiha Xiu's gaze, his body began to go weak. There is even a little urge to bend over and kneel down, but there is no desire to fight at all. Even this time he deliberately picked dozens of elite ninjas from the root and brought them with him. But when facing Uchiha Xiu, I still don't feel safe at all. Shimura Danzō did not understand until this moment. Why is Uchiha Xiu called Konoha Shira by other ninjas from Ninja Village? Master Danzō joked, if I want to take action against you, I will definitely notify you in advance. Seeing that Shimura Danzō was frightened, Uchiha Xiu retracted his momentum, and a smile appeared on his face again. Now Shimura Danzō is just a fish in a net. You can pick him up anytime you want. There is no need to rush. Let me see what Master Danzō is holding. For the sake of Konoha, the strong man who voluntarily sacrificed himself in the darkness, the guardian behind Konoha, the Hokage in the shadows, Shimura Danzō-sama. Tisk tisk tisk, Master Danzō, what on earth is your face made of? After scanning the article in the hands of Shimura Danzō, Uchiha Xiu only felt that it was very eye-catching. In the description of this article, Shimura Danzō turned out to be a great and brilliant man who has selflessly dedicated to Konoha for decades, and is even stronger than Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is known as the strongest Hokage in history. Shouldn't he be the guy who can become friends with Sarutobi Hiruzen? Uchiha Xiu, seeing the teasing look on Uchiha Xiu's face, Shimura Danzō couldn't help it no matter how thick-skinned he was. Quickly snatched the article back from Uchiha Xiu's hands. Don't be complacent, let's go. Shimura Danzō walked away in embarrassment. He finally understands now, Konoha is no longer the Konoha it used to be. By his own words alone. That's impossible to deal with Uchiha Xiu. He is going to find Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now, only Sarutobi Hiruzen can help him. Watching the back of Shimura Danzō leaving, Uchiha Xiu showed a sneer on his face. He knew that Shimura Danzō was going to ask Sarutobi Hiruzen for help. But this time it is doomed to be impossible. If Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to help him, then he wouldn't let him appear here today. It's finally going to change. Looking up at the clear sky, Uchiha Xiu took a deep breath. Some time later, after he wiped out Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō, that Konoha was truly in his hands. Chapter 115 Collect the Net. Seek full order. Shimura Danzō did not find him after all. The Anbu ninja in charge of stalking sent back a message. After Shimura Danzō was kicked out of Konoha News by Uchiha Xiu that day, he immediately went to find Sarutobi Hiruzen. But interestingly, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't even let him in through the door. Since then, Shimura Danzō has been dormant and has never appeared in the sight of everyone again. Okay, you go down first. Keep an eye on Shimura Danzō, just don't let him run out of the village. Uchiha Xiu took a sip of tea. In the past few days, through the continuous reports of Konoha News, some of Shimura Danzō's evil deeds over the years have been completely exposed to everyone. The villagers' distaste for Shimura Danzō also grew deeper. Some people even spontaneously united and demanded that Konoha must severely punish Shimura Danzō, a scum of Konoha. During the period, Shimura Danzō did not resist. There are some root ninjas, or Shimura guys. I used to spread rumors about Konoha newspapers' random fabrications everywhere in Konoha. He even pretended to be an insider and started to spread the great achievements of Shimura Danzō all over the village over the years. But, these methods Shimura Danzō used in the past, in front of the fully formed Konoha newspaper. Totally vulnerable, some people were even suspected of being Shimura Danzō's accomplices, and were arrested and sent to the Konoha security department. I really didn't expect that there are such disgusting high-level officials in the village. It's just the scum of Konoha. If Mr. Xiu didn't see the details, maybe he really wouldn't be able to find it. Yes, such a guy is too abominable. He even used orphans to conduct human experiments without authorization. He must be severely punished. I just said that why Master Sakumo was attacked by so many people at that time. It turned out that Shimura Danzō was behind the scenes. With the support of Uchiha Xiu and Namikaze Minato, Konoha newspaper became the default official newspaper of Konoha. So, villagers have no doubts about what is reported in the newspapers. In just a few days, Shimura Danzō has already become the target of everyone shouting and beating Konoha. Xiu, is this the power of the fishing reel? Namikaze Minato and Hitaki Sakumo walked down the street, feeling the villagers' hatred for Shimura Danzō. For a while there was a bit of embarrassment. Especially Hitaki Sakumo felt the deepest. At that time, he was under such a fishing boat and almost committed suicide. If not for Uchiha Xiu, he is already a piece of Lois now. Okay, it's almost time to close the net. Seeing that the time was ripe, Uchiha Xiu led Namikaze Minato and Hitaki Sakumo back to the newspaper office. All it takes is Namikaze Minato's final word in tomorrow's paper. You can net Shimura Danzō. Master Danzō, the guard at the entrance of the village has been replaced by ours. Everything is ready and we can set off tonight. Okay, inform everyone, gather at the entrance of the village tonight, bring all the materials, and we will evacuate Konoha. In the underground lair of the roots, Shimura Danzō looked at the place where he had lived for decades, without saying a word for a long time. Once upon a time, he let go of his bold words here, thinking that one day he will be able to become Konoha's Hokage and realize his ideals and ambitions. But the reality is cruel. So many years have passed. Not only did he fail to realize his dream, now it has come to the point of defecting to the village. In the past few days, the villagers' comments on him have become more and more intense. Some people have even banded together like a village petition to bring him to justice. Those forces that attached to him in the past, except for the roots, the rest of the forces all avoided him, fearing that they would not be able to avoid him. Originally, Danzō planned to fight to the death, but when Sarutobi Hiruzen also chose to turn a blind eye to him. Shimura Danzō will know, Konoha, there is no place for him anymore. It's all damn Uchiha, I should have killed them all earlier. Shimura Danzō's eyes were full of hatred. I will definitely be back. I will definitely take back everything that belongs to me. Shimura Danzō clenched his fist. Now it's just a temporary failure. Sooner or later, he will return to Konoha again. Completely wipe out the Uchiha clan. Master Shu, Shimura Danzō has left the village and is heading towards the land of water. Anbu, oh no, it should be called the film department now. A ninja from the shadow department is kneeling on one knee, reporting the latest information on Shimura Danzō to Uchiha Xiu. Pass my order. Closely follow Shimura Danzō and the root ninjas he led, and absolutely do not allow any fish to slip through the net in tonight's operation. Yes, the ninja leads the way. Uchiha Xiu is standing on the Hokage rock. The Scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan constantly exudes terrifying pupil power. Ask for flowers. Oh, tonight, it's time to net Shimura Danzō. He has already laid a net around the village. Don't say Shimura Danzō, even a fly. Don't even try to escape from under his nose. Uchiha Xiu is such a character. Do nothing. There will be no loopholes. Be fully prepared. Now that the decision has been made to attack Shimura Danzō, that today, owners of Shimura Danzō and roots, it is impossible to live until tomorrow. Danzō, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Ha 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 ha. Before Uchiha Xiu finished speaking, the person had disappeared in place. Master Danzō, you are far away from the village now. When they find out tomorrow, it will be too late to chase us. In the night, dozens of elite ninjas escorted Shimura Danzō to flee towards the land of water. Seeing that they were getting farther and farther away from Konoha, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Don't take it lightly, speed up. Although there were no pursuers behind him, Shimura Danzō still had a very bad premonition in his heart. The darkness ahead is like a ferocious monster with its mouth open. It is possible to choose someone to devour at any time. However, you will be safe in the land of rain. The leader of Rain Shinobi Village, Hanzo, had a deal with him. If he goes to seek refuge this time, he will promise a certain benefit. I believe that Rain Shinobi Village is my next place to live. After you develop yourself, then lead people to attack Konoha and take back Konoha's regime. This is what Shimura Danzō is really thinking right now. Uchiha Xiu, just wait, I will definitely make you pay the price in the future. Shimura Danzō yelled into the night sky with hatred in his voice. It is thanks to Uchiha Xiu that he has fallen to this point. When he comes back next time, more than Uchiha Xiu, all the guys related to Uchiha Xiu, he will not let go of a single one. However, just before Shimura Danzō finished speaking, there was a chuckle. Danzō, don't wait for later, let's fight to the death now.